The Babylonian Talmud, Book 9. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Tract Maccoth. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Explanatory Remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. 1. Tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Bereitha, Itmar it was taught. 2. Questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lishna akrina or Webeath ima or Ika diamri, literally, otherwise interpreted, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Dedication. To him, who is highly respected by the people for his genius and generosity, the Honorable Jacob A. Cantor, President of the Board of Aldermen, Borough of Manhattan, New York. This volume is respectfully dedicated by the editor and translator. Michael L. Rodkinson, New York, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, 5663, May 27, 1903. Concluding words. To the completion of sections Festival and Jurisprudence. With the benediction to the Almighty, who prolonged our life to see the completion of our translation the above two large sections of the Talmud, we deem it necessary to say a few words concerning the criticisms which have recently appeared, and to which we are grateful for having called our attention to some important matters. However, before we will come to the point, we beg to say that we were anxious during the whole time to see a true criticism to our entire work, pointing out the mistakes or errors which must be found in the editing as well as in the translating itself of such a difficult and voluminous work. But to our knowledge such has not appeared anywhere as yet, although reviews and notices of different kinds were given in more than 100 leading papers in both the Old and the New World. The praises encouraged us but little, and some of the criticisms did not discourage us at all, for the reason that both were only phrases, without giving any evidence or important facts to which our proper attention should be called. And we would still be grateful indeed to those who would give such criticisms in compliance with our wishes, as this would be a great help to us in the continuation of the translation of the 4 remaining sections, which may take about 12 volumes or so more. Now to the point. There was a criticism in the Open Court of Chicago, Volume 16, pages 425 to 427, accusing us that we have omitted the discussion of some sages concerning Evangelium, how it should be written or one, and for such an omission he exclaimed that we have no translation of the whole Talmud. 2. We have received also some private letters from educated people, asking why they do not find any mention of Jesus of Nazareth. And in answer to the criticism as well as to the many letters we have received, we beg to give some letters of an editor of a scientific paper of this country, which we think will throw some light on this matter. June I, 1901. Rev. Michael Rodkinson. New York City. Dear Sir, the receipt of Volume 12 of the Talmud brings back recollections of a pleasant hour spent with you in my office, and the information which you so kindly gave me on several very obscure points. Perhaps you will pardon a personal letter of inquiry on a point or two in Sabbath that have especially interested me. You will remember where the subject is discussed as to whether it was lawful to rescue books from the flames, the point turning especially, as I read it, that on the one hand the books of unbelievers should be allowed to perish, while on the other hand, these same books also contain the sacred name. Arthabuha is asked if the books of the Biab hidden should be saved, and gives an equivocal reply. It is stated that Rab went to neither the Babylonian nor the Nitzreph. Samuel went to the Babylonian, and Mar bar Joseph was of their society. Your note on the passage leaves it conjectural who the people were. To me it seems altogether likely that they were Christian sects, possibly Jewish Christians and Gentile Christians. I should infer this because, first, R. Tarfon's statement immediately precedes it, and Christian tradition at least connects him with disputes with Christians. Second, the story of Emma Shalom and her brother Gamaliel too, and the philosopher and judge follows it. It seems to me that there are at least 3 implied quotations in this story from Matthew's Gospel or some other Christian document: "Let your light shine, I came not to destroy but fulfill the law." And the statement about son and daughter inheriting alike. Do Hebrew scholars think that Christians are indicated by Babylonian and Nitzreph? And if so, how is the fact explained that Samuel went to one of them, unless it be that Samuel is Saul, Paul, and how could Mar bar Joseph be of their society? It seems to me that I find a number of places where Christian usages or doctrines are referred to, and I wish I were informed as to the names which show this. If you could give me some and other indications which light, without trespassing too much on your time, I would be very grateful indeed. June 12, 1901. My dear Sir, your kind favor of the 9th at hand and carefully noted. I assume that you have good and sufficient reasons for your hesitation in such a matter, although they may not be apparent to me. Therefore it only remains for me to assure you as strongly as I know how, that the information I seek is only for myself, that it will not be published, that it will not be quoted even in conversation as your opinion. One simply wish to read understandingly the fine work you are placing before English readers. I want to get into the atmosphere of the times as much as possible. Judaism and Christianity must have touched elbows a good deal in the first 3 centuries, and there must be some evidences of it in the Talmud to those who can read between the lines. I think I can see references. For instance, were there Sadducees after the final overthrow, and is not the term, at least occasionally, applied to Christians? My own conviction, which of course, is based on very superficial knowledge mostly gleaned from the early Christian fathers, is that at first, the line of demarcation between the Jewish Christians and the Jews was not so strong as it became afterwards. But at any rate, there must be more references to them than appear on the surface, it seems to me, and that is what I want to know. But I have no theory to vindicate and seek the knowledge only for myself. July 2, 1901. My dear Sir, I wish to acknowledge the receipt of your very kind and instructive letter of 2 weeks ago. It covers substantially the points I wish to know, and saved me much research that might in the end prove barren of results. I shall remember your kindness. Again thanking you, I am. And to these letters we may add a paragraph of Tract Sabbath, page 119. R. Akiba said, the wood-gatherer was Zelophehad. To which R. Jehuda b. Bathira exclaimed, Akiba. Whether your statement be true or false, you will have to answer for it at the time of the divine judgment. For if it be true, you disclose the name of the man whom the Scriptures direct to shield, and thus you brought him unto infamy, and if it be false, you slandered a man who was upright, etc., see there. And this rule we adopted while engaged in this translation, namely, not to give hypotheses to the reader, as there is not one line in the whole Mishnah which speaks clearly of Jesus and his beliefs. In our book on phylacteries, we have alluded to the reason why the editor of the Mishnah did so. And the same reason prevented us from interpreting passages or paragraphs which seem to us to treat about Jesus and his followers, as after all these are only hypotheses. And we do not like to throw our suppositions in a translation which ought to be more or less authentic. This is all that we can say in answer to the open court. There has appeared in the Baltimore Sun, April 17, 1903, a notice which, in the main, is very flattering, but gives also some criticisms that are of interest and correct from the standpoint of the writer. They concern the remarks sub 3 and 4 of the Explanatory Remarks, published in each volume on the other side of the title page. Concerning the fourth he says, there are many who would be glad to verify references who may not have a copy of the new Hebrew text, or unable to use it, if they had it. Concerning the third remark he says, this seems unfortunate. The alternative interpretation is often of very considerable value, and may be used for historical purposes even if not so important theologically. To this we may say that we were very careful when omitting the first version, and where we found it important we translated both, as the reader will find in our Talmud in many places. If you wish, it may be said so, and if you wish, it may be said so and so. And we did not fail even to translate a third, if you wish, when we saw that they all were of importance. In general, however, only the last versions are of great account, and the decisions of the post-Talmudical rabbis were only in accordance with those. And only they are the guides of the Shulchan Aruch, Jewish code. Concerning the fourth we may confess that the critic is perfectly right in his contention. However, it is not our fault but that of the circumstances which deceived us in the beginning of our undertaking. We previously thought that we would find subscribers for the Hebrew text also, and so give the Hebrew with the English together, and then there would have certainly been no need of separately marking the pages of the text. Unfortunately, there was no demand for the text at all, so that we were unable to furnish it with the translation, and in reality, for the general English reader who is not able to read Hebrew the page of the text is immaterial. And for the Hebrew students, who are very few, we could not afford to go to such expense, as a separate column for each page would be necessary for this purpose, for such could not be inserted in the text even in parentheses. Concerning the last tract Horioth, which speaks of sacrifices and offerings only, we are at a loss to understand why it was inserted in the section Jurisprudence. Unless the reason be the treatment of whether the expenses of the offerings must be carried by the judges of the court themselves or by the treasury of the congregation, which may belong to the category of damages. However, the whole tract treats almost of one and the same point, so that we could not give the contents of each chapter separately, and confined ourselves by giving the synopsis of the beginning of each Mishnah and some important matters from the Gemara, of the last. M.L.R. New York, May 25, 1903. Synopsis of Subjects. Of Tract Maccoth, Stripes. Chapter 1. Mishnah I to X. How should witnesses be made collusive? There are another sort of witnesses who are not subject to the punishment of collusiveness but who are to suffer stripes instead. Where do we find a hint in the scripture that collusive witnesses shall be punished with stripes? There are 4 points concerning collusive witnesses, etc. And they are not sold as Hebrew slaves. As it reads, he shall be sold for his theft, but not for his collusiveness. A collusive witness pays his share. What does this mean? We testify that so and so has divorced his wife and has not paid the amount mentioned in her marriage contract, etc. We testify that so and so owes to his neighbor 1,000 zuz, etc. If one says I will make you a loan with the stipulation that the Sabbathic year shall not release me, it nevertheless releases. If one loans money to his neighbor without a fixed term of return, he has no right to demand it before the elapse of 30 days. We testify that so and so owes 200 zuz to his neighbor, and they were found collusive, etc. To a negative commandment that does not contain manual labor, stripes does not apply. The fine of money may be divided into 2 or 3 shares, however, this is not to be done with stripes. Witnesses cannot be made collusive unless the falsehood lies in their bodies. A woman once brought witnesses, and they were found false. She then brought another party, who were also found false, she then brought another party, etc. Because she is suspicious, should all Israel be suspected of testifying falsely? Collusive witnesses are not to be killed unless the sentence of capital punishment for the defendant is rendered. There is no punishment on the ground of a fortiori conclusions. May I not live to see the consolation of our nation, if I have not killed a collusive witness for the purpose of removing from the mind of the Sadduceer, etc. The verse punishes one, an accomplice who conjoins himself to transgressors with the same punishment, etc. And we may learn from this, that so much the more will he who conjoins himself to those who are engaged in meritorious acts, be rewarded, etc. There is no capital punishment, unless 2 witnesses have warned this culprit. If both of the witnesses have seen him who warned them, they are considered conjoined. The court of Sanhedrin is to be established in Palestine as well as in the countries outside of it. In the large cities but not in the small ones. Chapter 2. Mishnah I to V. The following are exiled: he who kills a person unintentionally. The act of one who thought that such is allowed is not to be considered an accident, but almost intentional. If one has climbed a ladder and the step under him broke and killed, one Beratha declares him guilty, etc. If the iron of a hatchet slipped off and killed one, threw a lump of brittle stone at a date tree, and the dates fell off and killed a child. What is considered second force according to Rabbi? If one throws a stone in a public ground and it kills, he is to be exiled. The punishment of exile attaches but to a private set. Is hewing wood always considered a private affair? All kinds of human beings are exiled when they killed by accident an Israelite. A father is exiled if he killed his son accidentally. A heathen or a slave is to be exiled or punished with stripes through an Israelite and vice versa. A stranger or an idolater who has killed even unintentionally is put to death. Only then when, thinking that such is allowed, for he is a prophet. How is this to be understood? Because he is a prophet she has to be returned, but if a layman, she would not, etc. Exile does not apply to a blind one. An enemy is not exiled, as such a punishment does not suffice. If the rope to which the man's instrument was attached broke, then he is exiled, but if the instrument slips out of his hand, exile is not sufficient. Whither are they to be exiled? To the cities of refuge, etc. They were also obliged to prepare roads from one city to the other. Formerly all murderers, accidental as well as intentional, used to flee to the cities of refuge, etc. Gilead is become a city of workers of wickedness, etc. What does this expression mean? The city of refuge must neither be too large nor too small, but middle-sized ones. Be situated in places where there is water and markets. If a disciple is exiled, his master is exiled with him. Because the expression, and live, means you shall supply him with the sources of moral life. He who loves the abundance of scholars possesses the fruit of knowledge. I learned much from my masters, more, however, from my colleagues, and still more from my disciples. The Holy One, blessed be He, appoints them into one inn, and he who had killed intentionally is placed under a ladder, while the other, who killed unintentionally, descends the steps, falls and kills him. According to one he wrote only the 8 verses, which begin with, "And Moses died," etc. Mishnah 6. 2x. There is no difference between the high priests who were anointed with the holy oil, etc. Therefore the mothers of the priests used to support the murderers with food and clothes, etc. It is counted as a sin to the priest who should pray that no accident might happen in that generation. If a sage has put someone under the ban conditionally, etc. The 40 years during which Israel was in the desert, the remains of Judah were dismembered in his coffin until Moses prayed for him, etc. If after the decision has been rendered, the high priest dies, he is not exiled, etc. If it happens that a murderer goes outside of the limit, etc. What has the high priest done that the murderer's fate should depend upon his death? Joab erred twice in so acting: a. He thought that the horns of the altar protect, etc. The cities of refuge are not given for cemeteries. If one killed accidentally in the city of refuge, he is to be exiled, etc. If a murderer was exiled, the townsmen like to honor him, he has to say to them, "I am a murderer." Chapter 3. Mishnah I to V. To the following stripes apply: crimes under the category of Korath, as well as under that of capital punishment, are also punished with stripes if they were so warned. To a negative command, which is preceded by a positive one, stripes apply. The culprit does not get stripes unless he abolishes the succeeding positive command. Art Simeon B. Lakish, however, differs, and says, he is free from stripes only when he has fulfilled the succeeding one. He who took the mother bird with her children gets, according to our Jehudah, stripes. It happened with a children teacher who struck too much the children, and Aha excommunicated him. Rabma, however, returned him because he could not find as good a teacher. Stripes also apply to him who partook of the first fruit before the ceremony of reading was performed. If a positive succeeds a negative, no stripes apply. A stranger who had consumed sin and transgression offerings before their blood was sprinkled is free from any punishment. Concerning the first fruit, placing it in the temple is the main thing, and not the ceremony of reading. The culpability for second tithe arises only after it has seen the face of the wall of Jerusalem. He who makes a baldness in the hair of his head, or rounds it, etc., is liable. The culpability arises only, then, when he took it off with a razor. What should be the size of the bald spot which would make him culpable? If one made an incision with an instrument he is culpable. For dead he is culpable at all courts whether by hand or instrument. The culpability for etching in arises only when he has done both, wrote and etched in with dye, etc. A Nazirite who was drinking wine the whole day is culpable only for one negative. There is an instance that one may plough only one bed and shall be culpable for 8 negatives. The number of stripes is 40 less 1. Mishnah 6-9. The examination as to the number of stripes he can receive and remain alive must be such that can be equally divided by 3. If one commits a sin to which 2 negatives apply, etc. How is the punishment with stripes to be performed? The striker strikes him with one hand so that the strokes shall become weaker. If, after he has been tied, he succeeds to run away from the court, he is free. As he was already disgraced, he is not taken to be disgraced again. The Lord wanted to make Israel blissful and therefore he multiplied to them his commands. At 3 places the Holy Spirit appeared. At the court of Shem, etc. 613 commands were said to Moses, etc. Isaiah reduced them to 6. Micah came and reduced them to 3. Isaiah, the second, again reduced them to 2. Keep ye justice and do equity. Amos reduced them to 1. Seek ye for me, and ye shall live. Appendix. He who speaks ill of his neighbor, he who listens to such evil speaking, finally, he who bears false testimony deserves to be thrown to the dogs. Chapter 1. The Sanhedrin who executes a person once in 7 years, is considered pernicious. Eliezer b. Azariach said, even one who does so once in 70 years is considered such. Both are Tarpon and Akiba said, if we were among the Sanhedrin, a death sentence would never occur. Mishnah X. Rules and regulations concerning collusive witnesses in both criminal and civil cases, and the application thereto of corporeal and other punishments. Mishnah I. How should witnesses be made collusive, so that they should be punished? If, e.g., they testify that so and so, who is a priest, is a son of a divorced woman, whom his father had illegally married, wherefore he lost his priesthood. The court has not to decide that the witness who has falsely testified shall be regarded such, and shall lose his priesthood if he is a priest, but he should be punished with 40 stripes. Likewise if one testifies that so and so is to be exiled for an unintentional murder, the court has not to decide that he, the witness, be exiled for false witnessing, but he is punished with 40 stripes. Gemara, how should the text of the Mishnah be understood? It states, how should witnesses be made collusive? And according to the illustration hereafter adduced it ought to be, how should the witnesses not be made collusive, as the punishment of a collusive witness is according to the scripture that the same which is to be inflicted upon the defendant if the accusation prove true. And it states that such a punishment does not apply to the witness. It furthermore states concerning the case of collusive witnesses, that they are considered collusive only, then, when another party of witnesses come and say that the witnesses in question were with them at another place on the same date on which, according to their testimony, the alleged crime was done. Hence, only in such cases they are considered collusive, but not otherwise. The Tana of the Mishnah refers to this passage, Sanhedrin, p. 261, because all who are to be put to death biblically, their collusive witnesses and their abuses are punished with the same, except in the case of the married daughter of a priest, etc. And he, the Tana, adds that there are another sort of witnesses who are not subject to the punishment of collusiveness, but who are to suffer stripes instead. And this are those who testify that so and so is a son of a divorced woman or of such who has performed the ceremony of Chalitza. Whence is this deduced? Said our Joshua B. Levi, from here, Deuteronomy 19. 19, Then shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother. To him but not to his descendants, and if the decision were that he should lose his priesthood, then even his children would be affected. But let the court affect him only and not his descendants. This cannot be done, as the law dictates that it shall be done just the same to him as to the alleged defendant, and if such be the case his descendants would necessarily be affected. B. Pada, however, says, this is to be drawn by a fortiori reasoning viz., he who has transgressed, by illegal marriage of a divorced woman, does not lose his priesthood, and only his descendants from this marriage lose it. Much less so should the witness who falsely testified lose his priesthood. Rabina opposed, were we to use such theory the whole case of collusiveness would be made illusory. As the same a fortiori method could be applied thus, he through whose false testimony a man was already stoned, is not to be stoned, so much less so if the accused man was not as yet stoned. Therefore the best is as it is answered above. Is to be exiled. Whence is all this deduced? Said Resh Lakish, from here, Deuteronomy 19. 5, This one shall flee unto one of these cities, etc., i.e., this one, but not his collusive witnesses. R. Jochanan, however, said, this is to be drawn by a fortiori reasoning. He who has done such a crime intention. Ally does not become exiled, so much less so he who is only testifying to such a crime. This statement, however, cannot be taken into consideration, as the reason why an intentional murderer is not to be exiled is that he shall not be atoned. But the witnesses who have not perpetrated such a crime should be exiled, so that they should expiate, therefore, the best interpretation is that of Resh Lakish given above. Ula said, where do we find a hint in the scripture that collusive witnesses shall be punished with stripes? Here is quoted from Tract Sanhedrin, page 20, L. 39 to page 21 up to L. 17. See there. The rabbis taught, there are 4 points concerning collusive witnesses. A. They are not made sons of a divorced woman or of such who has performed the ceremony of Chalitza. B. They are not exiled to the cities of refuge. C. They do not pay the atoned money, and, D. They are not sold as Hebrew slaves. In the name of our Akiba it was said that, nor do they pay on self-confession. They are not made sons of a divorced woman, etc. As said above, nor are they to be exiled as said above, and they do not pay atoned money, because the rabbis hold that the money which one has to pay in case his ox has killed a person is not considered as a recompense for damages, but as an atonement, and collusive witnesses are not under the category of atonement. And who is the Tana who holds this? Said our Hista, it is our Ismail, the son of Johanan b. Broka. See Baba Kama, page 90, L. 2 from bottom, to 91, L. 16. And they are not sold as Hebrew slaves. R. Hamnuna was about to say that this is only in the case when he, the alleged defendant, has money to pay for the theft, or if the witnesses have money to pay, but in case both have not they are to be sold. Said Rabbah to him, it reads, Ibid 22. 2. He shall be sold for his theft, but not for his collusiveness. The text says in the name of our Akiba, etc., what is his reason? He holds that this is only a fine, and one does not pay fine upon his self-confession. Said Rabbah, there is a support to our Akiba's theory in the fact that a collusive witness, though he has not committed the crime manually, is nevertheless responsible, and is to be killed in case his testimony caused a death sentence. And likewise in civil cases he has to pay, although he has done no damage. And similarly said Arth Naaman. Ark Jehuda in the name of Rab said, a collusive witness pays his share. What does this mean? Shall we assume that in a case where two witnesses were found collusive each of them pays half? This is already stated further on in a Mishnah. Or does it mean that if one of them was found collusive, he has to pay half? This is not so, as there is a Bereitha which states that there is no payment imposed unless both are found collusive. Said Rabbah, he speaks of the case when one came before the court testifying, I, together with so and so, have testified before such and such a court, and we, having been found collusive. The court has decided that we have to pay such and such an amount. And lest one say that, as his testimony does not make liable his colleague, he himself should not be responsible either, he comes to teach us that this is not so. Mishnah 2. We testify that so and so has divorced his wife and has not paid the amount mentioned in her marriage contract, and that testimony was false. Although they have not done any damage, as the husband has to pay the marriage contract at some time, they are nevertheless not free from the following payment, namely. It is to be appraised how much one would risk for her marriage contract in case she should remain a widow or be divorced. However, if she died while her husband is still alive, he would inherit her, and such an amount they have to pay. Gemara, how should the appraisement be made? Here are two kinds of risks. One can risk to buy the inheritance of a woman from her husband, who would inherit her in case of her death when he is still alive, and one can also risk to buy this from the woman in case her husband die first. However, there is a great difference concerning the amount one would risk. As a rule, one would give much more when buying it from the husband than from the wife. According to our Hista, the appraisement must be of the husband's, and according to our Nathan b. Ashia, of the wife's estate. Said our Papa, it prevails that the appraisement should be as of the wife's, and only to the amount mentioned in her marriage contract, without, however, touching the benefit which her husband has in the fruit of her estate while she is yet alive. Mishnah 3, we testify that so and so owes to his neighbor 1,000 zuz on the condition to pay him this debt after 30 days from today. He, however, claims that he has to pay the amount at the expiration of 10 years, and such was found to be the case. It remains, then, to appraise how much one would give for keeping 1,000 zuz 10 years instead of 30 days, and such an amount they have to pay. Gemara, R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, if one made a loan to his neighbor for 10 years the Sabbathic year does not annul it, and although when the Sabbathic year will arrive, he would transgress the negative commandment. He shall not exact it of his neighbor, Deuteronomy 15. 2. Yet at present this commandment does not exist, and we do not care for the later time. Said our Kahana, this we have also learned in our Mishnah, which states that the witnesses have to pay only the difference between 30 days and 10 years. And if the Sabbathic year released the whole debt, they would have to pay the whole 1,000 zuz. Said Rabbah, the Mishnah may refer to one who lends his money on a pledge, or to one who transfers his documents to the court, and there is a Mishnah teaching that in such cases the Sabbathic year has no effect. R. Jehudah said again in the name of the same authority, if one says I will make you a loan with the stipulation that the Sabbathic year shall not release me, it nevertheless releases. Shall we assume that Samuel holds that such is considered a condition against the biblical law, and it therefore does not hold good? Is it not taught, Baba Metzia, p. 126, if one says, I sell this article to you on the condition that you shall not claim any cheating against me, etc.? According to Samuel the condition holds good, though such a condition is against the written law. Yeah, but to this it was added by our Anan that Samuel himself has explained it to him, see continuation, page 127, and according to this explanation there is no contradiction here. Now as the case here is analogous, it follows that he made the condition, the Sabbathic year shall not release me, it releases nevertheless. But if he says in the condition that you shall not release it, then his condition holds good. There is a Bereitha to the effect that if one loans money to his neighbor without a fixed term of return, he has no right to demand it before the elapse of 30 days. And Rabbah b. Hannah was about to interpret this Beratha in the presence of Rab that such is the case only when he lends on a document, as one would not trouble himself to write a document for less than 30 days. But if it was a verbal loan, he may demand it at any time. Said Rab to him, so said my uncle that there is no difference between a verbal and a written loan as regards the 30 days, so long as the loan was made without any term. Similarly we have learned in a Beratha. Samuel said to Arphmathna, you shall not sit down before you have explained me the courses wherefrom is based the halakha that one shall not demand a loan no matter whether it be verbal or written before the elapse of 30 days. And he answered from Ibid. 9, the 7th year, the year of release, etc. Is it not self-evident that the 7th year is the year of release? Why then the apposition? To tell that there is another release similar, and this is a loan without a term which cannot be demanded before 30 days, as the master said that 30 days, a fragment of a year, is considered a whole year. Mishnah 4. We testify that so and so owes 200 zuz to his neighbor, and they were found collusive, they have to suffer both stripes and payment, because the negative commandment for the trespass of which they have to receive stripes does not make them pay. And only another verse concerning collusiveness makes them to pay. Such is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, maintain that he who pays is not to be punished with stripes. If they testify that so and so has deserved 40 stripes, and are found collusive, they are to be punished with twice 40 stripes, once on the basis of the negative commandment, thou shalt not bear false witness, and, secondly, on that of the commandment, shall ye do unto him as he had purposed to do unto his brother. Such is the decree of our mayor. The sages, however, say, they suffer stripes only once. Gemara, this is in accord with the rabbi's theory, which reads, Ibid 25. 2. According to the degree of his fault, which statement is to be explained that he is made responsible for one fault, and not for two. But what is the reason of our mayor's decree? Said Ula, he bases it upon the case of an evil name, for which crime the law prescribes the double punishment of stripes and payment, and analogous is the case here treated. But is not the payment for an evil name considered a fine? He, R. Mayor, holds with R. Akiba that the payment of collusive witnesses is also required as a fine. There are others who refer the saying of Ula to the following Beratha. It reads, X 12. 10, see Sanhedrin, page 185, L. 23, to the end of the par. And to the question, whence is it known that to a negative commandment that does not contain manual labor, the punishment of stripes does not apply, Ula answered from the case of an evil name stated above. What, then, do the rabbis who do not hold that they shall be beaten twice infer from, thou shalt not bear false witness? They need this for a warning to the case of collusiveness. And where is to be found such a warning according to our mayor? Said our Jeremiah in Deuteronomy 19. 20, and those who remain shall hear and be afraid, and shall henceforth, etc. The rabbis, however, infer from this passage that such a case must be heralded, see Sanhedrin, page 256. As to our mayor, he, too, infers from here heralding, as according to him the words, and shall be afraid, would be superfluous, if heralding were not inferred therefrom. Mishnah v, the fine of money may be divided into 2 or 3 shares. However, this is not to be done with stripes. How so? If they have falsely testified that one owes to his neighbor 200 zuz, and they were 2 or 3 persons, each of them has to pay his share to complete that amount. But if they have falsely testified that one deserves 40 stripes, each of them is to get 40 stripes in full. Gemara, whence is all this deduced? Said Abai, concerning stripes, it reads, Deuteronomy 25. 2, wicked, and, Num, 35. 31, it reads also, wicked, concerning capital punishment, and as that cannot be divided, so stripes are not to be divided either. Rabbah, however, said, the reason is this, the punishment ought to be done to him as he had the purpose to do it to his brother. And as each one of them intended that the defendant be beaten with 40 stripes, he has to get just the same. But why should not the same be concerning money fine? Because money if counted together completes the amount he should suffer, which is not the case with stripes. Mishnah 6. Witnesses cannot be made collusive unless the falsehood lies in their bodies. How so? If, e.g., they testify that so and so has killed a person and another party of witnesses came to contradict them, saying, "How can you testify so? The killed one or the alleged murderer was with us at that date in such and such a place." They are, nevertheless, not considered collusive, so that they should be killed instead. But if the other party say you yourself were with us at that date in such a place, consequently you could see neither the murderer or the killed one, then they are considered collusive and are to be killed upon such a testimony. If, thereafter, a third party of witnesses came and made collusive the second party, and a fourth party made collusive the third party, even if the number reached to 100 parties they all are to be killed. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that such parties of witnesses are to be considered sigma tau alpha sigma iota, and only the first party is to be killed. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said our Ada, from Deuteronomy 19:18, and, behold, if the witness be a false witness, he hath testified a falsehood against his brother, which means that the body of the witness should be found false. The disciples of our Ismail taught, it reads, Ibid 19:16, testify against him for any deviation, 3 which means the testifying itself should be a deviation. Rabbah said, if 2 persons testify that one has killed a man in the east side of such and such a palace, and another party of witnesses come, saying that the same witnesses were with them in the west of the same, it is to be investigated if, while standing on the west side, one can see what is going on in the east side, they are not to be considered collusive, otherwise they are. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that we have to investigate, perhaps their sight is better than the usual one, so that they could see, he comes to teach us that this does not matter. The same said again, if 2 have testified that one has killed a person in the city of Surah Sunday morning, and another party came and testified that the same persons were with them in the city of Nhardiah Sunday evening. An investigation is to be made, if it is possible. If the investigation shows that it is possible for one to walk during that time from Surah to Nhardiah, then they are not collusive, otherwise they are. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say it is to be feared perhaps the man went to the latter city in a flying balloon, for he comes to teach us that such fear must not be taken into consideration. And he said again, if they testify that on Sunday one has killed a person and are contradicted by another party that on Sunday they were with them, however it is a fact that the same person has killed a man on Monday. Or even if they said that this man killed a person on Friday, the collusive witnesses are to be put to death, because at the time they testified the defendant was not as yet sentenced to death. But if they testified that the death sentence occurred on Sunday, and the other party testifies that they were with them at that time, the sentence, however, having occurred on Friday, or even on Monday, the first party is not to be considered collusive, because at the time they testified, the defendant was already sentenced to death. And the same is the case concerning fines. If, for instance, they testify that so and so has stolen an ox, slaughtered him or sold, on Sunday, for which he has to pay 4 and 5-fold, and the other party says that on Sunday they were with them, but the defendant did so on Monday. The first party is subject to the fine, because on Sunday the defendant was not as yet liable. However, if they say that the accused has done so on Friday, or even if they say that the decision of the court occurred on Monday, the first party is not considered collusive, because at the time they testified, the man was already sentenced to a fine. R. Jehuda, however, said, etc. But according to him that all the parties are stacies, why should the first party be put to death? Said Rabbah, he means to say that if there was only one party of witnesses. But did he not say the first party only? This difficulty remains. A woman once brought witnesses, and they were found false. She then brought another party, who were also found false. She then brought a third party. Said Resh Lakish, this woman is to be considered suspicious whose purpose is to use false witnesses. Said Eleazar to him, because she is suspicious should all Israel be suspected of testifying falsely? Such a case happened also before the court of Johanan, and Resh Lakish said the same as above. But Johanan exclaimed, if she is suspicious should all Israel be suspected? He, Resh Lakish, looked at Eleazar rebukingly, saying, you have heard your statement from Bar Nafha, Johanan, and you have not mentioned his name. Shall we assume that Johanan is in accordance with the rabbis of our Mishnah, and Resh Lakish is in accordance with Jehuda? Nay. Resh Lakish may say, I am in accordance even with the rabbis, as in that case there was no one who searched for witnesses. In this case, however, the woman was searching for them. And Johanan may say, I am in accordance with Jehuda, however, this case is different, as she may have thought that the first parties were aware of her case, and she erred. The third party, however, may be aware of it. Mishnah 7. Collusive witnesses are not to be killed unless the sentence of capital punishment for the defendant is rendered. As only the Sadduceer declare that the collusive witnesses are put to death after the defendant was executed. Because it reads, Ex. 21:23, life for life, to which the sages answered, is it not written, it shall be done to him as he had purposed to do unto his brother? Which means that his brother is still alive. Why, then, is it written, life for life? Lest one say that they should be executed as soon as their testimony was accepted, therefore it reads, life for life, to teach that they are to be put to death only, then, when the death sentence for the defendant was already rendered. Gemara, there is a Beretha Beribi says, if the man who was accused by them was not executed as yet, the collusive witnesses are put to death, but if he was already executed, they are not. Said his father, my son, can this not be argued by a fortiori reasoning that they should be put to death, if the accused was executed? And he answered, my master, have you not taught me that there is no punishment on the ground of a fortiori conclusions? And this we have learned in the following Beretha, it reads, Leviticus XX. 17, if a man take his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, from this we know only about the daughter of his father, not of his mother, and vice versa. But where do we know that he is guilty when she was the daughter both of his father and mother? To this it reads at the end of this verse, the nakedness of his sister hath he uncovered. And this is written only for the purpose that one should not say that such is to be drawn by a fortiori conclusion, thus, if he is guilty for his sister who was only from one side, his father's or mother's. How much the more should he be guilty when she was his sister from both sides? Hence, from this we have to learn, that there is no punishment based on a fortiori conclusions. Thus far concerning punishment, but whence do we know that the same is the case concerning warning? To this it reads, Ibid 18. 9, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother. And it is also repeated, Ibid 2, she is a sister, etc. Also for this purpose one shall not base this on a fortiori conclusion. All this is concerning capital punishment. But whence do we know that the same is the case with stripes? From an analogy of the expression, wicked, stated above, page 7, and whence do we know that the same is the case concerning exile? From the analogy of expression, murder, as stated above. There is a Beretha. Jehuda b. Tabai said, may I not live to see the consolation of our nation, if I have not killed a collusive witness for the purpose of removing from the mind of the Sadduceer, who say that, collusive witnesses are not put to death, unless their accused were executed. Said Simeon ben Shaddai to him, I, too, swear by the consolation of our nation that you had shed innocent blood, as the law dictates that witnesses should not be put to death unless both of them are found collusive. Then Jehuda ben Tabai decided that he shall not render any decision before consulting Simeon ben Shaddai. And all his lifetime he used to prostrate himself upon the grave of that witness. And a voice was heard. People thought that this was the voice of the dead one. But Jehuda told them that it was his own voice, saying, you will see that after my death no voice will be heard. Mishnah 8, it reads, Deuteronomy 17:6, upon the evidence of 2 or of 3 witnesses, shall he that is worthy of death, etc. If the evidence of 2 persons is sufficient, why does the scripture mention 3? To compare the evidence of 3 to that of 2 in the case of collusiveness, as another party of 2, make the first party of 2 collusive, so they make them collusive even if the first is of 3. And whence do we know that, even if they were 100 persons, the evidence of 2 persons is sufficient? To this it reads, witnesses. R. Simeon, however, maintains that as 2 cannot be put to death, unless both of them are found collusive, so is it if they were 3, all of them must be found collusive. And even if their number reaches 100, all of them must be found collusive before sentencing one of them to death. R. Akiba, however, maintains that the 3rd witness mentioned in the scripture was not for the purpose to make for him the punishment more lenient, but, on the contrary, to make it more rigorous, viz. Lest one say as the testimony of the 3rd one was superfluous, because the evidence of 2 suffices, and, therefore, he should not be punished at all. The scripture terms the 3rd one in order to make him equal with the former 2. From this we see that the verse punishes one, an accomplice who conjoins himself to transgressors, with the same punishment to be inflicted upon the transgressors themselves. And we may learn from this, that so much the more will he who conjoins himself to those who are engaged in meritorious acts, be rewarded equally with them. 3 witnesses are also equal to 2 in case one of them was found a relative or legally unfit for witnessing, as it is in the case of 2 when the testimony is invalidated, so it is in the case when one of the 3 was found such. And the same law applies even when their number reaches 100, from the expression, witnesses. Said R. Jose, this is said concerning criminal cases only, but in civil cases, if one was found a relative or unfit, the evidence of the remainder is to be taken into consideration. Rab, however, said, that as regards this there is no difference between civil and criminal cases. However, this rule holds good only when the relatives took part in warning the trespasser. But if they did not, the evidence of the others must be taken into consideration, since, if not, what could 2 brothers do when both saw that someone has killed a person, and there were also some other ones who have seen the murder? Should then the testimony of the others be eliminated as void because there were also 2 brothers? Gemara, Rabbah said, the Mishnah treats of a case where all of them have testified at once. Said R. Aha of Difti to Rabina, how could such a thing be possible with 100 persons, could all of them testify at once? And he answered, it means that every one of them has testified just as his colleague has finished his testimony. What could 2 brothers do? But how shall the court examine them? Said Rabbah, they are to be questioned for what purpose they came here, to testify, or merely to see. If they say, we came to testify, then, if there was a relative or an unfit among them, their testimony is void. But if they say that merely to see, then must be taken into consideration the testimony of the others, since what could 2 brothers do, etc., as illustrated in Mishnah. It was taught, R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, the halakha rules in accordance with R. Jose. And R. Nachman said, it rules in accordance with Rabbi. Mishnah 9. If 2 persons have seen the crime from one window and 2 others have seen it from another window, and there was one standing in the middle and warning the criminal, if the 2 parties could see each other, all of them are considered as one party of witnesses. But if not, they are considered 2 parties. And therefore if one of the parties was found collusive, he, the accused, and they, the collusive, are put to death, and the other party is free. R. Jose, however, maintains that there is no capital punishment unless 2 witnesses have warned this culprit, as it reads, upon the mouth of 2 witnesses. 5. Another explanation of the words upon the mouth is that the Sanhedrin must not hear the evidence from a demonstrator, but they themselves must understand the language of the witness. Gemara, Arth Zuthra b. Tubia in the name of Rab said, whence do we know that one witness is not relied upon? From Ibid 6, he shall not be put to death upon the evidence of one witness. What does the expression, one witness, mean? If it means that the testimony of one witness does not suffice, this is already stated above, two witnesses. Hence it means that if two witnesses saw the crime separately, each from another place, and if they themselves could not see each other, such witnesses are not considered conjoined, so that their testimony should be taken into consideration. Furthermore, even if this was from one window, but one has seen it first, and then the other, they are likewise not to be considered conjoined. Said R. Papa to Abai, was it necessary to state this after the former statement, that even if each of them has seen the whole crime they are not to be conjoined if they do not see each other? So much the less so if each of them has seen but half of the act. And he answered, he speaks of an adultery case. Rabbah said, if both of the witnesses have seen him who warned them, they are considered conjoined. And he said again that the warning suffices even if it comes from the mouth of the killed one. And even if a voice of warning was heard without their knowing whom it is from. R. Naaman said, the individual witnesses in question are fit for civil cases, as it reads, he shall not be put to death upon the evidence of one witness, from which we learn about criminal cases only, but in civil cases they are to be considered. R. Jose said, etc., said R. Papa to Abai, does R. Jose really hold such a theory? Have we not learned in a Mishnah that if an enemy has killed unintentionally, he may be put to death because he is considered vicious, and warned? And he answered, this is not R. Jose from our Mishnah, but R. Jose b. Jehuda from the following Beretha, who said, a scholar needs no warning, for the warning is on the whole only for the purpose, that the court know whether it was done intentionally or unintentionally. From a demonstrator, etc. There were two foreigners who appeared in the court of Rabbah, and he appointed an interpreter for them. But why did he do so? Is it not stated that the judges must not hear the case through an interpreter? Rabbah understood what they said, but he could not answer them in that language. Elia and Tobiah were relatives of a surety, and our Papa was about to say that they are fit to be witnesses, because they are not relatives of the lender and borrower. Said our Hunabi our Joshua to him, if the borrower should not pay, would not the lender demand the debt from the surety? Hence they are considered relatives in this case, and are not fit to be witnesses. Mishnah X. If, after the decision had been rendered, the guilty one ran away, and thereafter he returned to the same court, his case must not be reconsidered. Everywhere, if two persons standing at any place testify that a decision was rendered for so and so by such and such a court, according to the testimony of the witnesses, so and so, the accused may be put to death upon their testimony. The court of Sanhedrin is to be established in Palestine as well as in the countries outside of it. The Sanhedrin who executes a person once in 7 years, is considered pernicious. R. Eliezer b. Azariach said, even one who does so once in 70 years is considered such. Both R. Tarpon and R. Akiba said, if we were among the Sanhedrin, a death sentence would never occur. To which R. Simeon b. Gamaliel said, such scholars would only increase bloodshed in Israel. Gemara, the Mishnah states if he return to the same court his case must not be reconsidered. From which it is to be understood that if he returns to another court, it is to be reconsidered. And in the latter part it states that if two testify that such a decision was rendered, etc., he is to be put to death without any reconsideration. Said Abai, this presents no difficulty. If he runs away to a court in Palestine from outside, it is to be reconsidered. As it is stated in the following Beretha, R. Jehuda b. Dustai said in the name of R. Simeon b. Shada, that if one runs from the Palestine court to an outside court, his case must not be reconsidered. But if vice versa, it is to be reversed, because of the privilege Palestine has. Sanhedrin are to be established, etc. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught. It reads, Num. 35. 29, for a statute of justice throughout your generations, in all your dwellings. From this it is inferred that Sanhedrin are to be established in Palestine as well as in the countries outside. But why is it written elsewhere, in thy gates? To say that, in thy gates, in Palestine, you have to establish courts in every principal city, as well as in the small cities, but in the countries out of Palestine, you have to establish them in the large cities but not in the small ones. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning unintentional murder and exile, which is the punishment therefor, who is and who is not subject to exile, the cities of exile and their preparations. The redeeming of the exiled by the death of the high priest. Mishnah I, the following are exiled, he who kills a person unintentionally. If, e.g., one fixes his roof with a machine and the ladder falls from his hand and kills a man, or if he takes off a barrel from the roof and it falls from his hand and kills, or if he himself falls from the ladder while descending and kills, he is to be exiled. However, if, while carrying the machine up to the roof, or pulling a barrel on a rope up to the roof, the rope breaks and the barrel falls and kills, or if he himself, while ascending to the roof, falls and kills, there is no exile. As there is a rule that for killing while descending, he is exiled, but not while ascending. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said Samuel, from, Num. 35. 23, and he have let it fall upon him, that he died, which means that it fell in the usual manner. The rabbis taught, Ibid. 15, unawares, means to exclude the case when it was done intentionally, Deuteronomy 19. 4, without knowledge, to exclude him who intends to do so. But is it not self-evident that he who kills a person intentionally is to be put to death? Said Rabbah, it excludes even him who thought that such is allowed. Said Abai to him, is the act of one who thought that such is allowed not to be considered an accident? Answered Rabbah, I hold that such is to be considered almost intentional. Further on it is stated, without knowledge to exclude him who intended to do so. Is this not self-evident? Said Rabbah, i.e., to exclude him who intended to kill an animal, and killed a man, or miscarried and killed a full-term child. The rabbis taught, it reads, Num. 35. 22, if he have pushed against him accidentally, means to exclude a corner, where the injured one has entered, while the murderer was going from the opposite with a knife in his hand and wounded the former. Without enmity, excludes the case where the murderer was his enemy. Pushed, means with his body. Or have cast upon him, includes the one who injured while bending himself for the purpose of raising his instrument to land the blow harder. Without lying in wait, excludes him who intended to strike in one side, but struck in the opposite. X 21. 13, and if he did not lie in wait, excludes the one who intended to throw it as far as 2 and threw it 4 yards. Deuteronomy 19. 5, and he that goeth into the forest with his neighbor, means as the entrance into a forest is permitted to every one, so also must the place be open where the accident happened be open to every one, to the injurer as well as to the injured. R. Abuhu questioned R. Johanan, what is the law in this case? If one was climbing a ladder and, a step having been broken under him, he fell down and killed, is this to be considered on ascending, for which one is not liable, or on descending, for which he is? And he answered, it is already explained above, that a descending for the purpose of ascending is included. He, Abuhu, objected to him from the following, this is the rule, that if while descending he is to be exiled, but if while ascending, he is not. Does not the expression, while ascending, include a similar case to that about which I questioned you, and be answered, according to your theory, the expression, while descending, must also include something. And what is it? You must then say that it means to include chopping, e.g., a butcher that chops meat and kills a man, by a slip of the hatchet, etc. Similarly it may be said that the expression, while ascending, means to exclude same. As we have learned in the following Beretha, a butcher who has chopped meat, etc. One Beretha declares him guilty if the killing was in front of him, but not if it happened behind. And another Beretha asserts the contrary. A third one, however, declares him free at any rate. And they are not contradictory, since one of them speaks of the case that, while he was bending himself, the accident took place in front of him, he is then responsible. And if through his rising the accident happened behind, he is free. And the other two Baraithas speak of cases which happen to be in the contrary and otherwise. Shall we assume that in this case the Tanaim of the following Baraitha differ, viz., if one has climbed a ladder and the step under him broke and killed, one Baraitha declares him guilty, and another free. Is it not because one considered his climbing as ascending and the other as descending? Nay, according to both, it is considered as ascending. But that which declares him liable means in respect of damages, and that which declares him free means from exile. Mishnah 2. If the iron of a hatchet slipped off and killed, according to Rabbi he is not to be exiled, and according to the sages he is. The same differ also as regards the case where a piece of wood split off from the felled tree and kills. According to Rabbi he is, and according to the sages he is not exiled. Gemara, there is a Baraitha. Rabbi said to the sages, does it read, Deuteronomy 19. 5, the iron slippeth from its tree? It reads, from the tree. And secondly, in the beginning of the verse the expression is, to hew, etz, trees, and herewith, the iron slippeth, the same word, etz, is used, whence, as above, it means that a chip slipped from the tree. So by the expression, from the etz, is meant a piece of wood split from the tree. Hence, he is to be exiled. Said our High B. Ash in the name of Rab, both, the sages and Rabbi, took their opinion from one and the same passage cited above. Rabbi holds that the law must be decided in accordance with the Masorah writing, which is vinishal, i.e., and the iron chips off a part of the wood. And the rabbis hold that the attention must be called to the traditional reading which is vinashal, i.e., and the iron slips off the helve. But does Rabbi indeed hold that attention must be given to the Masorah? Did not our Itzhak b. Joseph in the name of our Johanan say, Rabbi, our Jehuda b. Royatz, the school of Shammai, our Simeon and our Akiba all hold that the attention must be given to the traditional reading? For this purpose Rabbi added in his discussion, and secondly, etc. Our Papa said, if one threw a lump of brittle stone at a date tree and the dates fell off and killed a child, we come to the differing of Rabbi and the sages mentioned in our Mishnah. Is this not self-evident? Lest one say that Rabbi would consider this as a secondary force, i.e., the killing was not the result of the direct force of the man who struck the tree, but of the second force of the tree, he came to teach us that it is not so. What then is considered second force according to Rabbi? If, e.g., he struck a bare branch of the tree, and it struck the branch upon which the dates were growing, and the dates fell and killed. Mishnah 3. If one throws a stone in a public ground and it kills, he is to be exiled. Our Eliezer b. Jacob, however, maintains, if after the stone had been thrown one bent his head and received it, the thrower is free. If one throws a stone in his yard and kills a person, he is guilty if the killed one had a right to enter it, otherwise he is not. Because concerning this case a forest is mentioned in the scripture, that the place of injuring should be similar to a forest into which every one is allowed to enter, excluding a private yard into which every one is not permitted to enter. Aba Shaul said, as the hewing of wood, mentioned in the scripture in this case, is a private thing, so also the punishment of exile attaches but to a private act, excluding, e.g., a father who struck his son, or a teacher his pupil, or the messenger of the court who was on duty. Gemara, in public ground. Then he must be considered an intentional murderer. Said our Samuel b. Itzhak, it speaks that the accident occurred while he was removing his wall, see the discussion to this answer in Baba Kama, page 72, L. 11-26. Our Eliezer b. Jacob said, etc. The rabbis taught, it reads, Deuteronomy 19. 5, and find 6 his neighbor, to exclude him who causes himself to be found under the stone. And from this our Eliezer b. Jacob inferred his theory, that if after the stone was already thrown, one has put his head under it and was killed, the thrower is free. As hewing wood, etc. One of the rabbis questioned Rabbah, is hewing wood always considered a private affair? Is there not a meritorious act to hew wood for making a sukkah or for the purpose of burning it upon the altar? Hence, if an accident happened by such an act, let him be free. And he answered, This cannot be considered so, as a sukkah can be prepared from hewed wood, and the same it is with the altar. Hence, such an act cannot be considered meritorious. Mishnah 3. A father is exiled if the accident happened to his son, and vice versa. All kinds of human beings are exiled when they killed by accident an Israelite. And same is exiled if he killed one of them accidentally, except a proselyte, who accepted upon himself only the 7 commandments which were given to the descendants of Noah, who is to be exiled only, then. When he killed accidentally a proselyte like himself. Gemara, the Mishnah states, a father is exiled if he killed his son accidentally. Was it not taught above that a father who struck his son is excluded? It speaks of a case where the son was already a learned one. Or of a father who taught a trade to his son, who had already another trade. And the son may be exiled, etc. There is a contradiction from the following. It reads, Num. 35. 15, that killeth any person unintentionally. Any person means to exclude him who struck his father. Said our Kahana, this presents no difficulty, the cited Beretha is in accordance with our Simeon, who holds that choking, which applies to killing one's father, is more rigorous, and such cannot be atoned. And our Mishnah is in accordance with the rabbis, who hold that the sword is more rigorous than choking. And therefore the sword applies to parricide, however, an error in a crime to which the sword applies, can be atoned. All kinds of human being, etc. What does the expression, all, mean to add? If a heathen and a slave, this was taught by the rabbis, a heathen or a slave is to be exiled or punished with stripes through an Israelite and vice versa. But how is this to be understood? It is correct that they are to be exiled in case an Israelite was accidentally killed by them, and by stripes if they cursed an Israelite. But how can this be done with an Israelite? It is correct that he is exiled when he killed one of them accidentally, however, how can he be beaten if he cursed one of them? Is it not written, Ex 22. 27, and a ruler among thy people thou shalt not curse? And it was explained that it speaks of him who acts according to the rules of thy people. Said R. Aha b. R. Ika, it speaks of a case that one of the above mentioned has hit an Israelite in such a manner as could not be appraised with payment. As our Ami said in the name of our Johanan, that in such a case the heathen gets stripes. And the same is the case when an Israelite hits a heathen. And we do not compare the case of hitting with the case of cursing. Except a proselyte, etc. There are some who presented a question of contradiction in the following passages viz. Num. 35. 15, for the children of Israel, and for the stranger and for the sojourner among them, shall these 6 cities, etc., while, Ibid. 12, and these cities shall be unto you for a refuge, which means to exclude strangers. Said our Kahana, this presents no difficulty. Verse 12 means in case the stranger killed an Israelite, while verse 15 speaks of a stranger who killed one of his like. But there is a contradiction from the following, and therefore a stranger, or an idolater who has killed even unintentionally is put to death. Hence, it compares a stranger to an idolater, as in the case of an idolater there is no difference whether he kills a person of his like, or any person. The same is the case with a stranger. Said R. Hista, this presents no difficulty, as one Beretha speaks of him who killed while descending, and the other while ascending. He who killed while descending, in which case an Israelite is to be exiled, is also exiled. But if he killed while ascending, in which case an Israelite is free, is put to death. Said Rabbah to him, is it not to be drawn by a fortiori argument that in such a case he is to be free? Namely, if while descending, in which case an Israelite is exiled, he is also exiled only, in case of ascending, in which an Israelite is free, so much the more he should not be put to death. And therefore, says Rabbah, that only then when the stranger has killed intentionally, thinking that such is allowed, and this is in accordance with his foregoing theory, page 15, that such is to be considered almost intentional. Abai and R. Hista, however, consider such a case an accident. Rabbah objected to them from the following, Gen XX. 3. Behold, thou shalt die for the sake of the woman whom thou hast taken. Does this not mean that he will die upon the decision of a human court? Hence, although Abimelech thought she is single, nevertheless the court would sentence him to death. Nay, it means he deserves death by heaven. And as evidence to this can be adduced, the expression, Ibid 6, against me. But how can this theory be taken as evidence? Is it not written, Ibid 39. 9, and sin against God? Does this mean and not against men? It surely means that for such a sin against God he will be tried by the human court, which punishes adultery with death. Abai objected to Rabbah from, Ibid XX. For, Lord, wilt thou then slay also a righteous nation? Hence we see that his uncertainty is considered accidentally. Nay, this objection was already met as follows, it reads, Ibid 7, for he is a prophet. How is this to be understood? Because B is a prophet she has to be returned, but if a layman, she would not have to be returned. We must then say that this passage is to be interpreted in accordance with our Samuel b. Naaman thus, thou shalt return the wife at any rate, and to thy question, Lord, wilt thou then slay also a righteous nation? She is my sister, etc. The answer is, he is a prophet, and has learned to say so from thyself. Usually, when a guest comes to a house, he is questioned about eating and drinking, but not whether the woman accompanying him is his wife or sister. In his country, however, Abraham said that she is his sister only because he was questioned. From all this it is to be inferred that a descendant of Noah is put to death because he had to learn and did not. Mishnah 4, exile does not apply to a blind one. So says R. Jehuda. R. Meyer maintains that it does. An enemy is not exiled, as such a punishment does not suffice. R. Simeon, however, maintains, an enemy is to be put to death, for he is considered vicious. To which R. Simeon said, it depends upon circumstances. Sometimes such is exiled, and at other times he is not. For this is the rule, if there is a possibility to think that he killed intentionally, exile is not sufficient, but if such is not the case, he is exiled. Gemara, the rabbis taught, Num. 35:23, without seeing means to exclude a blind one who cannot see at all. So R. Jehuda. R. Meyer, however, maintains that this includes him, and their reasons are as follows, Deuteronomy 19:5, into the forest, where, as usually, also the blind go, therefore the expression, without seeing, excludes him. Such is the reason of R. Jehuda. And R. Meyer's is, because, without seeing, is an exclusion, and there being another expression, without knowledge, which is also an exclusion, we have two exclusions, and there is a rule that an exclusion after an exclusion comes to add something. Hence it adds a blind one. R. Jehuda, however, explained the last expression to mean the exclusion of an intentional murder. An enemy is to be put to death. Why? He was not warned. Our Mishnah is in accordance with our Hosea b. Jehuda, who says above, page 13, that no such warning is needed. R. Simeon said, etc., there is a Beretha. How does R. Simeon illustrate his theory? If, e.g., the rope, to which the man's instrument was attached, broke, then he is exiled. But if the instrument slips out of his hand, exile is not sufficient, as he was the enemy of the killed, it is to be supposed that he did it intentionally. But have we not learned in another Beretha, R. Simeon said, he is not exiled until the entire ramming machine slips out of his hands. Hence it contradicts in both cases, in case the rope broke, and in case the instrument slips. Nay, there is no contradiction in case of the rope. As one speaks of an enemy and the other of a friend. There is also no contradiction in case of the slipping of the instrument. As one Baratha is in accordance with Rabbi, who says, if such a case happen to a friend he is exiled, while the other is in accordance with the rabbis who do not agree with him. 7. Mishnah V, whither are they to be exiled? To the cities of refuge, 3 of which are situated on the other side of the Jordan and 3 in the land of Canaan. As, Num. 35. 14, 3 of these cities shall ye give on this side of the Jordan, and the 3 other cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan. However, until the latter 3 were selected, those on this side of the Jordan have not protected as yet. As it reads, Ibid 13, 6 cities of refuge, which means none of them protects unless all the 6 are selected. They were also obliged to prepare roads from one city to the other, as it reads, Deuteronomy 19. 3. Thou shalt put in order for thyself the way to them, and divide into 3. 2 scholars are to accompany the exile on the road to protect him, so that he shall not be killed by the relatives of the deceased, and they are to reconcile them. R. Meyer, however, said, he himself has to reconcile them, as it reads, Ibid 4, and this is the Tractate of manslayer. R. Jose B. Jehuda, however, said, formerly all murderers, accidental as well as intentional, used to flee to the cities of refuge, the court then sends after them and tries them. He who was found guilty was executed, otherwise he was freed. And him who was to be exiled they returned to the city of which he was taken, as it reads, Num. 35. 25, the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge. Gemara, the rabbis taught, 3 cities Moses separated on this side of the Jordan, and opposite them Joshua separated out in the land of Canaan, and they were right opposite, one against the other, as 2 rows in a vineyard. Namely, Joshua XX. 7, Hebron in Judah, opposite, Deuteronomy 4. 43, Bezer in the wilderness, Shechem in the mountain of Ephraim, Ramoth in Gilead, Kadesh in Galilee in the mountain of Naphtali, Golan in Bashan. And divide into 3 means there shall be the same distance from South Palestine to Hebron as from Hebron to Shechem, and from Hebron to Shechem as from the latter to Kadesh, and from Shechem to Kadesh as from the latter to North Palestine. Now let us see, 3 were needed on the other side of the Jordan, and only 3 for the whole land of Israel. Said Abai, in Gilead there were many murderers, as it reads, Hosea 6. 8, Gilead is become a city of workers of wickedness, is full of traces of blood. What does this expression mean? Said R. Eleazar, they were thirsty to shed blood. Why were the cities on both sides of the Jordan far from the boundary, and the middle one was near? Said Abai, because Shechem was also full of murderers, as it reads, Ibid 9, and troops that lie in wait for a man, like the band of priests, they murder on the way to Shechem. 9, band of priests, what does it mean? Said R. Eleazar, they conjoin themselves to kill as the priests conjoin themselves to receive the heave offering from the barns. But were there not more cities of refuge? Is it not written, Num. 35. 6, and in addition to them shall ye give 42 cities? Said Abai, the former protect the refugee at any rate, whether he is aware of that city being a place of refuge or not, while the latter accept him only when he was aware. Was then the city of Hebron indeed a city of refuge? Does it not read, Judges I. 20, and they gave Hebron, etc.? Said Abai, it was only the suburb of it, as it reads, Joshua 21. 12, but the fields of the city, and its villages, they gave to Caleb. Was Kadesh one of them? Does it not read, Ibid 19. 37, and Kadesh, and Edrei, etc.? And there is a Baratha that the city of refuge must neither be too large nor too small, but middle-sized ones. The cities mentioned there were, however, all large ones. Said R. Joseph, there were 2 cities of the same name. Said R. Ashi, as, for instance, Sliquus and Aquari of Sliquus. The text says, middle ones. To this is added, they must be situated in places where there is water, and also where there are markets, and if such are not found, the same must be established. Also must they be situated near the army, and if the army was diminished, it must be added. If the dwellings in such cities become vacated, there must be brought new people composed of priests, Levites, and Israelites. And ammunition must not be sold in such cities, according to our Nehemiah. The sages, however, allow this. But both agree that neither snares, for catching beasts, nor rope factories must there be established. All this is to prevent the relatives from coming to the cities in question. And our Itzhak said, this is inferred from Deuteronomy 4:42, and that he should flee unto one of these cities and live, which means you shall prepare for him all the necessities of life. And there is a Beratha that if a disciple is exiled, his master is exiled with him. Because the expression, and live, means you shall supply him with the sources of moral life. And our Zara said, from this we infer that one shall not teach a disciple of bad character. R. Johanan says, if it happens that the head of a college is exiled, the whole college is exiled with him. Is that so? Did not our Johanan say that the study of the Torah relieves one? For immediately after the verse, in the wilderness, stated above, is written, and this is the law. This presents no difficulty, it relieves only at the time he is occupied with it, but not otherwise. And if you wish, it may be said that it relieves from the angel of death, as it happened with our Hista, who was studying continuously, so that the angel of death could not come near him until he caused the cedar in the yard of the college to break, the noise of which stopped his studying, and the angel of death took hold of him. R. Tanhum B. Hanalei said, why is the tribe of Reuben mentioned first among the cities of safety? Because he was the first to save Joseph from his brothers, as it reads, Gen 37:21, and when Reuben heard it, he delivered him out of their hand. R. Simley lectured, it reads, Deuteronomy 4:41, then Moses set aside 3 cities on this side of the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Moses, thou hast made the sun shining toward the murderers. R. Simai lectured, it reads, Eccle v. 9, he that loveth money will never be satisfied with money, but he that loveth abundance, will finally have income. 10 He that loveth money means Moses, our master, who was aware that the 3 cities on the other side of the Jordan do not accept until the other 3 cities are selected. Nevertheless he selected them, saying, I shall not fail to perform a meritorious act which came to my hand. And, he that loveth abundance, who is fit to lecture before a crowd, he who possesses the fruits of knowledge, of Bible, Mishnah, Halakha and Haggadah. And this is what our Eleazar said. It reads, Psalm CVI 2, who can utter the mighty acts of the Lord? He who can publish all his praise. He takes the latter not as a question, but as answer to the former. The rabbis, according to others, Rabbah B. Mari explained this passage thus, he who loves the abundance of scholars possesses the fruit of knowledge, and the rabbis looked upon Rabbah who possessed such a quality. R. Ashi said, he who likes to learn among a crowd of scholars possesses the fruit of their knowledge. And this is what our Jose Bar Hanina said, it reads, J.L. 36, the sword on the batim means the sword may cut the necks of the scholars who are studying separately each for himself, and not only this, but they become also foolish and also commit a crime thereby. 11 Rabina said, he who loves to teach many, has the fruit of knowledge. And this is what Rabbi said, I learned much from my masters, more, however, from my colleagues, and still more from my disciples. Our Jehoshua B. Levi said, it reads, Psalm Xi 2, our feet are now standing within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Who caused that our feet shall conquer the enemy and stand within the gates of Jerusalem? The same gates in which the law was studied. He said again, it reads, Ibid. 1, I was rejoiced when they said unto me, unto the house of the Lord let us go. David said before the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the universe, I have heard people say, when will this man die, so that Solomon, his son, shall build the holy temple and we will rejoice. And he answered, Ibid 84. 11. For better is a day in thy courts than 1,000. I like one day in which thou art occupied with the law better than 1,000 burnt offerings which Solomon, thy son, will sacrifice before me in the future. To prepare roads, etc. There is a Beratha. R. Eliezer B. Jacobs said, the word refuge was written at every crossing for the purpose that the murderer shall recognize the way to take. Said R. Kahana, this is inferred from the above-cited verse, Deuteronomy 19. 3, which means you shall establish all preparations needed on this way. R. Hama B. Hanina, when he wanted to lecture on this case, used to begin with, Psalm 25. 8. Good and upright is the Lord, therefore he pointeth out to sinners the right way, saying, if he puts the sinners in the right way, so much the more the upright. Resh Lakish used to begin his lecture on this case with, X 21. 13 and Isam. 24, 14, from the wicked proxideth wickedness. The scripture speaks about 2 men each of whom killed a person, one of them intentionally, and the other unintentionally, but there were no witnesses in either of these cases. The Holy One, blessed be He, appoints them into one inn, and B who had killed intentionally is placed under a ladder, while the other, who killed unintentionally, descends the steps, falls and kills him, the one under the ladder. Hence the outcome is, he who has killed intentionally was killed, and the unintentional killer was exiled. Rabba B. R. Huna in the name of his father, according to others the latter in the name of R. Eleazar said, from the Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa it is inferred that the way the man likes to follow, he is led upon by heaven. From the Pentateuch, Num. 22. 12, thou shalt not go with them, and, Ibid, Ibid. 20, rise up, go with them, from the prophets, is, 48. 17, who teach thee for thy profit, who lead thee by the way thou shouldst go, and from hagiographa, Pirov 3. 34, if, it concern, the scornful, he will himself render them a scorn. But unto the lowly doth he give grace. R. Huna said, if a relative killed the murderer who had already been in the city of refuge, he is nevertheless free, because he holds that the expression, he deserveth not a judgment of death, Deuteronomy 19. 6, applies to the relative. An objection was raised from the following, the just cited verse speaks of the murderer, but perhaps it speaks of the relative of the dead. For this purpose it reads, Ibid, Ibid. 4, when he hath not been an enemy to him in time past. Hence the verse in question speaks of the murderer. He, R. Huna, holds with the Tana of the following, the verse in question speaks of the relative, but perhaps of the murderer. For this it reads, for, enemy, hence the verse in question necessarily concerns the relative. Another objection was raised from our Mishnah which states, 2 scholars have to accompany him. Was it not for the purpose of warning the relatives, that, in case they would attempt to slay, the same will be done to them? Nay, only to reconcile them, they should not consider him as a bloodshedder, for he has done it by error. And to the opinion of our mayor that the murderer himself could do so, it was answered, outside defense is more considered. R. Eleazar said, a city, the majority of which are murderers, does not protect, as it reads, Joshua XX. 4, and speak in the ears of the elders of that city his words, but not the words which they, the elders, had to speak for themselves some time ago. The same said again that a city in which there are no elders does not protect. In this case, however, our Ami and our Asi differ. According to one it does, and according to the other it does not. The same differ concerning a stubborn and rebellious son, and also concerning breaking the neck of the heifer, Deuteronomy 21. As in all the cases the elders are mentioned, and they are not found, however, he who holds that it does not matter maintains that it was written only because it is usual that a city should have its elders, but not to prevent if there are none. R. Hama B. Hanina said, why is the portion of murderer, with a strong language, Joshua XX. 1, and the Lord spoke to Joshua, instead of said, and also at the end of the verse, 2, whereof I have spoken. Because this command was the only one which the Lord commanded Joshua to fulfill what had been already written in the Pentateuch. And whence do we know that spoke is stringent language? From, Gen 42. 30, spoke roughly. However, concerning this subject Jehudah and the rabbis differ. According to the one it was because Jeshua delayed to establish them, and according to the others the reason is as said above. It reads, Josh. 24. 26, and Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God. Jehudah and Nehemiah differ. According to one he wrote only the 8 verses, which begin with, and Moses died. According to the other he wrote the portion of the cities of refuge. And the latter explains the expression, in the book of the law of God, thus, Joshua wrote in his book that which had been already written in the book of the law of God. In case the holy scrolls were sewn with thread of flax, Jehudah and Nehemiah differ. According to the one it is valid, according to the other it is not. The latter's reason is, X 13. 9, in order that the law of the Lord may be in thy mouth, we see, then, that the law is compared to tefillin, and as the tefillin are to be sewn with thread of a calf, the same is the case with the holy scrolls. And according to the other it is compared only as regards the hide of such cattle which is allowed to the mouth, but not concerning other laws. Said Rab, I have seen the tefillin of my uncle and they were sewn with thread of flax. Says the Gemara, the halakha, however, does not prevail with him. Mishnah 6. There is no difference between the high priests who were anointed with the holy oil, in the first temple, and those who were sanctified by the holy dress, in the second temple. And even him who has temporarily substituted the high priest in case of sickness they all release the murderer by their death. Jehudah said, even the priest who was anointed for the war only. Therefore the mothers of the priests used to support the murderers with food and clothes that they shall not pray death to their sons. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said R. Kahana, from, Num 35. 25-28, where the death of the high priest is mentioned 3 times, from which we infer the 3 kinds of priests in the Mishnah. And R. Jehudah, who adds also the anointed for the war, infers it from verse 32, where the priest is mentioned the 4th time. The rabbis, however, do not care to add same, because the word high is not mentioned there, hence it means one of the above mentioned. The mothers of the priests, etc. They shall not pray, but what if they should, would it affect? Does it not read, Parov 26? 2, as the bird, cometh, to flit away, as the swallow, to fly off, so will an undeserved curse not come, to fulfillment. Said a certain elder, I understood from the lecture of Rabbah that it is counted as a sin to the priest, who should pray that no accident might happen in that generation, and he did not. As it happened with one whom a lion has consumed a distance of 3 passes from Jehoshua beat Levi's dwelling, and Elisha did not talk to him for 3 days. Said R. Jehudah in the name of Rab, the curse of a sage and be it for nothing, is realized, and this we see to have been the case with Achithophel. When David was digging under the altar a hole to reach the watery depth of the earth, Shurthin, the water came up and menaced to inundate the world. Whereupon David asked, is it allowed to inscribe the holy name upon a piece of broken clay and drop it into the water? And as no answer came from the people present, he exclaimed, whoever amongst ye knows and abstains from answering, shall be suffocated. Then Achithophel concluded a fortiori thus, if the Lord has allowed his name to be erased by water in order to make peace between husband and wife, so much the more so when the peace of the whole world is concerned. Accordingly he decided that it is allowed. David then following this decision dropped the bit of clay with the name on into the water, and the water turned back into its depths. Nevertheless Achithophel choked himself, 2 Sam, 17:23. All which corroborates Rabbah's saying quoted above by Jehudah. Jehudah in the name of Rab said, if a sage has put someone under the ban conditionally, a release must take place at any rate by the same sage or by some other one. And this is inferred from the case of Judah, of whom it reads, Gen 43. 9, if I bring him not unto thee, etc. Samuel beat Nahamoni in the name of Jonathan said, it reads, Deuteronomy 33. 6-7, May Reuben live. This is the blessing of Judah. Why, then, is Judah mentioned just after Reuben and also his blessing distinguished with the expression, and this? Because all the 40 years during which Israel was in the desert, the remains of Judah were dismembered in his coffin until Moses arose and prayed for him, saying, Lord of the universe. Who caused Reuben to confess if not Judah? Hear, Lord, the voice of Judah. Immediately, then, the members of his body were placed in their order. However, he was not allowed to enter the heavenly college until Moses prayed, and bring him unto his people. Still he could not discuss with the rabbis, to this Moses said, Let the power of his hand contend for him. Still he could not answer questions, thereupon Moses said, And be thou a help to him from his adversaries. The schoolmen propounded a question, when is the murderer released? Does the release of the murderer require the death of all those priests mentioned in the Mishnah, or the death of one of them suffices? Come and hear, if his decision was rendered at the time when a high priest did not exist, he remains there forever. Now, if he is released by the death of one of them, let him be returned by the death of a substitute. Hence he must wait until the death of them all. However, perhaps the Mishnah speaks of a case where there was no substitute. Mishnah 7, if after the decision had been rendered the high priest dies, he is not exiled. If, however, the priest dies before it was rendered and another priest was appointed and the decision was then rendered, he returns on the death of the second one. If, however, his decision was rendered while a high priest did not exist, or he was to be exiled, because he killed a high priest, or a high priest who himself killed accidentally, he never returns from his exile. The murderer is never to go out from his place of exile even if he was a witness to a meritorious or to a civil, or even to a criminal case. And even if Israel needs him and should he be a captain in Israel, like Joab b. Zeruiah, he must not go out all his life, as it reads, Ibid 25, to the city of his refuge, whither he had fled, which means there shall be his dwelling, there shall be his death, there his burial. As the city itself protects, so does its limit, therefore, if it happens that a murderer goes outside of the limit and the relatives of the deceased meet him, according to R. Hosea, the Galilean, it is a meritorious act for the relatives to kill him, and if a stranger kills him he is not responsible. R. Akiba, however, maintains that a relative is not responsible, but it is not meritorious. While a stranger is responsible for his death. Gemara, what is the reason of the first statement in the Mishnah? Said Abai, this is to be drawn by a fortiori reasoning, he who was already exiled is released, so much the more is he who is only sentenced to it. But perhaps he who was already in exile is atoned, but not he who was not there as yet. Does, then, the exile atone? The death of the high priest atones. Dies before it was rendered, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said our Kahana, from Num 35. 25, and he shall abide in it until the death of the high priest, who hath been anointed with the holy oil. Who has anointed him? Certainly not the murderer. It, therefore, means, he who was anointed in his days. But what has the high priest done that the murderer's fate should depend upon his death? He ought to have prayed that the decision of the court be in behalf of the defendant, which he did not. Abai said, we have a tradition that if after the decision was rendered the defendant dies, his remains must be carried to the city of refuge, as it reads, Ibid 32, that he should come again to dwell in the earth 12 until the death of the priest. Dwelling in the earth means the grave. There is a Beretha, if he dies in the city of refuge before the death of the high priest, his remains may be carried to his native place, as it reads, Ibid 28, the manslayer may return unto the earth of his possession. What is meant by, the earth of his possession? The grave. In the case when after the decision had been rendered, the high priest was found unfit for his dignity, e.g. he was the son of a married, or of one who performed the ceremony of Halitza, our Ami and our Itzhak of Napha differ, one holds that the priesthood is dead, and it is equivalent to the death of the high priest. While the other holds that it is abolished, hence he was never a priest and the decision against the murderer was rendered when a high priest did not exist, accordingly, he must remain there forever. And the high priest did not exist, etc. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rab, it reads, 1 Kings 2:28, and Joab fled unto the tabernacle. Joab erred twice in so acting. A. He thought that the horns of the altar protect, while the roof of the temple protects. And, B. He thought that the altar of the tabernacle of Shiloh protects, in reality, however, the altar of the temple, only, protects. Said Abai, he erred also in this, he thought that it protects every one, while in reality it protects only a priest on duty, which was not the case with him. Resh Lakish said, it reads, Isaiah 63:1, Who is this that cometh from Edom, dyed red in his garments from Bozrah? The heavenly ruler of Rome will err thrice in the future. A. He will think Bozrah protects, while only Bezer does so. B. That it protects even an intentional criminal, while it does so only an unintentional, and, C. It protects only a man, but not an angel as he was. Abuhu said, the cities of refuge are not given for cemeteries, as it reads, Num. 35. 3. And their open spaces shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their requirements, i.e., requirements for life, but not for death. And the statement above that the murderer must be buried in the city is no objection, as concerning him the scripture dictates a separate law. So does its limit. There is a contradiction from the following, it reads, Ibid. 25, and he shall abide in it, but not in its limit. Said Abai, this presents no difficulty, concerning protection it does, but to dwell he is not allowed. Outside of the limit. The rabbis taught, it reads, Ibid. 27, and the avenger of the blood should kill the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood. It is a meritorious act of the avenger to do so, and every stranger may do so if there is no relative. Such is the decree of Hosea the Galilean. Akiba, however, maintains that if the relative likes to do so, he may, but it is not meritorious. A stranger, however, if he did so, is guilty. The reason of the former is, it does not read, if he will kill him. And the reason of the latter is, it does not read, he shall kill him. Mar Zutrabi, Tobiah in the name of Rab, however, said that if the relative has killed him while he was out of the limit, he is to be killed if he did it intentionally. But this is not in accordance with Hosea, nor with Akiba. In accord with whom, then, is his theory? With the Tana of the following Beretha, Eliezer said, Ibid. 12, until he have stood before the congregation for trial. To what purpose is this written? Is it not self-evident that he is not to be executed without a trial? Because 27, reads, should kill, not guilty of blood. Lest one say that so it is even if the avenger had killed him before he was tried and found guilty, therefore it reads, until he have stood, for trial. Hosea and Akiba, however, infer from the just cited passage that if the Sanhedrin themselves have seen one killing a man, they must not execute him unless he has been tried before another court and found guilty. The rabbis taught, it reads, 26, should at any time pass the boundary, etc., which means intentionally, but whence do we know as to if he pass unintentionally? Therefore, at any time, which would be superfluous if not signifying this case. But is there not a Beretha to the effect that if one has killed intentionally he is put to death, etc.? This presents no difficulty, the Beretha cited is in accordance with him who holds that the scripture speaks in accordance with human language, while the rabbis do not hold so. Said Abai, it seems to me that he who holds that the scripture speaks in accordance with human language is correct in this case, because his final case should not be more rigorous than the beginning. In the beginning if he had killed a man intentionally he is put to death, and if unintentionally he is exiled, and the same is to be his final case, if he goes out of the limit intentionally, he is killed. But if unintentionally, he must be returned to his exile. If a father has killed a son unintentionally, his other son may be considered the avenger in accordance with one Beratha. Another Beratha, however, states that he must not be so considered. Shall we assume that one is in accordance with our Jose and the other with our Akiba? How can such be borne in mind? Is it not decided, Sanhedrin, p. 246, that a son must not be appointed by the court to punish his father with whatsoever punishment, etc.? Therefore, we must say that one Beratha speaks of his son, and the other of his grandson. Mishnah 8. A tree placed in the limit, but its branches extending outside of it or vice versa, in any case the inclination of the branch must be considered. Gemara, there is a contradiction from the following: a tree which stands inside but is inclined outside, or vice versa if from opposite the surrounding wall and inside, it is considered as inside. And if the same were inclined outside it is considered as outside. 13. Do you contradict tithe with cities of refuge? Concerning tithe the scripture relies upon the surrounding wall of the city, but concerning the cities in question it relies upon the dwelling, and one can use his dwelling under the branch but not upon the root of a tree. Rab Ashi explains the expression of the Mishnah: the inclination of the branch must be considered, with also, i.e., the inclination must also be considered, and so much the more the root of it. Mishnah 9. If one killed accidentally in the city of refuge, he is to be exiled from one neighborhood to another, and if such happen to a Levite, he is to be exiled from one city to another. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it reads, X 21. 13. Will I appoint thee a place, etc., i.e., while thou art still alive? Whither he shall flee, signifies that if such happen while Israel was still in the desert, they were exiled. And where to? To the camp of the Levites. From this it was said that if it happened to a Levi that he killed, he is exiled from one district to another, and even if he was exiled to the district in which he resides, it protects him. Anar. Aha b. R. Ika said, this may be inferred from, Num. XXXV, 28, because in the city of his refuge shall he remain, i.e., his refuge means which was his before he was exiled. Mishnah X. Similarly, if a murderer was exiled to the city of refuge and the townsmen like to honor him, he has to say to them, I am a murderer, and if they say it does no matter, he may accept. The exiled have to pay to the Levites rent for their dwellings. So are Jehudah. Our Mayor, however, said, they have not. If, after the high priest's death, he returns to his city, he is returned to that office which he occupied before, e.g. head of a college, according to our Mayor. Our Jehudah, however, maintains, he must not occupy the same. Gemara, said our Kahana, the Tanaim of the Mishnah differ concerning the rent in the 6 cities in question only, for one explains the expression, unto you, to mean for protection only, and the other one explains it, unto all your necessities. However, on the addition of 42 cities all agree that they have to pay rent. Said Rabbah to him, there cannot be any doubt in the explanation of, unto you, which certainly means to all your necessities, and therefore it is the contrary, they differ concerning the 42 cities. The one holds they were added only for protection, and the other holds they were added on equal terms with the 6, but concerning the 6 themselves all agree that there was no rent. He returns to his office. The rabbis taught, it reads, Lev. 25, 41, and he shall return unto his own family, and unto the possessions of his father shall he return, i.e., he may return only to his family, but not to the office which his parents occupied. So are Jehudah. R. Mayor, however, said he may return to the offices of his parents, and the same is the case with exile. And this is inferred from the pleonastic words, shall he return. What does it mean, the same is with exile? As the following Beratha, the murderer shall return to the land of his possession, i.e., he may return only to the land, but not to the office of his parents. So are Jehudah. R. Mayor, however, maintains, he may also occupy the place of his parents, because of the analogy of expression, return, which is mentioned in both places, X 21. And Num, 25. Chapter 3. Who is subject to the punishment by stripes, the details of the procedure regarding the execution thereof, what circumstances free the culprit therefrom, the respective duties of the 3 judges who must witness the execution. Mishnah I, to the following stripes apply, he who had intercourse with his own sister, with his sister of his father or his mother, or the sister of his wife, with the wife of his brother or his father's brother, or with a woman while menstruating. To each of these crimes Korah shortened life applies, and according to this Mishnah the human court has a right to punish them also with stripes. The same is the case if a high priest marries a widow. A common priest a divorced or her who performed the ceremony of Halitza, an Israelite a bastard or a descendant of the Gibeonites, and the same is, if a daughter of an Israelite marries the just mentioned persons. If a high priest marries a widow who was previously divorced, he is to be beaten twice, because of 2 names, widow, and divorced. If, however, a common priest marries a widow who has previously performed the ceremony of Halitza, he is liable only for the violation of 1 negative. A high priest who was unclean and partook of things belonging to the sanctuary or entered the sanctuary while unclean. And he who consumed illegal fat, blood, or meat left overnight from the sacrifice, or pig ghoul 14 or unclean meat, and also of such which was slaughtered and brought outside of the temple. He who ate leaven on Passover, ate or labored on the Day of Atonement, who compounded oil similar to that of the temple, or compounded the frankincense of the temple, or anointed himself with the oil used in the temple. Who ate carcasses or animals preyed by beasts or reptiles, to all of them stripes apply. It applies also to him who partook of mixture, of first tithe of which the heave offering was not separated as yet, of second tithe and eatables belonging to the sanctuary which were not redeemed yet. How much has one to partake of the mixture to make him liable? According to our Simeon, whatsoever, while to the rabbis, not less than the size of an olive. Said our Simeon to the sages, do you not admit that if one consumed an ant minute as it is he is culpable? And he was answered, because it is a creature in itself. Rejoined he, 1 grain of wheat is also complete as to its creation. Gemara, the Mishnah treats of those crimes to which Korah applies, but not of those under the category of capital punishment. Hence it is in accordance with our Akiba of the following Beretha, crimes under the category of Korah, as well as under that of capital punishment, are also punished with stripes if they were so warned. So are Ismail. Our Akiba, however, maintains only that of Korah. Because if they repent after the punishment with stripes, the heavenly court forgives them, but if they are under capital punishment the human court cannot forgive them even though they repent. 15 What is the reason of Ismail's theory? Deuteronomy 28. 59, Then will the Lord render peculiar thy plagues, etc. What the peculiarity is not stated, however, from Ibid 25. 2. The judge shall cause him to lie down, the expression of which has a similarity, we understand that the peculiarity is stripes, and in Ibid 28. 58, it reads, if thou wilt not observe, etc. Hence the violation of all negative commands is punished by stripes. But if so, let them apply also to the violation transgression of a positive commandment. It reads, if thou wilt not observe. R. Akiba's reason is, concerning stripes the expression is, according to the degree of his fault, which means for 1 fault, but not for 2 faults, to which capital punishment applies. 16. Things belonging to the sanctuary, etc. It is correct, the transgression of entering the sanctuary of which the punishment as well as the warning is stated, viz., the punishment, Num 19. 13, hath defiled the tabernacle of the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off from Israel, and the warning, Ibid v. 3, that they defile not their camp, but concerning eating sanctity, we find the punishment, Leviticus 7. 20, the flesh, his uncleanness upon him, shall be cut off. But where is the warning to it? According to Resh Lakish from Ibid 12. For anything hallowed shall she not touch, and R. Jehanan said, Bardila taught, from an analogy of expression, his uncleanness, here, and the same expression is found in the above quotation, Num. 19. As there the punishment and the warning are stated, the same also applies to this case. There is a Beretha in accordance with Resh Lakish, hallowed shall she not touch, is a warning to the consumer. You say consumer, but perhaps it means literally, touching. Therefore it reads further on, into the sanctuary shall she not come, etc. Hence hallowed is compared to the sanctuary. As to the transgression of the sanctuary Koroth applies, so also the warning concerning the hallowed must speak of a similar punishment, i.e., consuming. But not of touching, to which Koroth does not apply. Rabba b. Hannah in the name of R. Jehanan said, to a negative command which is preceded by a positive one, stripes apply. There were people who questioned R. Johanan whether he said so, and he answered, Nay. Said Rabbah, I swear that he said so, and it is also written and taught. Written, Num. v. Shall ye send out that they defile not their camps, and taught, in our Mishnah, a defiled person who enters the sanctuary gets stripes. But why did our Johanan retract his previous statement? Because the case of a seducer was difficult to him, namely, a seducer who had divorced his seduced wife, if he is a common Israelite, remarries her, but is not punished with stripes. If he, however, was a priest, who is forbidden to marry a divorced woman, he gets stripes and does not remarry. Now, as in this case, the negative command, that he must not divorce her all his life, is succeeded by the positive command, that he shall marry her, why, then, should not a common Israelite be punished with stripes for divorcing her? Said Rabbah, the reason why he does not get stripes is that the positive, he shall remarry her, rests upon him all his life. This is inferred from the words, all his days, which, if they were not explained that in case he has divorced her he shall remarry her, would be superfluous. With the explanation, however, the command, he shall remarry her, is attached to the negative, he shall not divorce her, and there is a rule that to a negative command which is succeeded by a positive, no stripes apply. And when Rabbin came from Palestine he said the same in the name of our Johanan. Said Rab Papa to Rabbah, why did our Johanan say above that he gets stripes? The negative in question is not similar to the negative of muzzling, which was said that it is placed there to teach that only to such which is not succeeded by a positive stripes apply. Rejoined Rab Papa, should the negative become weaker because of the succeeding positive? Answered Rabbah, according to your theory stripes should apply to each negative which is succeeded by a positive, which is not the case. Said Rab Papa again, there it is different, as the positive usually comes to remove the negative, i.e., one shall not do so, but if he did, shall he do so and so. But Rabbah's explanation holds good only according to him who holds that the culprit does not get stripes unless he abolishes the succeeding positive command. Lo, the seducer who has divorced his wife may always say, I will remarry her. Hence the positive is not abolished, and therefore he is not liable. But according to him who holds that only then is he free from stripes when he fulfills the command, i.e., if he comes to the court, which commands him to marry her immediately, and if he does not listen he gets stripes. Hence, you cannot say that this positive rests upon all his life, and consequently it does not modify its preceding negative. Let us see, this objection applies only to Johanan's foregoing theory. And he said to the disciple who has repeated before the Beretha concerning a positive which succeeds a negative, go and teach thus, only when he has abolished the succeeding one, but not otherwise. Our Simeon b. Lakish, however, differs, and says, he is free from stripes only when he has fulfilled the succeeding one. What is their point of difference? A doubtful warning e.g. In the case in question, if he was warned that he shall not divorce her, it was still doubtful whether after divorcing he will not remarry her, hence such a warning is not considered certain. But, nevertheless, according to R. Johanan it suffices, so that he may be punished, but according to Resh Lakish he is not. And both differ in the explanation of R. Jehudah's theory in the following Beretha, it reads, X 12. 10, and ye shall not let anything of it remain until morning, and that which remaineth of it until morning ye shall burn. We see, then, that the verse comes to place a positive after a negative for the purpose that if one did leave he shall not be punished, and has only to burn it. Such is the decree of R. Jehuda. R. Johanan explains R. Jehuda's words thus: the reason why he does not get stripes is the succeeding positive, but if it were not he would be punished, although the warning was doubtful, as he could thereafter burn it. Resh Lakish, however, explains it thus: the reason why he does not get stripes is the succeeding, but if it were not he would get stripes, as to a negative command that does not contain manual labor, stripes do apply. But let us see, Resh Lakish cannot deny that such a warning was a doubtful one, and our Johanan cannot deny that such a negative does not concern manual labor. What, then, is the use of their explanation? Both agree that, if not for the succeeding, stripes would apply, notwithstanding that there were both a doubtful warning and a positive of no manual labor. Resh Lakish shares the opinion of R. Jehuda of another Beretha, Chulin 82b, in which R. Jehuda admits that a doubtful warning is not considered, and R. Johanan holds with R. Jehuda of the following: R. Hidi b. Aben in the name of R. Amram and R. Itzhak, quoting R. Johanan, said, R. Jehuda in the name of R. Jose the Galilean declared that for the violation of all the negatives of the Torah, if there be manual labor implied, the transgressor is punished with stripes, but not if mental, except in the cases of an oath, exchanging 17 and cursing his neighbor by the holy name. But if so, then, R. Jehuda contradicts himself. Resh Lakish may say that there are two Tanaim who said in the name of R. Jehuda differently, and R. Johanan may say that in the latter Beretha R. Jehuda declared the theory of his master, but his own opinion he declared in the former Beretha. There is a Mishnah: he who took the mother bird with her children gets, according to R. Jehuda, stripes, but is not obliged to send away the mother bird, and according to the sages, he sends away, but is not punished with stripes, as the rule is, for a negative which is conjoined with a positive there is no liability. Said R. Johanan, there is only one more case similar to this. And to the question of R. Elazar, what is it? He rejoined, go and find out. He did so and found the following: if a seducer has divorced, etc., v. above, page 37. But this can be correct only with him who holds that he is released from stripes after the fulfillment of the positive only. But according to him who holds that stripes do not apply unless the positive is abolished, such can be done only with the former mother bird by killing her, as then the positive he shall send her away is abolished. But how can such be found in the case of the divorce in question? And should you say that he killed her, then he deserves capital punishment, and there is a rule that stripes do not apply to him who is to be executed. Said R. Simi of Hasna, e.g. he accepted betrothal money for her from someone else, hence she becomes the wife of another, and the positive, he shall remarry, is abolished. Said Rab, such cannot be considered. As in case she made him her messenger to accept the above, she may ignore the message, and, if he did it without asking her who gave him the right to such that it should be considered. Therefore said R. Simi of Nehardia, if, e.g. he has made a vow publicly that he must not derive any benefit from her, and such a vow cannot be absolved, hence the positive is abolished and he is liable. Are there indeed no more similar cases to those by R. Johanan stated? Is there not robbery to which it reads, thou shalt not steal, and the positive, he shall return it, and also concerning a pledge to which the negative is, thou shalt not come to pledge. And the positive is, thou shalt return the pledge at sunset. And these two cases also can be explained in both ways: fulfilled the positives or not, abolished the positives or not. With these cases it is different, for he has to pay, and there is a rule: he who pays does not get stripes. But is there not, Pia, the negative of which, thou shalt not cut the corners, and the positive unto the poor leave, Leviticus 23:22, which also may be explained in both ways as said above. Therefore we must say that R. Johanan by his statement, there is only one similar case, meant Pia, and not a seducer. Since concerning the latter the law dictates that even if there were a vow on the mind of the public 18 it can be absolved when such absolution is necessary to a meritorious act. As it happened with a children teacher who struck too much the children and Aha excommunicated him, Rabina, however, returned him, because he could not find as good a teacher. Carcasses prayed, etc. Said Aha, he who neglects nature's duties when called, transgresses the negative, ye shall not make your souls abominable, Leviticus XX. 25, and Bbb, Abai said, he who drinks water from the horn of a barber transgresses the same. Partook of mixture, first tithe, etc. Bbb in the name of Resh Lakish said, they differ only in case he take a grain of it, but as regards flour all agree that the size of an olive is needed. Jeremy in the name of same authority, however, said, as they differ in respect of wheat so they do in that of flour too. An objection was raised from our Mishnah. Simeon said to them, do you not agree if he ate an ant, etc.? And to the answer of the rabbis, because it is a creature, he rejoined, a wheat grain is also complete in its creation, hence we see that they only differ in respect of the grain, but not in that of flour. Simeon meant to say thus, according to my opinion it is the same with flour, but to your theory, admit that if he ate a grain of it he shall be culpable, because of its completeness. The rabbis, however, maintain, we cannot compare a grain to a living creature. There is a Beretha in accordance with Jeremy. Simeon said concerning stripes, size does not count, it counts only concerning sacrifices. Mishnah 2. Stripes also apply to the following, to him who partook of the first fruit before the ceremony of reading 19 was performed. Of the sacrifices under the category of the most holy outside of the curtains, and of those under the category of a minor grade or of second tithe outside of the surrounding wall. And also to him who breaks a bone in the paschal lamb if it was a clean one. However, if he left from a fit one, or broke a bone of an unfit one, stripes do not apply. To him who takes a mother bird with her children from her coop according to Jehudah stripes apply, but he is not obliged to send the mother away, and according to the sages he must send her away and stripes do not apply, according to the rule, if a positive succeeds a negative, no stripes apply. Gemara, said Rabba B. Hannah in the name of Johanan, our Mishnah is in accordance with Akiba, whose name is omitted, as it is one of the many anonymous Mishnayeth which bear his opinion without mentioning his name. The sages, however, maintain that concerning first fruits, their placing on the temple is the main thing, but the ceremony of reading is no obstacle. But why not say that it is in accordance with Simeon, to whose opinion, also, most of the Mishnayeth were composed anonymously? This comes to teach that Akiba is in this respect in accordance with Simeon. Which Simeon? Of the following Beretha, it reads, Deuteronomy 12:17, and the heave offering of thy hand, which means the first fruits, said Simeon, what does this come to teach us? If only that they must not be eaten outside the surrounding wall, it was not necessary at all, as this could be inferred from tithe, regarding which the law is more lenient. By drawing a fortiori conclusion, if one consumes tithe regarding which the law is lenient, outside of the wall, he gets stripes, so much the more when he consumes first fruits, concerning which case the law is more rigorous. Therefore we must say that the verse means to include him who had consumed them before the ceremony of reading was performed. And, thy freewill offering, Ibid, means thanks and peace offerings. Simeon, however, said, the verse does not mean them, as it was not necessary to teach that they must not consume outside of the wall, for the same reason that they could be inferred from the leniency in tithe by the same a fortiori reasoning. Therefore it means him who consumed of same sacrifices before their blood was sprinkled. And firstborn means literally. Said Simeon, if it meant so, it was not necessary either, as this could likewise be inferred by a fortiori reasoning from tithe. And if it means, who commanded them before blood sprinkling, it was also not necessary, as it could be inferred from the above-mentioned sacrifices by a fortiori reasoning, as they are more lenient than the firstborn. Therefore we must say that it means to include him who consumes a firstborn even after its blood was sprinkled. Thy herds or of thy flocks means sin and transgression offerings. R. Simeon, however, said, that if it meant them, it would not be necessary, as they could be inferred by a fortiori reasoning from tithe, thanks and peace offerings, and firstborn, all of which are more lenient than that of sin and transgression. Therefore it means to include him who consumed from the latter even after sprinkling outside of the curtain. Nor any of thy vows means burnt offerings. Said R. Simeon, it would not be necessary, as they could be inferred by a fortiori reasoning from all those cases mentioned above, and therefore it means to include him who consumes from a burnt offering after sprinkling even inside the curtains. That he gets stripes. Said Rabbah, every mother should bear a son like our Simeon, although his theory can be objected to. Point 20. It was taught, R. Giddel in the name of Rab said, a stranger who had consumed sin and transgression offerings before their blood was sprinkled, is free from any punishment, because it reads, Ex 29. 33, and they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made to consecrate them, and to sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. Now as the sprinkling of blood only atones, they can be considered holy only after the sprinkling performed, but before this act they are not considered as yet holy. So that the negative, one shall not eat because they are holy, does not rest upon the consumer. R. Eleazar said in the name of Hosea, concerning the first fruit, placing it in the temple is the main thing, and not the ceremony of reading, as it is not considered the final act. In this case the following Tanaim differ, Deuteronomy 26. 10, Thou shalt set it down before the Lord, i.e., lift it up, before the Lord in all four directions. But perhaps it means literally, to place it. This is already written in verse 9. So R. Jehudah. R. Eliezer b. Jacob, however, maintains, this means literally, hence, this is the main act which completes the ceremony prescribed to first fruit, lifting up, however, he infers from, Ibid 4, and the priest shall take the basket out of thy hand, i.e., that the priest shall lift it up towards all four directions. His reason is based on the analogy of expression, hand, which is also mentioned concerning peace offering, Leviticus 7. 30, his own hands shall bring it. And as their lifting up is needed by both the ripest and the owner of the offering, so also here the hands of both are needed. How so? The priest places his hand under those of the owner, and the two lift it up together. Rabbah b. Ada in the name of our Itzhak said, one is culpable for the first fruits immediately after they have seen the face of the temple, and it is in accordance with the Tana of the following Beretha, R. Eliezer said, of the first fruit, a part of which was outside and a part inside, that of outside is considered common in all respects, while that of inside is considered holy in all respects. And R. Shesheth said, only the placing is the main act of the ceremony and not the reading. Most holy, etc. But why the repetition? It has been already stated with regard to second tithe and things of the sanctuary which were not as yet redeemed. Said R. Hosea b. Hanina, the second part of the Mishnah treats of a case when both were pure and the man and the second tithes which were consumed outside of the wall, and the first part speaks of the case when both were defiled. And that he consumed them within the city. And whence do we know that one is culpable because of defilement? From the following Beretha, R. Simeon said, Deuteronomy 26. 14, neither have I removed thereof while unclean. 21 means neither when I was unclean and they were clean, nor vice versa. R. Eliezer said, whence do we know that second tithe which became defiled may be redeemed even within Jerusalem? From Deuteronomy 14. 24, not able to carry it, which means also when it was not fit for eating, as the expression for carrying is sheath, and in Gen 43. 34, a similar expression is used for eatables. R. Bibi in the name of R. Asi said, From the just cited verse is to be also inferred that even one step outside the wall one may redeem the second tithe, if it is too heavy for him to carry it further. R. Hanina and R. Hosea, while sitting together propounded the following question: how is it if he was already within the gate of the wall in such a position that he was already inside but his load was outside, may he redeem it at that place or not? A certain old man then taught them in the name of our Simeon b. Johai. It reads, Deuteronomy 14:24, is too far from thee, means from the full extent of your capacity, and as he is already within the gate it can not be considered far any longer, etc. And is not to be redeemed. R. Asi said in the name of R. Jehanan, the culpability for second tithe arises only after it has seen the face of the wall of Jerusalem, and the reason is, Ibid 12:12. But before the Lord thy God must thou eat them, and, 17, thou mayest not eat within thy gates, hence, only at that time when the positive, before thy Lord must thou eat them, can be fulfilled, the negative, thou mayest not eat, etc. applies, but not otherwise. Mishnah 3, he who makes a baldness in the hair of his head, or rounds it, he who destroys the corners of his beard, or makes incisions in his flesh for his dead, is liable. There is no difference whether he made one incision for 5 dead bodies or 5 incisions for 1 dead body, as in either case he is liable for 5 negatives. For rounding his hair he is also liable for 2, one for one corner on one side, and another for the other corner on the other side, and for his beard 5, for there are 5 corners. 22 R. Eliezer, however, maintains that if he took off the whole beard at one time he is culpable only for one. The culpability arises only, then, when he took it off with a razor. R. Eliezer, however, maintains that the same is the case if he took it off with snuffers or a scraper, an instrument with which the hairs are removed singly. Gemara, the rabbis taught, Leviticus 21:5, they shall not make any baldness, lest one say that if one made several baldnesses in his head he is culpable only for one. Therefore it reads, any baldness, i.e., culpable for each one. And to what purpose is it written, upon their head? Because, Deuteronomy 14. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. Lest one say that B is culpable only when he did so between the eyes, therefore, their head, to include any place of the head. From here, however, we know that priests only are forbidden to do so, as they are subject to many commands which do not apply to a common Israelite. Whence do we know that the same is the case with the latter? From the analogy of expression baldness, in both verses, as in the first he is culpable for each baldness in the head as for that between the eyes, the same is the case with an Israelite. And as in Deuteronomy 14, it says plainly, for the dead, so also in Leviticus, it means for the dead only. What should be the size of the bald spot which would make him culpable? The size of a bean according to our Jehanan in the name of our Eliezer b. our Simeon. R. Huna, however, said, such a size which could be discerned. Our Jehuda b. Habiba said, in this 3 Tanaim differ. According to one it is the size of a bean, according to the other it is a discernible size, and the third, however, maintains that he is culpable even for 2 hairs. Some, however, say, instead of 2 hairs, it must be of the size of a lentil. He who rounds, etc. The rabbis taught, Leviticus 19:27, ye shall not cut round the corners of your head, means the end of his head, i.e., who makes his temple as hairless as the spot back of his cars to the nape of his neck. A disciple taught before our Hista, both are culpable, he who rounds, and the rounded one. To which our Hista answered, should he who eats dates from a sieve be culpable? Your Beretha is in accordance with our Jehuda, who holds that to a negative which does not contain manual labor, stripes apply, with whom the halakha does not prevail. Rabbah, however, says, it speaks that he himself has rounded his hair, which case all agree that he is culpable. And R. Ashi said, even if he only assists the one who rounds his hair. And he who destroys the corners of his beard. The rabbis taught, the corners of his beard, means the end of it, and what is meant by the end. The Shebuoth, sheaves, incisions, etc. The rabbis taught, Leviticus 19:28, for the dead. Any incision, lest one say that he made such because of the fall of his house or because the ship sank, therefore, for the dead, to teach that he is culpable only if he did so for a dead. And whence do we know that if he made 5 incisions for one dead he is culpable for each one? From any incision, which makes him culpable for each of them. R. Jose said, whence do we know that if he made 1 incision for 5 dead he is culpable for 5? From the expression, El Nefesh 23, soul, i.e., he is culpable for each soul. But does not the same passage exclude the case when he did so for his house, or ship, etc.? Art Jose holds that, cut, in Deuteronomy 4. An incision is one and the same, and there also reads, for the dead, hence this also may be inferred. Samuel said, if one made an incision with an instrument he is culpable. An objection was raised from the following, incision and cutting is one and the same, but incision means with the hand and cutting with an instrument, hence for an incision with an instrument he should not be culpable. Samuel holds in this respect with R. Jose that there is no difference at all. A disciple taught before R. Jehanan, for dead he is culpable at all courts whether, by hand or instrument, but if for an idol, by an instrument he is culpable, but not by hand, as it reads, 1 Kings 18:28, and cut themselves after their custom with knives. Culpable only for one, because he holds that he transgressed only one negative command. With a razor. The rabbis taught, Leviticus 21:5, the corner of their beard shall they not shave off, i.e., with a razor. But lest one say even with scissors he shall be culpable, therefore it reads, Ibid 19, thou shalt not destroy. But if so let him be culpable for destroying it even with snuffers or scrapers. Therefore the expression, shave off, and destroying by shaving is brought about by a razor. R. Eliezer, etc. From whatever opinion he start, if he cares for the analogy of expression, then it is with a razor only. And if he does not, let him be culpable even if he did it with scissors. He cares for the analogy, but to his opinion snuffers and scrapers are equivalent to a razor. Mishnah 4, the culpability for etching in, Leviticus 19:28, arises only when he has done both, wrote and etched in with dye or any other indelible thing, but to one of them no culpability attaches. Art Simeon b. Jehuda in the name of Art Simeon said, he is not culpable unless he etched in the holy name. As the above cited verse reads, and any etched in writing shall you not fix on yourselves, I am the Lord. Gemara, said Ar Aha b. Rabba to Ar Ashi, does it mean unless he etch in the words, I am the Lord? And he answered, nay. It is as Bar Kapra taught, he is not culpable unless he writes the name of an idol, as the words, I am the Lord, mean I am the Lord, but not another one. Arth Malkiah in the name of Ar Ada b. Ahaba said, one is forbidden to put ashes upon his wound in the flesh, because it looks like a tattooing. Said Ar Papa, throughout both Mishnah and Beretha, the name Malkiah when mentioned is Malkiah, but in Halakkas it is Malkio. R. Ashi, however, said, it does not matter, as the wound shows there is no tattooing. Mishnah v, a Nazirite who was drinking wine the whole day, is culpable only for one negative. If, however, he was warned, do not drink, do not drink. He is culpable for each time he does not listen to. The same is the case if he had defiled himself by touching dead the whole day, he is culpable for one only, but if he was warned, you must not do so. Etc., he is culpable for each one. The same is also the case with shaving himself. If he did so the whole day without warning he is culpable for one only, if with warning, for each time warned. A similar case this, if one was dressed with kalaim, he is culpable for the whole day only once, but if he was told not to dress himself with it, and he undresses and redresses, he is liable for each time. There is an instance that one may plow only one bed and shall be culpable for 8 negatives viz., if he plows with an ox and an ass, both of which were from the sanctuary, if there was kalem in a vineyard. If that occurs in the sabbatical year and on a legal holiday, and, finally, if he is a priest or a Nazirite in a legally unclean place. Hananiah b. Hawkani said, it can be added to that, who at the same time was dressed with kalem. And he was answered, this is not under the category of plowing. Rejoined he, does, then, a Nazirite belong to this category? Gemara, said R. Bb in the name of Rabba C, not only when he undresses and redresses himself entirely, but even when he put his sleeve in and out. And R. B. R. Ika has shown that he puts in the sleeve and puts it out. But R. Ashi maintains that it means the time during which he could put in and out. Plowing one bed, etc. Said R. Yanai, at a meeting there was voted and resolved that he who protects kalem is liable to stripes. Said R. Jehanan to him, is this not explained in our Mishnah, which mentions that there was kalem in the vineyard? And if one were not culpable for protection, what would have the plowing to do with it? You must, then, say that while plowing he protects it, and the Mishnah makes him culpable. Rejoined R. Yanai, if I had not uncovered for you the broken clay pot, you would surely not have the pearl which was lying under it. Said Resh Lakish to R. Jehanan, would not such a great man praise your statement? I would say that our Mishnah is in accordance with our Akiba, who holds that one is liable even for keeping it. Said Ula to R. Naaman, after it was decided that protecting is the same transgression as sowing, let him also be culpable for sowing on a legal holiday. And he answered, it was left out by the Tana of the Mishnah. Rejoined he, Ula it numbers 8, consequently nothing was left. Said Rabbah, the different kinds of labor in one article are considered with respect to Sabbath only, but not to holidays. And Ula said, I also think, so it is. Mishnah 6. The number of stripes is 40 less 1, as it reads, Deuteronomy 25. 2, 3, by a number, 40, i.e., near 40. Jehudah, however, said, 40 in full, and the 40th is between his shoulders. The examination, by the physicians of the court, as to the number of stripes he can receive and remain alive, must be such that can be equally divided by 3. If the decision was that he is able to receive 40, but after receiving a part of them they saw he cannot stand any more, he is free. However, if the decision was, he can stand 18 only, and after he was stricken they saw he is able to receive more, he is nevertheless free. Gemara, the reason of the statement of the Mishnah is the expression, number, which is before the word, 40, and is to be interpreted, about 40, for if it meant 40 in full, it would state 40 in number. Said Rabbah, how foolish are those who arise before the holy scrolls, but do not do so before a great man. We see that in the holy scrolls it reads 40, and the rabbis came and reduced 1. Jehudah said, etc. What is his reason? Said R. Itzhak, Zek 13. 6. What are these wounds between thy hands, etc. The rabbis, however, maintain that this passage speaks of schoolchildren. After he was stricken, etc. Is that so? Does not a Beretha state that if the first decision of the physicians was that he can receive 40 and thereafter they decided again that he cannot, or the first decision was for 18, and the second states that he is able to receive 40? He is free. Hence we see that even if he was not stricken but only examined, he is free. Said R. Shesheth, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah speaks of the decision rendered on the very same day on which he ought to be beaten, and by acting accordingly it was found that they erred. Hence in the first instance he is freed because he cannot stand, and in the second, because he was already disgraced and freed we do not care to disgrace him again. The Beretha, however, speaks that the examination was several days before, and when the day of punishment came, the decision was changed because of his health. Mishnah 7. If one commits a sin to which 2 negatives apply, if the decision was rendered once for both negatives, he is punished once only, but if for one negative, he is punished again after he has recovered. Gemara, Is there not a Beretha that one must not be appraised for 2 negatives? Said our Shebuoth, it presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah speaks, if he was appraised for 41, i.e. for 2 negatives, and because it cannot be divided into 3, their appraisement is annulled, and he receives only 39 for both. And the Beretha speaks of the case when B was appraised to receive 42 for 2 negatives, and as it can be divided into 3, the 3 over the 39 are counted for the second negative. Hence he is beaten once, and after recovery is to be appraised again and beaten accordingly. Mishnah 8, how is the punishment with stripes to be performed? He ties his both hands to the pillar, and the messenger of the court takes hold of his clothes, without care whether they tear or disjoin, until he uncovers the breast. The stone on which the messenger is to stand is placed behind him, upon which he stands with a strap of calf leather compounded of 2, which, folded again, constitutes 4, with 2 small stripes attached to it. The size of its handle was a span, and of the same size was the width of it, and the top of it reaches his belly. He strikes him 1/3 in front and 2/3 on the back. He is not beaten while standing nor sitting, but while bending. As it reads, Deuteronomy 25. 2, the judge shall cause him to lie down, and the striker strikes him with one hand with all his force. And the reader reads from, Ibid 28. 58-59, if thou wilt not. Then will the Lord render peculiar thy plagues, etc., to the end of the verse. And if the striker has not finished yet, he begins, Ibid 29. 8, keep ye therefore, etc., and finishes with, Psalm 78. 38, but he, being merciful, forgave the iniquity. And if the act was not finished as yet, he returns to the beginning. If it happens that he dies under the messenger's hand, the latter is free. If, however, he added 1 stripe which caused death, he is exiled. If while beaten he collapsed and became incontinent of urine or excrement, he is freed. Yehuda maintains, a male, when incontinent of feces, and a female, of urine. Gemara, what is the reason that he shall be freed if he collapsed, etc.? His having been already disgraced. Our Shebuoth said in the name of our Eliezer b. Azariah, whence do we know that the strap must be of calf leather? Because immediately after 40 stripes it reads, Thou shalt muzzle the ox. See Appendix. 2 small stripes, etc. In a Beretha it is written from ass leather, and it is as a certain Galilean preached in the presence of our Hista, Isaiah, I. 3, the ox knoweth his owner and the ass his master's crib, Israel doth not, etc. The Holy One, blessed be he, said, He that knoweth the master's crib shall take revenge from him who does not want to know it. 1/3 in front, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said be beaten before his face according to our Kahana, from, to the degree of his fault, which means for 1 fault in the front and for 2 in the back. The striker strikes him with 1 hand, etc. The rabbis taught, the court appoints messengers who are weak in force but strong in wisdom. Yehuda, however, said, even vice versa. Said Rabbah, it seems to me that our Yehuda is correct, because it reads, not more. Now if the messenger were weak in wisdom he must be warned, but if strong in wisdom, why warning? The rabbis, however, maintain the contrary, that warning is of consequence only to him who has learned to be careful. There is a Beretha, when he lifts up, he does it with both hands, but strikes with 1 hand, so that the stroke shall become weaker. And the reader reads, etc. The rabbis taught, the chief of the judges reads. The second numbers, and the third says, strike. When the stripes are many he prolongs, and when less he shortens. But does not the Mishnah state, he returns to the beginning of the passage? It is better that the reading should be finished with the stripes, but if it was not, he returns. The rabbis taught, it reads, Deuteronomy 25. 3, too many stripes. But lest one say that 1 or 2 does not matter. Therefore is, not more, not even 1. But if so, to what purpose, too many stripes? To teach that if it happens so, even the stripes which were given rightly are to be considered too many, in force. Collapsed, etc. The rabbis taught, a male as well as a female, in feces, but not in urine. So are, Mayor. Eduyoth said, a male, in feces, and a female, in urine. The sages, however, maintain, there is no difference between male and female, and between feces and urine, at all events the beaten is to be freed. But is there not a Beratha, Eduyoth said, male and female in feces? He meant to say that in such a case all agree, but concerning incontinence of urine there is a difference of opinion. Samuel said, if after he has been tied, he succeeds to run away from the court, he is free. An objection was raised from the following: collapsing frees one whether it happen at the first stroke or the second, but if the strap broke he is free only if it happened at the second, but not at the first. Now, why should this not be equivalent to running away, which frees even before the first strike? This is no objection. When he runs away he could not be beaten, and as he was already disgraced, he is not taken to be disgraced again, but here he is still present. The rabbis taught, if it was concluded by the examination that he will collapse in case he is beaten, he is to be freed, but if the conclusion is that he will collapse after having been beaten, it does not free him. Furthermore, if it happen that he collapse before he was taken to be beaten, it does not prevent after recovery, because it reads, Deuteronomy 25. 2, 3, and to be beaten and thus rendered vile, but not rendered vile before beaten. Mishnah 9, all who are liable to Koroth, if beaten, are freed from it, as it reads, Ibid 3, thy brother rendered vile, i.e., as soon as he was rendered vile, he is thy brother. So are Hanani b. Gamaliel. The same also said, if one loses his soul for one sin, so much the more his soul should be saved because of one meritorious act. Said Simeon, this may be inferred from the very place which treats of Koroth, Leviticus 18. 29, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off, and, Ibid 5, ordinances, which, if a man do, he shall live in them. As the whole portion is of negative commands, it is to be inferred that if one only abstains from committing a crime, he is rewarded as if he acted meritoriously. Simeon b. Rabbi said, it reads, Deuteronomy 12. 23, be firm so as not to eat the blood, for the blood is the life. Now, for rejecting blood which is disgusting to one, he is rewarded. From money and women, to which the nature of man is inclined, so much the more should he be rewarded if he separates himself, and not only he, but all his descendants to the end of the generations, may be rewarded. Hananiah b. Akasiah said, the Holy One, blessed be he, wanted to make Israel blissful and therefore he multiplied to them his commands in the Torah, as it reads, Isaiah 42. 21, the Lord willed, to do this, for the sake of his righteousness, therefore, he magnifieth the law, and mocketh it honorable. Gemara, said Jehanan, the colleagues of Hanani differ with him, as according to them stripes do not substitute Koroth. Said Ada b. Ahaba in the name of Rab, the halakha nevertheless prevails with Hanani. Said Joseph, who, then, ascended to heaven, returned, saying that the halakha prevails with him. Said Abai to him, according to you, that which was said by Jehoshua b. Levi, 3 things were done by the human court, and the heavenly court agreed with it, is also to be questioned, who ascended to heaven and convinced himself that it was so. But such is inferred from the scripture, well, the same is here, too. What are the 3 things in question? The following, the reading of the book of Esther on Purim, greeting with the holy name, and placing the tithe belonging to the Levites in the treasury of the sanctuary. The first, book of Esther, from Esther 9. 27, the Jews took it upon themselves as a duty and accepted, means, they took upon themselves in their human court, and it was accepted in the heavenly court. Greeting, from Ruth 2. 4, and he said unto the reapers, the Lord be with you, and also, Judges 6. 12, the Lord is with thee. To what purpose is the second quotation? Lest one say that Boaz did it according to his own opinion and without the admission by heaven, therefore the other quotation which was said by an angel. And concerning tithe from Malachi 3:10, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be provision in my house, and prove me but herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven, and pour out for you a blessing, until it be more than enough. Eleazar said, at 3 places the Holy Spirit appeared, at the court of Shem, of the prophet Samuel, and in the court of King Solomon. At the court of Shem, Gen 38:26, and Judah acknowledged them and said, She hath been more righteous than I. And whence did he know it? Perhaps as he was with her, so was someone else. Therefore a heavenly voice was heard, I have decided that so is it to be. In the court of Samuel, 1 Samuel 12:5, and he 24 answered, He is witness. They ought to be. Hence a heavenly voice was heard, I witness that so it is. And, 1 Kings 3:27, the king then answered and said, Give her the living child and do not slay it. She is its mother. And whence do we know it is so? Perhaps she nevertheless deceived him. Hence the last words, She is its mother, were said by a heavenly voice. Said Rabbah, if it were inferred from the scripture only, all of them could be objected to, but this is known by tradition. Simlai lectured, 613 commands were said to Moses. 365 of them negatives, corresponding to the number of days in a year counting according to sunrise, and 248 positives, corresponding to the members of a man's body. Said R. Hamnuna, where is there an allusion thereto in the scripture? Deuteronomy 33. 4. The Torah which Moses commanded us. The letters of the word Torah number 611, Tav is 400, Vav, 6. Reich, 200, and He, 5, and the 2 first commandments, however, of the 10, we ourselves have heard from heaven. However, David came and reduced their number to 11, Psalm 15. 2-5, He that walketh uprightly, means Abraham, to whom such an expression was said in, Gen 17. 1, worketh righteously, means Aba Ahelkiah, see Tanith, pages 66-68. Speaketh the truth, as, e.g., R. Saphra. Uttereth no calumny, i.e. Jacob, our father. That doth no evil to his neighbor, i.e., he who takes care not to compete with his neighbor's business. No reproach on his fellow man, means him who approaches his relatives. Despicable is despised, means the king, who carried his father's bones on a bed of ropes. Honoreth those who fear the Lord, means King Jehoshaphat, who used to arise from his throne on seeing a scholar, kissed him, and called him, my father, my master, etc., that sweareth to his own injury, and changeth not, i.e., Azar. Jehanan said, if one says I will fast until I will come home, it is to be considered. Money for interest, i.e., him who does not accept usury even from an idolater. Taketh no bribe, means, e.g., R. Ismail b. Jose, who does not accept even his own goods from his gardener for the purpose that he shall try his case. He that doth these things shall not be moved to eternity. When R. Gamaliel used to come to this passage, he used to weep, saying, who performed all this shall not be moved, but one of them does not suffice, see Sanhedrin, page 237. Isaiah then came and reduced them, the 613 commands, to 6:33. 15. He that, a. walketh in righteousness, b. speaketh uprightly, c. despiseth the gain of oppressions, d. shaketh his hands against taking hold of bribes, e. stoppeth his ears against hearing of blood. And, f. shutteth his eyes against looking on evil. A. means Abraham, of whom it reads, Gen 18. 19, for I know him, that he will command, etc. B. means him who does not anger his colleague in public. C. means R. Ishmael b. Elisha. D. R. Ishmael b. Jose. E. R. Eliezer b. Simeon, and F means as our Hiabi Aba said, who does not look on women washing near the bank of the river. See Last Gate, page 137. Micah came and reduced them to 3, 6. 8. He hath told thee, O man, what is good. And what the Lord doth require of thee, nothing, but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with thy God. To do justice, means judgment, love kindness, bestowing of favors. And walk humbly, providing for burial of the dead and marriage of poor maidens. Isaiah, the second, again reduced them to 2, lvi. 1. Thus hath said the Lord, keep ye justice and do equity. Amos then came and reduced them to 1, v. 4. Seek ye for me, and ye shall live. Naaman b. Itzhak opposed, perhaps he means seek for me to perform everything that is written in the law. Therefore Habakkuk was the one who reduced them to 1, 2. 4. The righteous should live with his faith. Said Hosea b. Hanina, for decrees Moses has decreed upon Israel, and 4 prophets came and abolished them. Moses said, Deuteronomy 33. 28, and then dwelt Israel in safety, alone, etc. Amos abolished it, 7. 5. How should Jacob be able to endure? Then immediately in 6, the Lord bethought, this shall not be. Moses said, Deuteronomy 28. 65, and among these nations shalt thou find no ease. Jeremiah abolished it, saying, 31. 2. He is going to give rest to Israel. 25 Moses said, X 34. 7. Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Ezekiel abolished it by saying, 18. 4. The soul which sinneth, that alone shall die. Moses said, Leviticus 26. 38, and ye shall be lost among the nations. Isaiah abolished it by saying, 27. 13, the great cornet shall be blown, etc. Said Rab, I am nevertheless afraid of the passage, ye shall be lost among the nations, and of the end of same, the land of your enemies shall consume you. Marzutra opposed, relating the following, it happened with Rabban Gamaliel, Eleazar b. Azariah, Jehoshua, and Akiba, who were on the road, and heard the noise of the city of Rome at Patlas, a distance of 120 miles, and they began to weep, but Akiba smiled. And to the question, why are you smiling, he returned the question, why do you weep? Rejoined they, those idolaters who bow themselves to images and smoke frankincense to the idols are resting in peace, the contrary is with us, that even our holy temple is burned by fire, and we should not weep? Rejoined he, for the same reason I am smiling. If such is done to them who act against his will, so much the more will be done in the future to them who act in accordance with his will. It happened again that the same were going to Jerusalem, when they arrived to the Mount Zerphim, they tore their garments. And when they approached the mount of the temple and saw a fox running from the place where the Holy of Holies had been situated, they began to weep, but Akiba smiled. To their question why he smiled, he answered, it reads, Isaiah 8. 2. Witnesses, Uriah the priest, and Zechariah, etc. Why is Uriah conjoined with Zechariah? Was not the former at the first temple and the latter at the second? It was because the passage bases the prophecy of Zechariah upon the prophecy of Uriah. Uriah said, Micah 3. 12, Therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up as a field, etc. Zechariah said, 8. 4, Again shall there sit old men and old women in the streets of Jerusalem, etc. Until the prophecy of Uriah was not fulfilled, I feared lest the prophecy of Zechariah will come to be realized, but now since I see that Uriah's prophecy is fulfilled, I am sure that Zechariah's prophecy will also be fulfilled in the near future. Upon this version they said to him, Akiba, thou hast condoled us, thou hast condoled us. Appendix to page 50. Shebuoth said in the name of Eleazar b. Azariah, he who disgraces the festivals is regarded as if he worshipped idols, as it reads, Exodus 34. 17, Thou shalt not make unto thyself any molten gods, and immediately follows the verse, the feast, etc., the same said again in the name of the said authority, he who speaks evil of his neighbor, he who listens to such evil speaking. Finally, he who bears false testimony deserves to be thrown to the dogs, as, Ibid. 22:30, to the dogs shall ye cast it, is immediately followed by, 23:1, ye shall not spread, thiso, false report, which should be read also thasi, i.e., ye shall not excite one against the other. Tract Shebuoth, Oaths. Synopsis of Subjects. Of Tract Shebuoth, Oaths. Chapter 1. Mishnah I. There are two kinds of oaths which are subdivided into four. The he-goat makes it pending. How is this to be understood? If it does not atone, what is the use of making it pending? It means, i.e., if the transgressor dies, then it may be considered that if he dies before he becomes aware of it, this sin is not reckoned to him any more. Said Rabbah to him, in case he dies, the death itself completes the atonement, it is the he-goat that saves him from chastisement before he becomes aware by making it pending. All the above-mentioned persons are atoned for by the exported he-goats for all other transgressions without any difference, etc. Such is the custom of the divine attribute of justice, that the righteous atone for the wicked and not that the wicked atone for another wicked. Chapter 2. Mishnah I. The cognition of uncleanness is of two kinds subdivided into four. The courtyard was sanctified with the remains of a meal offering only, in order to make it equal to the city of Jerusalem itself, etc. The orchestra of the thanks offering consisted of violins, fifes, trumpets on every corner as well as on every elevated stone in Jerusalem, and used to play, etc. It was taught, R. Huna says, all the details in the Mishnah were essential in the construction, etc. If one enters a leprous house backwards, although all his body was already in the house except his nose, he remains clean. And ye shall separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, whence you derive the warning that the children of Israel should separate themselves from their wives near the period of menstruation, etc. If there were two paths, one of which was unclean, but it was not certain which one, and one passed through one of them entering, etc. Chapter 3. Mishnah I to 7. There are two kinds of oaths subdivided into four. I swear that I will eat, or I will not eat, etc. Where do we find that one must bring an offering for mere talk, as this one does talk and brings an offering? What is Isor mentioned in the Torah? If one says, I take upon myself not to eat meat, etc. Vain, shakf, and false, sheker, are identical. Stripes apply to all negatives of the Torah implying manual labor, but not to those without manual labor, excepting, however, an oath. There is a moth, which is but a minimum in size, and yet one is liable for consuming it. I swear that I will not eat, and thereafter eats and drinks, he is guilty but once. I will drink neither wine, oil, or honey, and then drinks, he is guilty for each severally. If he swore not to eat and thereafter ate carcasses or illegal cattle, reptiles and vermin, he is guilty. Art Simeon declares him free. The reason of him who holds that one is liable for an inclusion is that he compares it to an additional prohibition. It is immaterial whether the things sworn off concern himself or others, whether they are or are not of some essential nature. One is guilty only for an oath made with reference to the future, etc. I swear that I know something to testify for you, and it is found hereafter that he knows nothing, etc. There is a rule that, if to something that was included in the general a new law be applied, only by the new one must guide one's self, etc. To exclude compulsion, what could illustrate this? As it happened to our Kahana and our see after the lectures at Rabbis College, etc. Suppose one swear not to eat this bread, and then he is in danger if he does not eat it, how is it, etc. If one swears to ignore some commandment and does not carry out his oath, etc. If one says I swear not to eat this bread, in case I eat the other, etc. Which is false swearing. If one swears that something is different from what it is known by everybody to be. The provisions regarding uttered swearing apply to males, females, to kindred, non-kindred, etc. Chapter 4. Mishnah I to 6. The witness oath applies to men but not to women, to unrelated but not to kindred, etc. If a scholar was aware of a case, but it was a humiliation to him to go to that particular court, he may remain at home, etc., concerning civil cases only. The many things inferred from Exodus 23. 7. Keep thyself far from a false speech. How does a witness oath come about? If someone said to two, etc. If there were two parties of witnesses and both denied successively, etc. There is also a case concerning a witness who refuses to testify to the death of a husband, etc. If one of them denies and the other confesses, etc. I adjure you that you come and bear me witness, that I have in the possession of so and so, etc. I adjure you to testify that so and so has spread abroad an evil name on my daughter, etc. We swear that we know nothing for you, while in reality they do know, etc. I adjure you, I impose upon you, I bind you, by oath, so they are guilty, etc. If one writes Aleph Lamed, the first letters from Elohim, etc. It must not be erased, etc. All the divine names found in the Torah in connection with Abraham are holy, etc. Amen embraces oath, acceptance and confidence, etc. Ne means oath and Yeh means also an oath, etc. R, while sitting before R. Jehuda repeated the Mishnah in its own language, and he said to him, change the language and use it in the third person. Chapter 5. Mishnah I to 6. The depository oath concerns men and women non-kindred and kindred, those fit to testify and those unfit, etc. What is the law, when one has intentionally made a depository oath in spite of a warning, is he liable to a sin offering or not? If the depository claims that the deposit has been stolen from him, swears, but thereafter confesses, etc. If one denies money when there are witnesses, he is subject to an oath, but is free from such if there is a document. How is it if 5 persons claim the 4 articles and he says to one of them, I swear that thou hast not with me a deposit, etc., and not thou, etc. Chapter 6. Mishnah I to 3. In the case of an oath before court, the claim must amount to 2 silver, and the confession to 1 per yuta, etc. If one requires movables and real estate, and the other admits movables but denies real estate or vice versa, he is free, etc. One must stand when taking the oath. A scholar, however, may do it while sitting. An oath taken by one before the court must be uttered in a language he understands, and the court must say to him the following introduction. Be aware that the whole world was trembling when the Lord spake on the Mount Sinai, Thou shalt not bear the name of the Lord thy God falsely. I have with you a gold dinar in gold. Nay, you have with me only a silver dinar, he is liable. If one was about to claim wheat, and the defendant hastened to confess barley, etc. What is the difference between a biblical and a rabbinical oath? I have a manna with you. Yeah, you shall not return it to me without the presence of witnesses, etc. In another case one demanded 100 zuz, etc. A borrower said to the lender, You are trusted so long as you will say that I have not paid you. Thereafter he paid him in the presence of witnesses, etc. One does not swear to the following, to slaves, written documents, etc. One swears but to things capable of being measured, weighed and counted. How so? If one lends to his neighbor on a pledge, and the pledge got lost, etc. If one lends to his neighbor 1,000 zuz, and pledges them the handle of a scythe only, etc. Chapter 7. Mishnah I. All those who are subject to a biblical oath swear and do not pay, etc. Give me change for a dinar. Give the dinar. I have given it to you already, etc. You have hired me for 2 zuz to repair something, while the employer says that he hired him only for 1 zuz, etc. If witnesses saw one concealing utensils under his garments when coming out from a house, and he claims that he had bought them, etc. The oath returns to its place, the Mount Sinai. If there were two parties of witnesses contradicting each other, each party may appear and testify for itself. Let the master conjoin with us in nullifying the statement of Rab and Samuel. It once happened that B, who had borrowed money of A through a surety and on a document died, etc. Chapter 8. Mishnah I. There are 4 kinds of baileys: gratuitous, on hire, borrower and hirer, etc. This is the rule: whoever tends to commutate, by his oath liability to liability, unliability to unability, or unability to liability is free, etc. Appendix. Chapter 1. Rules and regulations concerning oaths, to which is attached the liability of a sin offering or stripes, the conditions of liability as determined by the time of remembering or forgetting the oath. Which oaths are or are not atoned for by private and congregational sacrifices, and also by the Day of Atonement. Illustrations of the 2 kinds of oaths subdivided into 4. Mishnah I. There are 2 kinds of oaths which are subdivided into 4. The cognition of uncleanness is of 2 kinds subdivided into 4. The carrying in and out on the Sabbath day is of 2 kinds subdivided into 4, and also aspects of leprosy are in kind 2 and subdivided into 4. If one was originally cognizant of his being unclean, and, after he had consumed of the holy food or entered the sanctuary, presently became aware of this fact anew, that he committed this or that while being unclean, but was not conscious of it during the act, so he is obliged to bring a rich or poor offering. If, however, he had the knowledge at the start but not at the end of the act, so the he-goat, the blood of which is interiorly to be sprinkled on the Day of Atonement as well as the day itself, will effect a delay of the punishment until he gets to know his transgression, and then he is to bring the above-mentioned offering. If there was no antecedent knowledge, but he became conscious of it after, his expiation is effected by the he-goat sacrificed exteriorly on the Day of Atonement as well as that day itself. For it reads, except the sin offering of the atonement, i.e., what this atones for the other one does, too. Just as the exterior he-goat propitiates only where there was one knowing, so propitiates the interior one only where one knowing took place. But where there was no knowledge either before or after, the propitiation is effected by the he-goat sacrificed on the holidays and new moon days. So are Jehudah, R. Simeon, however, says, the he-goats of the holidays atone, but not those of the new moon days, which propitiate only him who ate something polluted while being himself clean. R. Meir says, all goat sacrifices are equivalent as to propitiating pollution of the holy temple and its holy sacrifice. R. Simeon would say, the he-goats of the new moon days propitiate for the clean who ate something polluted. Those of the holidays, for cases where there was no knowing either before or after, and that of the Day of Atonement, for cases where there is no antecedent but a subsequent knowing. And when he was asked, may one of them be sacrificed instead of the other? He answered, aye. Whereupon they retorted, since they are not all equivalent as to their capacity of propitiating, how can they substitute one another? To which he replied, they all possess this in common, that they propitiate for polluting the holy temple and its offerings. R. Simeon B. Jehudah, however, said in his name, the he-goats of the new moon days propitiate for a clean one who has eaten defiled food. Those of the holidays possess a greater power, as they propitiate for the clean who has eaten defiled, and for the case of polluting where there was neither antecedent nor subsequent knowledge. Those of the Day of Atonement are superior to the others in that they propitiate not only for the clean one who has received defiled food and for the case of neither antecedent nor subsequent knowledge, but also for the case where there is no antecedent but a subsequent knowledge. Hereupon he was questioned, may the one he-goat be offered as substitute for the other? And he answered, yeah. To which the others rejoined, it may be admitted that the goats of the Day of Atonement be offered on the new moon days, but how can the reverse take place, i.e., that the goats of the new moon days propitiate for what they are not capable of doing? And his answer was, they all have this in common, that they propitiate defilement of the holy temple and of its holy viands. For wanton pollution of the holy temple and of its holy offerings the interior he-goat of the Day of Atonement as well as this day itself atones for all other transgressions of the law both lenient and rigorous, intentional and unintentional. The foreknown and unforeknown, the positive and negative commandments, those entailing Korith or judicial death punishment, for all these the exported goat atones. Herein are equal Israelites, priests, and the anointed high priest. What difference does, then, exist between Israelite and priest and anointed high priest? That the blood of the bullock propitiates for the pollution of the sanctuary and of the holy viands by the priests. R. Simeon, however, says, even as the blood of the goat prepared in the interior propitiates for the Israelites, so does the blood of the bullock for the priest. Even as the confession of sins over the kid to be exported propitiates for the Israelite, so does the confession of sins over the bullock propitiate for the priest. Gemara, let us see in accordance with whom is our Mishnah's statement. It is not in accordance with our Ismael and also not with our Akiba, as according to the former, one is not liable to a sin offering, only if the oath concerns the future, this is explained in chapter 3. Of this tract, and according to the latter, one is liable only for forgetting that the object is defiled, but not if he forgot that this is the sanctuary. The Mishnah can be explained in accordance with both. With R. Ismael, as he may say that the expression of the Mishnah, 2 subdivided into 4, means that for some of them one is liable, and for some of them one is not. The same can be said concerning our Akiba. But how can our Akiba's statement be explained so? Does not the Mishnah include leprosy in which there is not a single case for which one is not liable to a sin offering, consequently all the cases mentioned in the Mishnah are of the same kind? We must, therefore, say that it is in accordance with our Ismael only, and to the question that our Ismael does not make one liable for the past, it may be answered that he frees him from the liability of a sin offering only, but not from the punishment of stripes. As he holds that stripes apply even to such a negative command in which there is no manual labor, and this is, as Rabbah explained elsewhere, chap. 3, that such is our Ismael's opinion. But if so, then our Johannan's statements would contradict each other, namely, at one place he declared that the halakha prevails according to an anonymous Mishnah, our Mishnah, which is anonymous, and is in accordance with our Ismael, and elsewhere it was thought if one says, I swear to eat this loaf of bread today, the day, however, has passed and he did not eat it, according to both Johanan and Resh Lakish stripes do not apply. However, their reasons are different. The reason of the former is that there is no manual act, and the reason of the latter is that the warning to this transgression could not be of a certain, but of a doubtful kind, as perhaps he will still keep to his oath, hence, we see that our Johannan's decision is that there are no stripes to a non-manual act, though contrary to the decision of the Mishnah. R. Johannan's above decision is in accordance with his rule, for it is in accordance with another anonymous Mishnah, as follows, I swear that I will not eat this loaf, I swear again that I will not eat it, and thereafter he did eat. He is liable only for the oath first which had made this bread illegal to him. The second oath, however, is considered but an oath to keep his word according to the law, and such an oath is not subject to punishment. This is an utterance oath, to whose intentional transgression stripes apply, and to an unintentional, a rich or poor offering. Now, the expression of the Mishnah, this is, means that only to such a transgression which is of a past nature stripes apply, but not to a transgression of a future nature, e.g., I will eat, etc. Hence this Mishnah, which is also anonymous, is in accordance with our Johannan's opinion. But let us see, both Mishnayeth are anonymous, why, then, should our Johanan choose the last one and not the first? According to this question, you also may ask, why did Rabbi, editor of the Mishnah, insert such 2 contradictory Mishnayeth? You must say, then, that formerly, Rabbi's opinion was that a negative command of non-manual act is under the category of stripes, but after reconsideration he came to the conclusion that it is not, and therefore inserted the last. But did not care to strike out the first. Let us see, after all, you have explained the Mishnah in accordance with our Ismail and as concerning stripes, but does not the Mishnah mention 4 kinds of leprosy, to all of which stripes by no means apply? Nay. There is a case to which stripes do apply, viz., when cuts off the leprosy, before the priest saw it, and this is in accordance with our Abin in the name of our Ali, who said that wherever the scripture uses one of these expressions, take heed to thyself, lest all, the negative particle of the imperative mood, is a negative commandment. But does not the Mishnah mention the violation of Sabbath to which also stripes do not apply, for it is under the category of capital punishment, to which stripes cannot apply? R. Ismail holds that even to such, stripes do apply, and therefore the Mishnah is explained in accordance with him. R. Joseph, however, says, our Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi's own opinion, and he composed it in accordance with different Tanaim, concerning knowing and not knowing, he took our Ismail's opinion, and concerning oaths he took our Akiba's. Said R. Ashi, I have related this explanation before R. Kahana, and he said to me, do not say that Rabbi inserted the above Mishnah in accordance with the above Tanaim, and he himself did not approve of them, for in reality, in this Mishnah he explains his own opinion. As we find he did so in the following, whence do we know that one is not culpable for a transgression of which he was aware both at the start and at the end, but unaware during the act? From Leviticus v. 2-3, escaped his recollection, 2 times repeated. So are Akiba. Rabbi, however, maintains it to be unnecessary, as from the expression escaped, it is self-evident that he was once aware of it, and further on it reads, he becometh aware, i.e., twice aware, once at the start and again at the end. But should you ask to what purpose escaped is written twice, I say, once to make one liable for the forgetting the defilement, and the second for the forgetting the sanctuary. Says the Gemara, from this we find that Rabbi has declared his own opinion concerning known and unknown. Where is such to be found concerning oaths? It is common sense. Why, then, does R. Akiba make one liable for the transgression of a past oath? Because he considers extensions and limitations, mentioned in the scripture, and the same did also Rabbi, as we have learned in the following Beretha. Rabbi said, our firstborn male may be redeemed with everything but documents. The rabbis, however, maintain that slaves and real estate are also excluded, and the reasons are there given thus, Rabbi considers extensions and limitations, and the rabbis consider generals and particulars in the scripture. Said Rabina to Amamar, does indeed Rabbi consider extensions, etc., and not generals, etc.? In the following Beretha we find the reverse, it reads, Deuteronomy 15:17, then shalt thou take an awl, but whence do we know that one may do it with a thorn, prick, borer, needle or pencil? Therefore it reads, shalt thou take, i.e., everything that is to be taken in hand for this purpose. So are Hosebi, Jehuda. Rabbi, however, maintains that since an awl is of metal, so must every instrument for this purpose be of metal. And to the question, what is the point of their difference, we answered that Rabbi considers generals and particulars, all is of metal, etc., and the R. Jose considers extensions, etc. Hence, we see that Rabbi considers generals and not extensions. Yeah, in all other cases Rabbi considers generals, but here he considers also extensions for the reason explained in the following, the disciples of our Ismail taught, Leviticus 11:9. In the water is mentioned twice, this is not to be taken as a general and a particular, but as an extension and a limitation. This paragraph will be explained in the following tracts. But do not the rabbis hold the above theory? Said Rabina, in the West it was said in every place in the scripture where the expression of 2 generals are to be found near each other, one may put a particular between them, and derive the law of general and particular. But now that we come to the conclusion that Rabbi considers extensions, etc., there will remain a difficulty concerning oaths. We must, therefore, say that Rabbi inserted in this Mishnah the opinion of our Akiba, with which he himself does not agree. The text said, from the expression escaped, it is self-evident that he was aware. Why is it self-evident? We find elsewhere the same expression, and no awareness is therein implied. Said Abai, Rabbi holds that elementary knowledge is considered, i.e., the knowledge one learns in school when yet a child, e.g., he learned that he who toucheth an unclean thing becomes defiled. Said R. Papa to him, according to this theory, how can we find a case in which he was unaware before? And he answered, it may be found with him who was captured by heathens while he was still an infant, and was brought up by them. 26. Originally cognizant. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that the verse speaks of the defilement of the temple and its holy offerings? This may be learned from an inference. The scripture warns, one shall not make himself unclean, and he who does so shall be punished, and is liable to a sin offering, for unintentional, and both the warning and the punishment speak about the temple and its holiness. The same is the case when it makes him liable to a sin offering, it is only in case of entering the temple. But perhaps it means heave offering, to which there is also warning and punishment? Nay. We do not find a transgression which is under the category of capital punishment, to which the liability of a sin offering attaches, when done unintentionally. However, such is the case with a special offering. But let him bring a rich and poor offering which is to be brought for utterance or witness oath. It reads, Leviticus v. 3, literally in it 27 to exclude all other things. But perhaps it means to exclude the sanctuary to which a rich or poor offering does not suffice, and only a special is needed. Said Rabbah, I apply to Rabbi the saying, he draws water from very deep wells, as we have learned in the following Beratha. Rabbi said, I read in the scripture, in concern with a rich or poor offering, a beast. To what purpose, then, is also written a cow? Is it not included in the term beast? It is for an analogy of expressions. Here it reads, an unclean cattle, and further on, Ibid. 7. 22, the very same expression, which speaks particularly about the defilement of the holy offerings, hence, as here it speaks of the holy offerings, so does the former expression, too. But this concerns the holy offerings only. Whence do we know that the same is the case with the sanctuary itself? From, Ibid. 12. For, anything hallow shall she not touch, and into the sanctuary, etc., we see, then, that the sanctuary is compared to its holiness. The sages of Nahardia said in the name of Rabbah, there is mentioned in relation to peace offerings 3 times, defilement. And why? One for a general, one for a particular, and one for the expression defilement with regard to a rich or poor offering, but it does not explain the kind of a defilement, and not knowing what it means, we assumed it to mean the defilement of holiness. But now as Rabbi above inferred this from another place, we apply this defilement to the sanctuary itself. Originally cognizant became aware anew. The rabbis taught, Leviticus 16. 16, shall make an atonement for the holy place because of the uncleanness, etc. In this case there can be 3 kinds of defilement, by idolatry, licentiousness, and bloodshed, for we find, in regard to idolatry, Ibid. XX. 3, in order to defile my sanctuary, concerning licentiousness, Ibid. 18. 30, ye shall not defile yourselves therewith, finally, concerning bloodshed, Num. 35. 34, ye shall not render unclean. Lest one say that for all these 3 defilements the he-goat atones, therefore, Leviticus 16. 16, Midamoth, literally, from the uncleanness of the children of Israel, but not all of them. And as we saw elsewhere that the scripture has separated the defilement of the sanctuary and its holiness from all other defilements, we must say that here, also, it means the sanctuary, etc. So R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, maintains that this theory is inferred from the very same place, as it reads, he shall make an atonement for the holy place from the uncleanness, Midamoth, consequently it means from the uncleanness of the holy place. But lest one say that for every defilement which happens to be in the sanctuary the he-goat atones, therefore, further on, because in all their transgressions, in all their sins, it compares intentional transgressions to sin. As to the former, offerings do not apply, so, also, does it not to sins, which are not under the category of offerings, and which of them are under this category? That of which he was aware at the start and at the end, but forgot during the act. And whence do we know that in a case of which he was aware at the start, but not at the end, that the same he-goat makes it pending? From, in all their sin, i.e., all sins which are under the category of a sin offering. The Master said, there are 3 kinds of defilement, etc. Let us see how was the case, e.g., idolatry, if intentional, is under capital punishment, if unintentional, then the transgressor is liable to a sin offering. The same is the case with licentiousness, for intentional, capital punishment, and unintentional, a sin offering, and the same with bloodshed, intentional, by capital punishment, unintentional is punished with exile. It may be said that in the first 2 it means that it was done intentionally but without warning, and concerning bloodshed, if committed unintentionally by such a person who cannot be exiled, e.g. a high priest of whom it is said in Tract Sanhedrin that he cannot be exiled. The Master said, the he-goat makes it pending. How is this to be understood? If it does not atone, what is the use of making it pending? Said Zara, it means, i.e. if the transgressor dies, then it may be considered that if he dies before he becomes aware of it, this sin is not reckoned to him any more. Said Rabbah to him, in case he dies, the death itself completes the atonement. It is the he-goat that saves him from chastisement before he becomes aware by making it pending. If he had no antecedent knowledge by the he-goat's sacrifice exteriorly, etc. Let us see, both he-goats are considered equal. Why, then, should the inner he-goat not atone also for the things the exterior one atones for? And the difference would be that if the exterior happened not to be sacrificed at all, the interior would do also his atoning. It reads, Exodus XXX. 10, upon its horns once, i.e., it atones only one atonement, but not 2. Why should not the exterior atone for itself and for the interior also, and the difference would be that a defilement happened during the time between the sacrifice of the interior and that of the exterior. The verse says, once in a year, i.e. once, and not twice in a year. But according to our Ismail, who said that to such a case offerings apply, what then does the exterior he-goat atone for? For such a case in which there was no knowledge at either start or the end, but does not for such atone the festival and the new moon goats. He holds with R. Meir, who said that the atonement of all the goats are equivalent, as they atone for defilements in the sanctuary and its holiness. And the equality of the interior and exterior goats lies that both do not atone for other transgressions outside of the sanctuary with its holiness. So are Jehudah. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, the reason why our Jehudah of the Mishnah so maintains is, Num, 28. 15, and 1 he-goat for a sin offering unto the Lord, I.e. for such a sin of which none is aware but the Lord, this he-goat atones. The schoolmen propounded a question, does our Jehudah speak only of such a case which could never be known, but not such which must come to knowledge at the end, e.g. if there were witnesses who saw him entering the sanctuary while he was defiled, of which they are bound to inform him thereafter, and which is atoned by the exterior he-goat on the Day of Atonement. Or even of such a case which so long as it is not known to him at the present time, is considered that nobody knows of it but the Lord? Come and hear the following, for such a case in which there was no knowledge at the start and the end, and also for such a transgression that finally the transgressor must be informed of, the festival and new moon he-goats atone. Such is the decree of our Jehudah. But not of the new moon. Said our Eleazar in the name of our Ashia, the reason of our Simeon's theory is thus, Leviticus x. 17, and he had given it to you to bear the iniquity, etc. Which applies to the new moon he-goat, and by an analogy of the expression, iniquity, which is also found concerning the golden plate on the forehead of the high priest, Exodus 28. 38, it may be said that as the latter atones only for bodily defilement, so also the he-goat in question does. And lest one say that as the golden plate of the high priest atones only for such things which come on the altar, so also should the he-goat in question, it reads here, the iniquity of the congregation, 28 but not of the things of the altar. R. Meyer says, all goat sacrifices are equivalent, etc. Said R. Hama B. R. Hanina, the reason of R. Meyer's theory is that in some places it is written, the he-goat, and in others, and the he-goat, the letter vav, prefixed to he-goat, means and this intends to signify all the he-goats with regard to their atoning power. But this is correct only where the vav is written, but how is it concerning the day of Pentecost and the day of atonement where the word he-goat is not written with a vav? Therefore said R. Jonah, it reads, Num. 29. 39, These shall ye prepare unto the Lord on your appointed festivals, whence all the festivals on which a he-goat is sacrificed are equal to one another. But is not there the he-goat on new moon, which is not a festival? In reality the new moon is also called festival, as Abai said elsewhere, the month of Tammuz in the year when the temple was destroyed, was a full month of 30 days, as it reads, Lament. I. 15, He hath called an assembly, mode, which mode means literally festival, and the 30th day of the month is new moon, point 29. R. Johanan said, R. Meir admits that the interior he-goat does not atone for what all other he-goats do, nor do the latter atone for what it does. It does not atone for what the others do, because it is written once, which signifies that it atones but for one sin and not for two. On the other hand, they do not atone for what it does, as it reads, once a year, which signifies that such an atonement takes place only once a year. There is a Beretha in support to this, for the case where there was no knowledge at either start or end, and for that where there was none at the start but at the end, also for that where a clean one has consumed defiled food. The he-goats of the festivals, of the new moons, and the exterior he-goat of the Day of Atonement atone. So R. Meyer. We see here that he left out the interior he-goat and also what it atones for. R. Simeon used to say, he-goats of the new moons, etc. It is correct that the new moon's he-goat does not atone for what the festivals do, as it reads, a sin, which means one sin, but not two, but why should not that of the festivals atone for what the new moon's does? Because of the expression, its, which signifies its iniquity but not that of another. Furthermore, the festivals, goats, do not atone for what that of the Day of Atonement does, because it reads, once a year, which means such be only once. Nor does that of the Day of Atonement atone for what the festivals do, because it is written, once, which means it atones once but not twice. And although this is written but concerning the interior he-goat, yet there is another place where it is called the sin offering of the Day of Atonement in which the interior is included. And it has been already said above that in this respect the exterior is equal to the interior. And R. Simeon B. Jehuda, who said that the he-goat of the festivals does atone for what the new moons atones, does not hold the extension, it, mentioned above. Ulla said in the name of R. Johanan, daily offerings which were not necessary for the congregation any more, may be redeemed, although they have no blemish. Rabbah sat down and repeated this halakha. Said R. Hista to him, who will listen to you and to R. Johanan your master, for, whereto vanished their sanctity? And his answer was, where, indeed, do you think it went to? Is not there a Mishnah, Shekalim, for the sanctification of the incense on hand was then transferred to money, etc. And there was no question raised as to where the sanctity went to. Whereupon our Hista rejoined, incense is incomparable, as it was not sanctified in a holy vessel, but by the money paid. 30. For intentional defiling, etc. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, Leviticus 16. 16, and he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions in all their sins. Transgressions, shame, imply intention, as, 2 Kings, 3. 7, King of Moab hath rebelled, Pasha, against me, and, Ibid 8. 22, then did Libnah revolt, on the other hand, sin implies unintention, as, Leviticus 4:7, if any person do sin, tekta, through ignorance. For other transgressions, etc., lenient and rigorous. Let us see. Does not lenient mean positive and negative commandments, while rigorous, such to which Koroth and capital punishment apply? And again, known means intentional, unknown, erroneous, why then the repetition? Said R. Jehuda, it intends to say that for all other transgressions found in the Torah, be they lenient or rigorous, be they committed intentionally or unintentionally and in latter case with knowledge or ignorance thereof, atonement is effected by the he-goat. And lenient are the positive and negative commandments, and the rigorous are those to which Koroth and capital punishment apply. But again, how can there be a transgression of a positive commandment? If the transgressor has not repented, Parov 21:27, the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. And if he has, why the specific on the Day of Atonement, when any day is good, as the Bereitha teaches, when one transgresses a positive commandment and repents it, he is atoned for before yet leaving the place. Hereupon said R. Zara, it speaks of no repentance, and our Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi, who holds that the Day of Atonement atones for each of the transgressions found in the Torah, regardless of antecedent repentance. Except him who shakes off the yoke, explains the Torah not according to its real meaning and destroys the covenant in his flesh, as for him, the Day of Atonement atones, provided he first repented, otherwise it does not. Rabbi bases this, his opinion, on, Num 15:31, because the word of the Lord hath he despised, which means, he who has shaken off the yoke of, and misinterpreted, the Torah, and his commandments hath he broken, which means, he who has destroyed the covenant in his flesh, Ibid. 30, Hikareth Tikareth, meaning literally, cut off, shall be cut off, i.e., cut off before, shall be cut off after, the Day of Atonement. But lest one say the same is the case with him who has repented, it reads, the iniquity is therein, whence it is to infer that only in case the iniquity is upon him, but not after the repentance when the iniquity is gone. The rabbis, however, explain this verse thus, cut off in this world and shall be cut off in the world to come, and as to the iniquity, it means if he die upon repenting, the death completes the atonement. But how can this Mishnah be in accordance with Rabbi, when the second part, there is no difference between the Israelite, priest and anointed high priest, is only the view of our Jehuda. Hence, the first part should, too, rather be in accordance with the latter. Said our Joseph, the whole Mishnah is the opinion of Rabbi who agrees with our Jehuda concerning the latter part only. Said Abai to him, does the master mean to say that Rabbi agrees with our Jehuda, while our Jehuda does not agree with Rabbi, or he does agree, and that you say the former is only because it is customary that the disciple agrees with his master? And he answered, I am very specific in this expression, Rabbi upholds our Jehuda, while our Jehuda does not agree with him with regard to the first part of the Bereitha. As we have learned in the following Bereitha, lest one say that the Day of Atonement atones for both repenters and non-repenters, there is an analogy in the following. A sin and trespass offerings atone as well as the Day of Atonement, and as the former atones for but them who repent, so does also the Day of Atonement. But lest one say there is a considerable difference between them, as the said offerings atone only for sinning by error, while the Day of Atonement atones even for an intentional act, whence it might atone also for non-repenters. Therefore it reads, Lev 23:27, but it, which excludes non-repenters. Now, this Bereitha is found in Sifra, and according to tradition all the anonymous Bereithas of Sifra are in accordance with our Jehuda. 31. No difference between an Israelite, etc. Does not the Mishnah contradict itself by saying here there is no difference, etc., and immediately hereafter asking what is the difference between, etc.? Said R. Jehuda, it is to be explained thus, all the above-mentioned persons are atoned for by the exported he-goats for all other transgressions without any difference. A difference between person and person arises, however, with regard to the bullock that atones only for the priests in the case of defilement of the temple and its holiness, and this is only in accordance with our Jehudah of the following Beretha. It reads, Leviticus 16:31, and he shall make an atonement for the sanctum sanctissimum, means the innermost holy chamber, and for the tabernacle of the congregation, means the whole temple, and for the altar, literally. Shall he make an atonement, means the courtyards of the temple, and also for the priests, literally, and for all the people of the congregation, means Israelite, shall he make the atonement, means the Levites. Hence, they all are equally atoned for by the exported he-goat for all transgressions but that of defilement. Such is the dictum of our Jehudah. R. Simeon, however, maintains that as the blood of the interior he-goat atones for the defilement of the temple by the Israelites, so does the blood of the bullock atone for the defilement of the temple by the priests. Likewise, as the confession of sins over the exported he-goat atones for all other transgressions by Israelites, so does the confession over the bullock atone for the priests in all other transgressions. And as to the above deduction that all are equally atoned for, it means that they are equal, inasmuch as the category of atonement is concerned. Who is the Tana of the following Beretha? It reads, Ibid 16:15, he shall kill the goat of the sin offering of the people, which means that which does not atone for the priests, but what does atone for them? Aaron's own bullock, because it is assigned to atone for his house also. And lest one say that they should not be atoned for even thereby, as the phrase, of him, is used concerning Aaron's bullock, then the priests who must be atoned for would remain without all atonement. We say it is better they should be atoned for by Aaron's bullock, which, atoning for all the house of Aaron, is eo facto no longer of him individually, than to be atoned for by the interior he-goat, which does not include any other thing. As to the possible objection that his house is meant to exclude other priests, there is a verse, Ps. CXXXV. 19:20, O house of Aaron, bless the Lord, O house of Levi. Ye that fear the Lord, bless the Lord, and this includes all the priesthood. There is a Beretha relating that the disciples of R. Ismail taught, such is the custom of the divine attribute of justice that the righteous atone for the wicked and not that the wicked atone for another wicked. Chapter 2. Rules and regulations concerning the cognition of defilement, its two kinds, subdivided into 4, and their illustrations. The ceremonial accompanying the consecration of the extensions built in the courtyard of the temple, and in Jerusalem in general, illustrations of positive commandments that do or do not entail liability. Mishnah I. The cognition of uncleanness is of two kinds subdivided into 4, viz., when one after having become unclean perceives it and then forgets all about it, knowing, however, that what he eats is holy. Or when he was ignorant of the fact that the food is holy, being, however, aware of his uncleanness. Or, finally, when both facts having escaped his memory he ate from the holy food without being cognizant thereof, but learning it after he had eaten, he is to bring a rich or poor offering. If he became unclean and knew it, forgot it afterward, but was fully conscious that he was in the sanctuary, or he forgot that it was the sanctuary but knew his uncleanness. Or, both facts having escaped his cognition, he enters the sanctuary without knowing it to be such and learns this fact only after he has gone out, he is to bring a foregoing offering. It is immaterial whether the unclean one enters the courtyard of the temple, or its extension, since extensions are added to both city and courtyard of the temple, only in the presence of a king, prophet, Urim and Thummim. And of the grand Sanhedrim consisting of 71, 2 thanks offerings, and the chorus. The whole court of justice steps forth, followed by the 2 thanks offerings and then all Israel, the inner bread is consumed, the outer one is burnt. But whatever has not been constructed in this manner, does not entail guilt upon him who being unclean enters it. If one having become unclean in the courtyard of the temple forgot it, remembering, however, that he is in the holy temple, or forgot that he is in the temple but was aware of his uncleanness, or, both facts having escaped his cognition, he made a bow or was lingering there for an interval taken up by the making of a bow, or went out by the longer way, he is guilty. But if by the short way, he is not guilty. This is a positive command concerning the holy temple, for disobeying of which one is not guilty. And which is the positive command concerning menstruation that entails guilt? If one being in relation with a clean woman is told by her, I have just become unclean, and thereupon immediately interrupts his relation with her, he is guilty, for separation from her affords him as much pleasure as his coming to her. R. Eliezer says, one is guilty for forgetting the cause of his uncleanness to have been a reptile, but is not guilty for forgetting that he is in the holy temple. R. Aquaba says, it reads if he has become ignorant of being unclean, whence it follows that he is guilty of obliviousness as regards uncleanness but not as regards the holy temple. R. Ismail says, the phrase, it will escape his memory, is repeated twice to declare one guilty in both cases, for forgetting his uncleanness as well as for forgetting the sanctuary. Gemara, said R. Papa to Abai, it states, 2 divided into 4, whereas it ought to be, into 6, viz., the cognition of defilement of the holy food, and of the sanctuary, in each case antecedent and subsequent. Answered Abai, according to your theory there ought to be 8 subdivisions, as cognition of defilement may be accompanied with ignorance of holy food and of the sanctuary. Rejoined R. Papa, in reality there are 8. The Mishnah, however, does not count the first 4, which are not at all found in the scripture, i.e., the scripture finds one liable, e.g., for eating illegal fat irrespective of his antecedent cognition or ignorance of its being illegal. He must then bring a sin offering after becoming aware of the fact, hence, of the preceding cognition there is no mention in the scripture. It is immaterial, enters the courtyard, etc. Whence is this ceremony attending the extension of courtyards deduced? Said R. Shimi B. High, from Exodus 25. 9. In accordance with all that I show thee, the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it, which last phrase means for the future generations, otherwise this phrase would be superfluous. 32. When 2 thanks offerings, etc. There is a Baratha that the 2 thanks offerings mean their bread and not flesh. Whence is this deduced? Said R. Hista, from Nay 12. 31. And I have prepared 2 large thanks offerings. Now, what signifies the attribute large? Shall we assume that it means literally, then it should read bullocks? Or should it indicate merely that of their kind they were the large ones? Now, does it make a difference before heaven? Does not a Baratha state, concerning a cattle burnt offering it reads, Leviticus I, 13, sweet savor unto the Lord, the same expression concerns a fowl burnt offering, Ibid 17, likewise concerning a meal offering the same term is used, Ibid 2, which is intended to teach that before heaven all offerings, liberal as well as poor, are equal, provided they are offered to gratify the Heavenly Father. It remains, therefore, to assume that the attribute, large, means simply the greater part of the thanks offerings, i.e. the leavened bread, as there is a Mishnah teaching that the thanks offering was 5 Jerusalem sahs large, which are equal to 6 country sahs, making 2 ephahs each of 3 sahs, altogether 20 tens. 10 of which were leaven and the other 10 of matzah. The matzah, however, consisted of 3 kinds, cakes, wafers, and of what was sodden, hence, the leavened cakes were threefold those of the matzah. Rami B. Hama said, the courtyard was sanctified with the remains of a meal offering only, in order to make it equal to the city of Jerusalem itself is. As the rule about the things eatable within the city renders them invalid if carried outside the city, so also with things eatable within the courtyard. They become invalid outside of this yard, and a meal offering was to be eaten only within the courtyard. Now, lest one say that as the city is to be sanctified with the leavened cakes of the thanks offering, so also the remains of the meal offering sanctifying the courtyard be of leaven, the answer would be that there can be no meal offering of leaven. Since it reads, Lev. 6:10, it shall not be baked leaven, as their portion, etc., which Resh Lakish interprets to mean that not even a portion thereof be baked leaven, hence, the above supposition is impossible. But again, why not sanctify with the 2 breads of Pentecost which are leaven? Nay, this cannot be admitted either, because how can this be carried out? Supposing the courtyard to be built before Pentecost, then the breads becoming holy only upon the slaughtering of the 2 lambs, are not yet capable of sanctifying. Furthermore, the sanctification must take place on the day of completing the building, hence, the sanctification on the holiday is out of question. Nor can it be supposed that the temple be finished on the holiday, since there is a rule that the temple must not violate holidays. Finally, to leave the 2 breads for the morrow of the holiday is not feasible, for they would become invalid in being left overnight. But why not leave the finishing until sunset, when the lambs are slaughtered and the breads become holy, so that the sanctification could be carried out? There is a tradition that building the temple must not take place in the night time. As Abai said, we know that the building of the temple must not be completed in the night, from Num 9:15, and on the day that tabernacle, etc., hence on the day but not on the night. By the chorus, etc. The rabbis taught, the orchestra of the thanks offering consisted of violins, fifes, trumpets on every corner as well as on every elevated stone in Jerusalem and used to play, Psalm XXX. 2. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me, etc. And also, Ibid, 91. Some call this latter song Nagaim, plagues, because of verse, Ibid, 10, in which it reads, nor shall any plague, etc. Others call it Pegam, because of verse, Ibid, 7, there shall fall at thy side 1,000. They used to sing this song from verse 1 to 10 inclusive, and also the whole of chapter 3. Of Psalms. Jehoshua b. Levi used to say all the verses mentioned above before going to bed. But this seems hardly credible, as he himself said somewhere that none should cure oneself with the verses of the Torah. The answer is that protecting and curing are 2 different things, and he prohibited to say such verses over a wound. 33. Followed by the 2 thanks offerings, etc. Shall we assume that the thanks offerings follow the court, when we read, Nehem 12, 31, 32, 2 thanks offerings, after them walked Hoshea, etc.? Nay. It means thus, they were all walking, the court being behind the offerings. In what order were the 2 offerings carried? Art high and Art Simeon b. Rabbi differ concerning this, according to one they were one opposite the other, while according to the other they were placed one behind the other. According to the former opinion the one offering that was to be sacrificed on the inner altar was brought near the wall, while according to the latter opinion the one that was near to the people of the court was sacrificed. R. Johanan, however, said, it was left to the prophet to decide which of the offerings was to be burnt and which to be eaten. But whatever has not been constructed, etc. It was taught, R. Huna says, all the details were essential in the construction, while our Naaman said, whatever was not constructed with one of them, etc. R. Huna bases his theory on the fact that the first sanctification sanctified for the future, too, while Ezra's sanctification was but a kind of memorial. On the other hand R. Naaman holds that the first sanctification was confined only to the present and Ezra sanctified for his time although there were no Urim and Thummim. Rabbah objected to our Naaman from our Mishnah which plainly states, in this manner, i.e. with all the details specified there, whereupon he answered, read there, whatever was not constructed with one of them. Come and hear another objection. Aba Saul said, there were 2 Bitzin on the Olive Mountain, an upper and a lower one. The lower one was sanctified strictly in the manner prescribed by the Mishnah, while the upper one was sanctified only by the ascendants from the exile, in the absence of both king and Urim and Thummim. The lower one, whose sanctification was complete, common people used to enter and consume there their lenient holy food, but not second tithe. Scholars, however, used to consume there both. In the upper one of the incomplete sanctification the common people used to consume the lenient holiness, while the scholars did not partake thereof anything. But why did not they sanctify it completely? Because the complete sanctification needs a king, etc., as prescribed by the Mishnah, and such were not at that time. But why, then, was it at all considered a part of Jerusalem? Because being a suburb of Jerusalem it was easily accessible, hence, it is obvious that sanctification cannot be complete unless performed in the manner prescribed by the Mishnah. Concerning this matter the Tanaim of the following Baraitha differ. Ismail b. Josh said, "To what purpose did the rabbis enumerate all the cities surrounded by walls from the time of Jehoshua, b. None? Because the ascendants of the exile being placed in these cities, sanctified them. The first sanctification, however, was abolished when the land ceased to be that of Israel." R. Ismail thus holds that the first sanctification was good only for the present, but not for the future, and this would meet with a contradiction in the following. R. Ismail b. Josh said, "Were, then, only these cities? Is it not written, Deuteronomy 6. 4, 5, 60 cities, all these were fortified cities, why, then, had the sages enumerated them? Because the ascendants of the exile were placed in them. And not only to these cities, but also to all cities which were, according to tradition, surrounded with walls at the time of Jehoshua, apply all the commandments imposed upon such cities. For the first sanctification has sanctified them for the future also, whence it is evident that our Ismail contradicts himself. The answer is that one of these Baraithas was said not by our Ismail, but by our Eleazar b. Josh, as the following Baraitha states. It reads, Levit, 25. 30, Lo Choma, meaning literally no wall, but according to the traditional reading it is Lo Choma, meaning, it has a wall, i.e. though it has no wall now but was walled at the time Israel entered Palestine. In the courtyard and forgot it, etc. Whence is this deduced? Said our Eleazar, Num, 19. 20, because the sanctuary of the Lord hath he defiled, and, Ibid. 13, hath defiled the tabernacle of the Lord. Now, as there in so necessity of 2 verses for the inner defilement, one should be applied to the outer one. But are, indeed, the 2 verses superfluous? Are they not both needed for what we have learned in the following Baraitha in the name of our Eleazar? Why have 2 verses to mention both sanctuary and tabernacle? Was not one sufficient? The answer is, if only tabernacle were mentioned, it could be accounted for by the fact of its being anointed with the holy oil, which was not the case with the temple, and therefore no liability is attached to defilement of latter. On the other hand, if only the holy temple were mentioned, the reason would be that it was sanctified once forever, which was not the case with the tabernacle. Hence, the necessity of both the verses. Our Eleazar found difficulty to see the reason for using 2 names, sanctuary and tabernacle, since elsewhere these 2 names are used synonymously. B, therefore, infers therefrom his 2 foregoing conclusions. His statement, however, that the temple is called tabernacle is correct, from Leviticus 25. 11, and will set my tabernacle, Mishkoni, among you. But where is it found that tabernacle is called temple? In Exodus 25. 8, and they shall make me a sanctuary and I will dwell in it, and verse 9 says, I show thee the pattern of the tabernacle. He made a bow or was lingering, etc. From this it may be said that the bowing must also take a certain time. Said Rabbah, this is so only when, while bowing, he turned his face to the outside, but not if to the inside of the temple. And the Mishnah is to be interpreted thus, if he made the bow toward the inside or turned his face toward the outside for a certain interval, and here is an illustration, suppose he kneels only, then no time is needed, but if he bows, i.e. falls down and stretches his hands and feet, then a certain time must be taken up. And how long is this time interval? Our Itzhak b. Nameni, with whom was Simeon b. Potsi, according to others vice versa, or Simeon b. Nameni, one says, it is so long as would take to say this verse, 2 Chron. 7. 3, and all the children of Israel were looking on as the fire came down, and the glory of the Lord was resting upon the house. And they kneeled down with their faces to the ground upon the pavement, and prostrated themselves, and gave thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, because unto everlasting endureth his kindness. While the other says, only from, they kneeled, until the end of the verse. The rabbis taught, Kiddah is bowing to the ground face to the earth, as, 1 Kings, I:31, then did Bathsheba bow, etc. Kneeling is to stand upon the knees, as, Ibid 8:54, from kneeling on his knees. Finally, bowing is prostrating one's self, as, Gen 37:10, to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth. If by the short way he is not guilty. Rabbah said, on the short way, even if he kept on going the whole day, the toe of one foot touching the heel of the other, he is free. He, however, propounded a question: if his walk was interrupted every time, must these intervals be added and counted or not? Now, why does not Rabbah decide his question by his own doctrine from above? Because above he treats of the case done without interruption. Abai asked Rabbah, if he walked through the long way so quickly, as it takes no longer than by the short way, what then? Is the time essential and then he is free, or is the way essential and then he is liable? He answered, the long way cannot be made shorter by contracting the time of walking it. Ashia said, I would like to say something, but am afraid of my colleagues. If one enters a leprous house backwards, although all his body was already in the house except his nose, he remains clean, as, Leviticus 14:46, and he who goeth into the house, etc., means going in the ordinary way, but not backwards. Now, the reason of my hesitating is that my colleagues may, on the basis of the latter quotation, say that even when all his body, nose, too, is already in the house he is clean. Said Rabbah, if the whole body was in, he should not be worse than vessels in such a house, of which it reads, Ibid 36. That all shall not be made unclean. There is a Beratha supporting Ashia, on the roofs of the temple no holy of holy food must be consumed, no lenient holies must be slaughtered there, and he who, while unclean, enters the temple by these roofs is not culpable, as, Ibid 12:4, and into the sanctuary shall she not come means the coming in the ordinary way. This is a positive command concerning the holy temple, etc. What is the standpoint of the Tana from which he says, this is? He refers to a statement in the Mishnah in Horioth, Mishnah, there is no liability attached to a positive and negative commandment, etc., regarding which our Tana says. This is the positive commandment to which liability is not attached. But where, then, is a positive command entailing liability? It is the having of intercourse with a woman mentioned in the Mishnah. It was taught, Abai said in the name of Abi Rab, in this last case the transgressor is liable to twice stripes, one for the intercourse, and one for the separation. So also said Rabbah in the name of Samuel b. Shelah, quoting Huna. Rabbah, however, deliberating on this point, said, let us see how was the case. If it treats of a scholar who had relation with his wife at the time she usually gets her menses, then he is justly culpable for the intercourse as for an unintentional offense, as he thought he will finish before, and for the separation. Which act is with him as a scholar an intentional one, he is not liable to stripes, as such an act entails Korath. On the other hand, if it treats of an ignorant, why should he be liable twice? Is this not a case analogous to that where one consumed twice illegal fat the size of an olive in one forgetfulness, when he is culpable only once? And should you say that the transgressor acted so not at the usual time of menstruation, then, if he be a scholar he is not liable at all, since the intercourse was had innocently, while as regards separation it is here, too, an intentional act. If, however, he be an ignorant, he is culpable only once, i.e., for the separation. Said Rabbah, it treats of a time near to the menstruation, and of him who is a scholar and is aware that one must not have intercourse at such a time, but not that separation is prohibited, he is culpable twice, for the intercourse. Because though aware that he must not have, he may none the less have thought that he will finish it before the menses ensue. And for the separation, the prohibition of which was unknown to him. Rabbah said further, both the acts we find treated of in Mishnayeth, concerning separation in our Mishnah, and concerning the intercourse in Tract Nida, as follows. If blood be found on his shirt the two are unclean and liable to a sin offering. The Master says, immediate separation entails culpability. How then should he behave? Said R. Huna in the name of Rab, he should support himself on the tips of his fingers until phallus moriter and then separate himself. It was taught, R. Jonathan B. Lacunia asked his brother, R. Simeon, where is the warning against having intercourse with a menstruant woman? In answer he took some dry mud and threw it upon him, saying, Is it not plainly stated in Leviticus 18:19? Whereupon he rejoined, I mean to ask where is the warning against separating oneself from her who gets her menses in the time of intercourse? Said Hizkiah, from Ibid 15:24, And if any man should lie with her, and the uncleanness of her separation come upon him, etc., which means even when he separates from her when the menses ensue during the intercourse. But again, here we find only the positive command, he shall be unclean 7 days, Ibid. When, then, is the negative command against separating oneself? Said our Papa, the above-cited verse, Ibid 18:19, Shalt thou not approach, Tikrab, means also thou shalt not separate thyself. As, Isa, LXV 5, uses the word crab to mean separating, so does their Tikrab mean separate. The rabbis taught, Leviticus v. 31, And ye shall separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, whence you derive the warning that the children of Israel should separate themselves from their wives near the period of menstruation, so are. Jashia. And for how long? Said Rabbah, for 12 hours. Our Johanan said in the name of our Simeon b. Johai, he who does not separate from his wife at the said period, his children even if equal to the sons of Aaron, will die. As after the above-cited verse and verse 33 follows the mention of the death of Aaron's children. Our Haya b. Aha said in the name of our Johanan, he who does separate himself for that period will be rewarded with male children, as, Ibid 11:47, to distinguish between the clean and unclean, is followed by, Ibid 12:2, if a woman and born a male child. Our Jehoshua b. Levi added, he will be rewarded with sons who will be fit to decide law questions, as it reads, Ibid X 10:11, so that ye may be able to distinguish. To teach. Our Benjamin b. Japheth said in the name of our Eleazar, he who sanctifies himself during the intercourse will be rewarded with male children, as, Ibid 11:44, ye shall sanctify yourselves, etc., which chapter is followed by verse, Ibid 12:2. A reptile, etc. What is the point of their difference? Said Hizkiah, a reptile and a carcass, according to R. Eliezer he must exactly know the cause of his defilement, whether reptile or carcass, while our Akiba maintains that the knowledge, and not the exact cause, of his defilement is necessary. And so also was this point explained by Ula. The rabbis taught, if there were 2 paths one of which was unclean, but it was not certain which one, and one passed through one of them entering, however, the temple after passing through the other path, too, he is liable. If, however, after passing the first path he entered the temple by forgetting and on becoming aware thereof he performed the sprinkling and took a legal bath, and then passed the other path and again entered the sanctuary by forgetting, he is liable. Our Simeon, however, declares him free. On the other hand, our Simeon b. Jehudah holds him, in the name of our Simeon, free even in the first case. How is this last decision to be understood? In the first case where he passes the 2 paths there is no doubt that be passed an unclean one, how, then, can he be free? Said Rabbah, the decision concerns a case where he, having passed both paths, forgets, enters the temple, and thereafter recollects his passing through but one of the paths, and the point of difference here is that the first Tana quotes R. Simeon as holding that partial cognition is considered as the whole, which R. B. Jehudah in his name denies. But why does the Beratha hold liable him who has performed sprinkling, etc.? Is not here the cognition concerning a doubtful case and hence he should not be liable? Said our Johanan, here the Tana regards the doubtful cognition as a certain one. Resh Lakish, however, said, this Beratha is in accordance with R. Ismail, who holds that antecedent cognition is not requisite. Point 34. Chapter 3. Rules and regulations concerning the oath transgression considered as referring to both past and future, the determination of the size or quantity of the object regarding which the oath is made, the wording of the oath. Is or is not drinking included in eating, to which the oath refers, and vice versa, does or does not the repeated stating of the oath entail a separate liability, to what acts or words the oath relates, oaths made by compulsion. Oaths concerning the fulfilling or ignoring of a commandment. Mishnah I, there are two kinds of oaths subdivided into four, viz. I swear that I will eat or will not eat, that I did or did not eat. If upon making the oath, I will not eat, he does eat, and be it but a minimum, he is guilty, so are Akiba. Whereupon he was questioned, where do we find a similar case that one be guilty for a minimum, so that this one be declared guilty? He replied, where do we find that one must bring an offering for mere talk, as this one does talk and brings an offering? Gemara, the rabbis taught, the expression mibtah of, Num. 37. Is considered an oath, and also the word isor is considered such, and what prohibition attaches to this last form of an oath? If you decide that isor is an oath, liability is attached to its transgression. Now, how is this to be understood? Does not the Beratha state expressly that isor is an oath? Said Abai, it means to say thus, the expression mibtah is an oath, and if one says, this object is isor to me as the first, and this third object be to me as the second, it is in such a case that, if it be decided that the making of an oath on a thing by comparing it to the first one is an oath, the second one is prohibited, e.g., if one says, I swear not to eat this meat, then pointing to a bread he says, this bread be for me equal to the said meat, and then again, this fish be equal to this bread. In such a case, if swearing by comparing one object to another is an oath, each thing is prohibited. Point 35. But whence do we know that the expression mibtah is an oath? From Leviticus VIII 4, or if any person swear, by pronouncing with his lips, lebada. Now, it reads, Num. XXX. 3. Or he swear an oath to bind his soul with an isor, obligation, hence, isor is obviously also an oath. Therefore said Abai, that mibtah is an oath, is inferred from, ibid. 7. Or what she may have uttered, mibtah, wherewith she hath bound, asro, from here we see that, she has bound, not sworn, and it is with mibtah that she has bound herself. Rabbah, however, said, there is no necessity of Abai's explanation, as swearing by comparing is not considered, and as to the above Beratha, it may be simply explained, as follows, mibtah is an oath, isor is also an oath. However, isor is found used between vow and oath, and this is what the Beratha says, if one expresses isor as a vow, it is a vow, and if as an oath, it is an oath. And where is it found in such connection? Ibid. 11. And if she had vowed in her husband's house, or had bound her soul by an obligation, isor, with an oath. And the explanations of Abai and Rabbah are respectively in accordance with their theories elsewhere. As it was taught, if one swears by comparing, it is, according to Abai, the same as swearing directly with the word oath, while according to Rabbah it is not so. An objection was raised from the following, what is isor mentioned in the Torah? If one says, I take upon myself not to eat meat, not to drink wine just as on the day of the death of my father or of a certain man, e.g., Gedaliahu Bechikam, or as on the day when I have seen Jerusalem destroyed, it is an isor. And Samuel adds, provided he has previously vowed already not to consume these objects on those days. Now, according to this, Abai's theory is correct, as we see here that one may make a vow by comparing, hence, he may also make an oath by comparing, but Rabbah's theory remains open to objection. Nay. Rabbah may say that the cited Beratha should read thus, what is an isor of a vow mentioned in the Torah? If one says, etc., and to this Samuel makes his addition, by reason of, ibid. 3. If a man vows a vow, which means, he vows on a thing on which he has already vowed. Moreover, Gedaliah's day is specifically mentioned in the Beratha in order to teach that, notwithstanding that it is a general fast day, one's vow is only then a vow if he has previously vowed especially for this day. And again, lest one say, this being a general fast day a vow referring thereto is not considered at all, consequently such a vow is not even one by comparing, and hence should be wholly disregarded, it comes to teach us that it is not so. R. Johanan, too, upholds Rabbah's theory, as Rabban, on coming from Palestine, said in his name, if one says, Mibtah, I will not eat, or Isor, I will not eat, it is considered an oath. However, when R. Dini came from Palestine, he said in the name of the same authority, the oath for a future, e.g., I will or will not eat, is considered false, and the warning against it is in Leviticus 19:12, and ye shall not swear by my name falsely. Furthermore, the oath for the past, e.g., I have or have not eaten, is considered vain, and the warning against it is in Exodus XX. 73, Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, and against a vow the warning is found in Num, XXX. 3. He shall not profane his word. An objection was raised from the following: vain, shav, and false, sheker, are identical. Does not this mean that just as vain refers to a past, so does false, too, refer to the post? Why, vain and false are identical in respect of another point, but each of them has its signification as above. As there is a Beratha, Zachar, ye shall remember, in the first 10 commandments, and Shamar, ye shall observe the Sabbath, in the last 10 commandments, were uttered by the Lord in one word, which transcends the power of the human mouth and ear. 36 But what does this Beratha teach us thereby? The following: just as stripes are applied to a false, so they are also to a vain oath. But is not this self-evident, as both are negatives? Lest one say that it is as R. Papa said to Abai. Further on, it comes to teach us that the halakha prevails with Abai. When Rabban came, he said in the name of R. Jeremiah that R. Abuhu said in the name of R. Johanan that an oath for the past is a false one, and the warning against it is as cited above, and an oath for the future is merely a transgression of, he shall not profane his word, as above, and a vain oath is when one swears, e.g. that a man is a woman. Said R. Papa, R. Abuhu's statement was not explicitly stated, but inferred from the following: it was taught, Adb. Abban said in the name of Amram that R. Itzhak said in the name of R. Johanan that R. Jehuda, quoting R. Jose the Galilean said, stripes apply to all negatives of the Torah implying manual labor, but not to those without manual labor. Excepting, however, an oath, an exchange and a curse upon one's neighbor by the holy name, to which 3, though not implying manual labor, stripes apply. And whence do we know that it is so concerning an oath? Said R. Johanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Johai, it reads, Exodus XX. 7, For the Lord will not hold guiltless, etc., which means only the heavenly court, but the worldly court will make him guiltless by punishing him with stripes. Said R. Papa to Abai, but maybe it means that no one can make him guiltless? And he answered, it would be so if it were not predicated of the Lord, but as it is, it can but mean that not the Lord but the earthly court will. All this concerns a vain oath, but whence do we know that the same is the case with a false one? Said R. Johanan, his own opinion, in the cited verse, vain, is mentioned twice, and as the second is not needed for itself, apply it to a false oath. R. Abuhu, however, deliberated as to how should be the case. If one swears, I will not eat and did eat, then there is an act done, hence it is in the category of negatives with manual act. Again, if he swears, I will eat but did not eat, it is a case to which stripes do not apply according to both R. Johanan and Resh Lakish. Above page 25. Upon due deliberation, however, R. Abuhu decided that it means an oath referring to the past, e.g., I swear that I have eaten, and B did not eat, or vice versa. And though there is no manual labor here stripes apply, as Rabbah said, the Torah has expressly extended the provision of the vain oath to the false one, to teach that just as a vain refers to the past, so also a false oath. And be it a minimum, etc. The schoolmen questioned, does our Akiba hold with our Simeon who declares one liable for a minimum with regard to all biblical transgressions? As we have learned in the following, stripes apply even to a minimum, and the size of an olive is prescribed only concerning an offering. And why does our Akiba differ here, when he does not differ in any other places? Is it in order to let you know the power of his opponents, the rabbis, who say that if one swears not to eat even a minimum and did eat such, he is nevertheless not liable? Or, in all other cases he agrees with the rabbis, while here he differs? Because if one swore not to eat a minimum he would certainly be liable if he did eat, hence he is also liable if he swore generally, without mentioning the word minimum. Come in here. R. Akiba said, a Nazirite who has soaked his bread in wine and consumed it, is liable provided wine of the size of an olive entered the bread. Now, should he bold with our Simeon, why does he require the size of an olive? And also from the next Mishnah, concerning reptiles which the Gemara explains in accordance with our Akiba, that a man may impose upon oneself the prohibition of even a minimum, it is inferred that he agrees with the rabbis in all cases. Where do we find, etc.? But is there not a moth, which is but a minimum in size, and yet one is liable for consuming it? It is different with living creatures. Again, is not one liable in the case of the sanctuary? Here also there must be no less than the value of a peruta. But does not he himself say that if one expresses a minimum, he is liable? The expression raises it to the value of a creature. But is there not a case regarding earth, where no definite quantity is requisite? And should you say that it is, then solve the following question propounded by Rabbah: if one swore that he will not eat, and thereafter ate earth, what quantity thereof makes him liable, by saying that the quantity of an olive is required? Nay. Because earth is not eatable, you cannot very well assign to it a definite quantity. But is not such the case with vows? A vow is equivalent to the expressions minimum used in an oath. As this one does talk and brings an offering, etc. But is not such the case with the blasphemer who is liable for mere talk? Here a case is looked for where one imposes upon oneself a prohibition by talk, while the blasphemer sins with his talk. But is not the case of a Nazirite, who brings an offering for mere talk, analogous? Nay, the Nazirite brings the offering, that wine become allowed to him. But does one not impose a prohibition by saying, this should be sanctified? We look for a case where one imposes the prohibition only upon oneself, while in this case the prohibition is general. But does not one prohibit a thing to oneself by saying, this is a vow for me? And if he uses the thing unintentionally he must bring an offering. The Tana of the Mishnah holds that to this case an offering does not apply. Said Rabbah, they differ only regarding the case where he did not express the word minimum, but if he did, the expression raises it to the value of a creature. He said again, they differ only when he said, I will not eat, but if he said, I will not taste, all agree that he is liable. And Rabbah says this lest one say that with the expression, taste, one intended to mean eat. Said R. Papa, they differ only concerning vows, while as regards oaths all agree that liability attaches even to a minimum, because by saying, this is a vow for me, he does not mention eating. Mishnah 2. If one says I swear that I will not eat, and thereafter eats and drinks, he is guilty but once. But if he says, I swear that I will neither eat nor drink and did both, he is guilty twice. If he says, I swear not to eat and then eats wheat bread, barley bread and rye bread, he is guilty but once. If he swears, I will not eat either wheat bread, barley bread or rye bread and then eats, he is guilty for each one severally. I swear that I will not drink, and thereafter drinks varied beverages, he is guilty but once. I swear I will drink neither wine, oil, nor honey, and then drinks, he is guilty for each severally. I swear not to eat, and then ate things not suitable to eat, and drank something not suitable as a drink, he is free. If he swore not to eat and thereafter ate carcasses or illegal cattle, reptiles and vermin, he is guilty. R. Simeon declares him free. If one said, I swear to abstain from deriving any benefit from my wife if I have eaten today, and he did eat carcasses, etc., his wife is prohibited to him for all benefit. Gemara, R. Haya B. Abin said in the name of Samuel, if one swears not to eat and thereafter drank, he is guilty. If you wish, this is mere common sense, since ordinarily a man inviting the other one to have a bite, the two go in and eat and drink, or if you wish, it is found in the scripture that the expression eat includes also drinking viz. In Deuteronomy 14. 16, in cattle, sheep, wine, and thou shalt eat these. But perhaps it means there an ano garum, a dish in which wine is mixed. The verse says further Sheker 37, old wine, which means an intoxicating beverage. Neither can it here be spoken of a date of the city of Kehillah, which when eaten intoxicates and regarding which a Beretha says that one who had eaten it and then entered the sanctuary is culpable. As the word sheker here is analogous with the same word used concerning a Nazirite where it surely means only wine for which he is culpable. Said Rabbah. This is implied also in our Mishnah, if one swears not to eat, and then eats and drinks, he is culpable but once, which signifies that the drinking is included in the eating. For if this were not the case, to what purpose would the express teaching be? Would it be necessary, e.g., for the Tana to teach expressly that the oath regarding eating makes one culpable only for the eating and not for performed labor? Said Abai to him, according to your doctrine that eating includes drinking, how is the second part of the Mishnah, I will neither eat nor drink, to be understood? As eating includes drinking, why is he culpable twice? And he answered, because of the expression, the addition, nor drink, shows clearly that his, I will neither eat, was not yet in his mind including drinking. Said R. Ashi, it seems to me, too, that the teaching of the Mishnah implies drinking and eating, hence, I swear not to eat and then ate things not eatable and drank things not suitable to drink, which implies that if the things he drank were suitable, he would be liable, hence we see that drinking is included in eating. However, this is hardly evidence, as the Mishnah here may mean that he said in his oath both eat and drink. I will not eat either wheat bread, he is guilty for each. But perhaps he intends by mentioning expressly bread merely to exclude other things which to eat he shall be free. If such were the case, he would not repeat the word bread with each kind separately. But again, maybe he uses repeatedly the word bread in order to prevent the belief that he swears with regard to wheat bread not to eat, while with regard to the others not to chew. If this were his intention, he would say, I will not eat wheat bread, nor barley, nor rye, without repeating bread each time. But if he said so, his oath could be understood to concern a mixture of all these, but not each singly and severally. Then let him say, I will not eat bread of wheat, of barley, or of rye, without repeating bread. Hence, the repetition must have been intended to emphasize that he makes an oath for each severally. I will drink neither wine, oil. He is guilty, etc. Here again the question arises, maybe he intends to exclude other beverages, as here the above argumentation cannot be advanced, since the beverages are here specified. Said R. Papa, it speaks of a case where all these liquids were standing before him, so that he could by pointing to them swear not to drink them. Why, then, are they specified? To indicate that he makes an oath for each one. But if so, it could be said that he must not partake only of these before him, but of other wine, etc., he may. Let him then say, I will not drink of these before me nor of their kind in general. Hence, it must be said that the specification is intended to make the oath for each severally. R. Ha B. R. Ika said, the Mishnah speaks of one invited by his neighbor to drink with him wine, oil and honey, to which he could answer, I will not drink with you, without repeating wine, oil and honey. Hence, his repeating the liquids makes him liable for each one separately. I will not eat and then ate things not eatable, etc. Does not the Mishnah contradict itself? It states that on eating an unsuitable thing he is free, and hereafter it declares him culpable for eating carcass. What are the reasons to account for these two parts respectively? This presents no difficulty. The first part speaks of the case when he says in general, I will not eat, while the second part speaks of the case when he expressly says, I will not eat anything. But even if this be so, why should the oath hold regarding reptiles, where an oath, not to eat such, lies on him already from the Mount Sinai? Rab, Samuel and R. Johanan all three said, it speaks of the case when one includes in his oath the permissible with the forbidden, viz., I will not eat legal and illegal things. Resh Lakish, however, says, a case like that of the Mishnah cannot take place, unless he stated plainly not to eat even a half of the prescribed quantity. In which case, according to the rabbis, who hold one liable only for the whole quantity, the oath concerns a half quantity, and according to R. Akiba, who says that liability attaches even to a minimum, the oath here concerns a half quantity provided he has not plainly specified anything. But why does not Resh Lakish agree with R. Johanan? He may say that R. Johanan's theory of inclusion can be applied only to prohibitions in themselves, such as, eating carcasses on the Day of Atonement, where the carcass is prohibited even if not on the Day of Atonement. Nevertheless, the rabbis make him liable also for the Day of Atonement, because as one is prohibited from eating legal food on that day, he is likewise prohibited from eating carcass, for the prohibition to eat includes legal as well as illegal food. However, where a prohibition is imposed by man upon oneself, no one can make him liable for inclusion. Said Rabbah, the reason of him who holds that one is liable for an inclusion is that he compares it to an additional prohibition. While the reason of him who holds that such is not the case is that an additional prohibition holds good when concerning one and the same piece, but not when concerning separate pieces, i.e., an inclusive prohibition is, e.g., a carcass on the Day of Atonement, where the day itself adds nothing to the prohibition of the carcass as such, but does add a prohibition upon the man, viz., that he must not eat it on that day, while if, e.g., illegal fat, which is prohibited to eat, but allowed for the altar, remains overnight, it is prohibited also for the altar, hence, there is on it an additional prohibition, for its having remained overnight. But this additional prohibition can be only on one and the same piece, but not on separate pieces. Rabbah said further that to him who holds the theory of inclusive prohibition, he who swears not to eat figs and hereafter swears not to eat figs and grapes, is liable for the figs twice. For the second oath resting upon the grapes, rests again upon the figs, too. But is not this self-evident? Lest one say that this theory applies only to prohibitions in themselves, and not to such made by man upon himself, he comes to teach us that there is no difference between the two cases. Point 38. Mishnah 3. It is immaterial whether the things sworn off concern himself or others, whether they are or are not of some essential nature. E.g., he says, I swear that I will or will not give something to this or that person. That I did or did not give him something, that I will or will not sleep, that I did or did not sleep, that I will or will not throw a stone into the sea, that I did or did not throw it. R. Ismail says, one is guilty only for an oath made with reference to the future, for it is written, to do evil or to do good. Said to him R. Akiba, according to this view I know but about oaths concerning things that are intrinsically either evil or good, but whence do I learn about those regarding things that entail neither evil nor good doing? Retorted the former, from the addition in the scripture. To this rejoined the latter, if the scripture widens the notion in this respect, it does it likewise in the other case. Gemara, the rabbis taught, in some respects vows are more rigorous than oaths, in others oaths are more rigorous than vows. Vows are more rigorous in that their liability attaches even to commandments, e.g., if one says, I vow not to make a sukkah, and hereafter he makes one, he is liable for transgressing the vow, which is not the case with an oath, as an oath rests upon him from the Mount Sinai. On the other hand, oaths are more rigorous than vows in that their liability attaches also to things not essential, which is not the case with vows. I will or will not give, etc. What does it mean, I will give? If charity to the poor, it is obligatory for him by oath on the Mount Sinai? Nay, it means a present to a rich man. I will or will not sleep, etc. But has not R. Johanan said that if one swears not to sleep for 3 days in succession, he gets stripes and is put to sleep immediately, because one cannot keep from sleeping for 3 days. This is no difficulty, as in the case of the Mishnah no number of days is specified. I will throw a stone, etc. It was taught, if one said, I swear that so and so has or has not thrown a stone into the sea, according to Rab he is culpable, as he transgressed a negative. According to Samuel he is not, for such an oath cannot be made with reference to the future. Shall we assume that the above differ in the same in which our Akiba and our Ismail differ in our Mishnah? R. Ismail said, one is liable only for the future, as it reads, to do evil or to do good, whereupon said our Akiba, if it were as you say, the liability would apply but to things that are intrinsically either evil or good. And he answered, from the addition in the scripture, to everything uttered with his lips, whereto our Akiba rejoined, etc. Whence it would appear that Rab is in accordance with Akiba, and Samuel in accordance with our Ismail. Nay, according to our Ismail, who frees one for the past even in a case where a future is possible, there can be no doubt that in the case illustrated above, one should be culpable, but where they do differ is concerning the interpretation of our Akiba's view. According to Rab, our Akiba holds one liable for transgressing a negative immaterial whether such an oath can or cannot apply to a future, while Samuel maintains that our Akiba's view applies only to a case where an oath for the future is possible, but not to other cases. Said Abai, Rab admits that if one says, I swear that I know something to testify for you, and it is found hereafter that he knows nothing, there is no liability in this case because the negative, I swear that I do not know, etc. is not possible here, as this is not considered an utterance, but belongs to the category of testimony. But regarding the oath, I was or was not aware of testimony in your case, or, I have or have not testified, Rab and Samuel still differ. Says the Gemara, according to Samuel's theory it is correct that the law has excluded the witness oath from the category of uttered oaths, as there is a rule that where there is no future possible, no liability attaches to the past. But according to Rab who disregards this rule, why were the witness oaths excluded? Said the rabbis before Abai, in order to make one liable twice, i.e. if one is fit to testify, knows the case, and nevertheless denied it before the court, he is liable twice, for the witness oath and for an uttered oath. Said Abai to them, it is impossible to make one liable twice, as it reads plainly, Leviticus v. 4, that he hath incurred guilt by 139 of these, which means, he can be punished once but not twice. But, then, to what other purpose have the witness oaths been excluded, according to Abai? To what we have learned in the following, concerning all oaths it reads, escaped his memory, except the oath of a witness, to make him liable, to a sin offering, for an intentional oath just as for an unintentional one. Said the rabbis to Abai, say, then, that for an intentional he is liable to one, and for an unintentional he should be liable to two, viz., for a witness and an uttered oath. And he answered, have I not said that the above-cited verse prevents it from making one liable to two? And as to an intentional, the liability of an uttered oath does not exist there. Rabbah, however, said, the reason why there can be no two liabilities is this, there is a rule that, if to something that was included in the general a new law be applied, only by the new one must guide oneself, i.e. the witness oath as an oath is included in the general uttered oaths, and when the scripture makes for it a new special law of liability, you cannot any more apply to it also the liability attached to the uttered oath. But how is it according to Abai? Does behold that there is such an oath at all? Has he not declared above that Rab admits that if one swears, I know testimony for you, etc. There is no liability here, as such oath cannot be made in the negative, whence it would seem that such in the negative does not exist at all. He has retracted his above statement, or, if you wish, one of the above statements was not said by Abai but by our Papa. One is guilty only, with reference to the future. The rabbis taught, it reads, Leviticus v. 4, to do evil, or to do good, whence we infer only those that are in themselves either good or evil, but whence do we know about oaths concerning other things? From ibid, pronouncing with his lips, etc. But all this is concerning the future, whence do we know the same concerning the past? From ibid, in whatsoever it be, so our Akiba. Our Ismail, however, says, to do evil, or to do good, means only oaths for the future. Said to him our Akiba, if such be the case, we know only about oaths concerning things intrinsically good or evil, but whence do we know about those regarding other things? Retorted the former, from the addition in the scripture, whatsoever, whereupon rejoined our Akiba, if the scripture widens the notion in this respect, it does it likewise in all other respects. Now, is not our Akiba's statement perfectly correct? Said our Johanan, our Ismail, who was a disciple of our Nehunia b. Hakana, who was in the habit of interpreting the scripture by generals and particulars, proceeds in the same manner as his master, while our Akiba, who was the disciple of Nahum of Gimzu, whose method of interpretation was extensions and limitations, follows his master's method. And this is as stated in the following Baratha, if any person swear, is an extension. To do evil or good is a limitation, in whatsoever it be, is again an extension, and there is a rule that such an extension includes everything, while a limitation is excluding a commandment. This is in accordance with our Akiba, while our Ismail, whose method is the generals and particulars, interprets the verse thus, if any person, etc., is a general, to do evil or good is a particular. In whatsoever, is again a general, and there is a rule that wherever there is a particular between two generals, the latter must be interpreted in the sense of the particular. Now, as the particular here refers expressly to the future, so also everything relates to the future. The generals, however, affect in the same way all other things relating to the future, but not implying either good or evil, while the particular affects things relating to the past, that they be excluded. Says the Gemara, and why not the reverse? Said our Itzhak, they must be similar to the particular, of to do evil, etc., which is prohibited because of the above cited, XXX, he shall not profane his word, excluded the past to which the prohibition is, he shall not lie. R. Itzhak b. Aben, however, said, this is inferred from the cited verse, if any person swear by pronouncing, which signifies that the oath was before the act, but not the past where the act was before the oath. The rabbis taught, if any person swear, etc., intends to exclude compulsion, escaped, to exclude intention, from his memory, to signify that the oath escaped his memory but not the thing in question. Hence, one is culpable only for forgetting the oath, but not for forgetting the object. The master says, to exclude compulsion, what could illustrate this? As it happened to our Kahana and our Besi after the lectures at Rabb's college had ceased. One would say, I swear that Rab said so, and the other would say, I swear that Rab said the contrary, and when they came to ask Rab on the point, he certainly said as one of them. And to the question of the other, have I sworn false, Rab answered, you were compelled by your conscience, and the verse, escaped, from, his memory, means the oath but not the object. This statement was ridiculed in the West. An oath and not the object is to be found, e.g., in, I swear not to eat wheat bread, and thereafter he thinks that he swore to eat and accordingly eats it, hence, he forgot the oath but not the object. But where do you find a case where the object is forgotten and not the oath? As, e.g., in, I will not eat wheat bread, and thereafter ate it thinking it to be of barley, hence, he has the oath in mind and not the object. But as he forgot the object, is it not as if he forgot the oath? Therefore, decided our Elazar that it makes no difference what one forgets. Our Joseph opposed, is it indeed so, that the object cannot be forgotten without the oath? May it not happen that one swear not to eat wheat bread, and then stretch his hand to the basket where there was both barley and wheat bread with the intention to take that of barley, but takes that of wheat, and eats it up in the belief that it is of barley? In this case he had the oath clearly in mind, but he did not recognize the object. Said Abai to him, but when he brings the offering, why does he bring it, for the bread he has eaten? Surely because of the oath, hence, they were right in the West. Joseph, however, insists on his statement for the reason that if he actually recognized that this is wheat bread, he would certainly abstain from it, hence, here is the ignorance of the object. Rabbah questioned Naaman, how is it if he forgot both? And he answered, as soon as he became ignorant of the oath he is culpable. Rejoined Rabbah, why not the contrary? Here is the ignorance of the object, and hence he should be free. Said Ashi, in such a case we have to examine the nature of the case. If he abstained from the object by recollecting the oath, then the ignorance of the oath is the main thing, and he is culpable. But if he abstained by recollecting the object, then the ignorance of the object is the main point, and he is free. Said Rabina to him, I do not see any difference here. If his abstention is caused by the recollection of the oath, is not here also the recollection of the object brought about? And the same may be asked vice versa. Hence, there can be no difference here. Rabbah questioned again Naaman, how can an unintentional uttered oath take place for the past? If he, who swears, is while swearing aware that it is false, then it is intentional, and if he is not aware, then it is a case of compulsion. And he answered, take the case where he is aware that such an oath is prohibited, but is not aware that the liability of a sin offering is attached thereto. Is this in accordance with Munbaz, who holds that such an ignorance be considered, and not in accordance with the rabbis, his opponents? Nay. This may even accord with the latter, as they differ with him only in all other cases of the Torah, but not in this case, for it is a novelty. As we do not find anywhere in the scripture that one should be liable to a sin offering for a negative except in this case, in which, therefore, the rabbis, too, agree with Munbaz. Rabina, the elder, questioned Rabbah, suppose one swear not to eat this bread, and then he is in danger if he does not eat it, how is it? In danger. Then he is certainly allowed to eat it. Said Rabina, I mean to say that suppose he ate this bread while impelled by hunger and having forgotten his oath not to eat it. And Rabbah answered, concerning this we have learned elsewhere, a sin offering applies only to such a case where he would abstain from eating if he recollected his oath, but not otherwise. While here, being, as he is, impelled by hunger, he would not abstain, it cannot be considered unintentional. 40. Samuel said, it is not sufficient that one make up his mind, he must pronounce it with his lips, as it reads, by pronouncing with his lips. 41. Mishnah 4, if one swears to ignore some commandment and does not carry out his oath, he is free. If he swears to fulfill a commandment and fails to realize his oath, he is free. It appears on the first glance that he should rather be guilty, as Jehudah b. Battina argues thus, since one is guilty for oaths regarding voluntary acts not provided for from the Mount Sinai, so much the more is it so in the case of oaths regarding commandments, to which he is sworn in from the Mount Sinai. Whereupon he was retorted, if you declare him guilty in voluntary acts where affirmation and negation are both alike indifferent, you can by means do the same in oaths concerning commandments where affirmation and negation are not equivalent. Since one is free, if he swears to, but does not, violate a commandment. Gemara, the rabbis taught, lest one say that one who swore to ignore a commandment and did not, should be culpable, it reads, to do evil or good. Just as to do good unto oneself is a voluntary act, so also an evil act must be voluntary, and this excludes him who swore to ignore a commandment. Furthermore, lest one say that he who swore to fulfill a commandment and did not, should be culpable for the oath, we again compare the good to the evil act, just as latter is voluntary in this case, so must former be voluntary. And this excludes the case of an oath to fulfill a commandment. Again, lest one say that if one swore to do evil unto himself and did not, he should be free, we again compare evil to good. Just as the latter means voluntary, so also the former, hence, it includes the case where one swore to do evil to himself, which he was at liberty to do, and he is culpable. Finally, lest one say that the same is the case if he swore to do evil to others and did not, we compare evil to good, which latter is voluntary, while in the case of strangers he is not at liberty to do evil, hence he is free. But whence do we know that he who swore to do good to others and did not, is culpable? From, or to do good. What is an evil doing to others? E.g., one says, I will strike so, and split his head. Says the Gemara, but whence is it known that the above-cited verse treats of a voluntary act, perhaps it has in view a meritorious act? This cannot be borne in mind, as the two, the evil and the good, must be compared with each other. And as doing good cannot be spoken of concerning the ignoring of a commandment, so also doing evil cannot treat of ignoring a commandment, hence, this expression of doing evil would be in this respect good, as it does not apply to the ignoring of commandments. On the other hand, the good doing is compared to the evil doing, just as the former cannot treat of the fulfilling of a commandment, so also the latter cannot. Hence, in this respect the good doing would be evil, therefore, the expression in question cannot treat of meritorious acts. But in the light of these considerations, this expression cannot treat of voluntary acts either, where good and evil means to do good and evil unto one's self respectively, hence, here, too, good would in some respects be evil, as, e.g., the oath not to eat a harmful thing, and vice versa. 42 Therefore we must say that, because it was needful to the Scripture to use the disjunction, or in order to indicate doing good to others, it must treat of voluntary acts. Since if it treated of commandments, the or would not be necessary, as it would be self-evident, for as the doing evil to others is included here, so much the more the doing good. 43. R. Jehuda b. Bathira, etc. Is not the argument of the rabbis against R. Jehuda b. Bathira correct? He may say thus, let us see, was it then necessary for the Scripture to add that if one swore to do good to others and did not, he is culpable? Is this not self-evident, since one is not culpable for an oath to do evil to others, being as he is not free to do so, he is culpable when he is free to do so? And nevertheless the Scripture did add, hence, the same is the case with the oath to fulfill a commandment, where, although it is self-evident that he is culpable in this case because he is not culpable when he swore to ignore a commandment, yet the Scripture adds it. To all which the rabbis might say, these two cases are by no means analogous, as when one swears not to do good to so, he is culpable, while if one swears not to fulfill a commandment, and thereafter he does fulfill, he cannot be culpable. Mishnah v. If one swears, I will not eat this loaf of bread, I swear I will not eat it, I swear I will not eat it, and eats it nevertheless, he is guilty but once. This is an uttered oath for the intentional violation of which one is subject to stripes, and for whose unintentional violation to a poor or rich offering. Vain swearing, if willfully done, is punished with stripes, but if committed unintentionally, is free from punishment. Gemara, to what purpose does the Mishnah vary the language? It comes to teach us that only when making the oath in such expressions he is culpable but once, but if he said first, I will not eat it, and then, I will not eat this loaf, he would be culpable twice. As Rabbah explains elsewhere that the expression, I will not eat this bread, makes one culpable when he ate of it the size of an olive, but if one says, I will not eat it, he is not culpable unless he has consumed the whole of it. Hence, if the Mishnah stated first, I will not eat it, and then, I will not eat this loaf of bread, he would be culpable twice, as here were two distinct oaths, the former on the whole bread, the latter on the size of an olive. And the latter does not do away with the former, while the former if stated last would do away with the latter. I will not eat it, and eats it none the less, etc. For what purpose is this repetition, since one oath does not rest upon the other, as we have seen it to be the case with the second one, and it is surely so with the third one, too? It comes to teach us that, though there is no liability, yet the oath is not ignored, and that in case there will be place for it, it may rest. This illustration is as Rabbah said, in case he asked a sage to nullify the first oath, the next comes to take its place. Rabbah said, if one says, I swear not to eat this bread in case I eat the other, and it happened that he ate the first 44, 1, erroneously and the second intentionally, he is free, 2, if vice versa, he is culpable, 3. Furthermore, if he ate both unintentionally, he is free. 4. If both intentionally, it depends on the following: if he had eaten the conditional one first and thereafter the one he prohibited to himself, he is liable. 5. And if vice versa, it is under the category of cases concerning which are. Johanan and Resh Lakish differ. According to him who holds that a doubtful warning is considered, he is culpable. 6. While according to the other, who holds that such is not considered, he is free. 7. If, however, continues Rabbah, he made the two breads dependent on each other, viz., I will not eat the one if I eat the other. I will not eat the other if I eat this, and thereafter he consumed one intentionally, i.e., he has in mind the oath that he must not eat this in case he eats the other one, but he forgot that he swore the same with regard to the other bread, then he consumed the other one also intentionally, the same as before. But he forgot that he has already consumed the first one, he is free. If, however, he has consumed the first unintentionally, i.e., he forgot that the conditional oath is on this bread, though aware of the oath itself, and therefore he consumes the second one in the same manner, he is culpable. 8. But if he consumed both unintentionally, having forgotten all about the oath, he is free, both intentionally, he is, all agree, culpable for the second one. The first, however, falls into the foregoing category concerning which are. Johanan and Resh Lakish differ. Said Arth Mari, there are vows by error and vows by compulsion. How so? If one says, I vow this object if I have eaten or drunk such, and then recollects that he did. In like manner, if he vows for the future and on forgetting the vow eats or drinks, to such a vow no liability attaches, and there is a beretha that just as there are vows by error, there are also oaths by error. Ifa taught the tract Shebuoth at Rabbah's college, and Abami, his brother, asked him, how is it if one swears twice, I have not eaten, while he did eat? He answered, he is culpable but once. Whereupon he said, you are mistaken, since the first oath was already a lie, and the second one is again a lie. He asked further, how is it if one swears not to eat 9 and 10 articles, and thereafter he eats 10, without recollecting his oath in between? And he answered, he is culpable for each one severally. Said the other, you are again mistaken, for the oath for the 10 does not rest at all, as 10 presupposes 9, and for the 9 he has made a separate oath. But how is it if he swear not to eat 10, and then not to eat 9? Here he is culpable only once. The other rejoined, you are again mistaken, for as soon as he ate 9 he broke one oath, and by eating the 10th he breaks the other oath. Said Abai, in this last case, then, may be a case that Ifa is right, viz. If one swear not to eat 10, and thereafter not to eat 9, then he ate 9 and recollected his transgression, brought a sin offering and then consumed the 10th is then considered but a half quantity, and for such one is not liable. Mishnah 6, which is false swearing. If one swears that something is different from what it is known by everybody to be, e.g., that a stone column is of gold, that a man is a woman, that a woman is a man, or if he swears to an impossibility, viz. If I have not seen a camel flying in the air, if I did not see a serpent of the shape of an oil press, so. If one asks some witnesses, come to testify for me, and they answer, we swear that we shall not bear you witness. Or if someone swears to ignore a commandment, as, e.g., not to make a sukkah, not to take lullaby, or not to put on phylacteries, so it is a false swearing punishable with stripes if committed intentionally, and unpunishable if made by error. If he swears, to one and the same loaf of bread, I will not eat it, then, I will not eat it, the former is a vain oath, and the latter an uttered oath, so that by eating it he is liable for uttered swearing. By not eating it he is liable for a vain oath. Gemara, said Ula, provided it was acknowledged by 3 persons that this pillar was of stone. If he swore to an impossibility, etc. Why does the Mishnah use a negative and not a positive expression? Said Abai, read it in the positive, if you prefer. Rabbah, however, said, it speaks thus, if he says, all the fruit in the world be forbidden to me, if I have not, 45 etc. I will eat, I will not eat, etc. Let us see, since he is liable for the uttered oath, shall he not be liable for the vain one? He has pronounced such, and why shall he not be liable? Said Jeremiah, read in the Mishnah, he is liable for the uttered oath also. Mishnah 7. The provisions regarding uttered swearing apply to males, females, to kindred, non-kindred, to those legally fit to testify as well as to those unfit, to cases before as well as outside the court. The oath, however, must come forth from his own mouth, and its intentional violation is punished with stripes, and its unintentional with a poor and rich offering. Vain swearing takes place by men as well as by women, by kindred and non-kindred. By those fit to testify and by those unfit, before and outside the court, and the oath must issue from one's own mouth. Its intentional violation is attended with stripes, while its unintentional is unpunishable. In both cases one is guilty if made to swear by others, thus, if he says, I ate nothing today, I put on no phylacteries, and another interposes, I adjure you, to which he answers, Amen, he is guilty. Gemara, said Samuel, he who answers Amen after an oath is considered as if he pronounced the oath with his lips, as it reads, Num. v. 22, and the women say Amen, Amen. Said Papa in the name of Rabbah, there are a Mishnah and a Baraitha which seem to teach the same. The Mishnah is the next following, 8. The witness oath, unless they deny before the court, such is our mayor's view. Then the illustration in the Baraitha, if one said to the witnesses, Come and testify for me, and they answer, We swear that we know of no testimony for you, or, We do not know any testimony, whereto he says, I adjure you, and they answered, Amen. They are liable when they deny it, immaterial in the presence or absence of the court. So are mayor. Hence, the Baraitha apparently contradicts the Mishnah. However, as we said, the Mishnah means that they did not answer Amen, while in the Baraitha he did so, hence, the answer, Amen, is equivalent to pronouncing with one's lips. Said Rabina in the name of Rabbah, from our own Mishnah we may infer the same. As in the first part it requires that he must utter it himself, whence it is to be inferred that not through others, and in its last part it states that in both cases if sworn through another, he is liable. Does the last part contradict the first? Nay, the last part means when they answered Amen, while the first part does not mean so. But if so, what comes Samuel to tell us? He comes to teach that the Mishnah is particular in its statements concerning an uttered oath, viz. If made by himself, he must pronounce it with his lips, and if by others, he must also utter with his lips Amen. Chapter 4. Rules and regulations concerning the witness oath, who is or is not responsible therefore, how the place where such is made, within or without the court, determines its liability, if made intentionally, the laws of adjuration. Two parties of witnesses contradicting each other, for which of the divine names and attributes, when used in an oath, one is culpable. Mishnah I. The witness oath applies to men but not to women, to unrelated but not to kindred, to legally fit to testify but not to those unfit, as such an oath is given only to those fit to testify in the presence as well as in the absence of the court. Provided it comes forth from one's own lips, but if from the mouth of others, they are liable only when they deny it before the court, such is our mayor's view. The sages, however, maintain, whether it comes forth from one's own mouth or from that of others, they are not liable unless they deny it before the court. Again, the witnesses are liable for an intentional oath, and for an error in the oath made while intentionally testifying, but are not guilty when made in error. And what is their fine for intentional swearing? A poor and rich offering. Gemara, whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, it reads, Deuteronomy 19:17, Then shall the two men, who have the controversy, stand before the Lord, etc. This means the witnesses. But perhaps it means the contending parties themselves. As it reads, who have the controversy, hence, the parties are already indicated, consequently, the men indicate the witnesses. And should you like to object to this deduction, then we may refer to the analogy of expression 2, mentioned here, and also found in Ibid 15, upon the evidence of two, where it expressly means witnesses, hence, also here witnesses are meant. And what would be the objection? Lest one say that because it is not written, and who have the controversy, the whole verse speaks only of the parties, hence, the analogy of expression. There is another Beretha, the two men shall stand means the witnesses, but perhaps it means the parties? This cannot be, for do only men and not women come to court? And should you like to object, we may refer you to an analogy of expression. As there, two, means witnesses, so also here, and what would be the objection? Lest one say that it is not customary for a woman to go to court, as it reads, Psalm, XLV. 14, awaiteth the king's daughter in the inner chamber. Wherefore, the analogy of expression. The rabbis taught, the two men shall stand, signifies that it is a meritorious act that both parties declare their grievances standing. Said R. Jehuda, I have heard that if the court allows both parties to sit, they may do so, since it is forbidden only that one stand and the other sit, or that one party be allowed freedom in speaking, and the other he asked to speak briefly. The rabbis taught, it reads, Leviticus 19. 15, in righteousness thou shalt judge thy neighbor, which means no preference is to be given to either party, as said above. Another explanation of the just cited verse is, try always to judge everybody from his better side. R. Joseph taught, this verse signifies that him who is your equal in wisdom and deeds, you shall try to judge fairly. It happened that Ula b. Eli had a case in the court of our Naaman, and our Joseph sent word to our Naaman, Ula, our colleague, is equal to us in wisdom and deeds, and our Naaman wondered what the purpose of the message was. Does he mean, I shall flatter him? After some deliberation he said, he must mean I shall give preference to Ula's case over some other cases, or if in his case the evidence will be equally balanced on the two sides, and the opinion of the judges will be decisive. Ula said, the point of difference above concerns only the contending parties, while concerning the witnesses all agree that they must stand, as the above cited verse, the two men shall stand, signifies, and R. Huna said, the difference concerns only the time of the trial, while at its conclusion the judges, all agree, should sit and the parties stand, as the conclusion is equal to witnesses and as they are standing according to the above cited verse. So also must the parties stand. The wife of our Huna had once a case before our Naaman, and the latter deliberated with himself as to how to proceed. Shall I rise to honor her, then her opponent will remain stupefied, and should I not rise, there is a rule that the wife of a scholar must be treated in the same manner as the scholar himself. He then helped himself out of the difficulty by instructing his servant, thus, throw a duckling upon my head as soon as the wife Huna enters, so that I will have to rise anyhow. But did not the master say that at the conclusion of the trial the judges, all agree, are to sit while the parties must stand? And how could our Naaman remain standing when she enters to hear the conclusion? The answer is, he then sits halfways, as though untying his shoelaces, and pronounces the verdict. Rabbi B. R. Huna said, if a scholar has a case with one of the common people, the court may invite both to sit down, and if the common man remains standing, it is not necessary to repeat the invitation. Rab B. R. Shrebia had a case with an Amharetz, a common, before our Papa, and the latter invited both to sit down. The messenger of the court, however, came and made the Amharetz to stand up, to which our Papa said nothing. But why was our Papa indifferent? Could not this stupefy the opposing party? Our Papa thought, I, myself, invited the two to sit, and the act of the messenger the Amharetz may explain as due to the fact that he has not gratified him, the messenger. Rabbi B. Huna said again, if a young scholar has a case with an Amharetz, the former must not sit down before the judge appears, in order that the Amharetz should not think that the scholar came there to prepare his own case and send it to the judge. Provided, however, the scholar was not usually appointed to sit in court for some other purpose, but if he was, he may sit down, as his opponent will think that he is there for a purpose other than the case. The same said again in the name of the same authority, if a scholar was aware of a case to which he could be a witness, but it was a humiliation to him to go to that particular court where the judge was inferior to him, he may remain at home. Said our Shishabi our Gidi, this we have also learned in a Mishnah, if one finds a sack or a basket on the way and it is a humiliation to him to carry it, he may leave it, in spite of the commandment to return a loss to its owner. But all this, he says, concerns civil cases. As to criminal cases, it reads, Parov 21:30, there is no wisdom nor understanding, nor counsel against the Lord, which means wherever there is a case of profaning the holy name, no distinction or honor must be given to any rabbi. R. Yenai was witness to a case where Mar Zutra was one of the contending parties, in the court of Mar, and latter invited all, parties and witnesses, to sit down. Said R. Ashi to him, did not Ullah say that only concerning the parties there is a difference of opinion, but concerning the witnesses all agree that they must stand? And he answered, this is a positive commandment. And to honor a scholar is also a positive commandment, inferred by R. Akiba from the particle eth, the sign of the accusations, written in, eth the Lord thy God thou shalt fear, which means to add the scholar, and the latter commandment is to me of greater value. The rabbis taught, it reads, Exodus 23:7, keep thyself far from a false speech. This signifies that the judge must not with his speech advocate either party, furthermore that he shall not enter discussion with an ignorant disciple in a case, so that he might not be misled by the latter. Again, that the judge, being aware that the party is a robber and there being only one witness, must not conjoin with the latter, for in this case the robber may be right, nor must this, conjoining, be done by any other person. That, if the judge notices the witnesses to testify falsely, he shall not say to himself, I will decide the case in accordance with their evidence according to the law and the collar remain on their neck. From this verse is further to infer, that if a disciple saw his master err in his judgment, he must not say, I will wait until he issues his verdict and then I will disclose the error, thereby causing the issue of another verdict, which will have to be done with the acknowledgement of my authority, but must call his attention immediately. That the master shall not tell to his disciple, it is known to all that I will not lie even if offered 100 manas, but there is one who owes me a mana, and I have only one witness, it is but right that you appear in court. So that the defendant might think you, too, a witness, and I will thus get my mana, although he does not instruct his disciple to tell a lie, but begs him to stand and say nothing, yet the verse reads, keep thyself far from false. Furthermore, if the plaintiff claims a mana, he must not claim two, thinking that thereby he will cause the defendant to confess one, which partial confession will make him liable to a biblical oath. So that there will be possible for the plaintiff to include here in the oath also other claims he may have against the defendant. This, too, is prohibited, because, keep thyself far from false. For the same reason the defendant must not say, since the plaintiff claims two, and will therefore not confess even the one I owe him in order to avoid the biblical oath in which the plaintiff may include some other claims. From the said verse is further inferred, that, when three persons claim one mana from one party, and there are no witnesses, they shall not institute one of themselves as the plaintiff and the other two as witnesses, thereby recovering the mana and dividing it among themselves. Again, if two appear before the court, one richly dressed in a cloak worth 100 mana, and the other clad in rags, the court must instruct the former to go and dress like his contestant, or to dress him richly like oneself. This, too, is inferred from the verse, because the contrast between the rich and the poor would stupefy latter and also possibly influence the judge. 46. It reads, Ezek 18:19, and did that which is not good in the midst of his people, which according to Rab means him who conies to court with a power of attorney, and according to Samuel, him who buys a field on which there are several claims. Such an oath. Only to those fit, etc. To exclude whom? Said our Papa, to exclude a king, and our Hahabi, Jacob said, to exclude a gambler. To him who says, a gambler, so much the more a king, and to him who says, a king, a gambler is not excluded, since biblically he is fit, and only the rabbis have declared him unfit. In the presence as well as in the absence of the court. What is their point of difference? The rabbis said in the presence of our Papa, the theory deduced from it, and again from it, in case one thing is deduced from another, i.e. any further provision connected with A may be transferred to B, is the theory of our mer, as explained further on. The opponents of our mer, however, hold the theory of deduce from it, the rest, however, leave in its place, i.e. after having transferred the main provision of A to B, we are to let B retain its own character, thus the case of witnesses is inferred from the case of a deposit. As in a deposit one is liable only when swearing himself, so also in the case of witness, again, as in the former case it is indifferent the presence or absence of the court, so also with witnesses, and this is our Mayer's theory just mentioned. The rabbis, however, who uphold the other theory, argue thus, as in a deposit, he is liable when swearing himself, so also in the case of witnesses. But if one is sworn by others, which case can take place only in the presence of the court but not otherwise, we have a case that must retain its own characteristics. And the same is the case when he swears himself, it must be in the presence of the court. Said our Papa to them, if the rabbis of the Mishnah inferred this from the case of a deposit, they would certainly adopt also our Mayer's theory above mentioned. The reason, however, why the rabbis do not adopt it is that they proceed by an inference of fortiori vis, since one is liable when sworn by others, so much the more he is liable, if he himself swore. And concerning this there is a rule, it is sufficient that the result derived from inference be equivalent to the law from which it is drawn. And since the case of being sworn by others must take place only in the court, the same is in the case of swearing himself. Guilty for an intentional oath, etc. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, in all other cases, concerning an offering, it reads, escaped his recollection, except this case, hence, this teaches that one is liable for an intentional oath, just as for an unintentional. For an error in intentional testifying, etc. What instance could illustrate this? Said our Jehuda in the name of Rab, if one says, I know this oath to be prohibited, but I do not know that the liability therefore is an offering. But they are not liable when made in error. Shall we assume that this Mishnah decides the question discussed above by our Kahana and our Fasi, concerning the saying of Rab made in the college? Nay. It was necessary for Rab to teach them that, since otherwise one might say that the decision of the Mishnah concerns only that case with regard to which the scripture does not mention escaped, etc., i.e. the case concerning witnesses, but it does not apply to an uttered oath regarding which escaped is mentioned, so that any error entails liability, therefore he came to teach that even in such case there is no liability. Mishnah 2. How does a witness oath come about? If someone said to two, come and bear witness for me, and they say, we swear that we know no testimony for you, or they said, we know nothing to testify for you, whereupon he answers, do you swear, and they say, Amen, they are liable. If he repeated this 5 times outside of court, and upon coming before the court they confessed and testified, they are free, but if they deny it also here, they are guilty for each time severally. If, however, he repeated his adjuration 5 times in presence of the court and they denied, they are liable but once. Said our Simeon, what is the reason? Because they are not able to retract the previous statement and to testify. If the two denied simultaneously, they both are guilty, but if successively, only he who denied first is guilty, while the second one is free. If one of them denies and the other confesses the truth, the denier is guilty. If there were 2 parties of witnesses and both denied successively, the 2 are guilty, since the testimony could have been established by either one. Gemara, said Samuel, if the witnesses saw one running after them and said to him, what are you running for? We swear that we know no testimony for you, they are free, as liability attaches only to the case when they heard him adjuring them. What news does Samuel come to teach us? Is this not plainly stated in the last part of Mishnah viz, they must hear it from the mouth of the plaintiff? Samuel finds it necessary to teach the case where he runs after them, lest one say that running he considered equivalent to direct asking. But even this point is already stated in our Mishnah viz. If one said, which renders it obvious that if he did not say it is not considered. Nay, If not for Samuel's statement, it could be said that the expression of the Mishnah is merely usual language. And it seems, indeed, to be no more than that, for the same expression is used in the next chapter concerning the oath of a depositary, and there the said can be meant only said, as it reads, Leviticus v. 21, if he lie unto his neighbor, where there can be no difference whether one is asked or not, hence, the expression there is not particular, therefore Samuel teaches that in our Mishnah the language is particular. There is a beretha in accordance with Samuel, if they, seeing someone coming after them, exclaimed, What are you following us for? We know no testimony for you, they are free. However, when this took place with regard to a deposit, they are liable. If he repeated this adjuration 5 times, etc. Whence is it deduced that liability attaches only to a denial made in the presence of the court, said Abai, from Ibid. Ibid 1, if he do not tell it, and thus bear iniquity, which implies only such a place where the telling is effective, so as to make one pay upon it, but not if told in any other place. Said R. Papa to Abai, according to your theory no oath should be considered if made outside the court. This could not be borne in mind as there is a beretha, from the expression, Ibid 4, to anyone, which makes one liable for each oath. Now, if an oath made outside the court be not considered, how could one be liable for each, after it has been stated in our Mishnah that even for 5 times he is liable but once, and our Simeon gave the reason therefore. Infer then therefrom that an oath is considered even when made outside the court, but a denial only when in the court. If the two denied simultaneously, etc. But how is it possible to ascertain with precision the simultaneity of their minds? Said our Hista, it is in accordance with our Jose the Galilean, who says that it is possible. R. Johanan, however, maintains that this may also be in accordance with the rabbis, who hold that such is not possible, but our Mishnah treats of the case where the two denied in an interval of a single word. Said R. Aha of Difti to Rabina, let us see. The length of an interval of a single word is estimated as the interval it takes a disciple to greet his master, and here they have to say, We swear that we know no testimony for you, which sentence consists of several words. And he answered, It means that each of the witnesses begins his testimony yet before his preceding witness has completed his. Both denied successively, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with the Tana of the following beretha, if one adjured one witness, he is free, our Eleazar b. our Simeon, however, holds him liable. Now, shall we assume that the point of difference here is that one holds one witness serves only to cause an oath to the other party, and that the other holds that he can also cause the payment of money? But how can you reason thus? Does not Abai say further on that all agree that only one witness is necessary in the case where the defendant is suspicious regarding an oath? Therefore, it must be said that all agree that one witness can cause only an oath but not payment, and the point of their difference is as follows. One holds that a thing which causes payment is itself considered as money. And according to the other it is not considered such. What has Abai said? He said as follows, all agree concerning one witness in the case of a suspected wife, likewise all agree concerning 2 witnesses in same, and furthermore there is a difference of opinion concerning the same case. All agree concerning the law of one witness, as well as concerning the law regarding the case where the opposing party is suspicious of perjury. All agree concerning one witness in the case of a suspected wife that he is liable in case he was aware of the fact that the woman has sinned and refused to testify, as here the law trusts him to testify, Num v. 13, and there be no witness against her, hence, his refusal makes the husband pay, and all agree concerning witnesses that they are free, if they refuse to testify that he warned his wife against staying alone with so and so. As their testimony would only cause not a direct payment, since apart from their testimony there must be yet another testimony by 2 witnesses that she has actually stayed with another one. And there is a difference concerning witnesses in such a case, if they were witnesses regarding her staying alone with so and they refused to testify. In which case if they did testify, they would only necessitate the drinking by her of the bitter water, when for fear she may confess, and only then the husband would be free from paying her marriage contract. It is regarding this that one holds that a thing causing the payment of money is itself considered as money, and therefore they are liable to pay, while the other does not consider it such, therefore they are free. Furthermore, all agree concerning a case where there is but one witness and one of the parties is suspected of perjury, that the witness is liable. Likewise they all agree concerning one witness in a case similar to that, which happened in the court of Aha, where one of the parties robbed a piece of metal, last gate, page 93. Says the Gemara, let us see how was the case where one party is suspected of perjury. Who was suspected? If the borrower was so, and the lender says to the witness, if you would testify I should surely get the money, for my opponent is not fit to swear, hence, the oath will return to me so that I would swear and get the money. Then the witness could retort, who is sure that you will swear? Therefore we must say that both the parties were suspected, and the master said elsewhere that in such a case the oath applies to him who has to swear first, and as he is not fit to swear he must pay. R. Papa said, there is also a case concerning a witness who refuses to testify to the death of a husband. In one case all agree that he is liable, and in another case all agree that he is free. The latter is illustrated thus: if he told the fact to the widow, but refused to testify before the court, he is free. Because there is a Mishnah, if a woman said that her husband is dead, she is trusted and may remarry, hence, his refusal to testify is not harmful to her, while the former case is illustrated, if he refused to tell the fact even to the wife herself. Now, shall we infer from this that he who makes witnesses to swear in a case of real estate, it is considered, and they have to pay, as a marriage contract is collected from real estate only? And there is further on a question concerning this point. Nay, perhaps in the hands of this woman it was already movable property, in which case she may collect her contract therefrom. If one of them denies and the other confesses, etc. To what purpose is this stated? It has been said already above, that even if the second denied after the first he is free, so much the more so if he confessed. It means when both have denied, but one has instantly thereafter retracted and confessed. And it comes to teach us that the confession made in an interval of one word is considered as though no denial was made. But this is correct only according to our Hista, who has explained our Mishnah in accordance with Jose the Galilean. Then the first part teaches that exact ascertainment is possible, and the second part teaches that the one-word interval is equivalent to a word. But according to our Johanan both parts teach the same. It was necessary, as the last case speaks of denial and confession, while the first, only of denial. If there were two parties, etc. It is correct that the second party be liable, because it denied after the first had done so, hence, its refusal is a direct harm, but why should the first party be liable, when there is yet a second party who is fit to testify? Said Rabina, it speaks of a case where the witnesses of the second party were related to one another on their wives' lines, and at that time when the first party denied, the wives of the other party were in the agony of death. And lest one say that in such a condition they are considered dead and hence their husbands are fit to be witnesses and consequently the first party is free, it comes to teach us that the agony of death is not to be taken into account, as they may yet recover. Mishnah 3. If one says, I adjure you that you come and bear me witness that I have in the possession of so and so a deposit, a loan, a stolen or lost object, to which they reply, we swear that we know no testimony to you, they are guilty but once. But if their reply be, we swear that we are ignorant of your having in the possession of so and so a deposit, etc., they are guilty for each severally. I adjure you that you testify for me that I have deposited by so and so wheat, barley and rye, to which they answer, we swear that we know no testimony for you, so they are guilty but once. But if their answer be, we swear that we are ignorant of your having deposited by so and so wheat, barley and rye, they are guilty for each one severally. I swear you to witness that so and so owes me damages, half damages, double payment, or 4- and 5-fold payment, that so and so insulted my daughter, seduced my daughter, that my son struck me, that my neighbor wounded me. Set fire to my stag on the Day of Atonement, they are guilty, in case they deny. Gemara, the schoolmen propounded a question: how is the law, if one adjure witnesses in a case of fine? This question is not according to our Eleazar b. R. Simeon, who says elsewhere that such witnesses are considered even after the defendant has confessed that he was fined, but is according to the rabbis, who declare the defendant free even when, after his confession, witnesses testified. And it seems that the rabbis of that statement are in accordance with the rabbis of the Mishnah said above, that a thing causing money is not itself considered money. Now, shall we say that the refusal of the witnesses is not of direct harm, since the defendant has the choice to confess and then be free, or, as he has not yet confessed, there is a claim of money and their refusal is of direct harm? Come and bear the statement of our Mishnah, to testify half damages, which is a fine and nevertheless he is liable. But is there not one who says that even half damages are according to law and not fine? Hence, nothing can be inferred from here. But again, does not the Mishnah mention double amount, which is surely fine? Yeah, but the fine here is the doubling, while the Mishnah finds him liable because in the doubling is included the amount stolen. And the same may be the case with 4 and 5-fold. But is not the money which a seducer or insulter has to pay, not a fine, and yet the Mishnah treats of it? Maybe the Mishnah exacts this as indemnity for the shame and loss of value, and this indemnity is not a fine. But if all in the Mishnah is money and not mere fine, why should it repeat all these cases? The Mishnah comes in its first part to teach us by the way that half damages are considered money, and in its last part that if one set fire to a stag on the Day of Atonement, he is liable to pay, although his act is in the category of Horioth, which is against our Nehuniah Hakana, and all the other things are treated of only on account of this connection. Come and hear the following: I adjure you to testify that so and so has spread abroad an evil name on my daughter, Deuteronomy 22:14. They are liable, if they refuse to do so. But if the man who has spread the evil name, confessed before the court that he did so falsely, he is free from paying the 100 shekels, as according to the law he who confesses in a case subject to fine is free. Hence, we see that this money is fine and they are liable nonetheless. It may be said that this Mishnah is in accordance with our Eleazar b. Simeon, quoted above, who holds one liable even when the witnesses testify after his confession. But is not the last part which holds one free if he confessed on his own accord, in accordance with the rabbis? Nay, the whole Mishnah is in accordance with our Eleazar, and it means to say that there can be found no case where one be free from payment, of the 100 shekels, unless there were no witnesses at all and be confessed. Mishnah 4. If one says, I adjure you to bear me witness that I am a priest, a Levite, not the son of a divorced woman, nor one who has performed halitzah, that so and so is a priest, a Levite, not the son of an aforesaid woman. That so and so insulted or seduced someone's daughter, that my son wounded me, that my neighbor wounded me or set fire to my stag on Sabbath, they are free. Gemara, they are free because his claim concerns a third person. But how is it if he made them to swear that so and so owes a manna to someone, they would be liable? And does not the Mishnah state that they are not liable unless made to swear by the plaintiff himself? Said Samuel, it means that B has from the latter a power of attorney. But did not the sages of Nahardia say that a judgment is not given on movables? Yeah, but this is in case he denies, but if he does not deny, a judgment is given. The rabbis taught, whence do we know that the verse, Leviticus v:1, quoted above, speaks of a money claim only? Said R. Eliezer, from the analogy of expression, or, and, no, found here, and also in the case of a deposit, and as there it treats of a civil case, so also here. But is not the same expression found in, Num. 35, concerning a murder, i.e., a criminal and not a civil case? We infer from these expressions, a case which implies an oath, while in that, of Num, there is no oath. But again, are not such expressions used in connection with a suspected woman in which case there is an oath, and yet it is not a civil case? There is used in this last case a priest, wherefore we infer but like cases where there is an oath but not a priest. R. Akiba, however, said, it is inferred from Leviticus v. 5, by any one of these, which means for some of them he is, while for others he is not, liable. How so? If it was a civil claim, he is liable, but not for something else. Jose the Galilean said, it reads, Leviticus v. 1, and he is a witness, since he hath either seen or knoweth, which signifies such cases where he may be liable by seeing only or by knowing only. How so? I have lent you a manna in the presence of such and such witnesses, who may come and testify, this is a case of seeing only. And by knowing only, as in case one claims that so and so has confessed in the presence of such and such witnesses that he owes me a manna. Simeon said, we infer this from the case of deposit, as there it is only civil, so also here. Furthermore we may draw this by an inference a fortiori viz. A deposit, with regard to which male and female, relatives and unrelated, fit and unfit to testify, are equal, and there is a liability for each oath, be it made in the presence or absence of the court. Is nevertheless but a civil case the case of witnesses where the foregoing classes are not equal and where the liability attaches to but one oath and only when made in the presence of the court, should so much the more be only civil. And lest one say, the case of witnesses is more rigorous, as there is here a liability for an intentional and for being sworn by others which is not the case concerning a deposit. To this there is an analogy of expression, sin, found here and also in the case of a deposit, which justifies the inference that as the latter is civil, so also is the other case. Hamnuna was once in the presence of Jehuda, who propounded a question. If one says, I have lent you a manna in the presence of so and so and so, and the witnesses saw the parties from the outside without being seen by the defendant, how is the case? Said Hamnuna, it depends on the form of the defendant's answer. If he says that such has never occurred, he must be recognized as a liar, but if he says that he did take money but it was his own, then there will be no use in the witnesses testifying to have seen this. Rejoined Jehuda, your place may be in the college, as you enlighten your master. There was one claiming, I lent you a manna here near this pillar, and the answer was, I have never in my life passed near this pillar. Witnesses, however, came and testified that he once urinated near that pillar. Said Naaman, he is then to be regarded a liar. Said Rabbah to him, from a thing where one is not particular, his attention may wander away. This may have been the case with this defendant, he paid in that case no attention to the pillar. Simeon said, as in the case of the deposit, etc., this statement was ridiculed in the West. Why? When Papa and Jehuda b. Jehoshua came from college, they said, the people of the West have ridiculed Simeon's last statement viz, lest one say that the case of witnesses is more rigorous, etc. Saying, to what purpose did he need this after he had used an analogy of expression? But why should it be ridiculed? Perhaps he had put this point before, but not after, he established the said analogy. 47 Because it was known that the Scripture has made mention of a witness oath in connection both with an uttered oath, and with the case of defiling the temple and its holiness, in order to indicate that concerning a witness oath escaped his recollection, is not stated, whereas it is stated regarding the others, in order to make one liable to a sin offering even for such an intentional oath. Mishnah v. If one says, I adjure you to bear me witness that so and so has promised to give me, as a present, 200 zuz, and did not, they are free, as they are guilty only in the case when money is required as a deposit. I adjure you that as soon as you become cognizant of testimony for me, you come and testify for me, they are free, since the oath preceded the act of testifying. When one says while standing in synagogue, I adjure you to bear me witness if you are cognizant thereof, so they are free unless he especially address his challenge to them. When one says to two, I adjure you so and so that, if you are cognizant of testimony in my favor, come and do so, to which they say, we swear that we know nothing for you, while in reality they do know, but only indirectly. Or one of them is found to be a relative or an unfit, they are free. If one sends his servant to adjure them, or the defendant says to the witnesses, I adjure you to testify for him if you know any testimony, they are free, for they must hear it from the mouth of the plaintiff. Gemara, the rabbis taught, I adjure you to bear me witness that so and so promised me as a present 100 zuz and did not give them to me, they are free. Lest one say that they should be liable, the analogy of expression, sin, used both concerning a deposit and here, teaches that as in the former the deposit was given, so also in this case. As soon as you become cognizant, etc. The rabbis taught, lest one say that in such a case they should be liable, it reads, if he is a witness, or hath seen or knoweth, which signifies that the act of testifying must precede the oath and not vice versa. While standing in synagogue, etc. Said Samuel, even if his witnesses were among them. Is this not self-evident? He means to say, even if he was standing beside them, and lest one say that in such a case it is considered as though he talked directly to them, he comes to teach us that it is not so. There is a Beretha in support of Samuel, if one saw a crowd standing, among whom he recognized his witnesses and said, I adjure you to come and testify for me, lest one say that they are liable, it reads, and he is a witness. Which signifies that the witnesses must be directly addressed, which he did not do. If, however, he said, I adjure you all who are standing here, to testify for me, they are liable, as here he addresses the witnesses directly. When one says to two, etc. The rabbis taught, lest one say that in such a case they should be liable, it read, he shall bear his iniquity, which signifies that only then when they are fit to tell, on their own knowledge. If one sends his servant, etc. The rabbis taught, lest one say that in such a case they should be liable, therefore the just cited verse. But how is this to be understood? Said R. Elazar, the word not, Hebrew, lo, is spelled here with a redundant vav, and lo, with a vav, means him, dativus, which is to be interpreted thus, if he will not tell to him, to the party himself, he bears iniquity. But if he will not tell to a stranger, he is free. Mishnah 6, if one says, I adjure you, I impose upon you, I bind you, by oath, so they are guilty. If, however, he says, by heaven and earth, they are free. By any of the divine names, or by some other divine attribute, so they are guilty. Blaspheme applies to them all, according to our Meir, but not according to the sages. Whoever curses his father or mother by any of the above divine names, is guilty, so holds our Meir, while the sages declare him free. Whoever curses himself or his neighbor by any of these transgresses a negative command. If one says to the witness smite you God, or, may the Lord God smite you, so is this a biblical swearing. If he says, on your testifying God smite you not, but bless you, may he bestow but good upon you, and they say, Amen, R. Meir finds them guilty, while the sages declare them free. Gemara, I adjure you, etc. How is this to be understood? Said R. Jehuda, thus, I adjure you with the oath written in the Torah, I impose upon you with the commands of the Torah, I bind you with the bonds of the Torah. Said Abai to him, according to you, how should be understood the Beretha of R. Haya, for I chain you, they are liable. Do we find chaining in the Torah? Therefore, said Abai, it means to say thus, I adjure you with an oath, I impose upon you with an oath, I bind you with an oath, I chain you with an oath. Adonai, etc. Shall we assume that Chanun and Racham, mentioned in the Mishnah among the names to swear by, are also divine names? If so, then there is a contradiction from the following, there are names that may be erased and others that must not. The latter are, Il, Elohechu, Elohim, Elohechem, Ia Asher Ia, Aleph Daleth, Yah, Shaddai and Zebaoth, but Haggadol, Heber, Hanorah, Hadar, Hachazak, Hametz, Azaz, Chanun, Rakham, Erekapam, Rab, Chest 48 may be erased. We see thus that Chanun and Racham are not divine names. Said Abai, the Mishnah means to say, I adjure you by him who is all favor, or, all merciful. Said Rabbah to him, if so, let him be liable for adjuring one by heaven and earth, as you could explain it to mean, by him to whom heaven and earth belong. This is no comparison, if you say, by him who is all favor, etc. So as there is none but the Almighty who is such, it certainly means him, but heaven and earth as separate existences, cannot be explained as belonging. The rabbis taught, if one writes Aleph Lamed, the first letters from Elohim, or Yah from Jehovah, it must not be erased, but Shin Daleth from Shaddai, or Aleph Daleth from Adonai, Zadok Beth from Zebaoth, may be erased. Said R. Jose, the whole word Zebaoth may be erased, for this name applies only to Israel, as it reads, Exodus 7. 4. And bring forth my armies, Zebothai, my people, the children of Israel. Said Samuel, the halakha does not prevail with our Jose. The rabbis taught, all the prefixes and suffixes of the divine names may be erased, e.g., in Beadonai, Badonai, Medonai, the initial letters, which are prefixes, may be erased. In like manner in Elohechu, Elonu Elohim the last syllables, which are suffixes, may be erased. Anonymous teachers, however, say, they must not be so, for they are already sanctified by the holy name. Said our Hannah, and so the halakha prevails. All the divine names found in the Torah in connection with Abraham, are holy, except that of, Gen 18. 3. And he said, my Lord, which was addressed to an angel. Hanina, the nephew of our Jehoshua, and our Eleazar b. Azariah in the name of Eleazar the Madai say that even this name, too, is holy. Now, what was said in the name of our Jehudah b. Rab that hospitality is considered greater than the reception of the glory of the Shechina, is in accordance with these two. Furthermore, all the names found in connection with Lot, are common, except, Ibid 19. 18, 19, oh, not so, my Lord. Adonai, thy servant hath found grace in thy eyes, and thou hast magnified thy kindness, etc., and who but God can save? Again, all names in connection with Naboth. 49 are holy, those in connection with Micah, Jud. 17, are common. R. Eleazar, however, said that the names with Naboth are holy, but those with Micah are partly holy and partly common, namely El is common and Yah is holy, except, Ibid 31, Elohim, which though beginning with El, is holy. All the names in connection with the Vale of Benjamin, Ibid XX, are according to our Eliezer common, and according to our Jehoshua they are holy. Said our Eliezer to him, how can they be holy when he has not fulfilled his promise? Said our Jehoshua, he has fulfilled his promise, but the people there did not understand what was said to them. A proof to this you find in the fact that after they had comprehended it, they conquered, as it reads, Ibid 28, and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, stood, etc. The name Shaloma wherever mentioned in Solomon's songs is holy. Song, I-1, Lo Shaloma means, to the king to whom peace belongs, except, Ibid 7. 12, thine, O Solomon. According to others, Ibid 3. 7, the bed which is Solomon's, is also common. Wherever in Daniel the word king is mentioned, it is common except, Sam 2. 37, thou, O king, art a king of kings, to whom the God of heaven hath given kingdom, power, and strength, and honor. According to others also, Ibid 4. I6, my Lord, for those who hate thee, for, to whom did Daniel address this? Surely not to Nebuchadnezzar, because by so doing he would curse Israel, who were the haters of the same, hence, he must have addressed it to God. The first Tana, however, maintains that enemies exist only to Israel, but other nations have no enemies. Or by some other attributes, etc. There is a contradiction. Num, v. 21, the Lord then make thee a curse, Ola, and an oath. To what purpose is this repeated? After the beginning of the verse reads, and the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of imprecation, Ola. Because, it reads, Leviticus v. 1, the voice of adjuration, Ola, where it means an oath, so also here it means an oath, and as there it means, with the holy name, so here, too, it means so. Hence we see that Ola means an oath, and the Mishnah says that, smite you. God, is an Ola written in the Torah? Said Abai, this presents no difficulty, the cited discussion is in accordance with our Hanina B80, which our Mishnah is in accordance with the rabbis, as we have learned in the following Beretha. R. Hanina B80 said, as it reads, swear and not swear, curse and not curse, we must compare curse to swearing, just as an oath means by the holy name, so also not to swear means by the holy name, and the same is with curse and not curse. But let us see, what is the reason of the rabbis' view? If they uphold this analogy, then let them require the unique holy name, i.e., Jehovah, to any oath, and if they do not uphold this analogy, whence do they deduce that Ola means an oath? From the following Beretha, the expression Ola means an oath, and it likewise reads in the above-cited verse, and the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of Ola. But as it reads here, with the oath of Ola, must we not say that Ola itself is not an oath? It means to say that the word Ola comes together with an oath only. And whence do we know that oath alone should be treated as if conjoined with Ola? From Leviticus v:1, the voice of an Ola, which word voice would be superfluous, as Ola alone means also an oath, therefore it is to be interpreted thus, he hears either a voice alone, without an Ola, or an Ola alone, without an oath. R. Abuhu said, whence do we know that Ola means an oath? From Ezek 17:13, and bound him with an oath, Ola, furthermore, it reads, 2 Chron 36:13, who had made him swear by God. There is a Beretha, the word or embraces ban, nidue, curse, kalaba, and oath, Shebuoth, ban from, Jud. v:23, curse, or, ye meraz, etc., concerning which Ula said, he placed meraz under ban with 400 trumpets, curse from, Deuteronomy 28:13, and these shall stand for the sake of the curse, kalaba, and, ibid, cursed, or, be the man, finally, oath from, Josh 6:26, and Joshua adjured, saying cursed, etc., and also from, Isam 14:24, and Saul adjured the people, saying, cursed. Art Jose B. Hanina said, Amen embraces oath, acceptance, and confidence, both from, Num. v:22, and the woman shall say Amen, Amen, acceptance from, Deuteronomy 27:26, cursed be he that accepteth not this law, and all the people shall say, Amen, and confidence from, Jerem. 28:6, said Jeremiah the prophet, Amen, may the Lord do so. Art Elazar said, Nay means an oath, and Yeh means also an oath. Says the Gemara it is correct that Nay means an oath, as it reads, Gen 9:15, and the waters shall no more, vlo, become a flood, and, Isa live. 9, as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more, vlo. But whence do we know that Yeh is an oath? This is merely common sense, if Nay is an oath Yeh is 1, 2. Said Rabbah, provided he says each twice, Nay, Nay, or Yeh, Yeh, and this is inferred from the above-cited verse, Gen 9. Where no, vlo, is written twice, and as Nay must be said twice to become an oath, so also Yeh. 50. Curses himself or his neighbor, etc. Said Ark Janae, concerning this statement, all agree that he transgressed thereby a negative commandment. Concerning oneself it reads, Deuteronomy 4:9, only take heed to thyself, and guard thy soul, and we have seen above that such an expression means a negative commandment, and concerning his neighbor, it reads, Leviticus 19:14, thou shalt not curse the deaf. Smite you God, etc. Our Kahana, while sitting before our Jehuda, repeated the Mishnah in its own language, and he said to him, change the language and use it in the third person. It again happened that one of the rabbis while sitting before our Kahana read, Psalms, Li. 7, God will also destroy thee, etc., the whole verse, and our Kahana said to him, read it in the third person. And the two cases are cited here, lest one say that in a Mishnah it is allowed to change the language but not in the scripture. God smite you not, etc. But we know that according to our Meir's theory we do not infer from a negative rule a positive one, reverse than the order of the names in the Mishnah. However, when our Itzhak came from Palestine he taught the Mishnah as it is. Said our Joseph, now that we see that in Palestine, too, the Mishnah is taught as by us, the foregoing difficulty must be resolved thus. Our Meir's theory that we are not to infer yeas from nays, concerns only civil cases, but concerning criminal cases he, too, holds that we do. But is not the case of a suspected woman a crime, and our Tanhum b. Hakinui said, in this case it reads, Num, v. 19, then be thou free, to show that if it were not expressly stated we would not infer. Hence, even in criminal cases we do not infer, wherefore we must say that our Meir's theory applies also to crimes and the order of the names in the Mishnah is to be reversed. Rabina opposed from a Mishnah that places under the category of capital punishment him who enters the sanctuary while he is intoxicated, and this is inferred only from the scriptures prohibiting one to enter in such a condition, and our Meir does not oppose in this case. Therefore we must say that concerning crime he holds his theory, and the difficulty regarding the suspected woman is to be resolved, thus, it is a case where money, i.e., a civil matter, is also concerned viz. In connection with her marriage contract. Chapter 5. Rules and regulations concerning the depository oath, who is or is not fit to take it, where the denial of the deposit by oath must take place, the conditions determining the liability to be either one or for each article separately. In which respect such oath is more rigorous than the witness oath. Mishnah I. The depository oath concerns men and women, non-kindred and kindred, those fit to testify and those unfit, cases within the court and outside thereof, provided it comes forth from one's own mouth, but if through that of others. He is not liable unless he denies it before the court. Such is our Meir's view, while the sages teach, regardless of whether it comes from one's own mouth or from that of others, he is guilty so long as he denies it. But one is guilty for willful perjury and willful denial of the deposit when ignorant of the liability, not so, however, if he was mistaken concerning the oath only. And what is the fine attached to a willful oath? A transgression offering in the value of 2 shekels. How does the oath concerning deposits take place? When one says, Give me my deposit that I have in your possession, and latter replies thereto, I swear you have nothing with me, or merely you have nothing with me, whereupon the former says, I adjure you, and this answers, Amen, and so he is guilty. If the plaintiff adjured him 5 times either before court or outside and be denied it by oath every time, so he is guilty for each time severally. Art Simeon said, the reason is that he had ample possibility to confess the truth. If 5 people require of him in the same time, saying, Give us the deposit we have in your possession, and he says, I swear ye have nothing with me, so he is guilty but once. But if he says, I swear that thou hast nothing with me, nor thou you, nor thou, so he is guilty for each one severally. Our Eliezer says, provided he make the oath last. Our Simeon says, provided he accompany each statement with the words I swear. If one says, Give me the deposit, the loan, the stolen and lost, that I have in your possession, he replies, I swear that you have nothing with me, he is guilty but once. If, however, his reply be, I swear that you have nothing with me, either deposit, or loan, or the robbed and lost, so he is guilty for each one severally. The same is the case with wheat, barley, and if he denies all with one oath he is guilty but once, and if he repeated, I swear, with each one, he is liable for each. R. Meir says, even if he required the things in the singular, the other one is guilty for each one severally. If one says, You have violated or seduced my daughter and he replies, I have done neither the one nor the other, I adjure you whereto he says, Amen, so he is guilty. Art Simeon holds him free, for one does not pay fine on his own confession. To which it was objected, although upon self-confession one pays no fine, yet he must pay indemnity for shame and loss of value. You have stolen my ox, I have not stolen him, I adjure you, the other one, Amen, so he is guilty. But if the latter says, True, I have stolen your ox, but not slaughtered nor sold him, I adjure you, Amen, so he is free. Your ox has killed mine, he did not, I adjure you, Amen, so he is guilty. Your ox has killed my slave, he did not. I adjure you, Amen, so he is free. You have bruised me and wounded me, I have neither bruised nor wounded you, I adjure you, Amen, so he is guilty. But if the slave says to his master, You have blown out my eye or tooth, and latter replies, I have done to you neither the one nor the other, I adjure you, Amen, so he is free. This is the general rule: whenever one has to pay damages on self-confession, he is, in case of perjury, guilty, but whenever he has not to pay on self-confession, he is free. Gemara, R. Bara b. Huna, R. Samuel b. Rabba b. Hannah and R. Itzhak b. R. Jehuda have been learning the tract Shebuoth at Rabba's college, and when our Kahana met them he asked, What is the law when one has intentionally made a depository oath in spite of a warning? Is he liable to a sin offering or not? Shall we assume that, as this law to bring a sin offering for an intentional oath is novel, there is no difference whether there was warning or not, or this law holds good only when there was no warning, and if there was, he is subject to stripes and not to a sin offering, or to both? And they answered, This we have learned in our Mishnah, the depository oath is more rigorous, as stripes apply to it when intentional, and a trespass offering for 2 shekels when unintentional. Now, as it states stripes, it must be that he was warned, and no offering is mentioned, and concerning the rigorousness it may be said that one is pleased to bring a sin offering instead of getting stripes. Said Rabba b. Ethi to them, this is in accordance with our Simeon, who holds that an intentional depository oath cannot be atoned for, but according to the rabbis who maintain that it can, he must bring an offering also. Said R. Kahana to them, Leave out the Beretha cited by you, as I taught it thus, it makes no difference whether it was intentional or unintentional, he is liable to a trespass offering for 2 shekels. And the rigorousness is that for any other oath he may bring a sin offering in the value of a delta alpha nu iota kappa omicron, while here it must be in the value of 2 shekels. But then, why did our Kahana resolve his question from here? Because this may be a case where there was no warning. According to another version our Kahana adduced the following Beretha, no liability attaches to an unintentional oath, and what is the liability of an intentional? A trespass offering for 2 shekels. Does it not mean a case where there was warning? Nay, it may mean one without warning. Come and hear another Beretha. The comparison with the offering of a Nazirite cannot be drawn here, as a Nazirite who defiles himself gets stripes in addition, while to a depository oath stripes do not apply. Now, since it states that he does get stripes he must have been warned, and nevertheless it states that to a depository oath stripes do not apply, whence it is to be understood that an offering is required in this case. Nay, it may be said that it means that stripes do not suffice without an offering. But if such be the case, the Nazirite who gets stripes must not bring an offering any more. Is it not expressly written that he is liable to an offering? His offering is not for his transgression, but for enabling him to continue in his state of a Nazirite in purity. R. Kahana's question from above was recited before Rabbah and he said, From this it may be inferred that, if he was not warned by the witnesses, and they testify, he is nevertheless liable to a sin offering. But if such a case happens in civil law, his denial would count for nothing, and there are witnesses and he must pay, why then shall he in this case be liable to a sin offering? Says the Gemara, from Rabbah's question we may conclude that his opinion is that he who denies a debt in spite of witnesses is not subject to a biblical oath. Said our Hanina to Rabbah. The following Beretha supports your opinion. It reads, Leviticus v. 22, and lie concerning it, to exclude the case when he confesses this to one of the brothers or partners, swear falsely, to exclude the case where there were documents or witnesses. And he answered, If you have in the Beretha no other support but this, it is no support to me at all, as this Beretha is to be interpreted thus, if the defendant says, I have borrowed from you but not in the presence of witnesses. Or not on any document, hence, the Baratha has in view not denial but confession. And this interpretation is necessitated by the expression of this Baratha to one of the brothers, because how was the case? If he confessed the half of the amount, then there is a complete denial of the other half. Thus we must say that the confession to one of the brothers means that the denial was not concerning the amount, but springing from his assertion that he made the loan of one of the brothers only, so that it is but a denial of words. And as the first part of the Baratha means a denial of words and not of the amount, so also the second part. Come and hear. It was said above, he is not liable for its unintentional, and what is the liability for an intentional? A trespass offering, etc. Shall we not assume that it means a case where there were witnesses warning him? Nay, it means that there were no witnesses. Come and hear another objection. If the depository claims that the deposit has been stolen from him, swears, but thereafter confesses, and there are also witnesses to this effect, it depends on the following: if the witnesses come after he has sworn, he must pay double amount and bring a trespass offering. But if he has confessed before the appearance of the witnesses, he has to pay the amount plus 1/5 of it and bring a trespass offering. We see then that he is liable to a trespass offering in any case. This may be explained also as Rabina stated above, viz., at the time he takes the oath the wives of the witnesses find themselves in agony, etc., see above page 67, but in case of simple witnesses no offering is necessary. Said Rabina to R. Ashi, come and hear, a depository oath is more rigorous, since for an intentional he is liable to stripes and for an unintentional to a trespass offering in shekels. Now, stripes presuppose a warning by witnesses, and nevertheless it says that for an unintentional a trespass offering, which signifies by implication that no offering applies to an intentional. Said R. Mordecai, leave alone this Baratha, as R. Kahana said. This Baratha I taught, and it states that a trespass offering must be brought, immaterial whether for an intentional or unintentional one. Finally, come and hear the following objection, in the discussion, above, p. 69, concerning an inference a fortiori it is stated that there is a difference regarding a Nazirite defiling himself, as he gets stripes, which is not the case with a depository oath. Now, a Nazirite does not get stripes unless there were witnesses, and as it says that it is not the case with a depository oath, it signifies that even if here were witnesses stripes do not apply, but an offering does apply. Hence Rabbah's statement is objected. Arch Johanan, however, said, if one denies money where there are witnesses, he is subject to an oath but is free from such if there is a document. Said R. Papa, the reason of R. Johanan is that witnesses are subject to death, then the denial would be considered, which is not the case with a document. Said R. Hunabi R. Jehoshua to R. Papa, may it not happen also to a document to be lost? Therefore, R. Johanan's reason is that to a document real estate is encumbered, and there is no oath concerning the denying of real estate. It was taught, if one adjures witnesses in a case of real estate, R. Johanan and R. Eleazar differ. According to one they are liable, according to the other they are not. Now, from what R. Johanan has said above it is to conclude that he is the one who declares them free, and his reason is that advanced by R. Huna b. Jehoshua. Said R. Jeremiah to R. Abuhu, shall we assume that R. Johanan and R. Eleazar differ in what R. Eliezer and the rabbis differ? First Gate, Mishnah 7. Page 270, see Mishnah and Gemara, and he who makes him liable agrees with R. Eliezer of that Mishnah, while he who frees him agrees with the rabbis? And he answered, nay, as he who makes him free may say that in such a case even R. Eliezer admits, since here concerning a false oath it reads, Leviticus v. 22, in any one of all, but not all, which excludes real estate. Said R. Papa in the name of Rabbah, it seems to be so also from our Mishnah, which illustrates it by the theft of an ox and not by that of a slave, and this is because a slave is considered real estate to which an offering does not apply. How does the oath concerning deposits take place, etc.? The rabbis taught, When the oath was made in general, he is liable but for one, but when in particular, he is liable for each severally, so are Mer. R. Jehuda, however, said, if he says, I swear I have it not from thee, and not from thee, and not from thee, he is liable for each one. R. Eliezer, however, maintains that he is liable for each one only then when the words, I swear, were said last. But R. Simeon said that to be liable for each one he must mention, I swear, with each one separately. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the general of R. Mer is the particular of R. Jehuda, i.e. and not from thee, which is considered by R. Mer as a general, R. Jehuda considers a particular, and the general of R. Jehuda, i.e., the same statement but without and, is the particular of R. Mer. R. Johanan, however, said, concerning and not from all agree that it is a particular, where they differ is regarding not from the, without and, which is to R. Mer a particular, and to R. Jehuda a general. What then is a general to R. Mer? I swear that you all have nothing with me. But what is the point they differ in? Samuel bases his view upon the just-cited Beratha in which R. Jehuda says, and not from thee, is a particular, and this must be taken as an answer to R. Mer, who maintains that such statement is a general. On the other hand, R. Johanan bases his view upon our Mishnah in which R. Mer says that for swearing, you all have nothing with, he is guilty but for one, whence it follows that if he states in his swearing, not from thee, he is culpable for each. As to the Beratha, R. Johanan explains it thus, R. Jehuda, answering R. Mer, says, concerning the phrase, and not from thee, I agree with you that it is a particular, but I do not agree with you concerning the phrase, not from thee, without and. To which Samuel cannot agree, as, he thinks, if this were the case R. Jehuda would state only in what he differs. As to the Mishnah, Samuel does not agree with R. Johanan, as according to Samuel the phrase, and not from thee, is identical with, not from you all. Here follow objections to the above, from our Mishnah, where in all the cases it is stated with a vav, and the answer is, read it without and. And to the question, is it possible that all the ands are mistakes, it answers that the whole Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi's view in Tract Maccoth, where he plainly says that there is no difference whether the conjunction and was said or not. R. Mer says, even, etc. Said R. Aha b R. Ika, it means that even if he says wheat in the singular, it nonetheless means a measure of the same, as we find in Exodus 9:32, the word for wheat in the singular, and it denotes the whole kind of wheat. Give me the wheat, etc. Said R. Johanan, the value of a per yuta from all of them counts to make him liable for each severally, and R. Aha and Rabina differ in their explaining this point. According to one he is liable only for 3 particulars, but not for the oath as such, which is a general. While the other maintains that he is liable for 4, for the 3 particulars, and for the oath as a general. But has not R. Haya taught that he is liable to 15 sin offerings, if he swore to 5 persons, so that the Tana of the Beratha counts only the particulars and not the 5 generals, for, with the generals it would make up 20. 3 times 5 is equal to 15 for the particulars. And 5 for the oaths in general. The Tana counts only the particulars, and he does not count the generals, though he holds one liable for a general. But again, there is another Beratha by the same R. Haya in which the liability counts 20. This second Beratha refers to the previous statement in the Mishnah, give me the deposit, the loan, etc., which amount to 4 particulars. Rabbah questioned R. Naaman, how is it if 5 persons claim the 4 articles just mentioned, and he says to one of them, I swear that thou hast not with me a deposit, a loan, a robbed, a lost article, and not thou, and not thou, and not thou, and not thou. He is liable with regard to the last 4 only to 1 sin offering, so that all in all he should be liable to 8, or because be said to each one, and not thou, the particulars must be counted in each case, and hence he is liable to 20. Come and hear what our Haya taught above, 20 sin offerings. Now, if our Haya had in view that all particulars were mentioned in the oath, would it be necessary for him to specify the number of the sin offerings? Hence, he surely has in view a case illustrated by you, and makes one liable for all the particulars. You violated, etc. Said our Haya b. Aba in the name of our Johanan. The reason of our Simeon is that the main claim in this case is fine. Said Rabbah, we may illustrate our Simeon's view as follows: if one says, give me the wheat, barley and rye which I have with you, and the answer is, I swear that you have no wheat with me, and it was found that he really had no wheat, but had barley and rye, he is free. Because the oath for the wheat was true. Said Abai to him, this illustration does not answer the purpose, since when swearing about wheat he did not deny barley and rye. But our Simeon's view may be illustrated thus: one answers, I swear you have nothing with me, whereupon it was found that he had no wheat, but barley and rye, in which case he is culpable. Therefore, when Rabban came he said in the name of our Johanan. Their point of difference is that according to our Simeon the plaintiff demands only the fine, but not the indemnity for the shame and loss of value which is not fine, while according to the sages he demands also the latter. And their respective reasons are explained by our Papa thus: according to our Simeon one would not demand an amount that has to be appraised as yet, while the fine is an amount established in the scripture. On the other hand, the rabbis maintain that, on the contrary, one would not demand a fine, the admission of which by the offender makes him free, while the indemnity for shame, etc. he must pay at all events. Chapter 6. Rules and regulations concerning the circumstances under which the court gives an oath to one of the contestants, the nature of the claim and of its partial admission. Which admission is or is not regarded as corresponding with the claim, the cases where the claim is for movables and the admission for immovables, or vice versa, who are or are not fit to enter a claim which entails an oath. The form of the oath and the introduction thereto used by the court, as well as the kind of sacred object one must hold when taking the oath, articles the claim to which entails no oath. The conditions under which either an oath must be taken for a lost pledge or the value thereof must be paid. Mishnah I, in the case of an oath before court, the claim must amount to 2 silver, and the confession, to 1 peryuta. And if the confession is not of the same kind with the claim, he is free. How so? I have with you 2 silver. You have by me only 1 peryuta, he is free. I have with you 2 silver and 1 peryuta. You have by me but 1 peryuta, he is liable. I have with you 1 manna. You have nothing by me, he is free. I have 1 manna with you. You have by me only 50 dinar, he is liable. My father has a manna with you. You have by me only 50 dinar. He is free, for he is in this case like to him who returns a thing lost. I have with you a manna. Yeah. Next day the plaintiff says, give it to me. I have given it to you already, he is free, but if his answer be, you have nothing by me, he is liable. I have with you a manna. Yeah. Give it to me only in presence of witnesses. Next day he requires the money, whereupon the defendant says, I have given it to you already, he is liable, as he was to pay it before witnesses. I have in your possession a litra of gold. Nay, you have by me only a litra of silver, he is free. But if plaintiff says, I have with you a gold dinar. Nay. You have by me only a silver dinar, a tracissus, a fundion and a peryuta, he is liable, since all the mentioned coins are of the same kind. I have in your possession a kur of grain. Nay, you have only a lethek of legume, he is free. I have with you a kur of fruit. Nay, you have by me only a lethek of legume, he is liable, since legume is in the category of fruit. If the claim was wheat and the defendant admits barley, he is free. Rabban Gamaliel, however, finds him liable. If one requires from another tankards of oil, and latter admits pitchers, he must, according to Admon, take the oath, since it is a case of partial admission, but the sages say, the confession is not of the same kind with the claim. Said R. Gamaliel, Admon's decision appears to me to be correct. If one requires movables and real estate and the other admits movables but denies real estate or vice versa, he is free. If he admits but a part of the real estate he is likewise free. But if he admits but a part of the movables, he is liable, for property that is not subject to loss necessitates the taking of the oath with reference to property that is subject thereto. There is no oath to the claim of a deaf-mute, an imbecile, or a minor, nor is a minor to take an oath, but there is an oath to the claim of a minor or of the sanctuary. Gemara, how is an oath given? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, one is made to swear with the oath of the Scripture, Gen 24. 3. And he will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven. Said Rabina to our Ashi, is this in accordance with our Hanina b. 80, who said that the unique holy name is required? Answered he, nay. This may be even in accordance with the rabbis, who say that a divine attribute is sufficient, and the difference between the two is that he, who takes the oath, must keep in his hand a holy object. And this is in accordance with Rabbah, who said that a judge who gives one the oath in the name of the Lord the God of heaven should be considered as he who erred in what was written plainly in a Mishnah, so that the oath must be given again. And R. Papa says that a judge who gives one the oath by making him keep the tefillin, is likewise considered erring, as the object kept must be the holy scrolls. Says the Gemara, the halakha prevails with Rabbah, as there is no oath made without one's holding some holy object, and not with her, Papa, as after all there was a holy object in the hand of the one who took the oath. One must stand when taking the oath, a scholar, however, may do it while sitting. Furthermore, the oath must originally be performed with the holy scrolls, a scholar, however, may take the oath even originally with tefillin. The rabbis taught, also an oath taken by one before the court must be uttered in a language he understands, and the court must say to him the following introduction to the oath, be aware that the whole world was trembling when the Holy One, blessed be he, spake on the Mount Sinai, thou shalt not bear the name of the Lord thy God falsely. Likewise concerning all transgressions mentioned in the Torah it reads, Benachai, literally, he will forgive, and concerning a false oath it reads further, Lo Ionakai, literally, he will not forgive. Again, for all other transgressions only the sinner himself is punished, while here, in case of oath, the punishment extends also to his family, as it reads, Ekel v. 5, Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin, and by the expression, flesh, one's family is meant, as, Isa, 58. 7, From thy own flesh. Furthermore, for all other transgressions the sinner himself is alone punished, while here the whole world is punished, as, Hosea, 4. 2, 3, There is false swearing, etc., therefore shall the land mourn. But perhaps it means that only when the sinner committed all the transgressions mentioned here in Hosea. This cannot be borne in mind, as it reads in, Jerem. 23, 10, For because of false swearing mourneth the land. Again, the punishment for all other transgression is, because of the merits of the sinner's forefathers, postponed for some 2 or 3 generations, but here he is punished immediately, as it reads, Zech v. 4, I bring it forth, saith the Lord of hosts, and it shall enter into the house of the thief, and into the house of him that sweareth falsely by my name, and it shall remain in the midst of his house. And shall consume it with its timber and its stones. I bring it forth, means immediately, it shall enter into the house of the thief, means who steal the mind of the people, e.g., he who has no money with his neighbor, claims such and makes latter swear. Into the house of him who sweareth falsely, means literally, it shall remain in the midst of his house, etc., to learn from this that things indestructible by fire or water are destroyed by false swearing. If after having listened to all this introduction, he says, I will not take the oath, the court sends him away immediately, that he might not reconsider and take it, but if he says, I will nevertheless swear, the people present say, Num, 16. 26, Depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked. Again, when he is ready to take the oath, the court says again to him, Be aware that the oath which you take is not according to your own mind, but to the mind of the omnipotent and of the court, as we find by Moses, our master. When he made the Israelites swear, he said, "You shall be aware that your oath is not by your own mind, but by that of the omnipotent," as it reads, Dut. 29, 13, 14, "and not with you alone," etc. But with him that is standing here, etc., and it is not meant only those were at the Mount Sinai, but all future generations, and all proselytes who will embrace Judaism in the future. And not only regarding the commandments given on that mount, but also regarding all commandments that will be established in the future, and be they lenient, such as the reading of the book of Esther, as it reads there, Est 9. 27, "The Jews confirmed it as a duty," etc., which means they confirmed a duty imposed upon them in the past. The text above states, "also an oath," etc. Why also? It is an addition to a Mishnah in Tract Benedictions, viz. The following are uttered in any language: the portion said to a suspected woman, the confession on tithe, the reading of Shema, the saying of the prayer, of the benediction after meals, the witness oath, and the oath of a depository. So that the "also" from here comes to add yet the oath given by the court. The master says, "The whole world was trembling," etc. But why? Was it because it was ordained on Sinai? Then, all the 10 commandments were given there. And if because it is more rigorous, is it indeed so? Is there not a Mishnah, lenient means positive and negative, except, "Thou shalt not bear the holy name," etc. Rigorous are those under the category of capital punishment and Koroth, and the commandment, "Thou shalt not bear," etc. belongs to these, hence, we see that it belongs to the same category with these. The answer is that to all other transgressions Vanakii applies, while here Loi Nakii applies, as above. But does it not read together Vanakii Loi Nakii? This is explained by R. Elazar, who said, "It is impossible to say Vanakii, he will forgive," as it is followed by Loi Nakii, he will not forgive, nor is it possible to say, he will not forgive, after it reads, he will forgive, therefore it must mean, he will forgive the repenters, but not those who do not repent. The master says there, further, for all transgressions, etc., while here, in the case of oath, the punishment extends also to his family. But does it not read, Leviticus XX 5, "Then I will set my face against this man and against his family." And there is a Beretha, our Simeon says, if he has sinned, what has his family done, to teach that a family, where there is a contractor or a robber, is all considered robbers because it supports him. There he is punished with the punishment attached to his transgression, but the family with a lenient one, while here the family suffers the same punishment with the perjurer. As we have learned in the following Beretha, Rabbi said, "To what purpose is it written in the above cited verse, 'I will cut him off,' after it reads, 'I will set my face,' etc.? To teach that only him I will cut off but not the whole family. Concerning the punishment of the whole world, mentioned before, does it not read, Ibid 26. 37, "And they shall stumble one over the other," which is explained elsewhere to mean, one because of the sin of the other, as all the children of Israel are mutually responsible one for the other. The reason then is that they could have prevented the sin by protesting, but did not do so. But is not one's family included in the whole world? There is a difference in the nature of the punishment, viz. His family is punished more rigorously than the rest of the world. The text says, if he says, "I will swear," the people say, "Depart," etc. Why are both the parties called wicked? Let only him who swears have this name. It is in accordance with R. Simeon b. Tarfon, who says in the following Beretha, Exodus 22. 10, "Then shall an oath of the Lord be between them both," infer from this that the oath rests upon them both. It states there further on, "Not according to your own mind." To what purpose is this? Because of a case that happened in Rabbah's court, where the defendant put up the money claimed from him in a case and, while going to swear, he gave it to the plaintiff to hold, and swore then that he has returned the money. Thus convinced that he had made a true oath. "I have with you 2 silver, etc." According to Rab the denial must be for 2 silver, according to Samuel the claim must amount to 2 silver, while the denial or the confession may be even for 1 peryuta. Said Rabbah, our Mishnah seems to be in accordance with Rab, as it states that the claim must amount to 2 silver and the confession to 1 peryuta, but it does not state the denial to be of 1 peryuta. The scripture, however, seems to be in accordance with Samuel, as it reads, Ibid 6, if a man do deliver unto his neighbor money or vessels to keep, and as vessels is used in the plural, so is money, silvers, here in the plural. And as silver is a valuable, so everything that is a valuable, and, Ibid 8, of which he can says this it is, signifies however little it may be, hence, the confession must be to a claim that is no less than 2 silver. There is an objection from the following Mishnah, I have with you 2 silver. Nay, you have only 1 peryuta, he is free from an oath. Now, is it not because the denial here is less than of 2 silver, and it is an objection to Samuel? Nay. It means particularly, he claims 2 silver, and the answer is, peryuta, which is in copper, consequently the confession was not of the same kind with the claim. But if so, how is the second part to be understood viz. I have with you 2 silver and a peryuta. Nay, you have with me only 1 peryuta, he is liable. Now, if the claim was for the value of 2 silver, it is correct that he is liable, for the confession concerned the same kind as the claim. But if it is a claim particular on silver, then the other confessed to what was not claimed, and what this one claimed was not confessed. But is not the objection concerning Samuel, and R. Naaman said that Samuel holds one liable for confessing one of the articles embraced in the claim. And it seems to be that the Mishnah was particular regarding the kind, and not the value, of the metal, as it states in its last part, I have with you a litra gold. Nay, you have with me a litra silver, he is free. Now, if it is particular with regard to the kind of metal, then it is correct, but if it means the value of the metal, why should he be free, when the value of gold is so many times more than that of the same quantity of silver? Hence, as this last part is indisputably particular with regard to the kind of metal, so also is the first part. But if so, let this be an objection to Rab. Rab may say, all the Mishnah treats of the value, but in the case of the litra gold it is different, as here the main point is the weight. And a support to this view may be found in its concluding part, which states, I have with you a golden dinar. Nay, you have with me only a silver dinar, a trissus, a pundium and a peryuta, he is liable, as they all are coins. Now, if it speaks of value, it is right that he is liable, as the claim was for coins and the confession, too, was for coins, but if it is particular, why should he be liable when he confesses to silver or copper, the claim being for gold? Said R. Elazar, it treats of a claim that is made for coins amounting to the value of a dinar, and this is stated to teach that a peryuta is also considered a coin. And so it seems to be, since it adds that, they all are each a kind of coin. But Rab reads the Mishnah to mean, to them all the law of a coin applies. Come and hear, I have with you a gold dinar in gold. Nay, you have with me only a silver dinar, he is liable. Now, we see that only because the claimant added specifically, in gold, the kind of the metal is particular, but if this were not added, the value of the metal would be understood? Said R. Ashi. Nay. The Baraitha intends to teach that if one says, a gold dinar, it means a dinar in gold. R. Haya taught a Baraitha in support of Rab, I have with you a sila. Nay, a sila less 2 silver, he is liable. But if the answer is, a sila less a ma, equals 2.5 silver, he is free, because the denial was for more than 2 silver. Said R. Naaman b. Itzhak in the name of Samuel, all that was said hitherto concerns only the claim of the lender and the confession of the borrower, but if there was one witness, the borrower is liable even if the claim amounted only to 1 peryuta. As it reads, Deuteronomy 19:15, there shall not be one witness to any sin or transgression, which signifies that to a transgression one witness shall not be considered, but concerning an oath one witness may be considered. And there is a Baraitha that wherever 2 witnesses cause the payment of money, one witness causes an oath. R. Naaman said again in the name of the same authority, if the claim was for wheat and barley, and the confession was to either one, he is liable. Said Yitzhak to him, thanks, so also said to Johanan. Was he thanking because someone differed with Johanan? Yeah, it was Resh Lakish who kept silent when Johanan said so, only because he was drinking at that time. An objection was raised. Come and hear, if the claim comprised both personal and real estate, and the confession was to either, he is free, if, however, the confession was regarding but a part of the real estate, he is free. But if to a part of the personal estate, he is liable. We see, then, that only in a case of real estate to which an oath does not apply, he is free. But if the claim were for vessels of two kinds similar to personal and real estate respectively, and he would confess to either kind, he would be liable? Nay, he would be free in this case also. And the case of personal and real estate is to teach that, when the confession was only to a part of the personal, he has to swear even for the real estate too. But what is there new in this teaching, that one can include in the oath also another claim? This has been already stated in Middlegate. Here is the main teaching, while in Middlegate the point is touched on merely by the way. Haya b. Aba, however, said in the name of Johanan, if the claim was wheat and barley, and the confession was only to either of them, he is free. But has not Yitzhak expressed his thanks to one for quoting Johanan as saying the very opposite? The Amoraim differ regarding Johanan's statement. Abab Mamal objected to Haya, if the claim was for an ox, and the confession was for a lamb or vice versa, he is free. But if the claim was for an ox and a lamb, and the confession only for one of them, he is liable. And he answered, this Beretha is in accordance with Admon, and you shall not take this answer as mere argument, since it is a fact that Johanan taught so explicitly. Anan said in the name of Samuel, if one was about to claim wheat and the defendant hastened to confess barley, if it seems to the court that he did so with a view to elude the court, thereby escaping an oath, he is liable. But if only to justify the claim, he is free. He said further in the name of the same authority, if the claim was for 2 needles, and the confession was to one, he is liable. As for this purpose the scripture mentions vessels, that they remain what they are. Papa said, if the claim was for vessels and a peruta and the confession was for the vessels and the denial for the peruta, he is free. But if vice versa he is liable. The one case is in accordance with Rab, who holds that the denial must be of a claim of 2 silver, while the other case is in accordance with Samuel, who holds that of the claim comprised 2 articles and the confession was to but 1. He is liable. I have a manna with you, etc. Said Naaman, he is free from a biblical oath, but he is subject to a rabbinical one. Here follows a repetition from Middlegate and also from First Gate concerning the law that he who denies a loan is fit to be a witness, while he who denies a deposit is unfit. According to others the saying of Naaman concerned the latter part of the Mishnah viz, I have a manna with you. Yeah. And the next day when he refuses it, he says, I have already given it to you, he is free, to which Naaman said, he must, however, take a rabbinical oath. To him who teaches this regarding the first part of the Mishnah, is obvious that it belongs also to its latter part. But he who limits this to the latter part reasons thus, in this latter part money was avowedly involved, but in the first it is doubtful. What is the difference between a biblical and a rabbinical oath? The reversibility of the oath. A biblical oath we do not transfer from one contestant to the other, while a rabbinical we do. And according to Marbi Ashi, who says that a biblical oath is also reversible, what is the difference between the 2 oaths? The collecting from the property, where there is a biblical oath, the collection may be made from his property, which is not the case with a rabbinical oath if he refuses to take such. And according to Jose, who says that a rabbinical oath is also attended with collection, what is the difference between the 2? In the case where one of the parties was suspected of an oath, if this was a biblical oath it is transferable to the other party, but if it is a rabbinical oath, which is only an enactment by the sages, it is not transferable. For the transferring is itself but an enactment and we do not impose one enactment upon another. Now, what is to be done according to the rabbis, the opponents of our Hosea, who hold that in case of a rabbinical oath no collecting from the property takes place? We place him under ban. Said Rabbina to our Ashi, this is like holding one up for his throat till he takes off his clothes, i.e., it is still worse than collecting from his estate, as he remains under ban until he pays. But what shall be done? Place him under ban for 1 month, and if he does not come then for absolving he is, as it is customary, punished according to Rabbah's practice, after which punishment he is left alone. R. Papa said, if one holds a document in his hand and the defendant says, the document is already paid up, he is not trusted and must pay. But if he requires that the plaintiff take an oath that it has not been paid, the court is to give him an oath. Said R. Aha bi Rabbah to our Ashi, why should this case be different from a marriage contract where she has to take an oath only when she impairs the contract, i.e., she claims that only 1 manna has been paid on it? And he answered, in that case where the document is impaired, and the defendant does not require an oath, the court requires such. In this case, however, the court would tell him to pay and not exact an oath, but execute the requirement of the defendant that the plaintiff take an oath, and if the plaintiff was a scholar no oath is to be given. Said our Yemar to our Ashi, is a young scholar given the liberty to strip men of their clothes? Say only that if he was a scholar, we do not compel him to swear, so that it should not seem that the court suspects him, and on the other hand if he refuses to swear we do not collect his claim from the defendant. Again, I have a manna with you. Said our Jehudah in the name of our Asi, if one has made a loan in the presence of witnesses, he must also return it in presence of witnesses. And when, he continued, I recited this before Samuel, he told me that the defendant can claim, I have paid you in the presence of such and such witnesses, who are now away in the sea countries. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, I have with you a manna. Yeah. I have returned it to you, he is free. Now, if he required the money in presence of witnesses, it is a case similar to making a loan in the presence of witnesses, and nevertheless he is free, which contradicts our Asi statement. R. Asi may say, this is no comparison, as I speak of a case where the plaintiff has never reposed on confidence in the defendant, as he did not trust him without witnesses, but here he trusted him money without witnesses. R. Joseph taught the same in the name of the above, as follows, if one makes a loan in presence of witnesses, the borrower is not obliged to return it in presence of witnesses, unless he was told not to repay otherwise than in presence of witnesses. And it is to this that Samuel told me, the defendant may none the less claim to have paid the debt in presence of such and such who are now in the sea countries. An objection was raised from the following. I have a manna with you. Yeah. You shall not return it to me without the presence of witnesses. The next day, on being asked to return the money, he answered, I have returned it, the defendant is liable, for he had to return it as he was told, i.e., in the presence of witnesses. And this contradicts Samuel's statement. Samuel may say that concerning this law Tanaim differ in the following Beretha, I have given to you my money in presence of witnesses, and you must return it under the same conditions. Then the defendant must either pay or adduce evidence that he has paid already. Our Jehudah b. Bathina, however, says, he may claim to have returned the money in presence of witnesses that are now in the sea countries. R. Aha, one of the Saburaires, overthrew all this argument by saying, whence do we know that the above Tanaim differ in case he lent him before witnesses? Perhaps it means in case of demanding when he says to him, have I not lent you in presence of witnesses, so that you ought to pay me also in the presence of witnesses? But in case he told him when making the loan that he should return it in presence of witnesses, all agree that he is liable. Said R. Papi in the name of Rabbah, the halakha prevails that he who borrows in the presence of witnesses must pay also in the same manner. R. Papa, however, said in the name of the same authority that B is not obliged to do so, unless he was expressly told not to pay otherwise but in the presence of witnesses. And if the defendant claims to have paid it in the presence of such and such who are now in the sea countries, he is trusted. Maimonides, however, reads, he is not trusted. There was one who told his neighbor, when you will pay me my debt, you shall do so in the presence of Reuben and Simon. He, however, has paid it in presence of 2 other witnesses, and thereafter the plaintiff says that they are false witnesses. Said Abai, what is the difference? He was told to pay before 2 witnesses, and so he did. Said Rabbah to him, the plaintiff has purposely specified 2 witnesses by name that the defendant may not be able to say that he paid in presence of some other witnesses. There was one who said to the borrower, you shall pay me only before 2 persons who are able to learn halakhas. He, however, paid him without any witnesses present. It then happened that this money was violently taken away from the plaintiff, and he came to our Naaman saying, it is true, I have received the money not as a return of the loan, but as a deposit, until there will happen 2 witnesses who learn halakhas and then he will repay me. Said our Naaman to him, as soon as you admit to have taken the money it is a repayment, and if you want the defendant to comply with the stipulation regarding the witnesses, go and bring the money here in the presence of myself and our Shebuoth, who are learned not only in halakhas but also, in Sifra, Sifri, Tosefta and in all the Gemara. In another case one demanded a 100 zuz which he lent to him, to which the defendant answered that such a case has never taken place. The other party, however, brought witnesses that the loan took place, but that it was returned. Said Abai, what is to be done, as the same witnesses who testify that the loan took place, testify also that it has been returned? Said Rabbah to him, follow this rule: if one asserts not to have borrowed, it means he asserts not to have paid, hence, as the statement, that it has never taken place, is false, according to the evidence of these witnesses. We must take his word as though meaning, I have never paid, which must be taken for granted in spite of all witnesses. In still another case the plaintiff claimed 100 zuz, and the defendant answered, have I not paid you in the presence of so and so? And so upon being quoted said, they know of no such case, and our Shebuoth was about to say that this defendant must be declared a liar. Said Rabbah to him, he was not obliged to repay in the presence of witnesses, and therefore he was not heedful enough to know the names of them in whose presence he repaid. In another case the plaintiff was claiming 600 zuz, and the defendant answered, have I not repaid this claim with 100 cabs of gallnut, the value of each cab being 6 zuz? To which the plaintiff said, nay. Each was worth only 4 zuz, and brought witnesses to this effect, demanding the remaining 200 zuz. The defendant, however, said, I have paid you all the same, if not with this said stuff, then I gave you 200 zuz in cash. Rabbah decided that the defendant in this case be recognized as a liar. Said Rami b. Hama to him, have you not said that a thing to which one pays little attention, may easily escape one's memory? Why not say that he paid him the 600 zuz but did not remember the price? Whereupon Rabbah answered, a fixed price can never be forgotten. In another case one demanded 100 zuz on a document, whereto the defendant answered, have I not paid you? Whereupon the plaintiff claimed that this payment was made to meet another claim. According to our Naaman the document lost its value, according to our Papa, it did not. But why should our Papa's decision here differ from what he decided in the following similar case, where the defendant's answer was, have you not given me that money to buy oxen for slaughtering, and I returned you that money in the slaughterhouse? And where the plaintiff asserts that this was for another debt, in which case our Papa declared the document invalid. In this case our Papa thus decided, because the money was actually taken to buy oxen and then received in that very place where they were slaughtered. In our case, however, the plaintiff may be right in his claim. But how should such a case be ultimately decided? According to our Papi the document is valid, and according to our Shebuoth b. our Thadi it is invalid, and so the halakha prevails, provided the defendant paid in presence of witnesses and the document was not mentioned at all. But if the payment was made between themselves, the plaintiff may be trusted when he says that it was to cover another debt, because were he willing to tell a lie he would simply deny the payment. A borrower said to the lender, "You are trusted so long as you will say that I have not paid you." Thereafter he paid him in the presence of witnesses, but the plaintiff continued his claim, saying that this payment was for another debt. Both Abai and Rabbah said that the defendant himself has trusted him, hence, he is to be trusted. R. Papa, however, opposed, saying, the defendant trusted in this case more to the plaintiff than to oneself, but did he trust him more than two witnesses? In another case the defendant said to the plaintiff, "You are trusted like two so long you say that I have not paid you." Thereafter he paid in the presence of three, and the plaintiff still claimed his debt, in which case R. Papa said, he was trusted as two, whereas here there are three witnesses. R. Hunabi, R. Jehoshua, however, opposed, saying that concerning witnesses their number whether 2 or 100 matters not, according to the biblical law. However, if he said to him, "You are trusted like 3, and then paid him in the presence of 4, it is different, as the number 3 was intended here not for witnesses but for the minds, and in this respect 4 minds are more than 3. There is no oath to the claim of a deaf-mute, etc. 4. Exodus 22. 6. Unto his neighbors, etc., and the delivery by a minor is not considered. But there is an oath to the claim of a minor. But has it not just been said that there is no oath to such? Said Rab, it means the minor claims that his father has given this or that to the defendant, and it is in accordance with our Eliezer b. Jacob, who said in the following Beratha, there is a case where one has to swear for his own claim, viz., your father had with me a manna, but I paid him a half, then he has to swear for his own claim. The sages, however, say that here he is but returning a lost thing, hence, he is free. And to the question, does not R. Eliezer agree that the defendant here is returning a lost thing? Rab said, it treats here of a claim made by a minor after the death of his father. But again, the Mishnah states expressly that there is no oath to the claim of minors. Rab meant to say, he was as a minor in his father's business, but already of age when putting in the claim. But then how is the expression above, for his own claim, to be understood, as here it is not his claim but that of the plaintiff? It must, therefore, be said that they differ concerning what was said by Rabbah, Middlegate, page 4, with regard to a biblical oath that one is not so bold as to deny the whole, etc. R. Eliezer holds that one is not bold concerning the son of the deceased, also, and therefore he is not regarded as returning a loss, while the rabbis hold that one is not bold only in face of the party himself, but is so with relation to the son of same, and therefore he is considered as returning a loss. But how can you explain the Mishnah in accordance with our Eliezer b. Jacob? Does not the Mishnah state in its first part, if one claims, my father had with you a manna, and the answer is, I have no more than 50 dinar, he is free because he only returns a loss. There it speaks of a case when the heir did not claim, I am certain, while in the case of our Mishnah the minor is supposed to claim that he is certain. Samuel, however, says, our Mishnah's case is when the minor has real estate and one puts in a claim that his father owes him money. In this case, even if the plaintiff has a document, he must swear that the minor's father has not paid it. The same is the case with the sanctuary. Point 51. Mishnah 2, one does not swear to the following, to slaves, written documents, arable lands, and sanctified objects, nor is there to applied the payment of double amount, or of 4 and 5-fold. The gratuitous bailee need not swear, the bailee on payment need not pay damages. Art Simeon holds that one is obliged to swear to objects of the sanctuary, for whose security he is liable, but not to those for which he is not responsible. R. Meir says, there are things attached to the land and yet not considered land, but the sages do not agree with him therein. How so? I have transferred to you 10 vines laden with grapes. Nay, there were only 5, and he must swear according to R. Meir, while the sages hold that everything attached to the soil is to be regarded as the land itself. One swears but to things capable of being measured, weighed, and counted. How so? I have transferred to you a house full of fruit, or, I have handed you a purse full of money. I know not how much there was, but you are at liberty to take back whatever you left there, he is free. But if plaintiff says, they were reaching the cornice, and the defendant rejoins, only up to the window, latter is liable. Gemara, whence is this deduced? From, Exodus 22. 8, for all manner of trespass, general, ox, ass, lamb, raiment. Particulars, for any manner of lost thing, again general, and there is a rule that wherever particulars appear between generals, it must be judged in the sense of the particulars, and as these are movables each having in body a value, so also all other cases must be equal to these. Except real estate, which is not movable, slave, who are equal to real estate, documents which though movable are in body of no value, and finally the sanctuary which is excluded because of the verse, his neighbor. Double amount, 4 and 5-fold, etc. The reason here is that the scripture speaks of 4 and 5-fold, and as in the case of double amount an oath does not apply. It remains only the case of 3 and 4-fold which is not mentioned in the scripture. A gratuitous bailee need not swear. Whence is this deduced? From what the rabbis taught, Exodus 22. 9, if a man deliver unto his neighbor, general, an ass, etc., particular, to keep. General, and on the basis of the above-mentioned rule the particulars appearing between generals render the whole to be judged in their sense, as the particulars here are movables each having in body a value, etc., as above. A bailee on pay. Also this is deduced from the just-cited verse and on the basis of the same rule regarding particulars appearing between generals. Mayor says, there are things attached, etc. From this we see that Mayor does not hold that what is attached to the land is itself considered land. Now, why is here the point of difference illustrated by laden vines, and not by vines as such? Said Jose B. Hanina, the Mishnah speaks of grapes that were ready for the press. Mayor holds, as they are ready for pressing they are no longer considered attached to the soil, but as already pressed, in which case an oath applies, while the sages do not share this opinion. One swears but to things capable of being measured, etc. Said Abai, provided he says, a house full, etc., but if he says, this house was full, then his claim is definite and recognized. Said Rabbah to him, if this were so, why the illustration in the last part of the Mishnah with cornice and window stated by plaintiff and defendant respectively, and not with it a house and this house? Therefore, says Rabbah, there is no liability of an oath unless the claim concerned a certain measure or weight, and the confession was made also to measure or weight. There is a beretha in accordance with Rabbah, I have a core of grain with you. Nay, you have nothing with me, he is free. I have with you a big chandelier. Nay, you have only a small one, he is free. However, if he says, I have with you a core of grain, and the answer is, only a lethek. Or a chandelier of 10 pounds, and the answer is, one of only 5 pounds, he is liable. Because the rule underlying this judging is, one is not liable unless the claim was for a certain measure, weight or number, and the confession was to the same effect. Now, what is the addition of the rule for in the beretha? To indicate that, this house full, means also a measure. But why is it not a partial confession if he confesses to a small chandelier when the claim is for a big one? Because to the claim as it is, there is here no confession, nor is the claim made for what is confessed, as the big and small chandelier are two different things. But is not the same the case when the claim is for one of 10 pounds, and the confession for one of 5 pounds? Said Samuel B. R. Itzhak, it speaks of a chandelier made of separable pieces, and the confession was to 5 pounds of the same chandelier. Why, then, is not the same the case with the girdle that may have been of separable pieces? And as this is not so, we must say that it does not speak of pieces in the other case of the chandelier either. Therefore, said Abab. Mama, it speaks of a whole chandelier, but when the claim is for a big and the confession for a small one, then are two wholly different things involved. But if it speaks of the weight, one could by rubbing reduce the weight of such from 10 to 5 pounds, the only object thus remaining the same. Mishnah 3. If one lends to his neighbor on a pledge, and the pledge got lost, whereupon the plaintiff says, I lent you on it a selah, but it was worth only a shekel, the other party says, No, truly, you lent me a selah on it, but it was worth a selah, he is free. But if the plaintiff claims, I lent you on it a selah, but it was worth only a shekel, whereto the other replies, Nay, you did lend me on it a selah, and it was worth 3 dinar, he is liable. If the debtor says, You lent me on it a selah, while it was worth 2 selahs, whereto the creditor, Nay, I gave you on it 1 selah, its value only, he is free. But if the former says, You lent me a selah on it, it was, however, worth 2, and latter says, Nay, I lent you thereon a selah, and it was worth only 5 dinar, he is liable. Who is to take the oath? The depository, as he could meanwhile produce the pledge if the other one were to swear. Gemara, the concluding sentence of the Mishnah belongs to which part? If to the last, there is a rule that the oath rests with the lender. Said Samuel, and also are, Haya beef Rab, and also are. Johanan, it belongs to the middle part, I lent you a selah and it was worth a shekel, and the other says it was worth 3 dinars, in which case the borrower confesses to owe yet 1 dinar, hence, it is a partial admission to which an oath applies. The rabbis, however, have transferred this oath from the borrower to the lender. 52 and now that are. Ashi has decided that both depositor and depositary must each take an oath, he latter, that he does not have the pledge any more, and the former, that its value amounted to so and so much. The Mishnah is to be explained thus, who is to take the oath first? The depositary, since if the depositor swore first the other could meanwhile reconsider and produce the pledge. Samuel said, 53 If one lends to his neighbor 1,000 zuz, and pledges for them the handle of a scythe only, if the handle is lost the 1,000 zuz are lost, but if the pledge consisted of such 2 handles the case is different. As we do not assume that he gave 500 zuz for each handle, but for the whole, and as only one of them was lost the lender loses nothing. R. Naaman, however, maintains that the same is the case with 2, i.e., if one is lost the lender loses 500 zuz, and if both are lost he loses the whole 1,000. But the same is not the case if the pledge consisted of a scythe handle and a piece of metal. The opinion of the sages from Nahardia is that the same is the case with the last mentioned pledge, if either the metal or the handle is lost, 500 zuz are lost, and the loss of both entails the loss of all the 1,000. An objection was raised from our Mishnah, from the case where defendant says it was worth but 3 dinar. Why is he liable in this case? Let the depositor say, You have taken it for a selah. The Mishnah has in view the case where the depositary expressly took upon him responsibility for its value only, which is not so in Samuel's case. 54. Concerning the last mentioned case shall we assume that the following Tanaim differ, if one had made a loan on a pledge and the Sabbathic year entered, the pledge, though worth only the half value of the loan. The year does not release the loan, dut. 15. 2. Our Jehuda the Nasi, however, maintains that if the pledge amounted to the value of the whole debt, the year does not release, but if not to this value, the year does release. Now, let us see what does the first Tana mean by his saying, it does not release. If he means, it does not release the half debt and our Jehuda comes to teach that it releases even this half, then of what use is a pledge? We must then say that the first Tana means it releases the entire debt, as he agrees with Samuel's theory that as soon as it was accepted for this amount it must be considered only as such, while our Jehuda differs. Nay. They differ with regard to the worth of the pledge and still our Jehuda maintains that the entire debt is released, for the pledge which is not worth the amount of the debt he considers as mere memorandum. Chapter 7. Rules and regulations concerning the conditions under which the oath is given to the plaintiff or to the defendant, regarding a suspect of perjury. The difference between a biblical and a rabbinical oath. Is or is not a rabbinical oath transferable? The oath of orphans, plaintiff or defendant, partners, gardeners, the cases when the Sabbathic year releases one from an oath. Mishnah I. All those who are subject to a biblical oath swear and do not pay. The following, however, swear in order to receive pay: the employee, the robbed, the bruised, he whose adversary is suspicious of perjury, and the storekeeper on his business book. The employee, how so? Give me my wages which I have with you, and the employer answers, I have given them to you already, and the former claims, I have received nothing, he swears and gets his claim. R. Jehuda, however, says, unless there be a partial confession, the oath is not effective, viz., the employed says, give me my 50 dinar wages you have in your hands, and the employer replies, you received on this account 1 gold dinar. How is it with the robbed? If witnesses testify that one entered his house to seize a pledge without permission, now the householder says, you have seized one of my utensils, and he denies, plaintiff swears and takes it. R. Jehuda, however, says, unless a partial confession takes place there, viz., you took 2 utensils, and he answers, I took but 1. How is it with the bruised? If witnesses testify that one entered the premises of so and so unhurt and went out in wounds, now the plaintiff says to the defendant, you bruised my body, and he says, I did not, former swears and receives pay. R. Jehuda says, unless a partial confession took place, viz., plaintiff says, you wrought upon me 2 bruises, and the defendant says, only 1. How is the adversary suspicious of perjury? As follows, be it that he became suspicious while under oath as a witness, or under oath for a deposit, or even for merely vain swearing. If one of them is a gambler in dice, a usurer, a dove hunter, or one who is doing business with the fruit of the sabbatical year, his adversary swears and obtains his claim. In case, however, both were suspicious, the oath returns to its place. Such is our Jose's opinion. Our Mayor holds that they divide. The storekeeper on his book, how so? Not that he say to somebody, it is stated in my book that you owe me 200 zuz, but that when one says to the storekeeper, give my son 2 sa of wheat, or, give my laborer a selah in money, whereupon the storekeeper claims, so I did give. And the others say, we have received nothing, the 2 swear. He swears and gets paid, and they likewise swear and get paid by the employer. Said B. Nanan, how is that? Either party will necessarily be committed to false swearing. But both parties receive their respective claims rather without swearing. If one said to the storekeeper, give me fruit for 1 dinar, and he, having given him, says, give me the dinar, whereupon this replies, I have given it to you already and you put it into the cash drawer, the purchaser is to swear. If, however, the customer gave the dinar and said, give me the fruit, and the storekeeper says, I have given them to you already and you brought them over to your house, the storekeeper is to swear. R. Jehuda says, he who has the fruit in his possession has the preference. If one says to the money changer, give me change for a dinar, and he was given it, whereupon the changer says to him, give the dinar, and he answers, I have given it to you already and you have put it into the cash drawer. The customer has to swear. But if he gave him the dinar and says, give me the change, and the other one replies, I have given it to you already and you have put it into your purse, the money changer has to swear. R. Jehuda says, it is not customary with a money changer to give out an isser before he has received his dinar. As it has been established that a woman who damaged her marriage contract can obtain payment only on oath. That, when a single witness testifies that she was paid, she can receive payment only on oath, that she can get paid from encumbered estates or from the estates of the orphans only on oath. And that when she is to be paid in her husband's absence, she is so only on oath, so likewise should orphans be paid only on oath, viz. We swear that our father had not willed to us nor told us, and that we have not found among the documents of our father that this note has been paid. R. Johanan B. Buka says, even if the son was born after his father's death, he may swear and collect. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, if there are witnesses to the effect that the father said while dying, "This note has not been paid," the heir collects without an oath. The following have to swear also in the case when there is no claim: partners, gardeners, guardians, a woman business manager, and the son of the house. When one of these parties says, "What is your claim against me?" and the other one answers, "My only desire is that you swear," he must swear. If the partners or gardeners have already divided, they are no longer liable to take an oath. However, if an oath is imposed upon one of them from some other source, all other claims may be included. The Sabbathic year releases from an oath. Gemara, swear and do not pay. Whence is this deduced? From Exodus 22:10, an oath of the Lord, the owner of it shall accept this, etc., which signifies that the oath rests upon him who has to pay. The following, however, swear in order to receive pay. Why have the rabbis enacted the law that the laborer must swear? For the answer see Middlegate, page 300f, par. But it is correct. Said R. Naaman in the name of Samuel, this law holds good, provided he was hired in presence of witnesses, but if without witnesses, the employer is to be trusted, since if he would he could say that he has never hired him. Said R. Itzhak to him, thanks, so also said R. Johanan. Says the Gemara, from this it appears that Resh Lakish differed with the latter, and why is it not mentioned? Some say, Resh Lakish was drinking at that time, according to others R. Itzhak was then absent from college. The same was taught also by R. Menashia b. Zebed in the name of Rab. Said Rami b. Hama, how fair is this halakha? Said Rabbah to him, I do not see its fairness, since according to its theory the four kinds of baileys to whom a biblical oath applies find no practical illustration. For as any of them may say that such a thing, as claimed by the plaintiff, has never occurred, he may be trusted also in case when asserting that the thing has been robbed. And should you say that the object was deposited with such a bailey in the presence of witnesses, he could still say that he has returned it. And as he would be trusted when claiming that he has returned it, he may likewise be trusted when he says that it has been robbed. Hence there can be here no case unless the plaintiff took a document on his deposit, as only in this case the bailey cannot assert that he has returned the object, for if he had done so he would have taken back the document. Says the Gemara, from Rabbah's objection we see that both Rabbah and Rami b. Hama hold that if one deposits an article in the presence of witnesses, the depositary is not bound to return it in presence of witnesses, while if deposited on a document the depositary must possess evidence that he has returned the deposit. Concerning this Rami b. Hama applied to our Shebuoth, Sam 21:13, and David took these words to his heart, as our Shebuoth, when meeting Rabbah b. Samuel, questioned him, has the master learned something concerning an employee? And he answered, yeah, an employee, at the time of getting his pay, is to take an oath and then receive his pay. How so? If the employee claims, you hired me and did not pay, while the employer says, I hired you and paid you. However, if the former's claim is, you hired me for 2 zuz and gave me only 1, while the employer says that he hired him only for 1, then it is incumbent upon the plaintiff to bring evidence. Now, as in the last case the plaintiff is to bring evidence, it is to be assumed that in the first case there was no evidence required, hence, the above theory of Rab and Samuel is overthrown. Said our Naaman b. Itzhak, this is no objection at all. It may be that even in the first case there was some evidence, and the evidence in the last case is only required with regard to the collection of the payment from the employer. But concerning the oath the Beratha did not care to teach. R. Jeremiah b. Aba said, the college sent a message to Samuel, thus, let the master teach us as to who is to swear in a case where the specialist says, you have hired me for 2 zuz to repair something, while the employer says that he hired him only for 1 zuz. And Samuel answered, in such a case the employer is to swear and the employee loses the case, for as regards price once fixed people remember it well. But has not Rabbah b. Samuel said above that in such a case the burden of proof lies upon the plaintiff, and as here he possesses no evidence, he should lose the case even without any oath on the part of the employer? Said R. Naaman, the above Baratha is to be interpreted as teaching alternatively, i.e., either the employee is to bring evidence and receive his pay, or the employer is to swear and former loses. An objection was raised from the following Baratha: if one has given his garment to a specialist for repair and thereafter they contradict each other concerning the price for labor and services. The law is thus, so long as the article is with the specialist the burden of proof lies on owner. And if it was delivered, the time of payment not yet elapsed, the specialist is to swear and then collect, but if that time has already elapsed, it remains for him as plaintiff to bring evidence. Thus we see that if within the time, the specialist is to swear and collect. Why let the owner swear and the specialist lose? Said R. Naaman B. Itzhak, this Baratha is in accordance with R. Jehuda, who holds that so long as the oath seems to rest upon the owner, and there is a partial admission on his part, the rabbi's enactment is that the employer shall swear and thereupon collect. But let us see which R. Jehuda is meant here. It cannot be the R. Jehuda of our Mishnah, as he plainly requires a partial admission, it must, then, be the R. Jehuda of the following Baratha: so long as the time of payment has not elapsed, it is the employee that swears and collects, but after the expiration of said time it is for the employer to swear. Said R. Jehuda, provided the employee claims 50 dinar for his work, and the employer claims to have already paid 1 gold dinar, equals 20 silver dinar, or they contradict each other regarding the price. But if the employer claims that he has never hired him, or that he has paid his wages to the last pasuta, the burden of proof rests upon the plaintiff. R. Sheshith B. R. 80, however, opposed thus: would you say that a contradiction regarding the price is in accordance with R. Jehuda and not with the rabbis? Bear in mind that where R. Jehuda is in our Mishnah more rigorous, as he demands a partial admission, the rabbis are lenient. Should the rabbis be more rigorous in the Baratha where Jehuda is more lenient? But is it possible to explain the Baratha in accordance with the rabbis? Has not Rabbi B. Samuel taught, in case of contradiction regarding the price, that the plaintiff is to bring evidence, which teaching could be neither in accordance with the rabbis nor with our Jehuda. Therefore said Rabbah, their point of difference is as follows: R. Jehuda holds that, concerning a biblical oath which applies to the employer, the rabbis have enacted for the sake of the employee to reverse the oath to the latter, so that he may, upon swearing, collect. But where there is a rabbinical oath, as where there is no partial admission, which is itself merely an enactment, they do not impose another enactment upon it. The rabbis, however, are of the opinion that the said enactment, that the employee swear, applies also to the case of a rabbinical oath, and as to the contradiction about the price, it may be said that, as a price usually remains in memory, the rabbis leave in this case the oath to the employer. Entered his house to seize, etc. But perhaps he has not taken any pledge. Has not R. Naaman said that he who, hatchet in hand, says, I will go to cut down the tree belonging to so, and thereafter the tree is found cut down, we nevertheless do not say that he did cut it down. Hence we see that a man may sometimes merely exaggerate or affect to do something and in reality does not do it. Why then not say the same in our case? Read, then, in the Mishnah that he actually did seize a pledge. But if so, let the witness testify as to what the pledge was. Said Rabbi B. Hannah in the name of R. Johanan, the Mishnah speaks of the pledger as claiming that the defendant seized some small utensils which he concealed under his garments, so that the witnesses could not see them, according to Rashi. According to Tasfeth, however, plaintiff claims that the defendant took more than the part the witnesses could see. R. Jehuda said, if witnesses saw one concealing utensils under his garments when coming out from a house, and he claims that he had bought them, he is not trusted, in case the owner of said house claims that he only loaned them to the defendant. Provided the owner of the house was not wont to sell his utensils, but if he was so, the defendant may be trusted. And even in this case he is not trusted if such utensils are not as a rule to be concealed, but if they are so he may, again, be trusted. And even when they are not ordinarily hidden, but the defendant was of such a standing as would not allow him to carry things publicly, it may be assumed that such is his usage and therefore he may be trusted. All this refers only to a claim of hiring and loaning. If, however, the claim concerns stealing, the plaintiff is not trusted when he makes one a thief who is not suspicious of being such, but the defendant has to swear that he bought them. Furthermore, even in the case where the defendant is not reliable, he is not to be trusted only with regard to utensils not used for loan and hire, but in case the utensils are loaned or hired out, he is trusted, as concerning this are, Hunabi. Aubin once sent a message, see Middlegate, page 306f. Rabbah said, in case one was going to seize the goods of another, even the watchman of the house or his wife is trusted on an oath, and the defendant must pay. Questioned R. Papa, is a laborer who was doing some work in the house at that time trusted in this case on an oath? This question remains undecided. R. Yimar said to R. Ashi, if the claim is for a silver goblet, may the defendant be trusted with an oath or not? And R. Ashi answered, we have to inquire into the position of the man, if he is wealthy or so much respected that people deposit with him valuables of this kind, he is trusted, otherwise he is not trusted. How is it with the bruised, etc.? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the oath applies only in such a case when the plaintiff could himself cause a wound, but if it was not possible for him to do so, he recovers his claim without an oath. But why not fear that he may have hurt himself against a wall or a stone? Taught R. Haya, it speaks of this case, the wound is found on his shoulder or under the arm. But it may have been inflicted by someone other than the defendant. There was nobody else in the house. Even for merely vain swearing. Why even? It means to say, not only, i.e. not only if suspicious of an oath where denial of money is involved, but also even if suspicious of such where only a denial of words is involved, he is not trusted. But if so, let an uttered oath, too, be taught. The Mishnah teaches but oaths which are made falsely, while an uttered oath may be made for the future and may therefore be fulfilled. But again, let it include an uttered oath for the past. In teaching vain swearing it indeed includes all that is equal thereto. A gambler in dice, etc. To what purpose is this statement? The Mishnah classifies first those who are unfit biblically and then also the rabbinically unfit. In case both are suspicious, etc. Rabbah questioned our Naaman, how should we read in the Mishnah, our Mer holds, they divide, or our Hosea holds so? Answered he, I do not know. How then shall the halakha prevail? Answered he again, I do not know. However, it was taught that our Joseph b. Miniomi said in the name of our Naaman that our Hosea was the one who said they divide, likewise taught our Zebed b. Ashia, or our Zebed in the name of Ashia. And our Joseph b. Miniomi said that such a case happened in the court of our Naaman and the decision was to divide. The oath returns to its place. To which place? Said our Ami, according to our masters in Babylon, it returns to its place, the Mount Sinai. And our masters in Palestine said, it returns to him who was obliged to take it, and as he cannot swear, he must pay. Said our Papa, our masters in Babylon means Rab and Samuel viz. Our Mishnah states that orphans shall not pay without an oath, and it was discussed as to what it means. Shall we assume that the orphans cannot recover from the borrower unless they take an oath? Is this possible, since their father, if alive, could recover without an oath, why should they swear? It must then be explained to mean orphans that have to recover from other orphans. And both Rab and Samuel said provided the lender died while the borrower was still alive, but if the borrower died first the lender was already obliged to swear in order to recover from the orphans of the borrower the latter's debt. And as a man cannot bequeath an oath to his children the oath returns to the Mount Sinai, i.e., there is no oath here, as to the masters of Palestine, it is our ABA in the case of a robbed piece of metal mentioned above and tried before him when he decided that as the defendant is obliged to swear but cannot, he must pay. Said Rabbah, the halakha seems to prevail with our ABA, as it reads, Exodus XX. 10. The oath of the Lord be between them, etc., but not between their heirs. Now, let us see the nature of the case. If the heirs of the plaintiff claim that their father had a manna with the defendant's father and the other's answer, we are aware that he had only 50 dinar, then it is a partial admission. What difference then is there whether the plaintiff himself or his heirs appear in the case? We must then say that the defendant orphans say that they are aware of 50 dinar, but are not aware of the other 50 dinar. Now, if you say that such answer if put in by the defendant himself would oblige him to an oath, it is correct that the above-cited verse is needed to free the heirs from an oath. But if the defendant would not have to swear, then what is the verse for? Hence, whoever is obliged to swear but cannot swear, as in the case of the orphans, he must pay, as our ABA decided in the case before him. But what do Rab and Samuel infer from the above-cited verse? What was said above by Simeon b. Tarfon, the verse comes to indicate that the oath rests upon both the contestants, the storekeeper, etc. There is a Beratha, Rabbi said, why should these be troubled with an oath? Said R. Haya to him, we have learned that both the storekeeper and employees have to swear, the employees that they have not received goods in the value of such and such an amount on account of their employer. And the storekeeper that he has not yet been paid for the goods, and both storekeeper and employees collect from the employer. Has Rabbah accepted R. Haya's theory or not? Come and hear the following. Rabbah said that the laborer has to take an oath that he has received nothing from the storekeeper. Now, if Rabbah had accepted R. Haya's theory, it would have been stated here that the oath must be taken with reference to the employer. Said Rabbah, this Beratha intends to say thus, the laborer takes an oath with reference to the employer and in the presence of the storekeeper that he, the laborer, has taken nothing from the latter. It was taught, if there were two parties of witnesses contradicting each other, each party may, according to R. Huna, appear and testify for itself, although either of the parties is surely false, for the court in default of evidence cannot decide which one is true or false. R. Hista, however, maintains that we have nothing to do with false witnesses, and consequently neither party be trusted. Illustration, if there were two cases with two lenders, two borrowers, and two documents, and one witness of each of the two parties of witnesses was signed on the document of the other contestant, R. Huna and R. Hista differ, according to former both the documents are valid, and according to R. Hista they are both invalid as they are both false. On the other hand, if there was but one lender with two documents against one borrower, all agree that the lender has to suffer, but if there were two lenders with two documents against one borrower, it is a case treated of in our Mishnah, viz. The employees say they have received nothing and claim their pay from the employer, and the storekeeper asserts to have given goods to the employers and claims his pay also from the employer. In which case the Mishnah decides that both the claimants swear and recover from the employer. But what is the law in case there were two borrowers and one lender with two documents signed by the two mutually contradicting parties of witnesses, according to R. Huna? Shall we assume that as there are two borrowers we should regard each of the documents as though it were the right one and collect thereupon the two, or as one of the documents is doubtless false the two should be regarded invalid? This question remains undecided. If he said to the storekeeper, give me fruit for a dinar. There is a Beratha, R. Jehuda said, provided the fruit is lying there in a heap and each of the parties is claiming that it is his, but if the customer has the fruit in his basket and put ladder upon his shoulders the burden of proof lies upon the plaintiff. If he says to the money changer, etc. These two cases are necessary, since if only the former is stated, one might say that because fruit decays the storekeeper was in haste to put it into the basket for his customer before yet receiving the money, therefore he may be trusted. While, this not being the case with money, it is usual not to give the change before receiving the money, hence, the rabbis, too, would agree with our Jehuda. On the other hand, if only the second case were stated one might say that only for this reason our Jehuda differs with the rabbis, while concerning fruit he agrees with them, therefore the two cases are necessary. And also the orphans, etc. This has been explained above to mean orphans versus orphans, and what Rab and Samuel have to say on this point is all recapitulated. This statement was sent to R. Eleazar accompanied with the question as to the purpose of this oath, and he answered, the heirs have to take the usual oath of heirs, explained further on, and thereupon to collect the bequest. This statement was then again sent to R. Ami, who said, they do not cease sending questions again and again. If I found something worthy of notice in it, would I not notify you thereof, without waiting for your messages? However, continued he, as this question has reached us already, yet we have to say something there about viz. If the lender was already summoned and it was decided that he has to take an oath, and he died in between, so that he was already obliged to swear to the orphans of the borrower, and as one cannot bequeath an oath to one's children, they are free from oath. If, however, he has not yet been summoned, and hence not yet obliged to take an oath, the orphans of the lender have to swear the oath of heirs and thereupon collect the debt. If a man opposed, does the court find one liable to an oath? With the death of the borrower the lender is by law liable to an oath with relation to the heirs, therefore, said he, it depends on whether or no the law, laid down above by Rab and Samuel, is established. If yes, they are free, if not, they have to take an oath and collect. We see from this that Naaman was in doubt, but has not Joseph B. Miniumi said above, that Naaman decided in a similar case that the contestants divide? Naaman's explanation here is in accordance with our Mayor, who holds, the oath returns to its place, but he himself holds with our Jose, if one upon the death of his wife remarries and then dies, the widow and her heirs have the preference over the heirs of the first wife concerning their respective marriage contracts. We see then that the heirs collect without an oath. It speaks of the case they swore before dying. Come and hear the second part, but his heirs may adjure the widow, her heirs, and all empowered by her. We see then that as his heirs may give an oath to her heirs, the widow who has not sworn has bequeathed, as it were, to her heirs the power of taking an oath, and this is objecting to Rab and Samuel. Said R. Shmaya, the Beratha here speaks alternatively viz. His heirs adjure her if she was a widow, and they adjure her heirs if she was but a divorced woman. His heirs may adjure her though he himself could not have done so, as he gave her a document freeing her from all oaths. R. Nathan B. Hoshea, however, objected from the following: preference was given to the son over his father, in that the son may collect from the orphans if he holds a document against the borrower, provided he has evidence that his father before dying told him that the document has not yet been paid, and if he has no evidence he has to swear to this effect. On the other hand, his father can under no circumstances collect without an oath, hence, the son may collect without an oath in relation to the defendant orphans, if the borrower died when the lender was still alive. Thus we see that it is in accordance with our Simeon B. Gamaliel from our Mishnah. Said R. Joseph, this Beratha is in accordance with the school of Shammai, who holds that a document which is to be collected is to be regarded as already collected, as the estate is encumbered to the document. Hence, the rule that the son collects upon presenting evidence of his father's statement. Naaman happened to be in Turah, both R. Hista and Rabbah B. R. Huna came to visit him, and asked him thus, let the master conjoin with us in nullifying the statement of Rab and Samuel. Whereupon he answered, have I troubled myself to make a journey of so many parsas to nullify the statement of these sages? It will suffice if I will agree with you not to add to their statement, i.e., not to deduce therefrom any other cases. Asks the Gemara what other cases? E.g., such as were decided by R. Papa, he who impairs his document, by saying that he collected a part thereof, and thereafter dies, his heirs may take the oath of heirs and collect the money, which oath could not be taken according to Rab and Samuel. It once happened that B, who had borrowed money of A through a surety and on a document, died, A being still alive, thereafter A also died and his heirs claimed the debt from the surety. R. Papa, before whom the case was tried, was about to say that this is a case included in the decision of our Naaman that nothing be added to Rab and Samuel's ruling, and in this case the heirs are to collect not from the orphans but from the surety. Said our Hunabi, our Jehoshua to him, are they indeed collecting from the surety for his debt and not for that of the orphans? In another case the lender died childless, leaving a brother, and Rami b. Alma was about to say that our Naaman's decision includes this case, too. Said Rabbah to him, is there any difference between the heirs saying, my father told me, or my brother told me? Said our Hama, as there is no ultimate decision as to whether the halakha prevails with Rab and Samuel or not, we should leave it to the judges. He who decides in accordance with Rab and Samuel should not be objected, nor should protest be raised against him who follows our Eleazar's decision as a precedent. Said our Papa, if such a case happens in our court, we shall not destroy the document, nor collect it, for fear the halakha may prevail with Rab and Samuel. However, not destroy it, in order to give the contestant the benefit of doubt and enable him to bring his case in another court. Once a judge followed in his decision our Eleazar. A young scholar interested in this problem came to the judge and told him that he is able to produce a letter from the West attesting that the halakha does not prevail with our Eleazar. And the judge said to him, well, produce the letter and we will then see. The scholar, however, came to complain in the court of our Hama, and latter answered that it is already decided thus, he who follows our Eleazar's ruling as a precedent cannot be protested against. The following have to swear, etc. Does the Mishnah speak of idiots? It means to say that these persons have to swear if they say they are not certain of the claim. There is a Beretha, the son of the house mentioned in the Mishnah is not he who frequents the house, but he who is taking care if the estate, he engages and discharges laborers, buys and sells, etc. And why should such persons take an oath? Because as a rule they allow themselves more than what is due to them. Said our Joseph b. Miniumi in the name of our Naaman, provided there was a denial made to the claim of 2 silver, according to the decision of Rab. If the partners and gardeners, etc. The schoolmen propounded a question, may one include in a rabbinical oath a claim from another business? Come and hear, if one has borrowed on the eve of the Sabbathic year and at the end of the year he become the partner or gardener of the lender, no inclusion can take place in the partner oath if he has to take such. Thus we see the reason here to be that he borrowed on the eve of the Sabbathic year as this year released him from the oath also, but in a simple year such an oath may be inclusive? Nay. Do not say that in a simple year the oath may be inclusive, but if he becomes a partner or a gardener, of the lender, on the eve of the Sabbathic year and at the end of the same he borrowed money from him. He may in his oath include also the partner oath from the Sabbathic year. As the second part of the Beretha states it so plainly, hence, a rabbinical oath is inclusive. Our Huna said, all the oaths are inclusive except the oath of an employee, as this oath is given merely for the purpose of gratifying the employer. Our Hista said, no oaths are to be made lenient in this respect except the oath of an employee, toward which we have to act leniently. And what is the difference between these two opinions? The requiring by the court, according to our Huna the court itself may declare the oath inclusive independently of the plaintiff, while according to our Hista the court has no jurisdiction unless the plaintiff requires so. The Sabbathic year releases. Whence is this deduced? From Deuteronomy 15. 2, and this is the verbum, debar, of the release, i.e., it releases even words. Chapter 8. Rules and regulations concerning the 4 kinds of baileys, the conditions under which they are to pay or to take an oath, what is an uttered oath, a vain oath, a false oath. Cases illustrating the various claims regarding the 4 kinds of baileys. Mishnah I, there are 4 kinds of baileys, gratuitous, on hire, borrower, and hirer. The gratuitous bailey swears to every claim, the borrower pays every claim. The paid bailey as well as the hirer swears in case the cattle broke its leg or was seized or died, but both pay when it got lost or stolen. If one asks his gratuitous bailey, where is my ox? He is dead, while in reality he is only leg broken, or seized, or stolen, or lost, or he answers, he is leg broken, while in fact he is dead, seized or lost, or he answers, he is seized, while he is dead, leg broken, stolen or lost. Or he answers, he is lost, while in fact he is dead, leg broken, seized or stolen, to which the other rejoins, I adjure you, and the answer is, Amen, he is free. Where is my ox? And the other one answers, I know not what you talk about, while in reality the ox is dead, leg broken, seized, stolen or lost. I adjure you. Amen, he is free. But if he asks, where is my ox? Lost. I adjure you. Amen, but witnesses appear to testify that he consumed him, he must pay the full value, if he confesses it of his own will he must pay the value plus 1/5, and is to bring a trespass offering. If he asks, where is my ox? And the answer is, stolen. I adjure you. Amen, and witnesses appear to testify that he himself stole the ox, he must pay double amount, on self-confession, however, he pays the value plus 1/5, and brings an offering. If one says to a man in the street, where is my ox that you have stolen? And the answer is, I have not stolen, but witnesses testify that he did steal. He is to pay double amount, and if he has slaughtered or sold him, he must pay 4 and 5-fold. However, if, on noticing the approach of witnesses against him, he says, I have stolen him, but not slaughtered or sold, he is to pay but the principal amount. If one asks the borrower, where is my ox? And he answers, he died, while in reality he is leg broken, seized, stolen or lost, or, leg broken, while he is dead, seized, stolen or lost, seized, while he is dead, leg broken, stolen or lost, stolen, while he is dead, leg broken, seized or lost. Lost, while he is dead, leg broken, seized or stolen, whereupon the other one says, I adjure you, and the answer is, Amen, he is free. Where is my ox? I know not what you are talking about, while in fact the ox is dead, leg broken, seized, stolen or lost. I adjure you. Amen, he is liable. If one says to a paid bailee or to a hirer, where is my ox, and he answers, he is dead, while he is leg broken or seized, leg broken, while he is dead or seized. Seized, while he is dead or leg broken, stolen, when he is lost or seized, lost, while he has been stolen, whereupon former, I adjure you. Amen, he is free. But if the answer be, he is dead, leg broken or seized, while he has been stolen or lost, former, I adjure you. Amen, he is liable. But if he says, he has been stolen, or, lost, while he is dead, leg broken or seized, I adjure you. Amen, he is free. This is the rule, whoever tends to commutate, by his oath, liability to liability, unliability to unliability, or unliability to liability, is free, but if liability to unliability, he is liable. This is the rule in brief, whoever takes an oath in order to make his case lenient, is liable, but if vice versa, he is free. Gemara, who is the Tana of the 4 classes of bailees? Said our Naaman in the name of Rabbi Abuhu, it is our Mayor. Said Rabbah to him, is then there a Tana who does not hold so? And the answer was, I mean to say who is the Tana that maintains that the hirer of a thing is under the same rule with a bailee for pay? And this is our Mayor, according to Rabbi Abuhu. But is there not a Beretha that a Mayor holds a hirer under the law of a gratuitous bailee, and our Jehuda is, the one who places him under the law of a paid bailee? Rabbi Abuhu has reversed in the Mishnah the order of the names, by tradition. But after all, according to both our Mayor and our Jehuda there are but 3 classes of bailees, why then 4 in the Mishnah? Said our Naaman b. Itzhak, the Mishnah means to say, there are 4 classes of bailees but their laws are 3. I know not what you talk about. Said Rab, all the expressions free used in the Mishnah free only from the liability of a trespass offering, attaching to a depositary, but not from that of a sin offering, attaching to an uttered oath. Samuel, however, maintains that it frees them even from the last mentioned liability. And what is here the point of difference? Samuel holds that as such an oath cannot refer to the future, one is not liable even for the past, while Rab does not share this opinion. But this their difference has already been pointed out above in connection with the oath made by A that B threw a stone into the sea. Why then again? It was necessary, as in the case of throwing a stone. Rab holds a liable because he takes the oath on his own accord, but here, where the court compels him to swear, one might say that Rab agrees with Samuel, which would be in accordance with R. Ami, who said elsewhere that one is not liable for an uttered oath when made by the judges, to swear. On the other hand, if only this were stated, one could say that only in this case Samuel differs with Rab, but in the other one he agrees with him. What is the reason of our Ami's statement? It is the verse, Leviticus v:4, or any person swear, which means he swears voluntarily. R. Elazar, however, said with reference to the expression, free, the Mishnah uses, all are free from a depositary oath but are liable for an uttered oath, excepting, however, the following, a borrower answering, I know not what you talk about. The paid bailee who claims stolen or lost, the hirer claiming stolen or lost, in which cases the Mishnah makes them liable to depositary oath, because here a denial of cash money is involved. End of Tract Shebuoth. Tract Eduyoth, Testimonies. Introduction. There is no Gemara to this tract. However, it forms a part of the section Jurisprudence, and is usually printed with the commentaries of both Maimonides and Rabbit. Although these Mishnayot are almost each of them repeated in some of the 6 sections of the Talmud, thus a number of them already translated by us. Yet we could not omit them because of the significance they attain in view of the fact that the contents of them all were testified before the assembly of the sages. The first chapter, however, of this tract, which was not testified, is significant for its showing, a. the cases wherein the sages established the halakha without adopting the views of either Shammai or Hillel though expressed by each of them personally. b. wherein the school of Hillel after deliberations abandoned their view to adopt that of the school of Shammai. c. the reasons for the rule that the opinion of an individual is mentioned though the halakha prevails with the majority. d. where the school of Shammai do not agree with Shammai, their master. We have translated this tract almost literally, referring the reader who may be confronted with some difficulties to places where detailed explanations are found, as to explain these here would necessitate a whole volume for itself. Chapter 1. Mishnah I, Shammai says, for all women suffices their perceiving the menses, to make unclean whatever one of them may happen to touch, but not before this perceiving. Hillel, however, says, the time is to be counted between 2 consecutive examinations regardless of the length of the interval and be it of many days, and all she touches at that time is unclean. The sages, however, say, the halakha prevails with neither Shammai nor Hillel, but one day, night included, reduces the interval between the said examinations. On the other hand, the moment of examination reduces the allowance of the day and night. However, all agree that for every woman who has a regular periodic menstruation the perceiving suffices. She who uses sheets to examine herself before and after intercourse, reduces thereby both the time of the previous examination and the above said day of allowance. 55. Mishnah 2, Shammai says, one must separate challah, first dough, from 1 cab. Hillel says from no less than 2, while the sages set the minimum at 1.5 cab, lowering it, however, to 5/4 of a cab when the measures were increased. R. Jose says, not exactly 5/4, but a trifle above. Mishnah 3. Hillel says, 1 hinful of drawn water renders a legal bath, 56 when poured therein, unfit. A hinful is not the exact quantity, but is stated here as it is one's duty to use the teacher's language. Shammai says, 9 cab, while the sages, disagreeing with either view, uphold the 2 weavers that came from the gates of refuse in Jerusalem and testified in the name of Shimei and Abtalion that 3 lugs of drawn water render the aforesaid bath unfit, and decided that halakha to prevail so. Mishnah 4, why, then, are the theories of Shammai and Hillel stated at all, if without avail? To teach to posterity that one must not insist upon one's statements, since the distinguished masters of the world did not persist in their views. Mishnah v. And why is mention made of the opinion of a single person in connection with that of many, when the final decision is invariably with the majority? In order that when a court should happen to approve of someone's opinion it might base its decision thereon, for no court may annul the decision of another court, unless it be superior to latter both in erudition and number. If, however, it be superior only in one respect, in either erudition or number, it cannot annul, as it must be superior in both. Mishnah 6, said R. Jehuda, if this be the case, why is mention made of the opinion of an individual in connection with that of the majority to no purpose? In order that if one were to base his argument on tradition he could be answered that his tradition is in accordance with the opinion of that and that individual. Mishnah 7. Beth Shammai says, a quarter cab of the bones of the dead, defile one in the tent, be it from 2 or 3 dead. Beth Hillel says, a quarter cab from one corpse, from the quarter part of the entire structure, or of the number of bones. Shammai himself says, 1 bone suffices. Mishnah 8, Vech teruma may, according to Beth Shammai, be soaked and peeled in a state of cleanness, but in that of uncleanness the cattle may be fed on it. Beth Hillel, however, hold that in the former state it may be soaked only, while peeling and feeding may be done in the latter. Beth Shammai says, it must be very dry when given to the cattle. Bar. Akiba holds that in a state of uncleanness all actions may be performed on it. Mishnah 9. If one desires a selah in exchange for copper coin of the second tithe, he must, according to Beth Shammai, exchange the whole coin for a selah. While the Beth Hillel maintain that he may take but 1 shekel in silver and the other half in copper coin. 57. R. Meir says one must not redeem fruit and silver by other silver, while the sages allow it. Mishnah X, when one exchanges a selah of second tithe in Jerusalem, he must, according to Beth Shammai, exchange the entire selah for copper coin. Beth Hillel hold as above, the experts 58 of the sages say, for 3 dinar in silver and 1 dinar coin. R. Akiba's opinion is, 3 dinar in silver and of the fourth 1 1/4 in coin. R. Tarfon says, 4 aspers in silver. Shammai himself says, let him leave the selah in the store till he gradually consumes its worth in goods. Mishnah 11. The bride's chair, when stripped of its adornments is declared by the Beth Shammai as subject to defilement, but not so by Beth Hillel. Former holds that even the seat alone of that chair is unclean. Similar are the respective opinions of the Beth Shammai and the Beth Hillel with reference to a chair put into a trough, the former declaring in addition the chair unclean if even only made in a trough. Will be explained in Tract Kalim. Mishnah 12. Following are the cases wherein the Beth Hillel have altered their views in favor of those advanced by the Beth Shammai. The woman who upon coming from the sea countries asserts that her husband died may, according to the Beth Shammai, remarry or enter a Levirate marriage. While the Beth Hillel contended, we heard this as holding good only concerning a woman who comes from the harvest, whereupon the Beth Shammai retorted, it is immaterial whether she comes from the harvest, olive gathering, or from a sea country. And the expression, harvest, as used by the sages in this matter was one of fact. Thereupon the Beth Hillel conceded. Furthermore, according to Beth Shammai such woman is allowed to marry and to obtain her marriage contract, which latter right the Beth Hillel denied her, whereupon the Beth Shammai argued, you allow a possible adultery, a rigorous transgression, and prohibit a money matter, a lenient misdemeanor. Whereto the Beth Hillel rejoined, for we find that the heirs of the deceased cannot enter inheritance upon her statement alone. And Beth Shammai replied, but we are informed directly from her marriage contract, where the husband writes, if you get married to another one you should get what is here devised to you. Thereupon the Beth Hillel conceded to them. Mishnah 13. He who is half slave and half free 59 works, according to Beth Hillel, 1 day for his master and 1 for himself. Hereto objected the Beth Shammai, you amply provide for his master but not for him. He has no right to marry either a slave or a free woman, nor should he remain single, for the world has been created for propagation, as it reads, Isa, XLV. 18, Not for naught did he create it, to be inhabited did he form it. Accordingly, for the sake of a better organization of the world his master is compelled to wholly free him, and the slave writes him a note on the half of his value, and the Beth Hillel accepted this opinion. Mishnah 14. An earthen vessel when covered protects, against tent uncleanness, according to Beth Hillel all, it contains, while the Beth Shammai holds that it protects only food, beverages and earthen vessels. Asked Beth Hillel, why? And they answered, because it is unclean in the opinion of the Amharetz, and no clean vessel is protective, and b. Hillel's question as to why have you declared it protective of food and beverages, they meet thus, we declare these clean only for the Amharetz, but if you were to declare the vessel as such clean, it would be so in general. Hereupon the b. Hillel agreed. Chapter 2. Mishnah I, R. Hanina the Segan of the priests testified the following 4 statements viz. The priests have never hesitated to burn meat defiled in a secondary degree together with meat defiled in a primary degree, though latter augments the uncleanness of the former. R. Akiba added, nor have they ever hesitated to burn oil, that has become unusable through a defiled one though bathed during the day, in a lamp defiled through contact with one who touched a corpse. Though the uncleanness of the oil is thereby augmented. Mishnah 2, furthermore, he said, during all my life I have not seen a hide, of a sacrificed animal found internally injured, brought out to the fireplace. Said R. Akiba, we learn therefrom that when the firstborn cattle on being stripped of its hide is found internally injured, the priests may use its hide. The sages, however, say, we have not seen, is no evidence, so that the hide must be removed to the fireplace. Mishnah 3, the same R. Hanina testified that there was an old man in a little village near Jerusalem, who was lending money to all the villagers, writing himself the notes and having others to sign them. When this case came before the sages, they declared fit proper. From here is to infer that both woman and man may write she her divorce and he the receipt respectively, since the validity of a divorce is effected only by the undersigned thereon. He finally testified that, when an unclean needle was found in the flesh of a sacrifice, the knife and the hands are clean, but the flesh is unclean, but if found in the paunch everything is clean. Mishnah 4, R. Ismail propounded 3 things before the sages at Iabna in the vineyard. A cracked egg put upon a colewort of teruma forms a combination except when put on like a hat. B. An ear of corn left standing in the crop with its point toward the yet unreaped corn, belongs to the landowner provided it be capable of being cut off with the standing corn, otherwise it belongs to the poor, as forgotten. C. A small garden fenced with creeping vine may be sowed, with seeds, if it has enough room, so that the vinedresser with his basket can stand on all its sides, but not otherwise. 3 things have been propounded in the presence of R. Ismail, and as he did not express himself either for or against, R. Jehoshua b. Mathia interpreted them. A. One who inflicts upon oneself a sore on the Sabbath day is guilty if he did it in order to make a permanent orifice, but is free if his purpose was to remove the pus. B. One is free for hunting a snake on Sabbath in order to escape its bites, but is liable if for medicinal purposes. C. Earthen dishes used in cities are clean when in the tent of a corpse, but become unclean when carried by him who is possessed of a running issue, in which latter case R. Eliezer b. Zadok declares them also clean since their work has not yet been completed. Mishnah 6, R. Ismail declared 3 things which are. Akiba has not agreed in, garlic, sour grapes, and unripe corn ears ground, on Friday, before twilight may, according to our Ismail, be finished after sunset, while our Akiba does not allow it. Mishnah 7. Of the following 3 statements cited before our Akiba, the first 2 were in the name of our Eliezer, and the third one in that of our Jehoshua. A woman may go out on Sabbath in her gold city crown. B. Hunters after another's doves are unfit as witnesses. C. When a weasel with a worm in its mouth runs over the breads of teruma and it remains dubious as to whether or not the worm touched the breads, they are clean. Mishnah 8, R. Aquba has made statements, of which only the first two found the approval of the sages. A sandal of the lime burners is subject to defilement by the steps of him who has a running issue. B. The remnants of an unclean oven are unclean when 4 hand-widths high, which height was thought before to be only 3. C. A chair, from whose seat 2 consecutive boards have been removed is, according to R. Akiba only, subject to defilement. Mishnah 9, he, R. Akiba, was wont to say, the father conditions in his son beauty, force, wealth, wisdom, longevity, and the reward to be bestowed on his posterity. And herein lies the end of destiny, as it reads, is Zli. For, he predetermines from the beginning of fate of the generations to come, and though it reads, Gen 16. 13, they will enslave them and torture them for 400 years, yet we read further, Ibid 16, the 4th generation will return again unto here. Mishnah X, furthermore, he was saying, there are 5 things of a 12 months duration, viz. The punishment of the generation of the flood, that of Job, of the Egyptians, of Gog and Magog in time to come, Ezek 35. 2, and of the wicked in the infernum, for it reads, Isa 15. 6, it will take place, Chodesh Bikadsho, every month, i.e. from the month he died next year the same month renewed. R. Johanan B. Nari says, regarding the last point it lasts only from Passover till Azareth, for it reads, Ibid, from one festival to the other. Chapter 3. Mishnah I, all objects that defile within the tent are, according to our Dasabi, Horkinos, clean when they were brought into the house after having been divided in smaller parts, but the sages declare them unclean. How so? If one touches or carries 2 pieces of a carcass each of the size of half an olive, or touches of a corpse the size of a half an olive, and his body covers such a size, and such a size shelters him, or he covers as much as 2 halves of an olive, or only of a half an olive but is roofed by such a size, R. Dasabi, Horkinos declares him clean and the sages declare him unclean. But if he touches the size of half an olive while another thing covers both him and of a corpse the size of half an olive, or he covers such size and another thing covers him and such a size, he is clean, also according to the sages. R. Meir, however, said, also herein the sages and our Dasa differ as above. They declare, that all combine to render unclean except touching with carrying, and carrying with roofing. This is the rule, what bears one and the same name is index of uncleanness, 2 different names is one of cleanness. All the Mishnah is explained in 3rd chapter of Tract Maccoth, tense. Mishnah 2. Food consisting of sundry parts does not, according to our Dasabi, Horkinos, combine, to the measure of an egg, while according to the sages it does so. R. Dasa holds that it is allowed to exchange second tithe for uncoined money, while according to the sages it is not. Finally, he holds that it suffices to bathe one's hands to be allowed to touch the sin-cleansing water, while the sages say that, in this case, with the uncleanness of his hands the entire body is unclean. Mishnah 3. The interior of a melon, as well as the peel strips of a colewort is as teruma allowed to laymen, non-priests, so are dasa, while the sages do not allow it. He further holds that it is only then obligatory to separate the first cut wool of 5 shorn sheep when each of them furnishes 1.5 manna worth of wool. While in the opinion of the sages even when the wool of the 5 sheep is however little. Is further explained in Tract Chulin, chapter 11. Mishnah 4, according to our Dasa, all mats are getting unclean only when touched by a corpse, but according to the sages, also by mere pressure. He says further that all woven work remains clean except a girdle, but according to the sages all are subject to defilement, except, however, those of the wool traders. Mishnah V, a sling whose handle is embroidered is subject to defilement. But if it is of leather or dohas declares it clean, and the sages, unclean. If its finger hole has been severed from it, it is clean, but also is unclean if only its end is severed. Mishnah 6. The wife of a priest that was in captivity is, according to our dasa, allowed to eat teruma, while the sages say, there is a difference between one captive and another. How so? If she says, I was in captivity, but am clean, she may eat, for the mouth that prohibits also allows, but if her captivity is attested by witnesses and she asserts thereupon to be clean, she is not allowed to eat. Explained in Tract Maccoth, Chapter 2. Mishnah 7. There are 4 doubtful cases where Jehoshua declares the thing unclean and the sages, clean, viz. A. While the unclean is standing the clean one is passing, or B. Vice versa. C. When something unclean is in the private ground, while something clean in the public grounds, or D. Vice versa, in which cases it is doubtful whether or not one touched, roofed, or was moved by the other. Tract Maccoth, Chapter 2. Mishnah 8. 3 things are declared unclean by our Zadok and clean by the sages, viz. A. The exchanger's nail, B. The trunk of the bean grinders, and C. The screw of the stone sunclock. Kelim, Chapter 12. Mishnah 9. 4 things are held unclean by our Gamaliel and clean by the sages. A. The cover of a metallic basket used in households, B. The handle of a bathing scraper. C. The unfinished metallic vessels, and D. A board broken in 2 equal parts. In the last named case, however, if the parts be unequal, the sages concur with our Gamaliel in that the bigger part is unclean and the smaller, clean. Ibid. Mishnah 6. Mishnah X. In the decision of the following 3 our Gamaliel is as rigorous as Beth Shammai. It is not allowed, A. To keep warm on a holiday cooked food for Sabbath. B. To put together the parts of a chandelier on a holiday, and C. To bake, on a holiday, big loaves of bread, but only small ones. He said, during all the time they were baking in my father's house only thin loaves, and he was answered, we can make no conclusion from your father's house, who have always been rigorous to themselves, but lenient to all others, allowing them to bake not only big loaves but even big cakes on coal. Mishnah 11. In the following 3 things, however, his decisions are lenient. It is allowed, A. To sweep, on holidays, between the bedsteads. B. To put upon coals the fumigation, and C. To roast a prepared kid on the first Easter evening, all which the sages forbid. Mishnah 12. 3 things are Elazar B. Azariah allows and the sages forbid. A. His cow was allowed to walk out, on Sabbath, with the strap between her horns. B. He allows to curry the cattle on holidays, and C. To grind pepper in hand mills adapted thereto. R. Jehuda maintains that point sub, B, is not allowable, as one could while currying make a sore, but allows to do it with a wooden comb, while the sages forbid both. The last 2 Mishnahs are explained in Tract Maccoth. Chapter 4. Mishnah I. In the following cases the decisions of Beth Shammai are lenient, and those of Beth Hillel rigorous. An egg laid on a holiday is, according to Beth Shammai, allowed to eat on that day, but is not so according to Beth Hillel. Regarding the removal of leaven, before Passover, Beth Shammai hold it must be of the size of an olive and leavened bread of that of a date, while the Beth Hillel fix the size of each at that of an olive. Mishnah 2. All agree in that a cattle born on a holiday is allowed, but a fowl out of the eggs is not. If one slaughter game or fowl on a holiday he is allowed by Beth Shammai to dig up loose ground, the spade already struck in, and cover the blood, while Beth Hillel do not allow to kill unless there be earth prepared, admitting, however, that after one has killed, he may use with the spade the loose ground, and that ashes from the hearth be regarded as prepared earth. Mishnah 3. The Beth Shammai consider ownerless everything left to the poor, while according to Beth Hillel, only that is ownerless which is abandoned to the rich as well, instance Shemitah. If all the sheaves of a field contain each a cab and one of them containing 4 cab is left, the Beth Shammai do not regard it forgotten, and Beth Hillel do so. Tract Pia, Chapter 6. Mishnah 4. Likewise do not Beth Shammai regard forgotten a sheaf left near a wall, a stag, a bull, or implements, while Beth Hillel do. Mishnah v. The 4-year-old vine is, according to Beth Shammai, not subject to either the additional fifth or destruction, while according to Beth Hillel it is. Furthermore, the former hold that it is subject to both parate and oiloloth, Leviticus 19:10, and that the poor are to redeem it themselves, while the latter say it all goes to the winepress. Mishnah 6, a cask with preserved olives need not have a hole, so Beth Shammai, while Beth Hillel find it obligatory, admitting, however, that if there had been one, but was stopped by the dregs, the cask is clean. If one, having besmeared his body with sweet oil, became unclean and then took a legal bath, Beth Shammai declare him clean even when the oil is dripping, but according to Beth Hillel he is not clean. Unless there be left on him no more oil than would be necessary to besmear a small organ, which last condition the Beth Shammai require when the oil used before the bath was unclean. While Beth Hillel in this case require that there be only an inconsiderable moisture. Said Jehuda in the name of Beth Hillel, that there be a moisture sufficient to moist some other thing. All this will be explained in Tract Taharath. Mishnah 7. According to Beth Shammai 1 dinar or its worth is consideration in the marrying of a wife, the Beth Hillel set it down at a peryuta or its worth, which is 1/8 of the italic sar. The former hold further that one may dismiss his wife on the basis of the old divorce bill, i.e., a divorce after whose consummation he remained yet alone with his wife, while the Beth Hillel say he cannot. Similarly, if a wife who had been divorced, happened to pass a night in the same inn with her former husband, she needs no other bill of divorce according to Beth Shammai. But the Beth Hillel say she needs one if she was divorced after they had been wedded, but not after they had been only betrothed to each other, for in the latter case they were not yet intimate with each other. Mishnah 8, Beth Shammai allow brothers to enter Levirate marriage with their rival wives, of prohibited kinship degrees, which the Beth Hillel forbid. If they have performed halitza, Beth Shammai declares them unmarriageable to a priest and Beth Hillel allows them. The two schools change their views regarding the case when the wives become widows after they had been taken in Levirate marriage. Notwithstanding that the one school prohibits what the other allows, the disciples of the two schools have never refrained from intermarriage with one another. Likewise as regards cleanness and uncleanness where the two hold opposite opinions, they have none the less never hesitated to loan one another objects declared clean by both schools. Mishnah 9. If of 3 brothers 2 are married to 2 sisters and the third one is single. If, now, one of the married brothers died and the unmarried promises the widow to marry her, whereupon the second of the brothers died, Beth Shammai say, the single brother is to keep his wife and the other one is to go free as the wife's sister. While Beth Hillel hold that he must dismiss his wife with both divorce and halitza, and his sister-in-law with halitza, as the proverb goes, he is to be pitted for both his wife and his sister-in-law. Tract Yebamoth, Chapter 4. Mishnah X. If one abstain by vow from sexual intercourse with his wife, he is allowed by Beth Shammai to keep the vow for 2 weeks, by Beth Hillel for but 1. A woman who bears a miscarriage on the eve of 81 days, after the birth of a daughter, Beth Shammai free from an offering, and Beth Hillel hold liable. Beth Shammai say a quadrangular sheet needs no tzitzis, Beth Hillel hold it needs. A basket with figs prepared for Sabbath is, according to Beth Shammai free from the tithe, according to Beth Hillel it is not. Mishnah 11. If one vowed to remain a Nazirite for some time, and after the expiration of the term comes to the land of Israel, Beth Shammai hold he must continue in the state of Nazirite for another 30 days. While Beth Hillel make him begin the whole term anew. If 2 parties of witnesses testify, the one that so and so has vowed to be a Nazirite twice, the other 5 times, Beth Shammai declare this testimony invalid as conflicting, and he must not be a Nazirite at all. While Beth Hillel say, 5 contains 2, hence he must be a Nazirite twice. Nazir, Chapter 3. Mishnah 12. The man who finds himself underneath a crevice does not, according to Beth Shammai, transfer the uncleanness from one side to the other, while Beth Hillel regard the man as hollow, so that his upper side does transfer the uncleanness, as roofing. Oheleth, Chapter 11. Chapter 5. Mishnah I. R. Jehuda attested 6 cases where the decisions of the Beth Shammai are lenient, and those of Beth Hillel rigorous. The blood of a carcass is, according to the former, clean, but unclean, according to Beth Hillel. The egg of a fowl carcass, if it looks like the ordinary egg sold in market, is allowed by Beth Shammai, but not otherwise, while the Beth Hillel prohibit it in all cases. However, both prohibit the egg of an internally injured, for it was formed in a prohibited stage. The menses of a heathen woman as well as the clean blood of a leprous woman in confinement, Beth Shammai declare clean and Beth Hillel consider it to be like her spittle or urine. The fruit of the Sabbathic year one may enjoy with or without reward, according to Beth Shammai, the Beth Hillel hold that one may eat it and reward somehow the owner. A leather bag is subject to defilement, according to Beth Shammai, if it is bound and fastened, and the Beth Hillel holds so even when it is not bound. Shebuoth, 4. Mishnah 2, R. Jose quotes also similar decisions of 6 cases. Beth Shammai allow to serve on the table, but not to eat, poultry together with cheese, while Beth Hillel forbid the one as well as the other. Likewise allow the former to separate teruma from olives for their oil and for the wine from grapes, and the latter prohibit it. According to Beth Shammai he who sows seeds within 4 ells in the vineyard has thereby sanctified 1 row, while according to Beth Hillel, 2 rows, i.e., the rows in question must not be sown. Flour put into boiling water is, Beth Shammai say, free from challah, and the Beth Hillel say it is not. The Beth Shammai allow to use rainwater, running downhill, as a legal bath, the Beth Hillel do not. Finally, Beth Shammai allow a proselyte, who underwent circumcision on the eve of Passover, to immerse himself and then partake in the Passover offering. While Beth Hillel declare that he who parts with his prepuce is like one returning from the grave. Mishnah 3, R. Ismail cites to the same effect the decisions of the following 3 cases. The book Ecclesiastes does not, according to Beth Shammai, render unclean the hands, while it does so according to Beth Hillel. Sin-cleansing water that has already performed its destination is declared clean by former and unclean by latter. The same divergence of opinion the 2 schools show with regard to the cleanness and uncleanness of black cumin and its tithe. Nigam, Mishnah 3. Chapter 5. Mishnah 4, R. Eleazar quotes 2 cases to the same effect. The blood of a woman lying in, who has not bathed, as prescribed, is considered by Beth Shammai as her spittle and urine, while Beth Hillel declare it defiling always, moist or dry. The former agree, however, with the latter view when the woman in question bore in a state of running issue, then the issue defile immaterial whether dry or moist. Tract Maccoth 2, Mishnah 6. Mishnah v. If of 4 brothers 2 who are married to 2 sisters die, the latter perform halitza but cannot enter the Levirate marriage, and if such marriage has been hastily concluded, divorce must follow. R. Eliezer quotes the Beth Shammai as declaring this marriage to remain, and Beth Hillel as requiring divorce. Mishnah 6, Bekavia b. Mehalalel testified 4 things, which the sages persuaded him to retract, promising him therefore the chair of presiding justice in Israel. To this he responded, I shall prefer to hear the name fool all my life to becoming a wicked even for 1 hour before the Omnipresent. But let nobody say, he retracted for the sake of an office. Here are his rules. He declared unclean the white hair, left from a previous case of leprosy, as well as the yellow blood, of a woman, both which the sages declare clean. He allowed to make use of the faded hair of a blemished firstborn cattle slaughtered immediately after the hair has been put into a wall, niches, while the sages forbid it. Finally, he prohibited to give the jealousy water to a female proselyte or to a freed maid slave, which the sages allow. The following episode was thereupon presented to him. a certain Cartmouth, a freed maid-slave in Jerusalem, was made to drink the aforesaid water by Shmaiah and Atalian, to which he replied, they did it only in a make-believe way. They, being themselves proselytes, did it. And they placed him under ban, and when he died the court stoned his coffin. Jehudah remonstrated, that Akavia be. Mehalalel, who among all Israel on whom the doors of the temple courtyard closed, was unequalled in both erudition and piety, should have been placed under ban. Impossible. It was Eliezer b. Hanok that was excommunicated for his trifling with the rule concerning hand-cleaning, and when he died the court sent to put a stone on his coffin, whence it may be inferred that the coffin of him who dies while under ban is to be stoned. Mishnah 7, while on his deathbed he, Akavia b. Mehalalel, thus spoke to his son, reject the 4 rules I have been teaching, I adhered to them because I had received them from a majority, and the others likewise had them from a similar source. We both, therefore, remain true to our traditions, but you have learned them of an individual and then of a majority, now it is more advisable to abandon the opinion of the individual and to follow that of the majority. Then the son's request to commend him to his friends he refused, saying, it is not because I find fault with you, but let your own conduct be your recommendation. Explained at length in Pesukim. V. Mishnah 4. Chapter 6. Mishnah I, Jehudah b. Baba attested 5 cases. Girls underage are made to express their refusal, a woman is allowed to remarry on the testimony of 1 witness, in Jerusalem a cock that had killed a person was stoned. Wine only 40 days old was brought upon the altar as a drink offering, and finally, the daily morning sacrifice was, once, offered at the 4th hour, in the morning. Mishnah 2, Jehoshua and Nehunia b. Eli Nathan of the Babylonian village attested that an organ, even if not an olive big, of the dead is defiling, as against Eliezer, who asserts that the sages taught thus only in reference to an organ of a live body. And the others rejoined, is it not an inference of fortiori vis, since the organ of a live body which latter is clean is, if severed, unclean, so much the more so that of a dead body, which latter is of itself unclean. His answer was, and yet the sages taught so only in respect of an organ of a live body. According to others the answer was this, the uncleanness of the living is more extensive than that of the dead, for the living, who has a running issue, renders all that he lies or sits on capable of defiling man as well as garments. And all that rests above him, by his exhalation capable of defiling food and beverage, all which the dead does not. Mishnah 3, flesh of the size of an olive severed from an organ dismembered from a living person, is unclean according to our Eliezer, but clean according to our Jehoshua and Nehunia. On the other hand, a bone the size of a barleycorn severed from said organ our Nehunia declares unclean, and our Jehoshua with our Eliezer, clean. Our Eliezer was then asked, what prompts you to vindicate the former decision? He replied, we find that a severed live organ is regarded as a whole corpse, hence, as from a dead severed flesh of the size of an olive is unclean, severed flesh of such size from the living must be unclean, too. I, therefore, base my decision on this analogy. Whereupon it was rejoined, while you justly declare unclean flesh of an olive size severed from a corpse, for a barleycorn-sized bone of a corpse is likewise unclean. You commit yourself to a discrepancy in your decision regarding the flesh and the bone of a severed organ of a living body respectively, whereby your analogy is annihilated. Similarly was our Nehunia asked to base his view, which he did by a like analogy, thus, we find that a severed organ of the living is like an entire corpse and a barleycorn-sized bone of the latter is unclean, whence my decision. Whereupon he was answered, if you justly declare unclean so small a bone severed from a corpse by reason of holding unclean flesh the size of an olive severed from a corpse, you cannot on this basis declare unclean a bone the size of a barleycorn severed from the dismembered organ of a living body, since you hold clean the flesh even of an olive size severed therefrom. Our Eliezer was then asked, why have you divided your views? Declare either both unclean or both clean. And he answered, the uncleanness of the flesh is more extensive than that of the bones, because the flesh of carcasses and reptiles is defiling while bones of these are not. Another explanation according to others, an organ that has yet enough of its flesh on causes uncleanness through touching, carrying or sheltering it, and remains yet unclean even if it misses some of its flesh. While if some of its bone is wanting it is clean. Nehunia was asked, "Why have you divided your views? Declare either both unclean or both clean." And he answered, "The uncleanness of bones is more extensive than that of flesh, for flesh severed from the living body is clean, while the organ, if severed from it in its natural state, is unclean." Another explanation, flesh the size of an olive defile by being touched, carried or sheltered, in like manner do bones defile in their majority. If some of the flesh misses it is clean nonetheless, if some of the majority of the bones lacks it is still unclean by touch and carriage, though not by shelter. Or thus, all the flesh of a corpse is clean when it does not all in all measure the size of an olive, while the greater part of its body or of its bones are unclean even when they do not make up a quarter of a cab. Jehoshua answered the question as to why he decides in both cases, clean, thus, the analogy between the dead and the living does not hold good, for to the former apply the requisite of majority, quarter cab, and spoonful of decomposed stuff, while to the living all this does not apply. Chapter 7. Mishnah I, Jehoshua and Zadok attested that the priest has no claim to the assigned redemption of a firstborn donkey that died, as against Eliezer, who said, the owner is obliged to indemnify it, as the 5 selah redemption of the firstborn son. The sages, however, maintain that there is here no more obligation of indemnifying than in the case of redemption for the second tithe. Tract Maccoth L, Mishnah 6. Mishnah 2, Zadok attested that the brine of the prohibited locusts is itself clean. For, the preceding Mishnah reads, if unclean locusts have been pressed together with clean ones, they do not render the brine forbidden. Mishnah 3. The same attested further that if flowing water exceeds in quantity the rainwater with which it is mingled, it is proper. Such a case occurred in the capital of Playa and the sages declared it proper. Mishnah 4. He attested, finally, that flowing water remains proper as such when made to rush through the green peel of a walnut. A case to this effect happened at Olia and, when brought before the court in the hall of hewed stones in the temple, was found proper. Mishnah V, Jehoshua and Jachin from Hadar attested that an earthen pitcher with sin-cleansing ashes placed upon a reptile is unclean, while Eliezer declares it clean. Poppies attests that he who, having vowed to be a Nazirite twice, had his hair cut the first time on the 30th day, may have his hair cut the second time on the 60th day. And if he cut his hair on the 59th day, he kept sufficiently his vow, since the 30th day is counted both ways. Nazir, Chapter 3. Mishnah 6, Jehoshua and Poppies attested that the offspring of a peace offering may be offered as a peace offering, now, as the sages hold so against Eliezer who maintains the opposite, said Poppies, I attest that we ourselves had a cow of a peace offering which we ate on Passover, and whose offspring we consumed the next tabernacle likewise as a peace offering. Themura, Chapter 3. Mishnah 7. The same two attested that the flat boards of the bakers are unclean, as against Eliezer, who declared them clean, furthermore that a baking oven cut in parts between which mortar has been put, is subject to defilement, as against Eliezer, who finds it clean, that the court of justice has time to declare the year to be a leap year during the entire month Adar, for formerly the Purim feast was thought to be the time limit for this declaration. Finally, that the year may be declared a leap year on condition. So it once happened that when Gamaliel, having gone to ask leave of the hegemon of Syria, tarried on his way, the year was declared a leap year on the condition that Gamaliel consent to it on his return, which he did upon returning, and the year remained a leap year. Kelim, Chapter 15. Mishnah 8, Menahem B. Signai attested that the enameled brim of the metallic kettle used by the olive boilers is subject to defilement, but that of the painters is clean, for formerly the converse was held. Mishnah 9, R. Nehunia b. Gadgada attested that a deaf-mute girl married off, while under age, by her father may receive a divorce, that a minor, orphaned, Israel girl married to a priest may eat terumah, and that in case she dies her husband is her heir. Furthermore, that the owner of a beam robbed and immured in a palace can claim only its value. Finally, that a robbed sin offering not known to the majority is regarded as atoning for its owner when offered on the altar, in order not to make the altar unclean. Chapter 8. Mishnah I, R. Jehoshua b. Bathira attested that the blood of carcasses is clean. R. Simeon b. Bathira attested that the ashes of the sin-cleansing red cow, if touched even in part by an unclean one, become all unclean, to which R. Akiba added that he who has bathed for cleansing himself, and hence is not yet wholly clean, renders improper the whole of the holy flour, the frankincense, the incense and the coal on touching them only in part. Mishnah 2, R. Jehuda b. Baba and R. Jehuda the priest attested that an orphaned Israel daughter married under age to a priest is entitled to eat terumah soon after she was led under the canopy, though before cohabitation. R. Jose the priest and R. Zechariah the son of a butcher related the following: It happened that a small girl had been kidnapped by the heathens of Ashkelon. Her kinfolks wanted to reject her from the family notwithstanding the assurance of the witnesses that she was not hiding with anybody nor dishonored, and the sages interfered, saying, If you believe her witnesses that she was kidnapped, there is no reason for you not to believe that she was not hiding with anybody nor dishonored. On the other hand, if you distrust the latter part, don't believe the former either. Mishnah 3, R. Jehoshua and R. Jehuda b. Bathira attested that the widow of a priest of a doubtful pedigree may yet marry a priest, that such a doubtful family may inquire after the purity or impurity of its members, in order to separate itself from, or to approach them. Thereupon remarked R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, We accept your attestation, but what shall we do now that R. Johanan b. Zakkai has decreed not to call any jury on this point? The priests will surely follow you when a case of separation, but not when such of approaching, is concerned. Mishnah 4, R. Jose b. Joser, the man of Zerida, attested that the locust ale kamza is allowed, that all liquids in the slaughterhouse of the temple are not subject to defilement, and finally that only he is unclean who has surely touched a corpse. He received on this account the name, Jose the Allower. Mishnah v. R. Akiba attested in the name of Nehemiah from Beth Dli, that the testimony of one witness suffices to allow a woman to remarry. R. Jehoshua attested that regarding bones found in the wood barn, of the women's courtyard in the temple, which are yet unclean, the sages say, pick them out singly, bone by bone, and all remains clean. Mishnah 6, said R. Eliezer, I heard that when the central hall of the temple was being built, curtains were put up before both the hall and the courtyards, with the difference, however, that in the former the wall was built outside, while in the latter inside. Of the curtains, R. Jehoshua said, I heard that it is allowed to offer sacrifices also when there is no temple, that the all-holiest offerings may be eaten also when there is no curtain. That leniently holy offerings as well as second tithe may be eaten even if there be no city walls, around Jerusalem, for the first consecration has rendered her, the city, holy for her times as well as for all time to come. Mishnah 7, R. Jehoshua said, I have it by tradition from our Johanan b. Zakkai, who heard it in direct line from his teacher, to be a halakha from Sinai to Moses that Elijah is not coming in the future to declare certain families clean or unclean, to separate or to reconcile them, but to remove those who were reconciled by force, and to bring together those who were segregated by force. A family of the name Beth Srifa was across the Jordan, excluded by a certain Ben Zion with the use of force. Another family, of impure blood, was in the same manner accepted by the same Ben Zion. It is to declare cases of this kind clean or unclean, to remove or to accept that Elijah is coming. R. Jehuda says, only to accept, but not to remove. R. Simeon says, his mission is only to settle certain disputes. The sages, however, say, his advent will have for its purpose not the removing or accepting of the mentioned cases but the establishing of peace in the world, for it is written, Malachi 3:23-24, Behold, I send unto you the prophet Elijah. And he shall turn back the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers. End of Tract Eduyoth. Tract Abuda Zara, Idolatry. Explanatory Remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. 1. Tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Bereitha, Itmar it was taught. 2. Questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lishna Akrina or Webeath Ima or Ika Diamri, literally, otherwise interpreted, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5. Words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contain commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Synopsis of Subjects. Of Tract Abuda Zara, Idolatry. Chapter I. Mishnah I. 3 days before the festival of the heathen, it is forbidden to have any business with them. In the future the Lord will take the holy scroll in hand, saying, He who is occupied with it shall appear and receive his reward. The kingdom of Rome will then enter first, etc. After Rome has departed, Persia enters, etc. We have constructed many bridges, conquered many great cities, we were engaged in many wars, all for the sake of Israel to enable them to study the law, etc. Have we then accepted the Torah, and not fulfilled its commandments? A Gentile who is occupied with the study of the law is likened to a high priest, etc., Lord of the universe. Has then Israel, who has accepted the Torah, observed it? Men of ye nations may come and testify that Israel has observed the Torah. Nimrod may testify, etc. There are 12 hours in a day, 3 hours of which the Lord is occupied with the Torah, etc. There is no smiling by the Lord, since the temple was destroyed. But in the fourth 3 hours he teaches, etc. There is no Gehenna in the future. But the Lord will take out the sun from its sheath, etc. If not for the fear for government the stronger would swallow the weaker, etc. Concerning the explanation of Amos 3:2 said R. Abuha, I will do it in the form of a parable. There was once a creditor of 2 persons, one a friend and the other an enemy of his. It is advisable for one not to pray singly the additional benediction in the first 3 hours at the first day of New Year. When one performs a meritorious act in this world it precedes him in the world to come. 3 days, etc. Is such a long time needed? Is this forbidden because a Jew must not interfere with the idols, or because, thou shalt not put a stone for the blind? The prohibition to do business with them refers only to a thing which can be kept in good order until the festival day. It is advisable for one to always arrange the praises of the Omnipotent first, and thereafter to recite the daily 18 benedictions. The following are the festivals of the heathens, Calends, Saturnalia, Kratzen, etc. Adam the first, on the first day of his creation, when he saw the sun set, cried, Woe is to me, the world is to be returned to chaos, etc. 32 battles the Romans fought with the Greeks, etc. 26 years the Romans kept their promise to Israel, and thereafter they failed. The 26 years are not counted. The world will continue for 6,000 years, the first 2,000 of which were a chaos, tahu, etc. It happened with Antoninus, the Caesar of Rome, who said to Rabbi, etc. Unclus B. Clenimus embraced Judaism, and the Caesar sent militia to take him, etc. There was still another festival in Rome which occurs once in 70 years, on which they would make a well man ride on a lame man, etc. Mishnah 4. In a city where the idol is placed, interfering is forbidden inside, but not outside. If, during an idol festival in the city, some stores were there decorated, one must not buy, etc. The following are forbidden to be sold to the heathens: fir cones, etc. We have a tradition that the tract Abuda Zara of Abraham the Patriarch contained 400 chapters, etc. Where it is customary to sell small cattle to heathens, it is lawful to do so, etc. One must not sell to them bears, lions, and all such things, by which the people can be injured, etc. I walked in the upper market of Cyprus, and I met one of the minim, named Jacob, of the village of Sicania. So taught Josabi, Southira, etc. The legend of Eleazar ben Derdiah, 28. The leech hath 2 daughters, crying, Give, give, i.e. minionism and the government, which are never satisfied, etc. Rabbah sold an ass to an Israelite who was suspected of selling it to a heathen, etc. He who occupies himself with the Torah, but does not observe bestowing of favors, is similar to him who denies God. The legend of Eleazar b. Sarda and Chanina b. Tradian when captured by government. How Chanina was burned together with the Holy Scrolls, and what became of his wife and daughter. The redeeming of latter by our Mayor, Ball Haynes. Happy is he who conquers his evil spirit, as a heroic man, etc. It is advisable to divide one's years into 3 parts, 1/3 for the study of Scripture, the 2nd Mishnah, and the 3rd Talmud, etc. R. Akiba when he saw the wife of Tornus Rupers, he laughed and wept, etc. Houses must not be rented to the heathens in Palestine, etc. One must not rent his bathhouse to a heathen, but how is it to a Samaritan? Etc. Chapter 2. Mishnah I. Cattle must not be placed in the inns of the heathens. And the cows went straight forward, etc. What does this expression mean? It reads, Jos x. 13, and the sun stood still, written in the book of Yeshur. What is the book of Yeshur? One must not stay alone even with 2 women. If an Israelite while on the road, happened to be accompanied by a heathen, etc., one must not confine a heathen because she brought up a person to idolatry, etc. A city in which there is no Jewish physician, but a Samaritan and a heathen, the heathen shall circumcise and not the Samaritan. One may employ there, the heathen's, services for curing his personal property, etc. Ben Dama was bitten by a snake, Jacob come to heal him with the name of Jesus, but our Ismail did not allow. With our Johanan it is different, as he himself was an established physician. Medicines and other remedies for different sickness by different men and women. The following things of the heathens are prohibited, and the prohibition extends even to the deriving of any benefit therefrom, viz., wine, vinegar, etc. No benefit is to be derived from the dead. Samuel and Nablat, the latter who was a heathen, were sitting together, and cooked wine was brought for them, etc. To fermenting wine no uncovery applies. One must not pour water which has been uncovered, in the public streets, and also not water cattle with it. The sages forbid date beer of the heathens, as a safeguard against intermarriage. The sick heathens who become swollen, and whom uncovered water does not harm, surely ate reptiles, so that their bodies contain poison which prevent the harming effects of the snake poison. A heathen pilgrim is prohibited only when on his way to the idol, etc. Enameled vessels, no matter what color, are permissible. Fish oil made by a heathen specialist is permissible. Why did the sages forbid the cheese of Anyajiki? Sweet are to me the words of thy friends, the sages who are explaining the law, more than the essence of the Torah. Compress your lips, one upon the other, and hasten not to propound question. Mishnah v. The following are prohibited, but not from deriving benefit from them, milk, etc. What is the reason for the prohibition of milk? Etc. Concerning oil, Daniel has decreed the prohibition according to Rab, etc. To everything which is not served on the table of noblemen to relish the bread, the prohibition of, cooked by a heathen, does not apply. All that may be eaten in a raw state, may also be eaten when cooked by a heathen. The sea donkey is allowed, but not the sea ox, and you remember this by the following mark: the unclean, on earth, is clean, while the clean is unclean. We are to trust the wife of a scholar as we have trusted her husband. Meat, wine, blue wool that are to be forwarded through a heathen, require each 2 seals. The following things are allowed to eat: milk milked by a heathen in the presence of an Israelite, honey and honey cake, etc. Fish entrails as well as fish fry you may buy only of a specialist, etc. If the vendor says, "I have pickled the fish and know them to be clean," he is trusted. Praised be the Omnipotent, who puts this world in the hands of guardians. Chapter 3. Mishnah I to 6. All images are prohibited, for they are worshipped at least once a year. The staff in the hand of the idol. The bird in its hand of the idol. Finally, the sphere is to indicate that it sacrifices itself for the whole globe. If one finds fragments of images, he is allowed to use them, etc. It is taught that a heathen can profane the idol of his fellow heathen as well as his own, while an Israelite cannot profane the idol of a heathen. If one finds vessels with the image of the sun, moon, etc., he must throw them into the salt lake. The human image and that of a nurse are, however, prohibited only when having respectively a measure in the hand and a son in the arms whom she is nursing. One may grind the images and scatter them to the wind, or sink them into the sea, etc. Pericles, the son of a philosopher, asked once Gamaliel at Ako, who was then bathing in the bath of the goddess Aphrodite, etc. Gamaliel gave Pericles an evasive answer, but I, say it was not evasive, etc. etc. The mountains and hills worshipped by heathens are allowed to use, but not the things brought upon them, etc. Wherever you find a high mountain, an elevated hill, a leafy tree, there is surely an idol there. A town or place bearing the name of an idol should be renamed. If stones absolved fortuitously from a mountain rock, that was worshipped, is their use allowed or not? Mishnah 7. To 15. If a house situated, close by a worship house of an idol crumbles down, its owner is prohibited from rebuilding it, etc. There are 3 kinds of houses. There are 3 kinds of stones. There are 3 kinds of groves, etc. What is a grove? A tree with an idol under it. Simeon said, any tree that is worshipped. It is not allowed to sit down in the shade of such a tree. Under such a tree is allowed to sow herbs in the winter, but not in summer, etc. To derive any benefit of wood obtained from an idol grove is prohibited. How is the idol worship of a tree profaned, etc. Chapter 4. Mishnah I to 6. 3 stones near one another and beside the mercules are prohibited. The son of the saints treads on them, should we abstain therefrom? Who was this son, etc. One is not liable for slaughtering a blemished animal to an idol, etc. Money, garments, utensils found on the head of an idol are allowed, etc. The use of a garden or bathing place belonging to an idol is allowed when it is gratis, etc. It is common sense that that idol of an Israelite should be forbidden from the very beginning, etc. Whether or no food offered to an idol, if profaned, loses thereby its defilement. There was a pantry in the temple, where the Maccabees heaped up the stones of the altar defiled by the Greeks. A heathen can profane his idol as well as that of his neighbor, etc. How is an idol to be profaned? If an Israelite erects a brick to worship it, but does not worship, and a heathen comes, and worships it, it is prohibited, etc. An idol abandoned by its worshippers in time of peace is allowed. My respect for Rab and Samuel is so great that I should readily fill my eyes with the ashes of their corpses, none the less, etc. An animal resting in the proximity of an idol becomes unallowable, etc. The animal obtained by the idol worshippers in exchange for an idol is forbidden. Mishnah 7. To 9. If God is displeased with idol worship, why does he not destroy the idols, etc.? If the heathens worshipped but things not needful to the world, he would surely annihilate them, but they worshipped the sun, moon, stars and the planets? How is it that so many cripples are cured by the idols in their temples? If one comes to defile himself, the door is open to him, while when one comes to cleanse himself, he is supported. It is forbidden both to tread and to gather with an Israelite, who prepares the wine while he is unclean, etc. They further warned against contributing toward the conditions defiling the fruit in Palestine, etc. It once happened that an Israelite and a heathen jointly hired and worked a winepress in the city of Nehardea, etc. A heathen once happened to enter the house of a Jewish wineseller, etc. R. Johanan b. Arza and R. Jose b. Neharai were once sitting together indulging a little in wine, when a man came in, etc. Does a heathen render the wine prohibited by pouring water into it? Whether it is allowed to hire a heathen for conveying grapes to the winepress of an Israelite, etc. A heathen standing near the wine reservoir renders the wine forbidden, provided he has a lien on it, etc. If an Israelite, who has cleansed the wine of a heathen, left it on the latter's premises, etc. When an Israelite buys or rents a house in the courtyard of a heathen, etc. It once happened that Israelites bought of Sarsak, the viceroy, the grapes of a vineyard, etc. Chapter 5. Mishnah I to V. The wages of a laborer hired by a heathen to work with him, wine for libation, are prohibited. How is it when the heathen hires a Jewish laborer to prepare wine in general? Whether or no the use of the money obtained by a heathen from the sale of an idol is all forbidden to an Israelite. Can a citizen, proselyte, a heathen settled down in the land of Israel, on having taken upon himself not to practice idol worship only, etc., Jews in prospect such pleasures in your paradise? Do you really mean, said the other, that there are greater pleasures than this? If offered wine he poured on grapes, etc. In the case when beer vinegar was intermixed with wine vinegar, or oaten yeast with wheat yeast, etc. The rule is, a prohibited thing renders another one forbidden, etc. It once happened that a mouse was found in a barrel of beer, and Rab prohibited the beer. Wine known as being watched, is allowed when transported from place to place by a heathen, etc., when an Israelite leaves his wine in the wagon, etc. Jewish wine was once stored up in a house where a heathen and an Israelite lived in the lower and upper floors, respectively, etc. An Israelite and a heathen were once at an inn sitting and drinking wine, etc. In the city of Sumbedetha thieves once intruded into a house, etc. When an army enters a town in time of peace, etc. He who sells his wine to a heathen is allowed to use the money, etc. Rab told the Jewish wine dealers to have their heathen customers pay in advance, etc. Once an Israelite said to his neighbor, "When I make up my mind to sell this field, I will sell it to you." Later on he sold it to a third party, etc. An Israelite once said to his neighbor, "When I make up mind to sell this field, I will sell it to you for 100 suz, etc. If the funnel was first used to measure through it into the heathen's flask, etc. Devoted wine is prohibited, and renders unallowable even by a minimal quantity. If forbidden wine falls into a reservoir, and simultaneously a pitcher of water, etc. This is the rule, when the two are of the same kind. A minimal quantity suffices, etc. For how long must the utensils remain glowing in fire, etc. A knife is cleansed even by grinding it. Chapter 1. Rules and regulations concerning transaction of business with heathens on their festival days, which festivals are considered, and what real estate may be sold and rented, and at what places. Mishnah I. 3 days before the festivals 60 of the heathens it is forbidden to have any business with them. One must not lend them anything, which can be useful to them, nor borrow such from them. And the same is the case with cash money, even to pay or to receive payment is forbidden. Jehuda, however, maintains, to receive payment is allowed, because it is a displeasure to the payers. And he was answered, although it is now a displeasure, it pleases them, in the future. Gemara, R. Haninabi, Papa, according to others, R. Simlai, lectured, in the future, the Holy One, blessed be he, will take the holy scroll in hand, saying, He who was occupied with it shall appear and receive his reward. The nations then at once will gather themselves and come motley crowded as it reads, is 43. 9. All the people were gathered together. The Holy One, blessed be He, however, tells them, Do not enter in such confusion, but let each nation with her scribes enter separately, as it reads further on, let the people 61 be assembled. And by the term people kingdoms are meant. Can there be such a thing as motley before the Holy One, blessed be He? It means they themselves shall not come in confusion, so that they shall understand what will be said to them. The kingdom of Rome will then enter first on account of its greatness. As concerning it, Dan 7. 23, and will devour all the earth, and will tread it down, and grind it up. And R. Jochannan said, Rome is thereby meant, whose fame is respected throughout the whole world. But whence do we know that the more distinguished come first to judgment? It is as our Hista said, Rosh Hashanah, page 13. The Holy One, blessed be He, questioned her, What was your occupation in the world? To which she answered, Lord of the universe. We have established many markets, we have constructed many bathhouses, we have multiplied in great mass gold and silver, and all this was done for the sake of Israel, to enable them to study the law. The Lord's answer will be, It is foolish of ye to state that all you have done was for the sake of Israel, while in reality it was but for yourselves. The construction of markets was for the purpose of prostitution. The establishment of bathhouses was for your own pleasure, and as to gold and silver, it is mine, as, Hos 2. 8, mine is the silver, mine, etc. But, are there, then, among ye those who have studied the law? They went out in despair. After Rome has departed, Persia enters. Because she is considered second to Rome, as, Dan 7. 5, and behold, there was another, a second beast, like a bear. To which R. Joseph taught, thereby, Persia is meant, the people of which are fleshy like bears, eat and drink like bears, are overgrown with hair, and have no rest, like bears. And to the question of the Holy One, What was your occupation? They will answer, We have constructed many bridges, conquered many great cities, we were engaged in many wars, all for the sake of Israel to enable them to study the law. The reply to which will be, All that was done by you was for your own sake. Bridges, for the collection of duties. Great cities, to establish Angaria. And as to wars, I have conducted them. As it reads, X 15. 3. The Eternal is the Lord of war. But are there among ye those who have studied this law? And they also went out in despair. But, why did Persia enter, after seeing that Rome was disappointed? They thought, We may have more chance than Rome, as the latter has destroyed the holy temple, while we have rebuilt it. And a similar answer will be given to the other nations. But why should the other nations enter after seeing the disappointment of the first two? They thought, the first two made slaves of Israel, which was not the case with them. But, if so, why should Rome and Persia be more honored than the other nations? They are distinguished by the permanence of their kingdoms, which will exist until the time of Messiah. Finally they will say before him, Lord of the universe, didst thou give us the Torah and we did not accept it? But how could they say so? Is it not written, Deuteronomy 33? 2. The Lord came from Sinai, and rose up from Sair unto them, he shone forth from Mount Paran. And it also reads, Habakkuk 3, 3, when, God from the man came, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. And to the question, What has the law to do in Sair and Paran? Said R. Jochannan, from this it is inferred that the Lord has presented his Torah to every nation, but it was not accepted until it came to Israel. Therefore, it is supposed that they said to him, Have we then accepted the Torah, and not fulfilled its commandments? But what answer is this? Could they not be accused because they have not accepted it? They said thus, Lord of the universe, hast thou inclined the mountain toward us as thou didst toward the children of Israel? See Sabbath, page 167, par. X 19, etc. To this the answer will come, let the former things shew us. Isaiah 43:91 The Holy One, blessed be He, will say to them, the 7 commandments which were given to the descendants of Noah, have ye observed them? And whence do we know that they have not? From that which Joseph taught. It reads, Hab 3:6, He stood forward, and made the earth tremble, he looked, and dispersed nations. What did he see? That the 7 commandments accepted by the descendants of Noah, were not observed. And therefore he absolved the nations of them. Absolved. Should then the sinner be benefited? Said Marbi, Rabina, it means that even should they absolve them, they would not be rewarded. Is that so? Did not R. Meir say, whence do we know that even a Gentile who is occupied with the study of the law, is likened to a high priest from Levit 18:5, which if a man do, shall live on it, where it does not specify priest, Levite, or Israelite, but states in general if a man, whence it may be inferred that a Gentile, too, who occupies himself with the study of the law is equal to a high priest. It means that they will not be rewarded for the observance equally with those who observe in accordance with the commandments. As R. Hanina said, the reward for him who observes that which he is commanded, is greater than to him who observes same without being commanded. The nations will then exclaim, Lord of the universe, has then Israel, who has accepted the Torah, observed it? And to the answer of the Holy One, I testify that he did, they exclaim, Lord of the universe, is then a father fit to be a witness in the case of his son? Is not Israel called the son of the Eternal, X 4:22, my son, my firstborn, is Israel? He will then say, let heaven and earth testify that the Torah was observed by Israel. They, however, object in saying that heaven and earth are interested in this case, and therefore are not fit to be witnesses viz. Jah 33:25, if my covenant be not, the appointment with heaven and earth, would not be established. 62 And Resh Lakish said, it reads, Gen I. 31, and it was evening, and it was morning, and this justifies the inference that the Lord made a stipulation with all that had been created in the 6 days to the effect that if Israel will accept the Torah, well and good. But if not I will return all of you to chaos and ruin. Then the Holy One, blessed be He, will say, men of ye nations may come and testify that Israel has observed the Torah. Nimrod may testify that Abraham has not worshipped idols. Laban may testify that Jacob was not suspected of robbery. The wife of Potiphar may testify that Joseph was not suspicious of sin. Nebuchadnezzar may testify that Shenaniah, Mishael and Azariah had not bowed themselves to the image, Darius of Daniel, that he had not abolished prayer. Eliphaz the Themanite, and Bildad the Shuchite, and Zophar the Naamathite may say of all Israel that they have observed all the laws. They will then exclaim, Lord of the universe, give it to us now, and we will observe it. To which they will be answered, he who has prepared on the eve of Sabbath, for the Sabbath, will have what to eat. But he who has not prepared, what then will he have to eat on Sabbath? However, I have one easy, meritorious act, it is the sukkah, go and perform it. Why is it called easy? Because it requires no expense. Every one of them will then prepare a sukkah on his roof, but as soon as the sun heats it, they abandon it, and go away. But did not Rabbah say that he who is afflicted by performing the command of sukkah, is free from this obligation? Yeah, but not to reject. The Holy One, blessed be He, will then smile upon them. Said Itzchak, there is no smiling with the Holy One, but on that day. There are others who taught the saying of Itzchak in the following connection, Jose said, in the future heathens will come to convert themselves with the tefillin on their heads and arms, chiches on their dresses, mezuzahs on their doors. But, as soon as they will see the war of Gog and Magog, and will question them, with whom do you want to fight? Whereto the answer will be, with the Lord and his Messiah, as it reads, Psalm 2:2, against the Lord and his anointed, each of the nations will remove the above, and go away, and the Holy One will smile upon them. It is here that our Itzchak said, "There is no smiling with the Lord, but on that day." But did not our Jehuda say in the name of Rab, "There are 12 hours in a day, 3 hours of which the Holy One, blessed be He, is occupied with the Torah. The next 3 hours, He judges the whole world, and seeing that it is liable to be destroyed, He rises from the chair of judgment and sits down on the chair of mercy. The third 3 hours, He supports the whole world with food, from the very largest creature to the smallest one. And the last 3 hours, He plays 63 with the Leviathan, as it reads, Psalm Siv. 26, Leviathan, whom thou hast made to sport therein. Said our Nachman b. Itzchak, with his creatures He smiles, but not upon them. Our Aha said to our Nachman, "There is no smiling by the Holy One, since the temple was destroyed." As it reads, is 42, I4.64. But in the fourth 3 hours, He teaches the Torah to the school children. As it reads, Ibid 28. 9, whom shall He teach knowledge? And whom shall He give to understand doctrine? To those that are weaned from the milk, to those that are taken from the breasts. And what does He do in the night time? If you wish, it may be said that He does the same as in the daytime. And if you wish, it may be said that He rides upon His light cloud and moves in all directions upon 18,000 worlds. As it reads, Psalm 68. 18, the chariots of God are 2 myriads, thousands of angels, follow Him. And if you wish, it may be said that He is sitting and listening to the song of the angels, as, Ibid 42. 9, and in the night His song shall be with me. Our Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, it reads, Habai. 14, and, why, makest thou men as the fishes of the sea, as the creeping things, that have no ruler over them? Why are men compared with fish of the sea? To wit, even as the fish die as soon as they are taken on land, so do men die when they separate themselves from the law of the Torah. Another explanation, as fish die from the strong heat of the sun, so also do men. If you wish, it may be said in this world, and this would be in accordance with our Hanina, who said, everything is decreed by heaven, except cold, see Middle Gate, page 285. And if you wish, it may be said, in the world to come, and this is in accordance with Resh Lakish, who says, there is no Gehenna in the future. But the Holy One, blessed be He, will take out the sun from its sheath. The wicked will be punished with its heat, and the upright be cured by it. As it reads, Malachi 3. 19, for, behold, the day is coming, which shall burn as an oven. And all the presumptuous, yea, and all who practice wickedness shall be stubble, and the day that is coming shall see them on fire, who will not leave them root or bough. 20, but there shall rise unto you that fear my name, the Son of Righteousness with healing in His wings. Furthermore, the latter will have pleasure and become fat from it, as the end reads, and ye will go forth, and grown fat as calves of the stall. There is another explanation, as fish in the sea, the larger one swallows the smaller, so also is it with men, since if not for the fear for government the stronger would swallow the weaker. And this is what a Mishnah states, pray for the peace of the government, etc., see Shebuoth, page 72. Our Hinabi Papa propounded a contradiction to the following, Job 37. 23, the Almighty we do not find Him out excellent in power. And, X. 15, 6, thy right hand, O Lord, is become glorious in power 65 and also, Psalm Xlvii. 5, great is our Lord, and abundant in power. This presents no difficulty, at the time of judgment, He does not use His might, but in time of war, He uses it. Rabbah said, Job, XXX. 24, but doth not a man stretch out his hand among ruins? Or doth one not cry out therefrom when he meeteth his downfall? So said the Holy One, blessed be He, to Israel. By judging Israel, I do not treat them in the same manner as I do heathens, which is mentioned in, is, 21. 32, overthrown, overthrown. I will render it. But I punish them as the picking of a chicken. And according to others, even if Israel do but small good deeds, as the picking of chickens in the dunghill, I will combine them into one large sum. Another explanation, I help them because of their praying to me. And this is what Aba said, it reads, Hos 7. 13, though I desired to redeem them, they yet spoke lies against me. I.e., I thought, I will redeem them by loss of money in this world, for the purpose of rewarding them in the world to come. And they told lies about me. And the same said Papa in the name of Rabbah, the inferring it from Ibid 15. Abuha introduced Saphra to the Minim, who were appointed by the government to collect duties, as a great man. And they freed him from duty for 13 years. Once they met him and asked him to explain the following, Amos 3. 2, Only you have I loved out of all the families of the earth, therefore will I visit upon you all your iniquities. If one is in bad humor, will he let it out on his friend? He kept silent, as he was ignorant of the answer. And they inflicted upon him. Abuha then met them, to ask for the reason. And they answered, You introduced him as a great man, while he does not even know the explanation of a passage. Rejoined he, I told you he was a scholar, but did I say that he was a master in the study of the Bible? And to their question, Why are you familiar with it? He answered, Because we have to discuss with you frequently, we give our attention to it. They say, It is for you, then, to explain the above-mentioned passage. And he answered thus, I will do it in the form of a parable. There was once a creditor of 2 persons, one a friend, and the other an enemy of his. From his friend, he demands to be paid in small sums, while from his enemy he demands the whole debt at once. And the same is the case with Israel, he clears them of all their iniquities by small punishments in this world, so that they shall not have to suffer in the world to come. The rabbis taught, the Lord becomes angry every day, but only during one instant, which is the 53,848th part in 1 hour. And there is no creature in the world who is able to guess this moment, except Bilam, about whom it reads, Num 24. 16, knoweth the knowledge of the Most High. Which means that he knew how to guess the second in which the Lord becomes angered. See Sanhedrin, page 339. Joseph said, It is advisable for one not to pray singly the additional benediction in the first 3 hours at the first day of New Year, for the heavenly judgment takes place at that time. And because of his praying attention may be given to his deeds, and he may get an unfavorable decree. But if so, one should not do it even with the congregation together. With the congregation is different, as the attention is given to their deeds in average. But was it not said above that in the first 3 hours the Lord is engaged in the law? Yea, however, by the Torah, in which truth is mentioned, Parov 23. 23, by the truth, judgment cannot be modified. But concerning judgment, truth is not mentioned, and therefore the Holy One, blessed be He, modifies it. Joshua b. Levi said, Deuteronomy 7. 11, which I command thee this day, to do them, means to do it today, but not to be rewarded for it today. He said again, all the performance of the commandments which Israel observed in this world, will come and testify for them in the world to come. He said again, the crime of the golden calf was committed only to give a chance to the repenter. As it reads, Ibid v. 26, who would grant that this their heart might remain in them to fear me at all times. Hence, they were not fit to commit a crime. Similarly said Johanan in the name of Simeon b. Johai, David was not fit to commit the crime with Bathsheba, as concerning him it reads, Psalm, Kvi. 22, My heart is deeply wounded within me. And also Israel was not fit for the above crime, for the reason said above. And why was it committed? For the benefit of sinners. If it happens to be an individual, it may be said to him, Repent, as the individual David did. And if it happens to be a congregation, they also may be told to repent, as the congregation of the desert did. And this is what Samuel b. Nachman in the name of Jonathan said, it reads, 2 Sam, 23. 1. And thus set the man who was raised up on high. The term in Hebrew for high is ol, which means also yoke. And is to be interpreted thus: the man who had raised the yoke of repentance, the same set again in the name of the same authority. When one performs a meritorious act in this world, it precedes him in the world to come. As it reads, is 58. 8. And before thee shall go thy righteousness, the glory of the Lord shall be thy reward. And the same is the case with him who commits a crime in this world, that it clings to him and goes before him on the day of judgment. As it reads, Job 6. 18.66. The rabbis taught, concerning the above-cited verse, Deuteronomy v. 26, Moses said to Israel, Ye are ungrateful my children, as at the time, the Holy One, blessed be he, said to you, who would grant, etc., ye ought to say, Thou, Lord, grant it to us. Your ungratefulness is also marked from, Num 21. 5, and our soul loathed this miserable bread. Ye are also children of an ungrateful, as it reads, Gen 3. 12, the woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, etc. Moses, however, hinted this to Israel only after the 40 years in which he led them in the desert. As in respect of that time it reads, Deuteronomy 29. 3, and yet the Lord gave you not a heart to perceive, etc. Said Rabbah, infer from this that one cannot know the real mind of his master, until the elapse of 40 years. Ark Johanan said in the name of Ark Naha, it reads, is 32. 20, happy are ye that sow beside all waters, freely sending forth the feet of the ox and the ass. Happy is Israel at the time when he is occupied with the Torah and with bestowing of favors. As his evil spirit is then transferred into his hands, and not vice versa. And this is inferred from the just cited verse, that so, which means charity, as, Hos x 12. And, by water, it means the Torah, as in, is, LV1, means the Torah. And, by freely sending forth, etc., is meant, what the disciple of Elijah taught. One should always consider himself in his relation to the laws of the Torah, as an ox to its yoke, and an ass to its load. 3 days, etc. Is such a long time needed? Does not a Mishnah state, at 4 periods in the year, he who sells a cow to his neighbor must notify him thus, I have sold her mother or her daughter to be slaughtered. It is biblically forbidden to slaughter the mother and her child on one and the same day, and they are, the eve of the second festival of tabernacles, the eve of the first day of Passover, the eve of Pentecost, and the eve of New Year. According to our Hosea the Galilean, also the eve of the Day of Atonement in Galilee. Hence, we see that only 1 day is sufficient. Where eating is treated of, 1 day suffices, but where sacrificing is treated of 3 days are needed. Are, then, 3 days sufficient for sacrificing? Is there not a rule that 30 days before Passover are needed to study the laws of this festival? Concerning our sacrifices, which even a blemish in the eyelash makes invalid, 30 days are needed for studying the law. But concerning the heathens, that only a missing limb of an animal makes it invalid. But not a blemish, 3 days suffice. The schoolman propounded a question as to whether or not the statement of the Mishnah, 3 days, include the festival day also. Come and hear. Art Ismail said, 3 days before and 3 days after their festivals. Now, should it mean to include the festival day, would, then, Art Ismail count it twice, to the first and to the last days? This is no objection, as the number 3, mentioned last, may be used merely because of the first. Come and hear the following. Our Taklifa b. Abdamai in the name of Samuel said, if their festival occurs in the middle of the week, it is forbidden to do business with them the whole week. Now, if that day were included, 1 day of the week would be allowed. There is no question, according to our Ismail, as he certainly excludes that day, but how is it the question is according to the rabbis? Come and hear, the following are the festivals of the heathens, Kalends, Saturnalia and Kratzim. And our Hanin b. Rabbah said, Kalends occurs 8 days after the solstice, and the Saturnalia 8 days before. Now, if the festivals were included, it would be said 10 days. Perhaps the Tana counts the whole festival of Kalends for 1 day. Said R. Ashi, from the expression of the Mishnah, before, it may be inferred that it means to exclude the day in question. For if not, it would state 3 days of their festivals, etc. Infer from this that so it is. The schoolmen propounded a question: is this forbidden because a Jew must not interfere with the idols, or because of the commandment, thou shalt not put a stone for the blind? And the difference is in whether or not the heathen has his own animal for sacrificing. If because of interfering, it is forbidden, but if because of the latter, it is not, as he has his own. But even if he has his own, the above negative rests upon him, as our Nathan states in a Beretha, whence do we know that one must not serve a goblet of wine to a Nazarite nor a member of a live animal to a descendant of Noah? From Levit, 19:14, nor put a stumbling block before the blind. We see then, that though these two would each take the forbidden even if not offered, nevertheless he who serves therewith commits a transgression. It speaks of a case when the two, giver and receiver, are separated, by e.g. a river, so that if not served he could not take it himself, and the word serve instead of give seems to corroborate this view. The schoolman propounded another question: how is it if he had done business with him in the prohibited days? According to our Johanan, the benefit which he derived from the business is forbidden, and according to Resh Lakish, it is not. Resh Lakish objected to our Jochanan from the following: in the festivals of heathens, if one had business with them, the derived benefit is forbidden. We see that thus the festivals, as such are meant, but not the time before. R. Jochanan, however, maintains, that in the expression, festivals, the days before are also meant. There is a Beretha in accordance with Resh Lakish: the prohibition to do business with them refers only to a thing which can be kept in good order until the festival day, but not otherwise. And even concerning the former, if it was already done, the benefit is allowed. Our Zabid taught in a Beretha of our Hosea, a thing which cannot be kept in good order may be sold to, but not bought from, them. There was a min who, in his festival, sent a new dinar to our Jehudah II. Resh Lakish was then at the latter's house, and Jehudah consulted him as to the acceptance of it. If he accepted he would transgress the rule of interfering, while his refusal would cause animosity. Said Resh Lakish to him, accept, and throw it away in the presence of the donor. To which R. Jehudah rejoined, then I will cause still more animosity. Rejoined Resh Lakish, I mean that you should throw it in such a manner that he should think it was done unintentionally. To lend them or to borrow. The prohibition to lend them is correct, because it pleases them. But why is it forbidden to receive payment from them? Does it not diminish their property? Said Abai, if it were permitted to receive from them, one would be led also to lend them. Rabbah, however, maintains, both are prohibited only because of interfering. Because it is a displeasure. Does not our Jehudah hold the view, that it pleases him in the future? We have heard him say elsewhere that he upholds such a theory concerning Jewish festivals. Said our Naaman B. Itzchak, leave alone the halakas of minor festivals, as they are allowed only upon the basis of, it pleases him in the future, although it is a displeasure to him while performing it. Rabina, however, maintains, a heathen is always displeased at a payment. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Joshua B. Karcha of the following Beretha, who said, if the lender had a document, he must not receive payment at that day. But if it was a verbal loan, he may, as it is a rescue. Here is repeated from the first gate, 229 par, our Jehudah says, to page 30 next par, 67. Mishnah 2, our Ismail said, 3 days before and 3 days after it is prohibited. The sages, however, say, before the festivals, but not after them. Gemara, what new views do the sages of this Mishnah advance? Was same not said by the first Tana of the first Mishnah? They differ in what was said by Samuel. In exile, the prohibition refers to the day of the festival only. The first Tana upholds the theory of Samuel, which the sages of the latter Mishnah do not. It may also be said that they differ in that which was said by Nahum the Modate. The prohibition is imposed only upon one day before their festival. And in this case, the Tana of the first Mishnah does not agree with him, while the sages of the second do. There is a Baraitha which states that as regards the decision of Nahum the Modate, it was said, it is better that such should be dropped and not repeated. There is another Baraitha. Nahum the Modate said, an old male horse may be sold to them in case of war. And he was also answered, such may be dropped, etc. And there is another Baraitha, that the same declared a halakha concerning tithe, seeds and herbs, and was also answered, it may be dropped, etc. Said R. Ha B. Menumi to Abai, is it right that everything declared by so great a man who comes into our country be annulled by mere exclamation such as above? And he answered, there is one thing of the following Baraitha, on which we act according to his decision, namely, Nahum the Modate says, one may pray for his necessities the benediction of, he listens to prayer. Rejoined R. Aba, leave alone this halakha which relies not upon Nahum the Modate only, but upon the discussion of great men in the following Baraitha. R. Eliezer said, one should beg for his necessities first. And thereafter he shall recite the daily benediction. As, Psalms, CII. 1. A prayer of the afflicted, when he is overwhelmed, and poureth out before the Lord his complaint. 68 R. Joshua, however, maintains, one has to recite his benediction previously, and thereafter pray for his necessities. As, Psalms, Xlii. 2. I poured out my shircho before him, I relate before him my trouble. Hence, the trouble is related after the benediction. Let us see, the passages do not correspond with either of them. Hence, there must be some other reason. Wherein, then, is their point of difference? In that which was lectured upon by R. Simlai, it is advisable for one to always arrange the praises of the Omnipotent first, and thereafter to recite the daily 18 benedictions. And this can be inferred from Moses, our master, Deuteronomy 3. 24, thou hast begun to show, etc. And thereafter, 25, let me go over, I pray thee. Our Joshua maintains, we may learn it from Moses, but our Eliezer holds that we cannot compare ourselves to Moses, and must not dare to do like him. The sages, however, maintain differently from both, as according to them, one may pray for his necessities in the benediction of, he listens to prayer. Said R. Jehuda B. R. Samuel B. Shilleth in the name of Rab, although it was decided that one may pray for his necessities in the benediction of, listen to prayer. Yet if he understands how to express his desire at the end of each benediction, conjoined in the daily 18 benedictions, he may do so. Mishnah 3, the following are the festivals of the heathens, Kalends, Saturnalia, Kratzen. The accession of their kings upon the throne, their birthday, and the day of their death. So are, Mer. The sages, however, maintain that only such a death on which burning, dresses, is used, is conjoined with worshipping the idols. But in such on which it is not used, there is no idolatry. All, however, agree concerning the following days, that of shaving his beard and hair, that in which he lauds, that on which he was released from prison. And that on which is celebrated a marriage of his son, that the prohibition concerns only one day, and the only one man engaged in this affair. Gemara, the rabbis taught, Adam the first, when he saw that each day of the week became shortened, cried, Woe is to me, the world becomes dark to me because of my sin, and it seems to be returned to chaos and ruin. And this is my death which was decreed by heaven. He arose and fasted and prayed 8 days. Thereafter, when he lived to see the solstice of the month of Tabit, when the days become longer, he understood that such is the cycle of the world, and therefore established 8 holidays. The next year, he also proclaimed the 8 days on which he had fasted as holidays. He has established them to laud heaven. His descendants, however, made them holidays for the idols. The rabbis taught, Adam the first, on the first day of his creation, when he saw the sun set, cried, Woe is to me, the world is to be returned to chaos, because of my sin, etc. He wept all night, and Eve did the same opposite him. However, when the morning star appeared, he understood that such was the order of the world. He arose and sacrificed an ox, whose horns were like its hoofs. R. Mathna questioned, are the small towns under the dominion of Rome and near to the capital, prohibited, at the time Rome celebrates its calends, or not? According to our Jehoshua b. Levi, the festival calends is forbidden to everyone. And according to our Johanan, it is forbidden to interfere with those who worship her only. There is a Beratha in accordance with our Johanan as follows, although it was said that if Rome established a calends, and all the near cities which are under her dominion supported her, the prohibition of interfering concerns only its worshippers. On Saturnalia, Kratson, the day of the throne and the day in which he ascends to reign, only one day before, interfering is prohibited, but not the day after. During the celebration of the son's marriage the interfering is forbidden to this man, and on that day only. Said our Ashi, the statement of our Johanan is also hinted at in our Mishnah by the expression, and that man, which excludes those who are under his dominion. Here is repeated from Abuda, page 94. Our Simeon b. Eliezer said the whole par, here, however, it is said in the name of our Ismail. The Gemara adds it is therefore decided that if a heathen invites one during 30 days from his son's wedding, the invitation being special to the wedding, or anonymous, it is considered a wedding day, and the interfering is not allowed. At the elapse of 30 days, if the invitation was specific of the wedding, it is so considered, and if anonymous, it is not. Until what time is it considered wedding time in the case of a special invitation? Said our Papa, 12 months. And previous to the wedding, at what time is to be considered? From the time when they put the barley in the pestle for preparing beer. Kratson. What festival is this? Said our Jehuda in the name of Samuel, it is the day on which Rome has established her kingdom. But is there not a Beratha, Kratson and the day on which Rome has established her kingdom? Hence Kratson must be something else. Said our Joseph, Rome has established her kingdom twice. Once in the days of the Queen Cleopatra and the second time in the day of the Greeks. As our Dimi told when he came from Palestine, 32 battles the Romans fought with the Greeks, and could not conquer them until they had conjoined the Israelites with them, under the stipulation that if the kings were of one nation, the great officers of the government should be taken from the others. And then the Romans sent a message to the Greeks, until now we have tried to conquer you by battles, but now we will try to do it by a discussion. We may ask you, if one likes to conjoin a pearl with a diamond, which of them shall be the basis? And they answered, the pearl to the diamond. A diamond and an onyx. The diamond as a basis, was the answer. An onyx and the Holy Scrolls. The onyx to the Holy Scrolls, was the answer. Then they sent to them, now, the Holy Scrolls with the Israelites are with us. And the Greeks were conquered. 26 years the Romans kept their promise to Israel, and thereafter they failed, and took the Israelites under their dominion. Whence do we know that they were true to their promise 26 years? From what was said by our Kahana. When our Ismail b. Jose was sick, it was sent to him that he should recite a few things which he related in the name of his father. And his answer was this: 180 years before the temple was destroyed, Rome had thrust her dominion upon Israel. 80 years before the destruction, it was decreed by the sages that the land of the nations outside of Palestine should be subject to defilement. 40 years before, the Sanhedrin were exiled from their place and settled in shops. Here is repeated from Sanhedrin, page 121, concerning the establishment of fine. The text says 180 years, and not more. Does not a Beratha state in the name of our Jose the Great, Palestine was under the dominion of Persia 430 years. Under the Greek, 180 years, the house of the Maccabeus reigned 103 years and the house of Herod reigned likewise 103 years. Now, according to this chronology there will be 206 years for the dominion of Rome over Israel. 69 therefore, we must say that the 26 years in which they were true to their promise are not counted under their dominion. There is a Tosefta, the disciples of Elijah taught, the world will continue for 6,000 years, the first 2,000 of which were a chaos, Tahu, the second 2,000 were of Torah, and the third 2,000 are the days of the Messiah. And because of our sins many years of these have elapsed, and still he has not come. 70 Let us see from what time the 2,000 of Torah are reckoned. Shall we assume it to be the time when the Torah was given to Israel? 2,000 years have not elapsed as yet since. 71 We must therefore say that it means the time mentioned in Gen 12:5, and the persons that they had obtained in Charan. And it is known by tradition that Abraham was then 52 years of age. And from his 52nd year until the Torah was given, 448 years elapsed, and that number will complete the number of 2,000 which were less at the time the Tana taught about the 2,000 years of wisdom. 72. The accession to the throne. Whose accession? If it means the king's, how should the following Beretha be understood? The ascending to the throne, and the day on which they select the king, which seems to be one and the same. We must say therefore, that by accession that of the king's son is meant. And the objection that it was not customary in Rome the son should inherit the throne, may be thus meant, that upon the request of the king, they were now to affiliate it to the son. As it happened with Antoninus, the Caesar of Rome, who said to Rabbi, I would like that Asurius, my son, should reign after me, and also that Tiberius should be free from duty. But I am aware that if I will ask my people to do me one favor, they will, but not two. What have I to do? Rabbi, who did not want to answer his question in words, told a man to mount upon the shoulders of another one, and having given him a dove, said to the other one, Tell him who is mounted upon you to let the dove free. From this Antoninus understood that he had to request his people to proclaim his son king after him, and to instruct his son that he should set Tiberius free. Once the same said to Rabbi, The officers of Rome irritate me. What shall I do? Rabbi asked him to walk with him in the garden, and began to tear out the large radishes of the beds, planting smaller ones instead. By which Antoninus understood that he intimates the necessity of removing the old officers little by little and not all at once, so as to prevent a rebellion. But why did not Rabbi answer him in words? He was afraid that the officers of Rome would get wind of it and would harm him. The same Caesar had a daughter by the name Gyra, and it happened that she sinned. Antoninus then sent to Rabbi white mustard, which is called in Aramaic Gargyra, whence Rabbi understood that something happened with Gyra. He sent him in answer a seed by the name of Kusbratha, the meaning of which in Aramaic is Kuz Bratha, remove the daughter. Antoninus again sent him garlic, named in Aramaic Carthi, from which Rabbi understood that he questioned him, Shall I cut off my child? And in answer he sent him lettuce, which is named Chassa, which means have mercy with her. Antoninus used to send to Rabbi frequently pieces of pure gold in leather sacks covered with wheat. And to the objection of Rabbi, I have too much of my own, he exclaimed, Leave them to him who will substitute thee, that he shall spend it to please those who will reign after me. From the house of Antoninus, there was a cave which reached the house of Rabbi, and each time that he went to the house of Rabbi through this cave, he would take with him 2 slaves. One he used to kill at the gate of Rabbi, and the other when he returned, at his own gate. He, however, told Rabbi that at the time of his visit no one should be found with him. It once happened that he found Hanina b. Hamana with him, and to his question, Did not I say that no one should be found with you during my visit? Rabbi answered, This is not a human being. Said Antoninus to Hanina, Go and call for me the slave who sleeps at the gate. Hanina, however, found him dead, and he deliberated what to do. Shall he go to tell him that he is dead? There is a rule that one must not answer with degradation, should he leave him and go away. This would be a disgrace to a king. He therefore prayed, and the dead became alive, and he then sent him to his master. Said Antoninus to Rabbi, I am aware that even the smallest of you is able to bring the dead to life. However, I want that when I come here, I should not find a living soul with you. He used to serve Rabbi in all his needs, and he once questioned him if he would have a share in the world to come. To which Rabbi answered, "Yeah." Said he, "Does it not read, Up? I 18, and there shall not be anyone remaining of the house of Esau." It means he who acts like Esau. But, it reads, Ezek 32:29, there are Edom, her kings, and all her princes, etc. The answer was, it reads kings, but not all her kings. Princes, but not all of them. So also we have learned in the following, her kings, and not all of them, i.e., exclude Antoninus b. Basudius. Her princes and not all of them, excluding Tiha b. Shalom. What happened with the latter? There was a Caesar who disliked the Jews, and he asked the advice of his officers, should he who has a fiber in his foot cut it off and be at ease, or should he leave it and be afflicted? And the advice of them all was, that he should cut it off and remain at rest. Tiha, however, who was one of them, objected, saying, first you cannot get rid of all the Jews, as it reads, Zech 2:10, for as the four winds of the heaven have I spread you abroad, saith the Lord, 73, and secondly, your kingdom will be considered mutilated, and one that kills its own subjects. The king then said, thy advice is true, but there is a law that he who concurs the king, must be thrown into the furnace. When they took him to be slain, he said, I bequeath all my property to our Akiba and his colleagues. A heavenly voice was then heard, Tiha b. Shalom has a share in the world to come. Rabbi then wept and said, here we have a man who has bought his world in one moment, while another one has to work for it all his life. Antoninus served Rabbi. Adarkhan, a Persian prince, served Rab. When Antoninus departed, said Rabbi, our union broke, and the same said Rab when Adarkhan departed. Unclus b. Clenimus embraced Judaism, and the Caesar sent militia to take him. He, however, persuaded them, and they also became proselytes. He then sent other militia, warning them that they should not converse with him. When they took him and were going, he said to them, I will tell you something. Usually the torchbearer carries the light in front of the litter, the chief lecticarius, behind the litter, carries the light, for the ducks for the hegemon for the comes, but does the comes carry the light before the people? And they answered, no. Said he, the Holy One, blessed be he, carries light before Israel as it reads, X 13:21, and the Lord went before them in a pillar of cloud, etc. And they also became proselytes. The Caesar then sent other ones after him, telling them not to talk to him at all. But when they took him, he saw a mezuzah on the doorpost, and said to them, do you know what this is? They answered, no, but you may tell us. He then said, it is customary with a human king that while he is sitting inside of his palace his servants guard him outside. With the Holy One, blessed be he, it is the contrary. His servants are inside, and he guards them from the outside, as it reads, Psalm Xi 8, the Lord will guard thy going out and thy coming in, etc. Then these became proselytes, too, and the Caesar did not send any more after him. It reads, Gen. 25:23, and the Lord said to her, 2 nations are in thy womb. Said Jehudah in the name of Rab, this means Antoninus and Rabbi, upon whose tables were not missing lettuces, cucumbers and radishes, summer as well as winter. As the master said, the radishes masticate the food in the stomach, lettuces overturn it, and cucumbers extend the gut. But have not the disciples of Ismail taught that cucumbers are as harmful to the body as swords? This presents no difficulty, as one speaks of large ones, and the other of small ones. The day of death, etc. From this we see that a mare makes no difference between a death, to which burning is, and that to which it is not, used. In both cases as according to him, idols are worshipped there. Hence the burning is not a custom of the Amorites, which the Israelites are prohibited from. And the rabbis who oppose our mare hold that it is a custom. Why then do we use burning? As there is a beretha that one may burn things for the death of kings. Therefore, as to burning, we must say, all agree that it is not considered a custom, but an act of honor. The rabbis, however, hold that worship of idols takes place only in cases where there is burning. While according to our Meir, it is worship in both cases. Where do we find that burning is used for kings? J. 34. 5. In peace shalt thou die, and as burnings were made for thy fathers, etc. And as they burn for kings, so also do they for princes. What they used to burn upon kings? Their beds and all the utensils which were used by the deceased. And it happened on the death of Rabban Gamaliel the elder, that Unclus the proselyte burned clothing worth 70 manas coined in Zur. The day of shaving his beard, etc. The schoolman propounded a question: does the Mishnah mean the shaving of his beard and the surrounding of the hair, which they used as a worship for the whole year? And at the end they used to remove for the same purpose, or do they mean the removing of the hair? Come and hear the following: the day of shaving the beard and leaving the hair, and also the day of removing it. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, there was still another festival in Rome which occurs once in 70 years, on which they would make a well man ride on a lame man, dress him in the garments of Adam, and place on his head the scalp of R. Ismael, etc., on his neck was suspended gold of the weight of 4 zuz. And they cover the markets with it, heralding before him, Soc Quiriflaster. 70 For the brother of our Lord is a deceiver. They mean Jacob, the brother of Esau, who deceived the latter by taking away the blessing of Isaac to himself. He who saw this now may be rejoiced, as if not today, he will not see it any more, because it was once in 70 years, and they would finish with, woe will be to him at the time the other will arise. But why does not the Tana of our Mishnah count this feast? Because he counts only what is usual each year, and not what happens once in 70. Ar Hanan b Ar Hista or Ar Hanan b Rabbah in the name of Rab said, there are 5 houses of idols. The house of Beel in Babylon, the house of Nebu in Kursi, of the Retha in Mapag, Zripha in Ascalon, and Nishra in Arabia. When Ar-Dimi came, he said, it was added to them the Yared of Anbeki of Eka of the town of Enka. All these houses were standard, and were worshipped the whole year. So said Ar-Hista in the name of his father-in-law. It is said above, that according to Samuel, in exile it is forbidden only the very day of the festival, not the day before and after. But even on that day did not Jehuda allow Brona to buy wine and Giddel to buy wheat in the festival of the merchants. Such a festival is different, as it is not standard. Mishnah 4, in a city where the idol is placed, interfering is forbidden inside, but not outside. And if outside, the inside is not forbidden. May one go to the city at that time? If the way leads to the idol only, it is forbidden, but if it leads also to another place, it is not. Gemara, what is meant by outside is, e.g., the bazaar of Gaza. Resh Lakish questioned Hanina, is indeed the bazaar of Gaza permitted? And he answered, did it not happen to you to be in Zur where you could see an Israelite and a Gentile putting their pots upon one stove, and the sages did not object? The same is the case with the bazaar of Gaza, the sages did not care to forbid this because of these festivals. May one go to the city, etc. The rabbis taught, a city in which an idol is placed, one must not enter, nor pass from it into another city. So Meir. The sages, however, say, the prohibition lies when the way is specified to that place only, but not otherwise. If a thorn sticks in one's foot at that place where the idol is standing, he must not bend to take it out, because it would seem as bowing to the idol, but if it does not seem so, he may. And the same is the case if one's money scattered near that place. From a spring which runs before the idol, one must not bend to drink for the same reason, unless it does not seem as if bowing to the idol. If an aqueduct is placed in the idol, one must not put his mouth to it, as it would seem like kissing it. However, it is not advisable to put one's mouth to any duct, as one may swallow a leech. The rabbis taught, one may not drink water from rivers or ponds either with his mouth or with one hand, as he cannot discern anything in it with both hands. However, he can keep the water, and examine it. And if he did so, he would be responsible in case he swallowed a leech, which is dangerous, and this is a support to our Hanina, who said, that for such an accident it is allowed to violate the Sabbath by warming water, and also our Nehemiah allowed to do same in such a case. And our Hunabi Jehoshua said, that if such happened, he may drink vinegar until the water is warmed. Our Gdb Abin said, he who has swallowed a bee, cannot be cured. However, he may drink some strong vinegar, perhaps this will give him time to make his will. Mishnah v. If, during an idol festival in the city, some stores were there decorated, one must not buy from these stores, while he may from the others, as such a case happened in the city of Bethshean, and the sages have so decided. Gemara, said Resh Lakish, the prohibition lies only on those which are decorated with roses and myrtles, because the odor pleases him, but not to those which were decorated with some other fruit. And the reason is, Deuteronomy 13:18, and there shall not cleave to thy hand aught of the devoted things. Which signifies that it is prohibited only to derive any benefit for himself, but not to benefit others. R. Johanan, however, maintains that the prohibition lies also on those which are decorated with fruit, as such conclusion can be drawn a fortiori. If deriving benefit from them is forbidden, so much the more should it be, to benefit them. An objection was raised from the following. And Nathan said, it is usual in the day of the idol to herald, everyone who will decorate his head and the heads of his animals for the honor of the idol will be freed from duties for such and such a time. What had then a Jew to do? Should he decorate, then he derives benefit from the idols, should he not, then he benefits them. From this it was said, he who is doing business in the market established for the idol, his property must be destroyed in such a manner that no one should be able to derive any benefit of it. We see, then, that to benefit is also prohibited, and this contradicts Resh Lakish's above statement. Said our Mesharshia b. Arkidi, Resh Lakish hold that the rabbis differ with our Nathan, and the halakha prevails with the majority, while our Johanan holds that they do not differ. Here is repeated from Tract Minor Festivals and Abel Rabbathi, which we deem not necessary to translate. Our Jacob bought shoes on such a market day, and our Jeremiah bought bread. Each of them bought from a private man, not from a storekeeper. However, each one thought that his colleague bought from a storekeeper, and rebuked each other because of the statement of Abab or Hijya b. Aba, that the prohibition to buy lies only from a storekeeper, but not from a private, as a private does not pay any duties. He also said that if our Johanan were in such a place where they take duties from a private also, he would forbid to buy even from a private. The above-mentioned sages, however, bought their goods from such a private who was not established at that city, and, therefore, they were sure that he does not pay duties. Mishnah 6. The following are forbidden to be sold to the heathens: fir cones, white figs on their stems, frankincense, and a white cock. R. Jehuda, however, said, that a white cock may be sold among other cocks, and if singly, he has to cut off a finger of it, because the heathens do not sacrifice an animal of which an organ is missing. All other things may be sold anonymously, but if they say that they buy it for worshipping, one must not sell. Arf Meir, however, forbids to sell them fine date trees, sugar canes, and a variety of dates. Gemara, frankincense, said R. Itzchak in the name of Resh Lakish, only the best frankincense which is used for worshipping, and there is a beretha, that from all the things mentioned above, one bundle may be sold, and what is to be considered a bundle? Explained R. Jehuda b. Bathyra, no less than 3 manas worth. But why not fear perhaps the buyer will sell of it for worshipping? Said Abai, we are told not to put a stone before the blind, ourselves, but we are not told that we should fear some other one should do same with our stone. The prohibition is, because one must not assist a sinner, and worshipping idols is a sin even to the heathens. A white cock, etc. R. Jana in the name of R. Zara according to others quoting R. Zebed, said, if the buyer is searching for a cock anonymously, even a white one may be sold to him. But if he asks for a white cock, then such must not be sold. There is an objection from our Mishnah. Jehudah said, it may be sold among others. Now, let us see the nature of the case. If the buyer asks for a white cock, then certainly it must not be sold even among others. We must then say that he asks for a cock in general, and notwithstanding this, is allowed to sell it among the others, but not singly, even according to our Jehudah. And according to the first Tana, not even among the others. Said our Naaman b. Itzhak, the Tanaim of our Mishnah speaks of a case when the buyer mentioned a black, red and white one. According to the first Tana, as soon as white is mentioned, it must not be sold even among others, and according to our Jehudah, it may, on the supposition that as the other colors are not for sacrificing, the white is not either. But if color was not mentioned at all, even according to the first Tana, the white may be sold among other colors. And there is a Beretha in accordance with our Naaman b. Itzchak, as follows. Our Jehudah said, the prohibition is in force only when the buyer says, sell me this white cock, but if he said, sell me this and other colors you have, it is not. And even in the former case, if the buyer has a sick person in his house, or he is preparing a banquet for his son, it is permitted. But does not our Mishnah state above, that in such a case that man as well as that day is prohibited? Said our Itzchak b. our Mesharshia, our Jehudah, by the word banquet means a dancing banquet, on which sacrificing is not used, and not a wedding banquet. R. Ashi propounded a question, if the buyer asks for a blemished white cock, which is not used for sacrificing, may one sell him a good white cock, or is it to be feared that because he knows that an Israelite would not sell him a white cock, he deceives him by asking for a blemished one? And should you decide that such is prohibited? Furthermore, how is the law in case he asks for a white one and, nevertheless, takes also a black and a red one? May one then sell him a white one also, as it is to be supposed that he does not take them for sacrificing, or here, also, it may be feared that he bought the other colors only because he needs the white one? This question remains undecided. R. Meir said, etc. Said our Hista to Abami, we have a tradition that the tract Abuda Zara of Abraham the patriarch contained 400 chapters. We, however, have only 5 of them, and even these we do not quite understand. What is the difficulty? Meir said, a fine date tree, from which it is to be understood that a simple one may be sold. And there is a Mishnah, nothing must be sold of that which is attached to the ground. Answered Abami, by a fine date tree the fruit of it is meant. And so also said our Huna, e.g., Hazal Enkshba Enklas, the species or variety of dates. When our Dimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Hamabi, Joseph, Quaritai, that which is fit for a drink, made of Cariota, Cariotum. Said Abai to him, we have learned Enklas, and we do not know what it is, and now you say Quaritai, and we do not know what it is either. Of what use is it, then, to us? And he answered, if you happen to be in Palestine and say Enklas, no one would understand you, but if you said their Quaritai, they would understand, and show you what it means. Mishnah 7. In places where it is customary to sell small cattle, sheep, goats, etc., to heathens, it is lawful to do so, but not in places where this is not customary. Large cattle must not be sold to them at all, nor calves nor foals of asses, either sound or broken-legged. Jehudah permits the sale of the latter, and Ben Bathira permits the sale of a horse. 75. Gemara. From this Mishnah it seems that it relies only upon a custom, but there is no prohibition, and in the first Mishnah of the 2nd chapter, we see that one must not place an animal in the inns of the heathens, etc. Said R. Eliezer, even at those places where it is forbidden to place the animals in their inns, it is allowed to sell them. As usual the heathen takes care that his animals should riot be uprooted. And so also said our Taklifa in the name of Sheila b. Abami, quoting Rab. As the latter retracted his first statement that it must not large cattle, etc. Are Ada permitted to sell an ass through a middleman, also an Israelite? Are Huna sold a cow to a heathen? Said Ar Hista to him, Why did the master do so? And he answered, Because it seems to me that he bought it for the purpose of slaughtering. And whence do we know that such is permitted? From Shebuoth, VIII, where the school of Shammai says, One must not sell a plowing cow on the sabbatical year. The school of Hillel, however, permits it, because one may buy it for slaughtering. Said Rabbah, What comparison is this? Concerning the sabbatical year, there is no obligation that cattle shall rest then, while on the Sabbath one is obliged to give his cattle rest. Said Abai to him. But where do we find that such is forbidden, even when there is an obligation? There is a Tosefta, the school of Hillel permits to sell a plowing field in the Sabbathic year, because it may be supposed that one buys it to rest this year, but to plow it the next. And one is certainly obliged not to plow his field on the Sabbathic year. Our Ashi opposed, on the contrary, there is a Mishnah, Shebuoth, v. 6, plowing vessels must not be sold on the Sabbathic year, and we know of no obligation that one must give rest to his plowing vessels. And therefore, says he, when there is a supposition that it can be used for another purpose, we may do so, even, when there is an obligation, but when there is no such supposition, it must not be done, even when there is no obligation. Rabbah sold an ass to an Israelite, who was suspected of selling it to a heathen. Said Abai to him, Why have the masters done so? And he answered, I sold it to an Israelite. And to Abai's question, But he will sell it to a heathen, he answered, Does he sell to heathens only? If an Israelite will give him a good price, will he not sell it? Abai then objected to him from the following: In places where it is customary to sell small cattle to Samaritans, one may do so, but not in places where it is not customary. And this is only because they are suspected of selling it to the heathens, as all other reasons advanced were denied. Hence, we see that one must not sell to a suspected one. Rabbah then ran after him 3 miles to return him, but failed to overtake him. Said Dimi b. Aba, as it is not allowed to sell to a heathen, so it is not allowed to sell to an Israelite either, who is a robber. What does the expression robber mean? If he is suspected that in case of an opposition, he would slay, then it is self-evident, for he is worse than a heathen, and if he is not suspected of such, why not sell to him? It speaks of one who is suspected of slaying only, then, when the owner runs after him to persecute. The rabbis taught, shields must not be sold to those, others, however, taught they may. The reason of those who forbid is, that if they are short in weapons they use the shields instead, and the reason of those who permit is, that if they are short in weapons they run away. Said Naaman in the name of Rabbah b. Abuhu, the halakha prevails with the latter. Ada b. Aba said, Lumps of wrought iron must not be sold to them, because they make weapons of it, but if so, should not spades be forbidden, too? Said Zabid, it means of Indian iron, which is useful for weapons. And now that we do sell to them is because the Persians are protecting us with their weapons. So said Ashi. Mishnah 8. One must not sell to them bears, lions, and all such things by which the people can be injured. One must not conjoin himself in building their court houses, from the roofs of which they usually throw the one who is sentenced to death, to be killed, gratis, arenas and scaffolds. However, in building monuments and bathhouses, one may. But when they reach that chamber in which their idols should be placed, must stop. Gemara, Rabina propounded a contradiction. Our Mishnah states, that only things which may be injurious to the people, whence it is to be understood that if not injurious, it does not matter, from the following, as one must not sell to them large cattle. So also must he not do with large beasts. And even in those places where small cattle may be sold, large beasts must not. We see, then, that even such that are harm less must not be sold either. And he explains that our Mishnah speaks of a lame lion, and it is in accordance with our Jehuda, who holds that such may be sold. Naaman opposed, Who can say that the lion is placed under the category of large beasts? Perhaps he is placed under the category of small ones. 76. Himself in building. Said Rabbi B. Hannah, in the name of our Johanan, there were 3 such palaces, for kings, for bathhouses, and for treasuries. Said Rabbah, all of them are permitted. The rabbis taught, when our Eleazar was captured by the government, accusing him of being a minute, he was brought to the greatest, and the hegemon, chief judge, said to him, a sage like yourself should engage himself in such a valueless thing. And he answered, the judge himself may testify that such is not the case. The hegemon thought that he means him, he, however, meant the heavenly judge. And he said, because you trust in me, I swear by Dimas, his idol, that you are free from this accusation. When our Eleazar returned home, his disciples surrounded him to condole him, but he did not accept it. Said our Akiba to him, Rabbi, allow me to say before you one of the things you taught me, and he allowed him. Said he to him, Rabbi, probably some explanations of the minim pleased you and you have accepted them, and therefore you were suspected and captured. Answered he, Akiba, you have reminded me. It happened once that I walked in the upper market of Cyprus, and I met one of the minim, named Jacob, of the village of Zechania, and he said to me, it reads, Deuteronomy 23. 19, Thou shalt not bring the hire of a harlot, etc. May then a retiring room for the high priest be built from such money? And I kept silent. Said he to me, so taught Jeshu. B. Penthira. 77 It reads, Michigan I. 7, For from harlots' wages she gathered them, and for harlots' wages shall they be used again, hence, money that comes from a dirty place, may be expended on a dirty place, which explanation pleased me. It is for this that I was suspected and captured. And I confess that I have transgressed, Perov 8, remove far from her thy way, and come not nigh to the door of her house. Remove from her, means from minionism, and come not nigh means to government. Others, however, interpret same remove far, etc. as to mean minionism, and come not nigh, etc., prostitution, which place, according to our Hista, is prohibited to approach from a distance of 4 yards. March. Uqba said, it reads, P.S. XXX. 15, The leech hath 2 daughters, crying, give, i.e. minionism and the government, which are never satisfied, the first of catching men to her belief, and the second, duties. Are Hista in the name of March. Uqba said, the Gehenna cries, saying, bring me in the 2 daughters, who always cry in this world, bring into me, bring into me. It reads, Perov 2. 19, All that come unto her return not again, and they will not reach the paths of life. If they do not return again, they will certainly not reach the paths of life. It means, therefore, that they who repent and return from minionism, die that they might not return to minionism again. Does one die who repents minionism only and not other sins? Is there not a Beretha? It was said of Eleazar b. Dirdia who left not out one prostitute. He was once informed that there was a prostitute in one of the sea countries, who received a pocketful of dinars in reward, and he took this amount and passed 7 rivers until he reached her. She, however, caused him to repent. He then placed himself between 2 mountains saying, O ye mountains, pray for me, to which they answered, instead of praying for thee, we must pray for ourselves, is, live. 10, For the mountain may depart, and the hills may be removed. He then said, Heaven and earth, pray for me, and they also answered, we have to pray for ourselves, as it reads, Ibid 6, For the heavens shall vanish, etc. The same answer he got from the sun and the moon, of which it reads, Ibid 24. 23, And the moon shall be put to the blush and the sun be made ashamed. A similar answer he got from the stars and planets, of which it reads in Ibid 34. 4, And all the host of heaven shall be dissolved. He then exclaimed, I see that I can rely only upon myself, and having put his head between his knees, he wept until his soul departed. A heavenly voice was then heard, saying, our Eleazar b. Dirtia is prepared for life in the world to come. Rabbi, when he heard this, wept, saying, There is again one who bought his world in one moment while another one must work for it all his life. And again, it is not enough for those who repent, that they get a share in the world to come, but they are named also rabbis, as the heavenly voice said, Rabbi Eliezer, etc. Hence we see that he who has repented from sin, also died. Because he, Eleazar, was involved in such, it is similar to minyanism. Our Hanina and our Jonathan were on the road and they met two thoroughfares, one leading to the gate of an idol and other to the gate of the prostitutes. Said one to his colleague, Let us go on that which leads to the idol as the evil spirit of idolaters is killed. Answered his colleague, On the contrary, let us go on to that which leads to the prostitute so that we should overrule the evil spirit and be rewarded. When they arrived to the prostitutes, the latter ran away to their homes. And his colleague asked him, What was the reason you relied upon, Perov 2? 11. Discretion 78 will watch over thee, understanding will keep thee. The rabbis taught, when our Eleazar b. Partha and our Hanina b. Tradian were captured by the government, said the former to the latter, Happy are you, that you were captured because of one thing only, and woe is to me that I am captured for 5 things. Said he, Happy are you who are accused of 5 things and will be saved, woe is to me who am accused only of one thing shall be sentenced. The reason is, that you were occupied with both the Torah and with bestowing of favors, while I was occupied with the Torah only. This is in accordance with our Huna who said elsewhere, He who is occupied with the Torah only, is similar to him who denies God. As it reads, 2 Chron, 15. 3, And many days, had elapsed, for Israel, they being, without the true God. What does the expression, without the true God, mean? He who occupies himself with the Torah, but does not observe bestowing of favors, which is the main point of humanity. Was indeed our Hanina b. Tradile not occupied in bestowing of favors? Is it not stated further on that he did? Yea, but not so as it was fit for his dignity. Eleazar b. Partha was brought before the judges and they asked, Why are you studying, and stealing? And he answered, If one is a scholar, he is no warrior, robber, and if a warrior, he is no scholar, and as it is not true that I am a warrior, so is it also untrue that I am a scholar. Why then are you named master? And he answered, I am the master of embroidering. They brought 2 coils before him and said to him, Which is warp and which is woof? A miracle occurred and a female be set on the warp while a male be on the woof and he said, This is a warp and this is a woof. Why did you not visit the Be Abaddon, the house of discussion? And he answered, I am too old, and feared perhaps I would be trodden down under the feet of the crowd. Has it ever happened that old men should be trodden down in the mentioned house? Again a miracle occurred, and just at that time they were notified that an old man was trodden down in the house in question. And why then have you freed your slave, which is forbidden? This never occurred. One of the crowd, however, arose to testify against him. Elijah then disguised himself as one of the consuls of the government and said to the witness, As in all the other things a miracle occurred, the same would occur also in this case and you would be considered an enemy of his and a liar. The alleged witness, however, did not listen and rose to bear his testimony. Meanwhile, a letter from one of the great officers which was to be sent to the Caesar was handed to this man as messenger. While he was going, Elijah caught and threw him 400 parsas, so that he did not return any more. Hanina b. Tradian was then brought before them and questioned why he occupied himself with the Torah, and he answered, Because I am so commanded by the Lord my God. The decree was then rendered that he should be burned, his wife killed, and his daughter to be taken to the house of prostitutes. He to be burned, because he used to express the name Jehovah as it is written, and not Adonai as it is to be read instead, but why did he so? Did not Aba Shaul say, Sanhedrin, page 265, that he who does so has no share in the world to come? He did so to learn which is allowed privately, but he did it also publicly. His wife to be killed, because she has not prevented his doing so by protesting. From this it is to be inferred that he who feels that his protests would affect and does not protest, is punished therefore. And his daughter to prostitution, because, according to R. Johanan, it happened once that she walked in the presence of the great people of Rome, and they exclaimed, "How nice are the steps of this girl!" And from that time she took care of her steps to please the spectators. When all the three went out from the court, they justified the decrees upon them. Hanina said, Deuteronomy 32. For, he is the rock, his work is perfect, etc. His wife said, the God of truth and without iniquity, and his daughter said, Jah 32. 19, Great in counsel, and mighty in execution, thou, whose eyes are open over all the ways of the sons of man. Said Rabbi, how great are these upright that to justify their decrees, the 3 verses of justification came to their mouths, at the time of so great a trouble. The rabbis taught, when our Hosea b. Kisma became sick, our Hanina b. Tradian called on him. The former said to him, Hanina, my brother, are you not aware that this nation is reigning by heavenly decree, and notwithstanding that she has destroyed the temple, burned the palaces, killed the pious and put out of the way all the best of Israel? She is still in force. About you, however, I heard that notwithstanding the decree of the government, you occupy yourself with the Torah publicly, and you bear with you the holy scrolls at all time. Hanina then answered, the heavens shall have mercy with us. Exclaimed Hosea, I am relating to you reasons, and you say, the heavens shall have mercy. I wonder whether the government will not burn you with the holy scrolls on fire. Hanina then said, Rabbi, what will become of me in the world to come? And Hosea asked him, did not some of the meritorious acts come to your hand? And he answered, the money which I prepared to celebrate Purim, I aired, thinking that it was of the charity treasury. I have distributed it to the poor, and thereafter I have not collected from the charity. If so, answered Hosea, I wish that my share should be like yours, and my fate similar. It was said that a few days later R. Hosea ben Kisma departed, and all the great men of Rome were going after his coffin, lamenting him greatly. On their return, they found Hanina b. Tradian studying the Torah publicly with the holy scrolls in his bosom. He was enwrapped in the holy scrolls and surrounded with branches of trees, which were kindled. And 2 woolen towels, soaked in water, were placed on his heart that his soul might not depart so quickly, and when his daughter said to him, Father, is it just, what I see done with you? He answered, if I were burned alone, it would be hard for me, but now that I am burned in conjunction with the holy scrolls, I am sure that he who will take revenge for the holy scrolls will take revenge for me also. His disciples questioned him, what do you see now? And he answered, I see the letters are flying away from the parchment while they burned. They said to him, Rabbi, open your mouth, so that the fire should catch you, and he answered, it is better that my soul be taken by him who gave it and not I myself shall cause it an earlier death. The executioner then said to him, Rabbi, if I will increase this fire and will take off the woolen towels from your heart, would you bring me to life in the world to come? To which he answered, yeah. He then asked him to swear, which he did. Immediately he increased the fire, took off the towels, and his soul departed. The executioner himself then jumped into the fire. A heavenly voice was then heard, Hanina and the executioner are prepared for life in the world to come. Rabbi then wept, saying, there is one again who bought his world in one moment, etc. Bruria, the wife of our Mayor, was a daughter of Hanina b. Tradian, and she said to her husband, it is a disgrace for me that my sister should be in the house of prostitution. He then took with him a Tauro iota chi alpha beta omicron, full with dinars, and said, I will go there, and if she is yet pure, a miracle will occur. He disguised himself as a military rider, visited her, asking her to listen to him. She, however, gives him many reasons, and finally tells him that in this place he will find many who are more beautiful than she. He then convinced himself that she answered the same to everyone, and went to her guardian asking him to accept the money he brought for transferring her to him. Saying, the half of the dinars will be sufficient to bribe the officers of the government, and the other half will remain for you. And to his question, what should I do when the half will be spent and they will still persecute me? He answered, You will then say, God of Mer, help me, and you will be saved. And whence do I know that so it is? Mer answered, I will convince you immediately. There were dogs who devoured people, and the guard stimulated them upon Mer, and he pronounced God of Mer, answer me, and they kept aloof from him. The guard then delivered to Mer his sister-in-law. Finally, the government got wind of it, and the guardian was brought to the gallows to be hanged, and as soon as he pronounced, God of Mer, help me, he was thrown down uninjured. And to the question, what is it? He related before all what happened. The government then engraved the picture of our Mer on the gate of Rome, commanding that he who should see such a face should deliver him to the officers. It happened that he was once seen, and they ran after him. He then ran away to a place of prostitution, and Elijah disguised himself as one of the prostitutes and embraced him. The officers then said that it must be someone else, as Mer would not do so. Thereafter, Mer ran away to Babylon, according to some, because of this occasion, and according to others, because of that which happened to Brura. 79. Concerning arenas and circuses, Tanaim differ in the following: an Israelite must not visit arenas, because they are considered a place of scorners. R. Nathan, however, permits it for two reasons. First, one should be able to save an Israelite if it happened that he was placed there by animosity. And secondly, if it happened that an Israelite should die there, the visitor may then be a witness, so that the widow of the deceased should be allowed to remarry. The rabbis taught, one must not go to the theaters and circuses, because at those places they gather up money for the idols, so are Mer. The sages, however, say, in the places where they gather, it is prohibited because of the suspicion of idolatry. And in those where they are not gathering, it is prohibited, because they are considered places of scorners. R. Simeon B. Potzi lectured, Psalm 1, Happy is the man who walketh not in the counsel of the wicked, and standeth not in the way of sinners, and sitteth not in the seat of scorners. If he had not walked, how could he stand? And if he did not stand, how could he sit? And if he did not sit, how could he scorn? It means as follows, that if he had walked, he will finally stand, and if stood, he will finally sit and scorn, and concerning him it is said, Parov 9. 12, But if thou art a scorner, thou alone will have to bear it. Said R. Eliezer, he who scorns brings chastisements upon himself as, is. 28, 22, And now be ye no longer scornful, lest your bonds be made strong. And Rabbah said to the rabbis, his disciples, I beg you not to scorn, so that chastisements shall not come upon ye. And Tina said, even his food becomes lessened, as it reads, Hos 7. 5, Because, he joineth his hand with scorners. Here is repeated about the same matter from last gate, page 30. R. Simeon B. Potzi lectured again, Happy is the man who walketh not to the theaters and circuses of the heathens, standeth not in the way of sinners, that is, he who does not stand as a spectator at bestial contests, arranged by the Romans. And the sitting of scorners beget contention. And lest one say, as all the above I have not done, I may engage my time in sleeping, therefore, but whose delight is in the law of the Lord. R. Samuel B. Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan said, Happy is the man who walketh not, etc., means Abraham our father, who was not conjoined with the generation of separation, who were wicked, as, Gen 11. 3. Let us make bricks, etc., in the way of sinners, etc. He did not stand with Sodomites, of whom it reads, Ibid 13. 13. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners, etc., with scorners. He did not associate himself with the Philistines, who were scorners, as, Judges 16. 25, Call for Samson that he may make sport of us. It reads, Psalms, Xi. 1, Happy is the man that feareth the Lord. Man, and not woman. Said R. Amram in the name of Rab, Happy is he who repents when he is still young. And R. Jehoshua B. Levi said, Happy is he who conquers his evil spirit, as a heroic man, that greatly delighteth in his commandments. Said Eliezer, in his commandments, but not in the reward for them. And this is what a Mishnah in Shebuoth states, be not like slaves who serve their master because of reward, but as the one who serves him not to receive any reward. In the law of the Lord is his delight, said Rab, i.e. one should always study the law to which his heart is inclined. Levi and Simeon, the son of Rabbi, were sitting before Rabbi reading one book of the Bible, and after finishing Levi said, bring us Proverbs. And Simeon said, bring us Psalms. He overruled Levi, and Psalms was brought. When they came to the verse, in the law of the Lord is his delight, Rabbi stopped and said, one has to study only what his heart is inclined to. Said Levi to him, Rabbi, with this you have given us permission to stop studying. Abdamai b. Hama said, him who occupies himself with the Torah, the Holy One, blessed be he, grants his desire. Rabbah said, at the time one begins to study, the Torah is named the Holy Ones, but after studying, it is considered to be his, the students, as first it is written the law of the Lord, and thereafter, in his law. And be said again, one shall first study, and thereafter deliberate, as the above cited verse reads. The same said again, one shall study, although he forgets, shall study, although he does not understand it well. 80, here is repeated from Sanhedrin, page 369, and from Erubin, page 126. See there. It reads, Psalm 3, and he shall be like a tree replanted by rivulets, etc. Said the disciple of Janneh, replanted and not planted signifies that he who receives his knowledge from one master, does not see any blessing in his studies. Said Hista to his disciples, I would like to tell you something, but I am afraid you will leave me, he who studies always from one master, does not see any blessing. They then left him and went to the college of Rabbah, who, when he heard the above reason, said to them, this is true only concerning reasons and ingenuity. But as for traditions, it is better to learn them from one master, so that they should not be metamorphosed in different versions. Tanhum b. Hanilai said, it is advisable to divide one's years into 3 parts, 1/3 for the study of Scripture, the 2nd, Mishnah, and the 3rd, Talmud. But does one know how long he has to live? It means, he should do it every day. The fruit in its season, does not wither, said Rabbah. It signifies that if the fruit is given in its season, then its leaves will not wither, but if not, the succeeding verse, 4, applies to both the teacher and pupil. Aba in the name of Hannah, quoting Rab, said, Paro v7. 26, for many deadly wounded hath she caused to fall, means a disciple who, though not as yet fit, decides questions. Very numerous were slain by her, means the contrary, he who is fit to do so and does not. And until what age? Till he reaches his 40th year. But has not Rabbah decided questions in his youth? It was because there was no greater scholar than he. Ada in the name of Rab, or Aba in the name of Hamnuna, quoting Rab, said, even the gossip of a scholar is to be studied, as it reads, and its leaves shall not wither. Joshua b. Levi said, the following is written in the Pentateuch, repeated in the prophets, and thirdly in the Hagiographa, he who occupies himself with the Torah is prosperous in all his undertakings. In the Pentateuch, Deuteronomy 29. 8, keep ye therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do, repeated in prophets, Jos 8, this book of the book shall not depart out of thy mouth. But thou shalt meditate therein day and night, in order that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and then shalt thou have good success. And thirdly in Hagiographa, Psalm 2, 3, but whose delight is in the law of the Lord, and who doth meditate in his law by day and night. 3, and he shall be like a tree planted by rivulets of water, that yieldeth its fruit in its season, and the leaf of which doth not wither. And all that he may do shall prosper. Alexander heralded, who wants to live, who wants to live? And a big crowd surrounded him. He then referred them to Ibid 34. 14-16. Where the idols should be placed, etc. Said R. Eliezer in the name of R. Johanan, if however, he has built, the reward of it is valid. Is this not self-evident? It is only the preparation for the idol to which both R. Ismail and R. Akiba agree that they are not forbidden, unless the idol is already worshipped. Said R. Jeremiah, the Mishnah means that even if he has made the idol itself, the reward is valued. But this is correct only to him, who holds that when an Israelite made an idol for himself, it is forbidden even before it was worshipped, but of a heathen, it is not, unless worshipped. But to him who holds that the same is the case with the idol of a heathen, what can be said? Said Rabbi Bethula, the Mishnah refers to the finishing touch, which completes the idol, and the reason is, what made the idol ready? The last touch, which in itself is not worth the smallest coin, a perutha, and therefore it is not forbidden. From this it may be inferred that the Tana holds the obligation to pay a laborer, counts from the beginning till the very end of the labor, and not only after its completion. Mishnah 9, one must not manufacture ornaments for an idol e.g. necklaces, nosebands and rings. R. Eliezer, however, maintains that for reward one may. Nothing must be sold to them while attached to the ground, but after it was cut off, one may. R. Jehuda said, he may also sell with the stipulation to cut it off afterward. Gemara, whence is this deduced? Said R. Jose, from Deuteronomy VIII. 2, nor favor them, 81 means, he shall not give him a rest in the land. We have learned similarly in a Beretha, with the addition that it also means, you shall not give him such which shall make them merciful in the eyes of others. Here is repeated from Chulin, page 114b. The above statement is a support to that which Rab said, it is forbidden to say, how nice is this female heathen. An objection was raised. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel, being once on the steps of the Temple Mountain, happened to see a female heathen who was a great beauty, and he exclaimed, how great is thy work, O Lord! And it happened also to R. Akiba that, when he saw the wife of Tornus Rupus, he laughed and wept. Laughed, because he saw that she would become a proselyte, and he would marry her, wept, that such a beauty must be buried under earth. This does not contradict Rab, as it was only a benediction, which one has to recite by seeing nice creatures. 82 or Joshua B. Levi said, modesty is the greatest of them all, as it reads, is, LXI. 1, hath anointed me to announce good tidings unto the meek, it does not read to announce pious men, but meek, hence modesty is greatest. One must not sell. The rabbis taught, one may sell them a tree with the stipulation to cut it off, and he cuts it immediately, so R. Jehuda. R. Meir, however, says, only that which is already cut. The same is the case with hay, and also with flour. According to R. Jehuda, it may be sold to harvest, and according to R. Meir that which is already harvested. It was necessary to learn their points of differing in all the three, as one from the other could not be inferred, we omit the reasons, as of little importance. The schoolman propounded a question. May one sell them a cow with the stipulation to slaughter it? Shall we assume that the above things are Jehuda permits, because they are not under the control of the heathen so that he is not able to prolong time? But in the case of a cow which he takes immediately, he may prolong the time a good deal until slaughtering, and this even our Jehuda will not allow. Come and hear the following, one may sell a cow with the stipulation of slaughtering, and the heathen has to do it immediately. So our Jehuda, while our Hamer permits only the sale of the slaughtered. Mishnah X, houses must not be rented to the heathens in Palestine, not to speak of fields. In Syria, however, houses are permitted to be sold, but not fields, and out of Syria houses may be sold and fields rented. So R. Meir. R. Jose, however, said, in Palestine, houses may be rented, but not fields, in Syria houses sold, and fields rented, out of Syria, everything may be sold. However, even in the places where renting is allowed, it must not be for residence, as the idol is brought there, which is against Deuteronomy VIII. 26, and thou shalt not bring an abomination in thy house. A bathhouse must not be rented at any place because it is named after the owner, who is an Israelite, and he can be suspected of heating it himself on the Sabbath. Gemara, what is meant by the expression, not to speak of fields? Is it because two things would be neglected, resting the fields and tithe from the growth? The same would be with the houses also, resting, and the neglect of a mezuzah. Said R. Mesharshia, the mezuzah is not an obligation upon the house, but upon him who lives in it. In Syria houses, etc. Let us see, why is selling forbidden? Because it is considered as the land of Israel. Why, then, is renting permitted? Renting even in Palestine is only as a safeguard that one should not come to sell, and a safeguard to a safeguard we do not decree. But is not renting fields in Syria also a safeguard to a safeguard, and is nevertheless forbidden? This is not considered a safeguard, as the Tana holds that the land which was taken away by an individual, not by the people of Israel at large, is considered, nevertheless, to be the land of Israel. Hence, against fields upon which two things would be neglected, as said above, the rabbis decreed, but this is not the case with houses. In Syria houses are permitted, etc. For the just mentioned reasons. R. Jose. In Palestine, houses, etc. Also for the same reason. In Syria houses sold, etc. It is because he holds that the land which was taken by an individual is not considered the land of Israel, and, therefore, only against fields they decreed for the reasons adduced above, but not against houses. Everything may be sold, etc. Because it is far from Palestine, no decree was rendered. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails with R. Jose. Said R. Joseph, provided it does not make a whole neighborhood of heathens, and there is a beretha, that less than 3 families is not considered a neighborhood. Where renting is allowed, etc. From this we infer that not in every place renting is allowed. Hence, the unnamed Mishnah is according to our Meir, as according to our Jose, renting is permitted in every place. Put not a bathhouse, etc. There is a beretha, our Simeon B. Gamaliel said, one must not rent his bathhouse to a heathen because the bath is named after the owner and the heathen does his labor on Sabbath and holidays, and people may think that the Israelites themselves do this. But how is it to a Samaritan? It may be rented, although he works on the minor festivals. On minor festivals, we Israelites also are permitted to heat baths. But let us see why it is permitted to rent a field to a heathen, although he does labor on Sabbath. Because people know that the gardener is doing work for himself. Why not say the same concerning a bathhouse? It is because usually a field is hired to a gardener, which is not the case with bathhouses. There is another beretha, our Simeon B. Eliezer, one must not rent his field to a Samaritan because it is named after him, and the Samaritan works the field during the minor festivals. But how is it with a heathen? It is allowed, because people know that he does it for himself. Why not say the same concerning a Samaritan? R. Simeon B. Eliezer does not consider the reason of a gardener at all, and his reason why it is allowed to a heathen is that if we tell him that he should not work, he will listen to, which is not the case with a Samaritan. Who thinks that he knows better than woe do? There were fields of saffron in partnership of an Israelite and a heathen. The heathen worked on Sabbath and the Israelite on Sunday, and Rabbah has permitted to do so. Rabina questioned him from the following: an Israelite and a heathen who have hired a field in partnership, the Israelite must not say to the heathen, you take your share on Sabbath and I on a weekday. Unless it was so stipulated at the time they started. However, when they come to make their accounts, it is not permitted to the Israelite that he should take his share from the Sabbath labor. Rabbah became ashamed. Thereafter, however, it was announced that such was stipulated when the partnership was started. The schoolman propounded a question: how is it if there was no stipulation? Come and hear, if such a stipulation was made at the time when started, it is allowed, whence it may be inferred, that if there was no stipulation, it is prohibited. But if so, how is the latter part to be understood? When they come to make the account, the Israelite must not take his share of Sabbath, from which it may be inferred that without an account, he may accept it, although there was no stipulation. In view of this, from this Baratha nothing can be taken for a support.